Above the pristine white hospital bed, a dim yellow lamp swayed precariously. The young girl on the bed breathed evenly until suddenly her slender long eyelashes fluttered gently. The next moment, she snapped her eyes open, sat up, and gasped for breath. I am not dead. She stared at her own hands, a trace of lingering terror in her eyes. Holy crap, I'm really not dead. She reached into her pocket incredulously, about to pull out her phone, when, where's my phone? My wallet is gone too. Holy crap, where's my ID card? At that moment, the nearby nurse paused her work, patted her, and asked, little girl, do you remember your name? Don't tell me you've lost your memory. Name. She tapped her head, suddenly enlightened. My name is Lin Chun. By the way, ma'am, have you seen my ID card, my phone, and my wallet? The nurse shook her head and continued tidying the messy counter. I heard you suddenly fainted on the street and were brought to our clinic by a kind person. I didn't see any such items on you. Little girl, are you sure your memory isn't mixed up? Hearing the nurse's words, she suddenly seemed to understand something. Stunned, she looked down at her own fair, delicate, smooth little hands. Ma'am, you just called me little girl. The nurse nodded, her gaze towards Lin Chun, tinged with pity. Yes, little girl, are you really feeling okay? Should I go get the doctor to check you? Hearing this, Lin Chun slowly turned her head, trembling, gaze shifting to a mirror beside her. In the mirror, a young girl had pink, tender cheeks, porcelain-like skin glowing under the faint light, and big, watery eyes that looked utterly pitiful. The most striking feature was her waist-length, golden-tinted twin tails paired with her petite figure, evoking a sense of endearment at first sight. Seeing herself like this, the next moment, she pursed her lips and tears like a broken string of pearls uncontrollably streamed down her face. Wah! What kind of damn god is this? I wanted a loli. Not to be turned into a loli. She cried harder and harder, as if deeply wronged, her long lashes like lotus flowers emerging from water covered in teardrops. Suddenly, countless memories surged into her mind, as if triggered. The moment before she was wailing, Lin Chun froze motionless on the bed. In a vast office, Lin Chun was sitting in front of a computer, fingers rapidly tapping the keyboard, producing a clattering sound. The screen's light illuminated his face. His two deeply sunken eyes were hollow and lifeless, fixed on the computer screen. After an unknown amount of time, he stood up, stretched, and let out a long sigh. I'm so exhausted. That damn Li Tsuehua, that old hag, dumped all the work on me. If it weren't for you being the supervisor, I would have given you a good scolding. He grumpily tidied his desk, his face full of discontent. I really don't know what I'm missing. We joined the company at the same time, so why is she already a supervisor while I'm still a small employee? He picked up his thermos, drank the tea in one gulp, and complained, Isn't it just because I used to bully you as a kid? You've held that grudge for decades, still remembering after all these years. Now the vast office was left with only him. He sighed, picked up his briefcase, clocked out, and quickly walked out of the office. Outside, it was late at night. Under the dense starry sky, only Lin Chun walked alone on the quiet path. He was almost 30 and had never even kissed a girl or had a sweet romance. Now that had finally found a decent paying job, he was being squeezed dry by this damn company, doing the hardest and most tiring work, enduring all kinds of criticism, and staying late every day as routine. Thinking of this, he kicked the roadside tree hard and cursed. What kind of damn heaven is this? Am I, Lin Chun, supposed to live such a miserable life? Perhaps his sincerity moved the heavens, but the rainwater still clinging to the tree splashed down, drenching his furious face. Damn it. He took off his wetsuit jacket and cursed at the tree that had bullied him. After cursing for a long time until his throat went dry, Lin Chun stopped, dragged his exhausted body, and headed home. Thinking of how he was nearly 30 and had never dated a girl, he collapsed to the ground, hugged his head in despair, and screamed at the sky, Heavens, please give me a cute girlfriend. Suddenly, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of a small, adorable figure on the road, walking timidly, her little head looking around. She was completely unaware of a large truck behind her roaring its horn and speeding towards her. Instantly, Lin Chun's pupils contracted. He stepped forward without hesitation, pushing the bewildered girl out of the way. In an instant, the oncoming truck swallowed his body under its huge wheels. Looking at the unharmed girl, Lin Chun slowly closed his eyes and sighed. Lin Chun. Before he could finish, he lost consciousness, his unwillingly raised hands drooping down. Where's this? The blinding light around him woke Lin Chun. He rubbed his eyes, looked at the vast white world around him, and wondered, could this be the Western paradise? Not bad, I never thought Lin Chun could encounter such a fortune. Then Lin Chun's eyes narrowed slightly as he caught a glimpse of the sky above. Instantly, his body trembled, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. He raised his hand to shield his brow, and exclaimed, Are you a god? Above, a humanoid figure appeared out of thin air, surrounded by dazzling white light, emitting a brilliant radiance. The figure seemed to notice him, waved a hand, and a voice resounded in Lin Chun's mind. Human, what do you desire? God, if you can grant my wish, I want a loli. Lin Chun clenched his fists and answered without hesitation. Good, your wish is mine to fulfill. The figure waved a hand, and in an instant countless beams of strong light enveloped Lin Chun. And so, Lin Chun became what he is now. Thinking of this, she flailed on the bed in anger. I'm so mad. So mad. So mad. Your body. At that moment, a timid voice called out from beside her. The voice continued. Hello, I found you passed out on the street and brought you here. Are you okay? Lin Shen looked at him. Instantly her pupils constricted sharply, and she couldn't help but step back several times, covering her mouth as she stared at him in disbelief. You? Why are you here? What's wrong? They'll go get the doctor. The young man in front of her shook his head helplessly and began to walk out. Don't move. Lin Shen grabbed his wrist, her big watery eyes fixed on him, scrutinizing him closely. As expected of me, still so handsome. School days really are different. Instantly, because of her sudden action, the young man's ears and cheeks flushed with a deep red. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. He turned his head, eyes darting away. No, you're not allowed to leave. Why? The young man asked in confusion. Lin Shen glared at him fiercely and demanded, What's your name? Me. The young man pointed at himself, flustered. Yes, the person in front of me, isn't it just you? My name is Lin Shen, what's wrong? Hearing this, she quickly thought of a made-up name. Well, I'm Lin Shen Chun. What a coincidence, our names are 90% similar. Very coincidental indeed. Looking at the cute twin-tailed girl, so close, Lin Shen felt his heart pounding, as if it would leap out. Hey, look at me. It's rude to talk without looking at someone. Lin Shen pouted discontentedly, pulling him closer. I. Smelling the fragrant scent wafting over, he hesitated, his face turning bright red. Hey, Lin Shen, cat got your tongue. Stammering like a sissy, Lin Shen reached out and viciously pinched his burning ear. Suddenly the quiet ward echoed with pig-like squeals. She leaned close to his ear and scolded loudly. Can't you be braver? Cowering like that. Do you want to be nearly 30 and still never kissed a girl? Tears welled up in Lin Shen's eyes. He timidly glanced at the fierce Lin Shen and said aggrievely, I saved you, but you hit me the moment we met, saying all kinds of nonsense. If I see you cry, I'll make your right ear experience left 3 circles, right 3 circles. Lin Shen let go, puffing her cheeks angrily. You? Just because you're a cute lowly doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. He lowered his head and muttered. Hey, lend me your phone. I'll give it back later. Saying that, Lin Shen reached out and unceremoniously pulled a phone from his jacket pocket. Hey, you. He hurriedly reached out to stop her, but was blocked by Lin Shen pressing her foot against his face, giving him no chance to approach. Hey, your panties. Suddenly Lin Shen quickly covered his face, his eyes peeking through his fingers at the gorgeous sight outside. Ahem. Lin Shen glanced at him indifferently, quickly clamped her legs together on her skirt, and sat down on the bed. She deftly tapped the screen, entered the password, unlocked the phone, and a wallpaper of a cartoon girl wearing an eye mask, looking very Chinibu, came into view. Uffed. She covered her mouth and giggled softly. How familiar. This was my favorite anime character. It's been over 10 years in the blink of an eye. Then she glanced at the time on the phone. September 16th, 2013. My phone, what do you need it for? At this moment Lin Shen timidly glanced at her and said nervously, Here, I just checked the time. Take it. Handing over the phone, she stood up from the bed and stretched her limbs freely, revealing her slender waist and fair, delicate shoulders. The scene stunned Lin Shen. Seeing him staring fixedly at her, Lin Shen curled her lips into a sly smile and said, You little brat, what are you looking at? Sorry. He quickly lowered his head, panic in his eyes. You saved me today, so you have to take responsibility. Instantly his face turned pale with fear and his lips trembled as he said, I'm just a poor college student. There's no way I can pay compensation or anything like that. Who wants your lousy money? I wouldn't take it even if you gave it to me. Lin Shen glanced at him, her tone full of disdain. Then, how should I take responsibility? He swallowed the saliva in his throat and looked at Lin Shen nervously. How to take responsibility? Of course, by taking me home. And he'll rely on you for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Lin Shen blinked her big watery eyes and continued, For shelter, let me stay in your room. For food, just save me some dinner and lunch. Don't worry, I'm easy to take care of. She patted her nearly flat chest confidently and said, As for your parents, rest assured. Unless something special happens, they won't come to your room. But you're a minor. And I don't even know you. What minor? I'm 28 this year. As soon as she said that, the air froze. Seeing Lin Shen's look as if she were an idiot, she quickly coughed to compose herself and changed her words. Actually, I'm an adult. And if you don't let me stay at your place, I'll have nowhere to sleep. Then I'll end up on the streets, get caught by traffickers, and have my organs hollowed out. So can you bear to do that to a cute lowly? As she spoke, a few tears squeezed out of the corners of her eyes, and her little face looked at Lin Shen full of expectation. But your head. No buts. Seeing Lin Shen still hesitating, she planted her hands on her waist and glared at him fiercely. If you keep talking nonsense, they'll tear off your ears and braise them. Seeing Lin Shen's fierce demeanor, he quickly shut his mouth and stammered, Fine, let's go. That's more like it, Lin Shen nodded in satisfaction, then looked down to search. Her gaze swept around a few times, and she quickly noticed a pair of black leather shoes that looked like pig kidneys. She slowly stood up and tentatively slipped her feet into them. Strange shoes, not comfortable at all. Lin Shen bent down, fiddled with her small hands for a while, and finally fastened the buckle strap tightly. Okay, let's go. Time to head home. Suddenly she felt a pair of eyes staring at her. She curled a sly smile and abruptly looked up. Gotcha. Spying on me. Capital offense. Hey, you little brat, how dare you peek at me? Prepare to die. With that, she abruptly stood up, brandishing her tiny claws as she approached Lin Shun with a menacing air. I surrender. Watching how easily she had intimidated Lin Shun, who towered a head above her, a playful smile slowly spread across her lips. What were you staring at just now? Your eyes were about to pop out. Nothing. Instantly his cheeks flushed crimson, even the tips of his ears turning red as his eyes darted about in panic. Are you sure? You want? Tell me. With that, she gently rose on her tiptoes, slowly leaning closer to Lin Shun, her large watery eyes twirling in their sockets. As the distance between them shrank to mere inches, Lin Shun froze as if struck by lightning, his lips trembling as he stammered, "I'll talk." Seeing her delicate face magnified countless times before him, he clenched his teeth tightly, forcing himself to suppress his erratic breathing, nodding his head like a bobblehead. He'll say. Oh. Lin Chunshin gently released him, sitting on the bed nearby, resting her chin on her hands as she watched him with keen interest. Well, if I must say, it's what? That place. He timidly extended a finger, pointing at Lin Chunshin's flat board-like chest. TCH is expected of me, just as I thought. She muttered under her breath, then put on a fierce facade. Oof, and what else? Fear. He tremblingly raised his finger, cautiously pointing at Lin Chunshin's legs, which were wrapped in white stockings. I see. With that, Lin Chunshin lifted her legs, revealing calves that were smooth, slender, and fair as delicate cheese, straight, long, and flawless. Adorned with sparkling white stockings, the taut curves of her thighs were perfectly outlined. Combined with her pitifully adorable face and the signature twin tails of a loli, it stirred an overwhelming urge to protect her. You little brat. Still staring. Turning around, Lin Chunshin suddenly noticed the blazing, almost fiery gaze beside her fixed intently on her. I didn't mean to. Spare me. You are truly hopeless. Lin Chunshin shot him a fierce glare, her face full of disappointment. TCH, I'm done teasing you. Let's go back to my place first. She raised an eyebrow and said lightly. That hat's my place. Oh, what a pity. It's mine now. A mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips as she shrugged nonchalantly. You? What about me? Got a problem, brat? No, absolutely not. Seeing her fierce, murderous expression, Lin Chun quickly shook his head in panic. Well, that's more like it. Lin Chunshin jumped off the bed and opened the door to leave. Hey, wait for me. Don't get lost. Lin Chun hurriedly stepped forward, rushing after her with anxious urgency. Outside, it was already autumn. The road, carpeted with fallen maple leaves, carried a faint, pleasant scent of scorched leaves. So beautiful. Watching the maple leaves fall like raindrops from the sky, Lin Chunshin was utterly captivated, pausing to admire the breathtaking scenery. Hey, we need to go, or my mom and dad will be back. Lin Chun gently tapped her shoulder, looking at her anxiously. All right, we should hurry. She took soft, slow steps, following behind Lin Chun. Roadside vendors, the familiar convenience store, and the occasional cries of hawkers. All of this suddenly stirred infinite memories in Lin Chunshin, and she couldn't help but sigh. I never thought I'd have the chance to see the sights of 10 years ago again in this life. Seeing these familiar scenes, faint glimmers of tears could be seen swirling in the corners of her eyes. After crossing the main road and turning through a few alleys, a two-story, small house appeared before them. Here. She wiped away the tears about to fall from her eyes, staring intently at the small house full of memories. This place. Ever since I graduated and started working, I've never come back. Seeing it now, it's truly nostalgic. Lin Chun, noticing her dazed expression, quickly pulled her inside and said in a low voice, Don't just stand there staring at the door. If my parents see us, they'll be too embarrassed to face anyone. Before he finished, Lin Chunshin glared at him with wide eyes, pursed her lips indignantly, and whimpered in grievance. Hey, you little brat. What do you mean by too embarrassed to face anyone? She planted her hands on her hips, looking furious. That's not what I meant. My parents are always nagging me to find a girlfriend. If they see you with me, they'll definitely misunderstand. He raised a trembling hand to his forehead, unable to imagine the terrifying consequences. Oh, I see. Then let's go to the second floor and check out the room. With that, Lin Chunshin took his hand and walked upstairs with practiced ease. This girl knows way too much about me. She even knows my phone password perfectly. He cast a frightened glance at the petite Lin Chunshin beside him, muttering under his breath. Lin Chunshin led him up a wooden staircase to the closed door at the end of the hallway. Hey, what are you gawking at? Open the door. Lin Chunshin tugged at him fiercely, speaking harshly. Okay, I got it. He fumbled for the key, hurriedly turned it, and opened the door. The room was not large. A single bed took up most of the space. The bed was messy, cluttered with various clothes and pants. Near the window stood a wooden desk weathered by time, beside which were a few colorful potted plants pleasing to the eye. Suddenly the sound of a door opening downstairs shattered the tranquility. You little brat. What time is it? Haven't you cooked dinner yet? Are you trying to starve your old man? Instantly Lin Chen's body jolted. His pupils contracted, and even his lips began to tremble slightly. Oh no, Dad's back. You little brat, look at the time. You haven't made dinner yet. Your father is going to starve to death. Before him stood a middle-aged man with a slightly plump figure and a balding crown, a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles perched beneath his thick brows and intense eyes. He lunged forward, angrily reaching out like an eagle's claw to grab Lin Shen's ear. You little rascal, where have you been? It's already dark outside, and you still haven't prepared dinner. Are you asking for a taste of my belt? As he spoke, he unbuckled the leather belt from his waist and raised it ready to strike Lin Shen's backside. No, Dad, I'm sorry, I'll make dinner right now, right away. Terrified, Lin Shen quickly broke free from his father's strong grip and rushed frantically to the kitchen to wash the rice cooker. Ah, this boy of mine, when will you ever find a pretty girlfriend? You just stay cooped up at home all day, never bothering to interact with the girls in your class. Look at you, you're already an adult in college, and you've never even been in a relationship. You're embarrassing your old man. He watched Lin Shen busying himself in the kitchen, his face a picture of disappointment and frustration. Dad, Lin Shen opened his mouth to retort, but immediately caught sight of the cold leather belt nearby and promptly clamped his mouth shut in fear. Just then the sound of the door lock turning came from the living room, followed by a clear female voice. Well, Lin Shen, so you're bullying my little chin again while I'm away, are you? A dignified and graceful middle-aged woman walked in, her well-proportioned and curvaceous figure complemented by her long black hair, every aspect exuding feminine beauty. The moment he saw her, Lin Shen, who had been so arrogant just moments before, instantly deflated. With a flattering smile, he said ingratiatingly, My dear Lu Yun, how could that be? I was just giving our precious son a lesson in love. How could I ever bear to bully him? Lu Hui set down her bag and sat down wearily on the sofa, crossing her legs comfortably. You'd better be telling the truth. If I ever catch you lying to me, you'll tear your ears off. She glared fiercely at Lin Shen, speaking with authority. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shen covered his mouth, tightly stifling his laughter as he quickly tidied up the messy kitchen. He was fast, and in no time at all he had the chaotic kitchen spotless. Dad, Mom, dinner's on the way. I'm going to my room to do my homework now. He clapped his hands, then turned his head and saw Lin Shen peeking out with half her little face, watching him with great interest. Startled, his pupils contracted sharply. He dashed over to the dazed Lin Shen, scooped her up in his arms, and strode quickly toward the stairs. You? Let me go? What are you doing? She flailed her limbs randomly, looking indignant. You scare me half to death. Can't you just behave? If my parents find out about you, I'm done for. He tossed the fuming Lin Shen onto the bed, then leaned against the doorframe, panting heavily. What's the big deal? I was just taking a peek. Was that really necessary? She glared at him and complained discontentedly. You look like a little kid. If my parents saw you, they might call the cops on me for kidnapping a minor or something. Who would I plead my case to then? I. She bit her rosy lips tightly, her long, delicate eyelashes trembling. In a small, aggrieved voice, she said, I'm sorry, I promise I won't. Before she could finish, Lin Shen seemed to realize something. She stood up, hands on her hips, and declared, Hey, you little brat, no respect for your elders. How dare you lecture me? She stared at him with her large, misty eyes, her delicate shoulders heaving with rage. Seeing her gritting her teeth, Lin Shen turned around tremblingly and said timidly, Please don't come downstairs. Dinner will be ready soon, and he'll bring it up to you. Oh, I see. Just wait for me. I won't let you go hungry. Lin Shen smiled shyly, then ran downstairs. Watching his fading figure, Lin Shen got up and stared thoughtfully at the setting sun outside the window. How strange. Is it because I've become a girl? My personality, even my mental age, have become so childish. Performing these cute, adorable gestures doesn't feel awkward, or in fact, I quite enjoy it. I never thought that in just half a day, I would have completely transformed from a grown man, both physically and mentally, into a young, innocent little girl. She let out a deep sigh and smiled bitterly. This must be the fastest gender swap in history. Little Chin, why are you so flustered? You don't have a cute girl hidden in your room, do you? Downstairs, seeing his panicked expression, Lu Hui couldn't help teasing him. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on Lin Shen's forehead. He forced himself to stay calm, wiped the sweat from his brow, and said with a trembling voice, Mom, what are you talking about? I just had a sudden inspiration for a math problem, and I was afraid I'd forget the solution, so I hurried up to write it down. Haha, if this kid could actually get a girl to stay in his room, that would be a glorious achievement for our Lin family. With his luck, I bet he'll still be a virgin at 30, ha. He looked at Lin Shen scornfully, clutching his belly and laughing weakly on the sofa. You Lin Shen, can't you ever hope for the best for your son? All you do is say these infuriating things. She glared at Lin Shen, who was laughing uncontrollably, and grabbed his ear firmly. My parents are really something. Watching the chaos in the living room, Lin Shen shook his head helplessly, then brought out the finished dishes. All right, you two stop fighting. The food will get cold, and I'm not taking responsibility. Seeing the lively, laughter-filled living room, he quickly ladled several thick scoops of rice into a bowl and piled dishes high until they formed a small mountain. Tiptoeing carefully, he made his way upstairs. Those two old kids. They're both getting on in years, yet they still act like little children every day. He walked toward the room with the light on, a look of helpless amusement on his face. Hey, Lin Shinshin, open the door. It's me. He knocked gently and said softly, Why are you so late? I'm starving. Lin Shinshin pulled open the door, her face etched with displeasure. Well, that. Mom and Dad are making a fuss downstairs. He carefully set the meal on the table, scratching his hair awkwardly. Let me see what's for dinner. She curiously leaned her little head over, and upon spotting the dishes in the bowl couldn't help but gasp, Wow, it's my favorite. Instantly Lin Shen's face turned ashen with shock. He lunged forward and clamped his hand over Lin Shinshin's mouth. You little brat. I never imagined you'd try to do such a despicable thing to me, a defenseless girl. She flailed her limbs randomly in Lin Shen's arms, her delicate face flushed crimson. What are you talking about? Keep your voice down. Do you think this is your home? If Mom and Dad find out I'm hiding a girl, and a loli at that, they'll beat me to death. He shot Lin Shinshin a fierce glare, not daring to loosen his grip on her mouth, afraid she'd lose control and scream. Let me go first, or he'll bite you. Naturally petite, she now resembled a fierce little kitten, constantly clawing and baring her teeth, as if asserting her dominance. Then, you promise not to scream. Seeing Lin Shinshin nod in his arms, he nervously released his hand, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the bed. You little jerk, look what you've done. My hair is all messed up. Staring at the tangled mess of hair, she shook her small shoulders, indignantly biting her rosy lips and letting out a pitiful whimper. All right, go finish your dinner, and I'll find you a comb. He shrugged helplessly, turning to rummage through the wardrobe behind him. Hey, Lin Shin, let me make this clear. I'm sleeping on the bed tonight. If you dare touch even a single strand of my hair, I'll pluck your ears off and soak them in wine, got it? Lin Shinshin glared at him fiercely, her expression brooking no refusal. Fine, I understand. You're really a handful, aren't you? He muttered under his breath. Sorry, but this bed is mine now. Lin Shinshin's lips curled into a sly smile. You're just like a bandit. Oh, I'm hungry now, and not in the mood to play with you. If you don't stay quiet, you'll regret it once I've eaten. She eagerly turned around, gazing at the mountain of food stacked beside her. Is it braised pork? Her hand trembling, she picked up a piece and savored it slowly. So delicious, it's the familiar taste. Lin Shinshin kept stuffing food into her mouth, soon filling her small cheeks to the brim. Here, the comb. They'll leave it here. Turning his head, Lin Shun saw her wolfing down the food, and he hurriedly rushed over, speaking anxiously. Slow down, I'm not going to fight you for it. Don't choke. If I won't cough. Before she could finish, Lin Shinshin suddenly clutched her chest and coughed violently. Quick, give me water, cough. Here, you really are something. Be careful. Lin Shun grabbed the glass on the bedside and hastily handed it to her. Lin Shinshin took the cup and drained it in one gulp, wiping her mouth. I'm not a kid anymore. How could I possibly choke? Somehow I'm not so sure. None of your business. Are you eating or not? I'm full. She tossed aside the chopsticks, leaned back on the bed, and patted her slightly bulging belly with satisfaction. You only ate a few bites, and you're full. I'm full. Lin Shin stared incredulously at the half-eaten meal in the bowl, muttering, What a waste. Only a few bites, and you're full. As Lin Shin was about to leave with the bowl, Lin Shinshin quickly grabbed him and said sternly, Hey, who said you could throw it away? You eat it all. Not a single grain left. But that would mean. Staring at the glistening chopstick tips shimmering under the light, Lin Shin's throat moved as he swallowed the saliva building up. What? You look down on me, you little brat. With that, Lin Shinshin slowly closed in on him, looking fierce. Fine. He'll eat. Just don't pull my ears. Lin Shin glanced at the remnants clinging to the chopsticks, took a deep breath, picked up a large piece of braised pork, and shoved it into his mouth without hesitation. That's right, keep eating, eat until you're full. Lin Shinshin stood triumphantly with her hands on her hips. But isn't this like an indirect kiss? The thought made Lin Shen's face flush instantly. He buried his blushing face in the bowl and wolfed down the food. In no time, under his fierce assault, the delicious meal was completely devoured. Well, I need to go downstairs and wash the dishes. Don't run around up here and don't get caught. With that, he picked up the bowl and dashed downstairs. Coward. She cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shen's retreating figure, complaining in dissatisfaction. So annoying. Ever since I turned into a girl, my personality has changed completely. If this goes on. She glanced at the pink shirt and short skirt she was wearing, lost in thought. Am I going to end up marrying a man in the future? Instantly, images of giving birth and taking care of a crying baby flashed through her mind. No way. Having kids and taking care of brats? Absolutely not. I'd go crazy. But this body. Looking at her fair, slender legs, she mused. Was this body created by that deity? She raised her small hand, yawning lazily. So sleepy. He'll just go to bed and stop thinking about all this. She threw herself onto the soft bed, curled up under the small blanket, and slowly closed her eyes. This bed is still the most comfortable. Few finally finished. Lin Shin let out a relieved sigh as he gazed at the spotless kitchen. Son, I thought I heard a girl's voice faintly during dinner. Is it yours? At that moment, Lu Hui turned her head from the sofa and looked at him thoughtfully. Lin Shin's heart jolted, but he forced himself to stay calm. Mom, what are you saying? Hiding a girl at home. That's a crime. Your son has always been upright and honest. How could he do such a thing? Well, that's true. You really couldn't do that, son. Maybe I just imagined it. I should go to bed early tonight. She stretched her limbs and yawned wearily. Mom, why do I feel like you're mocking me? Watching her retreating figure, Lin Shun grabbed a toothbrush and shoved it into his mouth, muttering to himself. That girl. She won't have taken over my bed, will she? He quickly washed up and hurried upstairs. Seeing the door slightly ajar, he gently pushed it open and tiptoed inside. Lin Shun was lying quietly on the bed, her waist-length golden hair scattered messily, her rosy cheeks slightly turned, her whole body curled into a ball. Her lips were slightly parted, emitting deep, soft breaths. This girl. She's taken over my entire bed, not even leaving me a pillow. He sighed helplessly, looking at Lin Shun, who had hogged both pillows. At least give me one pillow so I can sleep on the floor. He carefully tugged at the pillow Lin Shun had clutched to her chest, afraid of waking her. Mine. Don't take it. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she let out a soft, kitten-like purr. After a cautious attempt, Lin Shun saw the pillow still firmly in her arms. He steeled himself, suddenly yanked with force, and pulled the pillow free. In an instant, Lin Shun's delicate petite face was fully exposed to him. Seeing this, Lin Shun quickly reached out his sweaty palm, grabbed the quilt, and abruptly covered the sleeping Lin Shun beneath it. Phew, this girl is way too careless. Good thing I'm a gentleman who can control those worldly desires. He mumbled softly and let out a deep sigh. Then he opened the wardrobe, carefully took out the straw mat, and laid it flat on the floor. Having your own bed taken over by someone else is a nightmare. He sighed, turned off the light, lay down on the mat, and fell into a deep sleep. In the dead of night, a ray of moonlight streamed through the glass window, gently casting onto Lin Shun's delicate face. Her thick eyelashes trembled continuously, casting tiny shadows. The next moment, her big, watery eyes slowly opened, and she sat up on the bed, still drowsy. She rubbed her eyes lazily and looked at the sleeping Lin Shun. Really? Was I this obedient back then, able to resist an incredibly beautiful, adorable girl? She quietly climbed off the bed and lay down beside the sleeping Lin Shun. At this moment, his breathing was light and steady. Through his slightly parted lips, she could still hear his deep breaths. Bathed in the moonlight, his skin appeared exceptionally fair. His slender neck and delicate features left Lin Shun momentarily stunned. Clearly this handsome, yet I can't even find a girlfriend. The heavens are so unfair. She bit her lower lip, angrily glaring fiercely at the other self before her. Perhaps sensing her indignant gaze, the Lin Shun in front of her suddenly opened his eyes and stared straight at her. Hey, you. When did you? Seeing Lin Shun so close, he shoved her away, scrambled to his feet, and stumbled back several steps. What do you think you're doing? It's late at night, aren't you sleeping? What kind of mischief are you plotting? Clutching the pillow to his chest, he curled up in the corner, trembling. You little brat, I was just afraid you'd catch a cold and wanted you to sleep on the bed. What strange thoughts are you having? But you're a girl, isn't this a bit? Fine, do whatever you want. If you catch a cold tomorrow and ask me to take care of you, I'll throw you out of my house. With that, she threw herself onto the bed and buried her face in the quilt. What, my house? It's my house. And don't you dare pull my ear. I won't touch you. Lin Shun climbed onto the bed lightly and lay down beside her. Is it really okay for a girl to sleep in a stranger's house? What if your parents find out? Lin Shun kicked him hard, cutting him off. Mind your own business. Just sleep. But. Lin Shun shivered and stammered. Can you share some of your blanket? I woke up from the cold, sleeping on the floor. Weakling. It's still autumn. Is it really that cold? Lin Shun loosened the blanket wrapped around her. Here, enough. That's barely anything. How can that be enough? Just then a gust of cold wind seeped through the gap in the window. Lin Shun's body curled up from the cold, and he said pitifully, Come closer yourself. I only have a little blanket left, and I won't give you any more. She clutched the blanket tightly in her hand, looking unyielding. Then, fine. Lin Shun shuffled toward her and covered himself with the blanket. The moment he did, a wave of fragrance enveloped him. He swallowed hard, his throat bobbing, and suppressed his pounding heart. Hey Lin Shun, you'd better behave. Don't. Feeling him so close, Lin Shun's tone carried a hint of panic. After a long silence with no response, she turned around angrily. How dare you? What met her eyes was Lin Shun's face, eyes closed, already fast asleep. What? He fell asleep so quickly. Lin Shun murmured in protest, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. But, me being shy in front of myself, that's just too weird. She cupped her burning cheeks and stared at the sleeping Lin Shun. So sleepy. Forget it. Sleep. Her eyelids slowly drooped, her long lashes casting fine shadows, and soon she drifted into a dream. In the early morning, a faint ray of sunlight slipped stealthily through the curtains. Suddenly, a sharp alarm clock jolted the sleeping Lin Shun awake. He jerked his eyes open, kicked off the blanket, and sat up swiftly. This action startled Lin Shun, who was still lost in dreams. She rubbed her eyes groggily, pursed her lips, and complained discontentedly. What's the matter? Waking me up so early. I'm going to hit you. Overslept. There's only half an hour until class. I have to rush to school. There's food in the fridge. Help yourself. Lin Shen glanced at his phone, threw on his jacket, and dashed out the door. Ha yawn. She drooped her eyelids and let out a lazy yawn. Forget it, I won't sleep anymore. They'll go brush my teeth. There's a sour taste in my mouth. Lin Shen stood up, still drowsy, slipped on her shoes, and headed downstairs. By the sink, she glanced at the array of toothbrushes, grabbed a blue one, without hesitation squeezed toothpaste onto it, and stuffed it into her mouth. A toothbrush from 10 years ago. This was my favorite back then. She carefully scrubbed every corner of her mouth until it felt clean and fresh. How nostalgic. I never thought I'd be able to come here in this lifetime. She gazed around and murmured to herself, after I started working I never returned here. The next time I came it had already been torn down completely. Thinking back, this place accompanied me from elementary school through college. How nostalgic. As she mused, she couldn't help but start walking around the cozy little house. The room was spacious and bright, the walls coated with thick white latex paint. In the center of the room sat a soft sofa draped with dark gray cushions and pillows, looking extremely comfortable. Dappled sunlight filtered through the branches outside the windows, spilling in through the glass. Whenever the wind blew, the leaves rustled like a soothing lullaby. Staying cooped up at home all day isn't my style. They'll take a nice relaxing bath and then go out for a stroll. With that, she sprang into action, bounding up the stairs in a few steps and rummaging through the wardrobe. These clothes are all several sizes too big. I can't wear any of them. Staring at the garments that were larger than her own body, she flopped onto the bed in frustration, her little face full of displeasure. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she jolted upright and dashed downstairs. I remember now. The clothes I outgrew were all stored by my mom in her room. If I can find those, maybe. She burst into the adjacent room and began searching through the wardrobe. Finally, after a frantic rummage, she pulled out a bundle of clothes tied together. Yes, these are the ones. This light blue sportswear was my favorite during middle school. She grabbed the jacket beside her, threw it on, and tried it on. With a delighted cheer, she exclaimed, "Awesome. It's like it was tailor-made for me. Wearing such a cool jacket, this little loli is going to look absolutely stunning." She snatched up the carefully selected clothes she liked and dashed into the bathroom. She gently shed her clothes and turned on the shower head. Soon a figure with skin like jade and a face like an elf gradually appeared in the mist. Well, though turning into a loli is kinda cute, it's tough on you, my Kuin, who accompanied me for 28 years. Rest in peace in heaven. She gazed at her empty lower body and offered a sincere prayer. Lin Shen cautiously reached out a small hand to test the water temperature, then aimed the shower head at herself. The warm water streamed down her scalp, gently caressing every strand of her hair. She closed her eyes, picked up a fragrant bottle of shampoo, poured some into her palm, rubbed it gently, then carefully applied it to her hair, letting the shampoo penetrate every strand. Then she turned the shower head back on, rinsed away the foam, and after thoroughly drying her hair, she started blow-drying it. With such long hair, it's really troublesome to manage. Luckily, I was well prepared and looked it up carefully, or I'd have no idea how to handle it. Her hair swayed in the breeze from the blow-dryer. Curiously, she reached her hand into the flying strands, enjoying the strange sensation. So this is what it feels like to have long hair tied up like a girl's. It seems aside from being hard to wash, there's nothing bad about it. She quickly dried her hair, leaned close to the mirror, and stared intently at her own reflection. In the mirror, the girl had a delicate petite face, and her fair rosy skin was flawless. As expected from this little loli. Absolutely the cutest in the world. Lin Shen nodded in satisfaction, grabbed the clothes that needed changing, and quickly slipped into them. Well, the shorts are a bit big, but I'll have to make do. She pulled up the snug little shorts a bit, and said contentedly, "Men's clothes are still much more convenient. Wearing a skirt, you always have to worry about the annoying wind. Okay, next, I just need to tie up a twin-tail hairstyle, and I'm done." She began searching around, and soon found 2 light pink, cute-looking elastic bands. You two it is. After a bit of fussing, Lin Shen finally finished her twin-tails. She collapsed onto the sofa, panting heavily, and muttered, "As expected, being a boy is so much more convenient. Girls' hair is such a hassle. I'm exhausted. Let me rest a bit before I prepare breakfast or something." After resting for a good while, she slowly got up and walked toward the fridge. Let me see what goodies were in the fridge 10 years ago. Lin Shen opened the fridge door expectantly and peered inside. Soon her gaze landed on a stack of pancakes. Her hands trembling, she grabbed them tightly and took big bites. This is Grandma's cooking. So delicious, so delicious. She choked softly, tears streaming down like a never-ending fountain, plopping onto the floor. After eating her fill, she wiped the remaining tears from the corners of her eyes and cheered herself up. "Stop crying. A real man doesn't cry at the drop of a hat. Pull yourself together." Perhaps amused by her own adorable demeanor, she covered her mouth and burst into laughter the next second. What's with that old-fashioned pep talk? It's hilarious, ha. It's so boring at home. I need to go out and find something interesting. Gazing at the pair of pitch-black, kidney-shaped leather shoes, Lin Shen shook her head in dissatisfaction and muttered softly, "Really? I don't know why they gave me a nicer pair. These leather shoes are stiff and uncomfortable. She began searching for wearable shoes around the house, trying on one pair after another. After trying for a while, she looked at the completely ill-fitting shoes and grumbled, "What's this? They're all a few sizes too big. Even the ones I wore in middle school are much larger. Totally unwearable." She lowered her head, staring at her snow-white, tender little feet, as delicate as pinkish-white tofu, and pouted, "Really? I guess I have to keep wearing these ugly kidney-shaped shoes." Lin Chunshin reluctantly put on the kidney-shaped leather shoes and fastened them gently. Is it 10 years ago outside? If I want to go out." Suddenly, as if remembering something, her pupils contracted sharply, and she said sternly, "Damn it, no keys. If I go out now, I'll have to wait for that brat Lin Chun to come back before I can get in. Ah, so annoying. If I'd known, I would have asked that brat to leave me the keys." Lin Chunshin frowned slightly, her little mouth pouting. What's the point? So boring, nothing fun at home. She grabbed the remote control beside her and turned on the TV. It was a 30-inch LCD TV, light in weight compared to many bulky CRT televisions, but the screen was still quite thick. After a few moments of snowflakes flickering on the screen, a familiar advertisement rang out. Good news, the Jiangnan leather factory has gone bankrupt. The imported leather jackets, originally priced at 999, are now only 99. For 99 yuan you can't buy a car, for 99 yuan you can't buy. Lin Chunshin quickly pressed the remote and switched to the next channel. TV program choices were very limited, but even so, in that era, owning a television set was still an indispensable part of family entertainment. Watching the alto familiar plots on TV, Lin Chunshin stubbornly kept flipping through channels, almost running through every single one, until her eyes were practically shooting sparks. Damn it, I've seen all of these. At this moment, her face was full of anger and impatience. She stomped her feet angrily, as if trying to stomp through the floor. Just as she was about to give up, a familiar piece of music caught her attention. Her eyes widened, fixed on the screen, and she began to watch with great interest. Oh, it's those two bears. Lin Chunshin excitedly cupped her little face, staring intently at the screen, as if the world outside had completely ceased to exist. A gentle breeze blew, causing her hair to flutter and fall onto her shoulders. Time passed minute by minute, and she still sat in front of the TV, with lively interest, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility and relaxation. The sun hung directly overhead, the midday sun bright and warm. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, slipping into the room and falling upon Lin Chunshin's fair skin. She stretched out her delicate little arms, extended her body, stood on tiptoes, and let out a pleasant moan. Not having to work as a corporate slave is absolutely wonderful. Being an incredibly cute, beautiful girl lowly is absolutely wonderful. She flopped onto the sofa, stretching comfortably. Ding dong, ding dong. At that moment, 2 consecutive doorbells interrupted her thoughts. That brat, he has the keys, but doesn't open the door himself. Really? Reluctantly, she got up, walked to the closed door, and pulled it open with irritation. Hey, you brat, why are you? When she saw the person outside the door, clearly, she stood frozen in place. Lin Chun, I never expected you to actually hide a cute little lowly at home. I told you my nose could never be wrong. The girl before her had a high ponytail, and her black hair shimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight. Under the delicate eyebrows, her deep eyes sparkled with a sprite-like intelligence. Her small nose and pink lips formed a fresh and adorable face, radiating boundless energy from head to toe. Hello, Li Tsuyun. You must be the little lowly that bad guy has hidden away at home, right? She extended her hand with a mischievous grin, tightly cupping Lin Chunshin's stunned face, and began kneading it. Wow, so soft like cotton. Li Tsuehua, are you bored or what? You've been harassing me all morning, followed me all the way, and I can't shake you off. Behind her, Lin Chun was leaning against the wall, panting heavily, gasping for breath, and said breathlessly, Let me make this clear first, I didn't kidnap this person. She's like you. Can't be shaken off, and she came to my house voluntarily. Oh. Such a cute lowly beauty, actually took a fancy to a shootin' like you. How about this little sister come to big sister's place, and he'll take care of you, okay? No, I'm not going with you. As soon as the words left her mouth, memories of the days when she was forced to work overtime flooded back into Lin Chunshin's mind. She quickly broke free from Li Qian's hand and hid behind Lin Chun. This person is so terrifying. Ever since she joined the same company as me, she's been bullying me every day. From that day on, I've had endless overtime and endless forms to fill. Her body trembled continuously, her hands and feet turned cold, and she tightly clutched Lin Chuan's sleeve. Ha ha ha, Li Tsuehua, see that? She's scared stiff by you. Don't you still admit you're a tigress? Ha ha ha. The corners of his mouth lifted, and he chuckled softly. You? Damn, Lin Chun. Fine, you dare to mock your grandma. I'm not leaving. He'll trouble you for lunch. With that, she bounced over to the sofa and plopped down on it. You? Lin Chun gritted his teeth in anger. Finally, Tsuehua, since you've learned this shameless trick, then next time he'll go to your house too. He'll not only eat your food, but also sleep in your bed. If I so much as move an inch, he'll take your surname. Shameless. How can you casually touch a girl's bed? Hearing this, Li Qian's cheeks immediately flushed with a layer of bright red. She covered her face in panic and muttered softly, Damn it. This trick of yours is the real shamelessness, saying you want to sleep in my bed. Such a thing is only allowed between lovers. What? You two? Met this way? Lee Tse-yoon stood up in shock, staring at them in disbelief. Yeah, I found her passed out on the roadside and carried her to the nearby clinic. Since then she's been clinging to me. She took over my room and keeps bullying me. He shrugged, explaining with a pitiful tone. No way, that's my room. It's mine. Lin Chunshin leaned in, protesting loudly. Alright, adults are talking. Kids should sit quietly and behave. Lee Tse-yoon extended her slender fingers and gently stroked Lin Chunshin's angry little head. Can't move. Seeing her smile that hit a knife, Lin Chunshin quickly sat aside, shifting her gaze to the TV, putting on an innocent act. So, Lee Tse-yoon glanced at her thoughtfully, then whispered to Lin Chun. Hey Lin Chun, a little lowly like her living with you. Are you sure that's okay? Lin Chun looked at her too, saying innocently, I don't want this either. But she won't leave, so I have no choice. I can't let my parents know, so I have to keep it secret. Li Qian's eyes twinkled as she continued then. Do you know anything about her? She looks so young. Could she have run away from home? I only know her name is Lin Chunshin. Other than that, I know nothing. But she says she's an adult same age as me. What? Lee Tse-yoon stared at Lin Chunshin, who was engrossed in the TV, her eyes widening in shock. She's an adult. She doesn't look like one at all. And her name is just one character different from yours. That's too much of a coincidence. Yeah. I feel like she just appeared out of nowhere. He leaned close to Li Qian's ear, glancing at Lin Chunshin, who was fixated on the TV, and whispered, and she knows so much about me. Even my phone password. Could she be? He wiped the cold sweat slowly forming on his forehead, trembling as he said, could she be? A vengeful spirit coming back to claim my life. Just then Lin Chunshin turned her head stiffly toward them. What? I'm a vengeful spirit. I'm coming for your dog's life. Oh, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Lin Chun froze, his face turning ashen with terror. TCH, idiot beyond saving. Lin Chunshin glanced at him indifferently, sneering. Then, Chunshin, don't your family care about you? Sleeping at a stranger's house. Aren't you afraid he might have ulterior motives? A girl should be more careful. Lee Tse-yoon looked at her with concern. Hearing this, Lin Chun couldn't sit still. He stood up, clenching his fists, and said angrily, what do you mean by that, Lee Tse-wa? Are you calling me a pervert? Ask her. Did I ever lay a finger on her? Not just fingers, you touch my mouth and my feet. And, hey, Lin Chunshin, what nonsense are you spouting? I never did those things. You're slandering me, outright slandering. Lin Chun protested loudly, his cheeks flushing red. Well, even a cute little lowly like her. You actually dared to lay your hands on her. Lin Chun, you beast. Lee Tse-yoon shot him a contemptuous look. Hey, Lin Chunshin, please explain, I never did those things. He kept rubbing his hands together, frowning, anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Ha. Too funny. Bullying myself is the best. She patted the aggrieved Lin Chun, a mischievous glint shimmering in her eyes. Oh Lin Chun, I'm hungry. Go make me lunch. You little devil. Whoever marries you will be squeezed dry for life. Lin Chun grumbled as he reluctantly headed to the kitchen. Naya, this lowly doesn't want to get married. Marriage sounds terrifying. Having a big belly is definitely not cute. She wrinkled her nose and pouted, looking utterly unwilling. Lee Tse-yoon turned around and pinched her soft pink cheeks, gently kneading them. That's right. Chunshin's such a lovely girl. What are your requirements for a future partner? I don't want a partner. I only love myself. She lifted her little head, proudly speaking with certainty. I see. Chunshin is so adorable. By the way, how tall are you and how much do you weigh? Lee Tse-yoon looked at the petite girl before her curiosity piqued. I don't know. I've never measured such things. She shook her head, her big, pitiful eyes filled with confusion. But I have a way to find out Chunshin's height. With that, she stood up and slowly approached Lin Chunshin. What are you doing? Don't you dare touch me in broad daylight. Watching Lee Tse-yoon draw near, she shyly lowered her long lashes, a blush spreading across her face. Her cherry-colored lips unconsciously tightened, trying to hide her inner fluster. Chunshin, don't move, Stop. She widened her eyes, staring at Lee Tse-yoon in confusion. Lee Tse-yoon placed her palm on Lin Chunshin's forehead, roughly estimating her height. I'm 160 centimeters tall, so Chunshin should be around 155 centimeters. What, it's just measuring height, I thought. She let out a long sigh of relief, her eyes gradually brightening. What was Chunshin thinking? Her face is so hot. She suddenly leaned in, playing with Lin Chunshin's baby soft smooth cheeks. Ow. It hurts. Seeing her wince, Lee Tse-yoon quickly loosened her grip. Is this better? Because Chunshin is just too adorable. I can't help myself. Lin Chunshin half closed her eyes, her lips parting slightly, seemingly enjoying the moment. Wow, Lin Chun, your cooking is amazing. Every time I eat your dishes, it's such a delight. Lee Tse-yoon picked up a piece of steaming braised pork and popped it into her mouth, chewing carefully. Indeed, not bad at all, worthy of me. It's absolutely delicious. After savoring a piece, Lin Chunshin gave him a thumbs up. He, of course, am a master chef. He lowered his head, slightly scratching his hair awkwardly. By the way, Chunshin, does your family know you're staying at his place? You haven't run away from home, have you? Li Ziyun looked at Lin Shinshin, who was puffing out her cheeks, and asked curiously. They know. My parents know I ran away from home. She licked the grease off her lips and continued to grab another large piece of braised pork. Then don't they care about you? You're a girl. Aren't they worried? Looking at Li Ziyun, who was at a loss for words, Lin Shinshin waved her hand and said casually, "It's fine, Lin Shin's parents are my parents." This startled Li Ziyun, who quickly reached out and touched Lin Shinshin's forehead, saying seriously, "Shinshin, are you feeling unwell? Maybe we should take you to the hospital." "What do you mean? I'm perfectly fine." Lin Shinshin frowned in dissatisfaction, biting her lip and whimpering. "Do you two believe that I'm from the future?" She lifted her head, her eyes shining with determination. "Shinshin, be a good girl and eat your meal. Don't talk nonsense." Li Ziyun glanced at her dismissively and said unconcernedly, "What?" This, however, startled Lin Shin, who suddenly stood up and grabbed his phone. "Hello, is this 120? Yes, Bayun community. We have a mental patient here. Please come and handle it. Yes, it's urgent. Please don't." "Hey, what are you doing?" Lin Shinshin quickly snatched his phone and said into it, "Sorry, that guy just got kicked in the head by a donkey. It was a joke. Please don't mind." The man on the other end shouted angrily, "What? Who's the lunatic? Wasting the hospital's time with nothing better to do. You must have a screw loose. Sorry, I'll make sure he..." Beep. 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 Looking at the hung-up phone, Lin Shinshin let out a long sigh. She gripped the phone tightly and angrily grabbed his ear. "You little brat. Who are you calling a mental patient? You're getting too cocky, aren't you? Wanting to send me to a mental hospital? Aren't you afraid I'll cut off your ears and pickle them in wine?" She grabbed Lin Shin's ear harshly and twisted it several times, ignoring his painful cries. "Sigh. Lin Shin, may you rest in peace. I can't help you." Watching the brutal scene before her, Li Ziyun sighed and shook her head, turning away to enjoy her lunch. "Ouch, Granny, please go easy. I won't ever do it again." He gritted his teeth, his face twisted in pain, and begged continuously, "I'll let you off this time. But if you ever do that again, I'll make you swallow 1,000 needles." She parted her small lips, revealing a row of neat white teeth, and smiled eerily. "Do you understand?" I understand. I'll never dare to do that again." He nodded frantically like a bobbing chicken. "Seriously, how dare you make me angry? I'll beat you until you cry." She puffed out her delicate pink cheeks, pursed her cherry-like lips, and said indignantly, "I'll never dare again. I swear I, Lin Shun, will never do such a thing in my life." He rubbed his red ear pitifully and agreed hastily. "That's a good boy. Come on, eat your lunch. Eat more. You're still growing, you know." "Oh, okay." Looking at the braised pork she had placed in his bowl, Lin Shin glanced at her with lingering fear, not daring to resist. Shinshin is so fierce. Quick and accurate. Such a strong contrast. Li Ziyun gave her a thumbs up and kept stuffing food into her mouth. "You? Look at me. And you're still mocking me." All right, MMM. Let me rub your head. Eat your fill, then wash my dirty clothes for me." She reached out her small hand and gently stroked Lin Shin's pitiful head, comforting him softly. You should be gentler. My ear is almost." Suddenly his eyes widened as if he realized something. "Did you just say you changed your clothes? Then the clothes you're wearing now?" I found them in Mom's wardrobe. Pretty smart of me, right? Sorry to trouble you." She curled her lips and grinned mischievously. "What? That means. His pupils contracted sharply and he rushed into the room next door. What have you done to the room?" He looked at the heap of items scattered on the floor and the bed piled high with clothes. His legs gave way and he slumped to the ground. "It's over. Everything is over. Such a mess. How long will it take to clean up?" He shook his head helplessly and began to tidy the room. After a long while gazing at the clean and orderly room, he wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead and leaned against the doorframe, panting heavily, exhausted. "Finally done. Not bad. Very clean. Little Chun is quite the homemaker." Lin Shunshin stood on tiptoes, lightly patted his shoulder, and praised him with her big sparkling eyes. You really had the heart to make such a mess." Lin Shin shot her a glare, then looked toward the living room. "Speaking of which, where's that Li Tsuwa? That violent girl, did she sneak away because she was afraid of being asked to clean?" "Mom." Lin Shunshin nodded and looked at him. "Let me tell you, in the future you'll be working at the same company as her, and she'll bully you every day, making you do all kinds of inhuman tasks." "I think so too. If she gets the chance, she'll definitely take revenge on me. By the way, where are your clothes?" "He'll throw them in the washing machine." His eyes darted around, and he quickly changed the subject, looking at the pitiful face so close to him. "In the bathroom." "Sorry to trouble you, my other self." Lin Shunshin extended her slender fingers and traced them across his chest, a playful smile curling on her lips. "Hey, what are you doing?" Awaya. "Huff, since you're a girl now, you should be a bit more mindful." Looking at the messy bathroom, Lin Shin sighed and shook his head, then began to tidy it up carefully. It's not every day I get to be a girl, so I might as well indulge myself." Her eyes curved into crescent moons, a gentle smile playing at the corners of her lips, her laughter flowing like a babbling brook. "By the way, where are your change of clothes?" "Over there." She extended a slender finger pointing at a pink bucket nearby. Oh, I won't be hand-washing them for you, you know. If the washing machine ruins them, don't blame me. Suddenly his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a mysterious object lying quietly atop the pile of clothes. A blue and pink striped item that exuded an irresistible allure. You didn't bring. Ahem. Instantly his face flushed crimson, and he stammered in panic. Fat hat. Did you change your underwear? Then you're not wearing. What are you thinking, you brat? Lin Chunshin shot him a fierce glare, pinched his arm hard, and bit her lower lip indignantly. Pervert. Of course this little lowly is wearing it. How could I possibly go without? Ouch. Ease up. He whimpered softly, the blush on his cheeks fading under the pain. I was just worried about you. I even wanted to give you money to buy your own, but you got mad at me. That's so unreasonable. Then I'll trouble you. She fluttered her eyelashes and said mischievously, and the panties I changed into are yours. They're a bit loose though. Huh, you? How could you? Suddenly his face turned beet red, his neck stiff, and his cheeks burned like fire. Oh my, you're blushing. Let me see. Lin Chunshin excitedly reached out her small hands and slowly approached him. No. Lin Chun grabbed a nearby shirt and held it to his chest, trembling as he stepped back. Where do you think you're going? With a push of her feet, she lunged at him with lightning speed. With a thud, her body hung straight onto Lin Chen's neck, their bodies pressed tightly together. Now you can't escape. She smirked, buried her fluffy little head into his chest, and looked up at him playfully. Oh, get off. Don't get so close. Lin Chun averted his gaze, afraid to meet her eyes, his lips pressed tight as he stammered. Lin Chun, your heart is racing. Could it be? You like me, eh? She wrapped her arms around his neck, tilted her head, her eyes curved into a smile, and her gentle laugh rippled like spring rain through his heart. You're too much. I have class. Panicked, he set her down, took a few big strides, and slammed the door shut behind him. Tisk, such a loser. Scared off like that? No wonder you've been single for 28 years. Serves you right. She pouted angrily, her face twisting into a grumpy cat-like expression, and complained bitterly. Seriously, are you even a man? A cute little lowly throws herself at you, and you turn her down. Pathetic. She grabbed the clothes from the bucket, shoved them roughly into the washing machine, and muttered indignantly, What's the deal? Isn't this adorable? And he's so cold to me. If I'd known, I wouldn't have gotten so close. Lin Chunshin pressed the wash button hard and looked at herself in the mirror. She fluttered her long lashes, stuck out her pink little tongue, and made a playful face at herself. This little lowly is already cute enough. If I get any cuter, the world might be in danger. But I can feel my body slowly slipping away from me, becoming more and more like a girl. Even my mind. She lowered her head, her eyes dimming, and said gloomily, Living as a girl, huh? Never thought I, Lin Chun, a man of great repute, would end up like this. Forget it. Thinking about such troublesome things just makes my head spin. She patted her head and looked at herself in the mirror. From now on, I'll live happily as Lin Chun. Forget all those annoying thoughts. She gently patted her cheeks, and the light returned to her eyes. Let's watch TV. What good cartoons are on this afternoon? I'm so excited. She sat down on the sofa, expertly pressed the remote, and turned on the TV. Legend has it there's a fairy castle, a queen who's quite a handful. Each fairy, under her guidance, hopes the world becomes a better place. A familiar melody began to play, tugging Lin Chunshin's thoughts back a decade. She hummed along softly, singing under her breath. Balala, little fairy, shout the spell, and launch a righteous battle. Balala, little fairy, shout the spell, and realize the sweetest dreams. As the music slowly faded, she rubbed her already reddened eyes and sighed. I never thought the song I used to hate the most would touch me so deeply now. So deeply. Lin Chunshin cupped her face in her hands, watching the plot she had seen countless times before. Suddenly, long-forgotten memories surged into her mind like a spring. She vaguely remembered on a summer evening near dusk, before the sun had set, Lin Chun would drag a lounge chair to the rooftop. He would gaze at the burning clouds still lingering on the horizon. Listen to the songs still playing on his MP3 player. Enjoy the sharp, refreshing evening breeze. Just then an old woman would climb upstairs out of breath and scold him, Xiao Chun. It's getting late. Come down for dinner. There are too many mosquitoes up here. Why suffer up there? Grandma, I'm thick-skinned. A few mosquitoes can't hurt me. He grinned, his smile particularly bright. In his memory, summer nights always had a sky studded with countless stars. In his memory, summer always had the sound of a small creek murmuring by his ear, lulling him into peace. In his memory, summer was incredibly quiet, broken only by the occasional croak of a frog in the distance. Hey Lin Chunshin, why are you sleeping here? Wake up. Mom and Dad will be back soon. Seeing Lin Chunshin lying motionless on the sofa with her eyes closed, he reached out and shook her anxiously. Hey, wake up, wake up. Don't sleep. What's wrong? Is the world ending? Lin Chunshin groggily opened her eyes, her long lashes fluttering, and sat up on the sofa. Hey you brat, why did you wake me up? She furrowed her brows, slightly stretched lazily, and squeezed out a few crystal-clear teardrops from the corners of her eyes. Did you hang up the clothes? Hang them on the balcony of my room. If Mom and Dad come back and see your clothes, they'll skin me alive. After hearing this, she blinked slowly and dazedly, her big eyes shimmering with a watery mist, pure and inviting. What clothes? I don't understand. You really are. Lin Shun glared at her helplessly, then walked to the washing machine. Opening it, he saw it was stuffed full of clothes. Hey Lin Shun, these are your clothes. Go hang them yourself. He glanced at the pile of clothes where a faint pink-blue panty peeked out from a corner, curiously looking at the world. Ugh. No way I'm going upstairs to play. Bye, you little. Staring at that mysterious, alluring object in the pile, he swallowed nervously, his throat tightening. Then he reached out with 2 fingers and carefully picked it up. Really? Making a grown man hang up a girl's thing like this. So embarrassing. He grabbed Lin Shunshan's clothes, put them in a basin beside him, and headed upstairs. Pushing open the door, he saw Lin Shunshan lying comfortably on the bed, scrolling through her phone. You little. How dare you touch my phone without my permission? He angrily grabbed a hanger and quickly hung up the few pieces of clothing. Hey, hang this last one yourself. Huh? Lin Shunshan raised an eyebrow, glanced at him disdainfully, and said dismissively, What's the matter? Hang it yourself. Mom and Dad will be home soon. If you don't cook dinner and delay things, there'll be big trouble. You. Fine. He gritted his teeth, as if making a firm decision. Suddenly, he raised his hand, grabbed that pink-blue panty, and hung it on the hanger. Phew. Is this battle finally over? He let out a deep sigh, his body collapsing onto the floor, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Hey you brat, do you despise me that much? As the world's cutest lowly, letting you touch my personal panty is the greatest reward. She shrugged her thin shoulders slightly, her delicate white neck tensed, and from her tightly biting crimson lips aggrieved sobs kept spilling out. Big jerk. Big jerk. Big jerk. Huh. At this moment Lin Shunshan was like an angry kitten, glaring fiercely at him, as if she would pounce the next second. No, I don't despise you. Just what? Say it. Seeing her aggressive demeanor, Lin Shan avoided his gaze, clutching his clothes tightly, a faint blush creeping onto his face. It's just, you. You're just too cute. And this kind of thing. How could I not be embarrassed? At this moment he was shy and awkward, his cheeks flushed red, speaking incoherently. What, so that's it? Ha ha ha. The corners of her mouth curled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. You? Lin Shan couldn't bear the humiliation any longer and turned to run downstairs. This girl is too mean. She's been tormenting me all day. And now she's mocking me. He clenched his fists, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. I never thought that I, Lin Shan, a man of integrity, would be bullied by a mere lowly. Really? 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 So embarrassing. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. His eyes darted around in panic, and even his breathing became uncontrollably ragged. Well, you brat, told you to cook dinner, and you're not happy, huh? How dare you rebel? Lin Shunshan pouted, poking her head out from behind the stairs to secretly watch him. Sorry. He'll cook right now. Without daring to delay, he opened the electric pot and began washing it. That's better. Be good, my other self. Lin Shunshan nodded with satisfaction and slowly climbed upstairs. Phew, luckily she didn't go for my ears. She pinched my ear this noon, and it still hurts. Lin Shun rubbed his ear with a pained expression and started chopping vegetables. He gently grasped the tomato and began slicing it skillfully. Tonight's dinner is tomato and eggs and stir-fried onions with meat. Hope it's to her liking. Soon the tomato was sliced into pieces. He looked at the onion beside him, forced himself to be calm, grabbed it, and started chopping. Cough cough, this damn thing is choking me to death, cough cough. He quickly turned on the range hood and opened the window to dispel the pungent smell. Dad too. Why buy this rubbish? It's so choking. He muttered quietly, quickly finished chopping the onion and put it into a plate. After a brief stir-fry, 2 bowls of steaming fragrant dinners were freshly made. Dinner's ready, but why aren't Mom and Dad back yet? He walked upstairs, pushed open the door, and asked doubtfully, Lin Shinshin, why aren't my parents? Oh, my parents. She raised her phone triumphantly and said, isn't it great? Mom and Dad just messaged that they're going to a classmate's house for dinner and will be back very late. Oh, I see. Then come down for dinner. I've already cooked. Hee well. Seeing the mischievous grin on Lin Shinshin's face, his heart suddenly trembled. Did you do something bad behind my back? Oh. She nodded excitedly, her eyes sparkling. That damned Li Jun keeps mocking you for not having a girlfriend, cursing you to be single forever. I was so angry, so. Hey, you didn't. Suddenly Lin Shin broke out in a cold sweat. He wiped the beads of sweat slowly forming on his forehead, his pupils trembling. So, I took a selfie and said I'm your girlfriend and that we sleep together every day. That really pissed him off. What? Lin Shin quickly snatched the phone from her hand and anxiously swiped the screen. It's over. If that big mouth finds out I'm living with you, the whole school will know. Oh, he does talk a lot. Although he promised not to tell, he can't help slipping up. You're done for. I was careless. Hearing this, Lin Shin felt as if his body had been plunged into an ice cave. His eyes were vacant, and he stood frozen in place. The world really is ending. Are you serious? Is there really a way to shut Li Dazue up, so he won't blabber? Lin Shin picked up a piece of meat, stuffed it into his mouth, his eyes full of skepticism. Just trust me. As the world's smartest person, something this simple is a piece of cake for me. She straightened her back, lifted her head, and said firmly, "Then, tell me your plan, or I won't feel at ease." He frowned, deeply staring at Lin Qinshan. "Actually, it's really simple. Just tell him that I'm your distant cousin, and then he won't go around gossiping." "Don't you think so, my dear brother?" She fluttered her pitiful eyes, which sparkled with crystal-clear light. "Oh, my little ancestor, please don't call me brother. You're giving me cold sweat." He trembled, his lips quivering. "But what you said, it's worth a try? Except tomorrow will probably be mocked by him. Can't find a girlfriend and have to get your sister to pretend. If that gets out, everyone will laugh at you. Whose fault is it that you don't put in the effort to find someone? You're so handsome, yet you can't even get a girlfriend. I'm embarrassed for you." Lin Qinshan glared at him fiercely, chewed the food in her mouth, and closed her eyes to savor it. Really handsome. Are you serious?" He excitedly looked up, staring at Lin Qinshan. Lin Qinshan raised her head, gazed at him, and praised confidently, Broad forehead, long eyebrows, bright eyes, high nose bridge. No matter how you look at it, you're a standard handsome and suave guy." This praise actually made Lin Qinshan a bit shy. He scratched his hair, a trace of shyness flashing in his eyes. He being praised like this by you makes me a little embarrassed." In this cheerful atmosphere, dinner ended quickly. Lin Qinshan patted her slightly bulging little belly with satisfaction and gave him a thumbs up. "Not bad, I really like your cooking. It's full of memories." I'm glad you like it. I was afraid you wouldn't be used to my cooking. By the way that." Lin Qinshan extended her little hand toward him. "Hand over your phone. I'm going upstairs to play with it." "You?" Fine. Here you go." Lin Qinshan hesitated for a moment, then took out his phone and handed it to her. I haven't cleared it yet. He'll unlock the motorcycle soon." Lin Qinshan took the phone, excitedly bounded up the stairs in a few steps, opened the door, threw herself onto the bed, and skillfully opened a game. This was a recently popular racing game. The player drove a car on a mountain road. Because the terrain was very bumpy, the player needed to control the throttle and brakes while to keep the car from flipping over. She clenched her teeth and focused entirely on controlling the motorcycle as it sped along the rugged mountain path. "Stupid game. I don't believe it. One more try. I refuse to believe I can't get past this level today." Lin Qinshan challenged the same level over and over again, but each time she failed. "What the heck? I quit. Stupid game, stupid game." She angrily uninstalled the game and turned to go downstairs. "My little ancestor, who provoked you and made you so angry?" Seeing Lin Qinshan's furious expression, he quickly stopped washing his face and asked with concern, "I'm so mad. Stick your head over here and let me punch it a few times to vent." She shrugged her thin little shoulders, bit her rosy lips, and let out an aggrieved whimper. No. I can't take that. Let's skip it." Lin Qinshan quickly waved his hands and said with a flattering smile, "Then, give me your toothbrush. This loli wants to brush her teeth and wash up before bed." Before he could react, Lin Qinshan snatched the toothbrush from his hand, squeezed toothpaste onto it, and began brushing her teeth carefully. You. Hey. Doing this means. Means what?" Lin Qinshan glanced at him lightly, her eyes curving into crescents, and giggled. "Isn't this an indirect kiss? And I only have one toothbrush." His neck tensed, veins bulging on his forehead, his face burning red like fire. "What's the big deal? Besides, I don't mind you, and you dare to mind me." She unceremoniously grabbed the cup Lin Qinshan used for drinking, rinsed her mouth, and thoroughly cleaned the foam from her mouth. "Here, your toothbrush. Back to you." She grabbed the toothbrush and shoved it into Lin Qinshan's mouth, a sly glint curling at the corner of her lips. "So how is it? The world's cutest, lowest divine nectar. Must be a delicacy, right, Lin Qinshan? You're going too far." He clenched his fists, his eyes darting nervously to the ground, looking utterly helpless. "Can't handle this little bit. Wataha." She put her hands on her hips, contemptuously leaning forward slightly, teasing the embarrassed Lin Qinshan with relish. Weakling, little weakling, you're too." Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Just then a knock on the door interrupted Lin Qinshan's words. "You brat. Hurry up and open the door. Your dad and mom are back." Suddenly Lin Qinshan's pupils widened in shock. He looked at Lin Qinshan, who was frozen in place, and directly scooped her up in his arms, rushing toward the room. "You? Put me down. How dare you carry me like this?" She flailed her limbs and struggled violently. "Stay quietly in the room. Don't you dare come out." He tossed her onto the bed and hurried downstairs. "You brat. Still not opening the door. Do you want a beating? Are you sneaking something behind my back?" Before he could finish, Lin Qinshan quickly opened the door, breathing heavily. Dad, I was in the bathroom. You scared me half to death." Lin Qinshan glared at him fiercely and jerked his chin to the side. "Your mom can't hold her liquor, but she insisted on drinking. Now she's dead drunk." He carried the dazed Lu Hui on his back, grumbling, "I carried your mom all the way here. If it weren't for me, Lin Qinshan, being strong and sturdy, I'd have been exhausted long ago." Yes, Dad, you're right. But how much did you two drink? You stink to high heaven." Lin Qinshan covered his nose and kept waving his hand. "Haha, not much. How could a little wine get me, Lin Qinshan, drunk? Back in the day, I was the instructor of the 8th Imperial Guard. Now I've fallen to being just a mere Moor." As he spoke, he collapsed onto the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Saw you two old kids. You're this old, and I still have to take care of you. Such a handful. Lin Chen shook his head with a sigh and helped Lin Chong up. Stupid, Dad, you've gotten fatter again. Eat less, will you? Seriously. That bastard. How dare he treat me like this? When he comes up, I'm going to step on him until he's dead. Lin Chunshin puffed up her delicate little face round and full hands on her hips as she glared viciously at the door. Just then footsteps sounded outside, followed by Lin Chen pushing the door open, looking utterly exhausted and collapsing onto the bed. Damn, those two old geezers nearly wore me out. Couldn't they have shown a little consideration? Died. Lin Chunshin lunged at him, aiming a kick straight at his face. Hey, Lin Chunshin, what are you doing? As those tender little feet hurtled toward him, Lin Chen struggled to cover his mouth, terrified of making a sound that might wake the two ancestors sleeping soundly downstairs. You worthless trash. You worthless trash. You worthless trash. How dare you carry me like a sack? They'll stomp you to death. Stomp you. Stomp you. Stomp. Ugh. Just as he opened his mouth to defend himself, Lin Chunshin's snow-white little foot unceremoniously stuffed itself into his mouth. You worthless trash. You dare to hurt me. Now repent properly. Ugh. After a storm of brutal, merciless punishment, Lin Chunshin's anger finally subsided somewhat. She crossed her arms and glanced coldly at Lin Chun. Well, this lawless punishment, has it made you deeply realize the mistake you've committed? Lin Chun straightened his disheveled bangs and muttered in complaint. What's this? A girl should have some grace. Where's the cute loli who shoves her foot into someone's mouth right away? You also. Stop. Lin Chunshin puffed out her cheeks and glared at him fiercely. What? You got a problem, you worthless trash? No, how could I possibly have a problem? Seeing her aggressive posture, Lin Chen quickly waved his hands and turned his head toward the window. So, tonight do I sleep on the floor? He asked cautiously, his eyes darting around. Suit yourself. I don't care. All right. Then, they'll sleep on the bed. He tentatively moved closer to the pillow, and seeing no reaction from Lin Chen, he lay down on it with relief. Could you turn off the light? I'm so tired today, my back is about to break. With a click, the room plunged into darkness. Lin Chun turned over and closed his eyes heavily. It was late at night, the moonlight hazy, and the air seemed to float with a faint mist. Starlight shimmered, and the night sky was ethereal like a veil. In her sleep, Lin Chunshan moaned softly, rubbing her eyes drowsily, her slender lashes trembling. Suddenly, she slowly opened her eyelids, her eyes still tinged with confusion. I slept too long this afternoon. Now I can't fall asleep at night. She gently shifted her body, trying to find the most comfortable position to sleep again. Suddenly Lin Chun, who was sound asleep, turned over without warning and pressed his petite form beneath him. So heavy. She raised her fair arm and tried to push him off her. So heavy. How much did this guy eat to? Before she could finish, Lin Chun lunged again, wrapping his arms tightly around her in a fierce embrace. Da Huang. You're not allowed to leave. You're mine. He smacked his lips, muttering fragmented dream words. This guy dares to treat me like a dog. Forget it, I'll deal with him when he wakes up. She tentatively raised her hand and pushed Lin Chun, who was sleeping like a dead pig. Can't budge him. You stinky pig. She bit her lower lip, her big, pitiful eyes glaring angrily at Lin Chen's sleeping face. Forget it. I can't be bothered to move. You worthless trash, Lin Chen, I'll beat you to a pulp tomorrow. She angrily leaned closer to Lin Chun, pressing her little head against his rising and falling chest. Sleeping like this is surprisingly comfortable after all. It's not unacceptable. Besides, the other person is also myself. Taking advantage of myself isn't wrong, right? Good night. The other me. Staring at the other self, so close, with distinct features and a handsome face under the gentle caress of the thin moonlight, that already attractive face now appeared even clearer and more exquisite. So handsome. Her ears involuntarily flushed red, and her heart beat like a deer's, thumping uncontrollably. After becoming a girl, it's so strange. I actually feel shy around myself. Marrying someone else. No way. Getting a big belly. No way. Faraway marriage. No way. Annoying. She flailed angrily, thrashing her limbs randomly to vent her inner dissatisfaction. After a long fuss, Lin Chunshin panted heavily, and a hint of drowsiness slowly appeared in her eyes. So sleepy. She pulled out her fair arm that was pinned beneath her, wrapped it around Lin Chen's neck, and let his entire body pull her into his embrace. Taking advantage. Only allowed for myself, not for anyone else. She pressed tightly against Lin Chen's chest, quietly closed her eyes, and her twin tails reaching her waist scattered loosely on the pillow, randomly wrapping around her cheeks. She lowered her long lashes, her little nose slightly wrinkled her petite body, rising and falling in a steady rhythm, slowly drifting into a dream. Where is this? A world of white. Endless, boundless white, dazzlingly bright, stretching beyond sight. Lin Chunshin furrowed her brows, sat up dazedly, and looked at this vaguely familiar place. Here. This is... Suddenly her eyes widened in shock. This is where I lost consciousness and met that damned god. At the thought, she clenched her fists, stood up angrily, and shouted into the surrounding void, "Hey. Damn god. It's all your fault. Even though lolis are cute, I'd rather have a loli than become one myself." Just then a golden light flashed in the sky, and a voice appeared in her mind without warning. "So if I could let you reverse reality again, would you give up everything and choose a completely different path?" Thinking of the past few days together and the joyful moments, Lin Chunshun hesitated for a moment. "This will be your final choice. Your choice will not affect reality. You will forget these experiences and live in a completely different world." I. In an instant her gaze hardened, and she raised her head firmly, looking at the god wrapped in golden light in the sky. "I've made up my mind. This is fine as it is. I can't bear to forget my memories." "Oh, what an unexpected result. Very well then." The god slightly raised a hand, and in an instant Lin Chinchun's body was enveloped by continuous golden light from all around, vanishing instantly from the spot. "See you next time, Lin Chinchun." Ring ring. The peaceful morning was shattered by the abrupt ringing of an alarm clock. Lin Chen, still half asleep, groped for his phone on the pillow, glanced at the screen, then closed his eyes again. Still an hour till class. Just 10 more minutes. He habitually tried to turn over, only to find his neck locked tightly, his entire body unable to move. Sleep paralysis. In an instant his remaining drowsiness was completely dispelled. He yanked off the blanket and looked at the culprit. Damn, when did this girl sneak into my arms? At that moment Lin Shenshen was pressed tightly against his chest, her gently rising chest rising and falling softly. The loose hoodie she wore revealed her fair, delicate shoulders and slender waist, her petite form curled up in his arms like a sleeping kitten. Oh no. Gazing at the graceful curves of her body, Lin Chen's breath quickened uncontrollably, his chest heaving with heavy gasps. This girl. With trembling hands he pulled up the fallen hem of her clothes, then carefully pried apart the small hands that clung to his neck. Dahuang, don't move. Lin Chenshen pouted her lips in dissatisfaction, tightening her grip. Her delicate, lovely face was buried entirely into his neck. Oh no. Suddenly a faint milky fragrance wafted into Lin Chen's mind. His head went blank, and his heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest, pounding wildly. He clenched his teeth, suppressing the desire that was about to spiral out of control. Seeing that he couldn't free himself from Lin Chenshen's grip, he simply closed his eyes and recited Buddhist sutras in his mind. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Lin Chenshen fluttered her slender eyelashes, her rosy lips pressed against his neck, gently moving. In an instant a tremor shook Lin Chen's eyes, his body feeling like an electric shock. With a sudden push he shoved Lin Chenshen off him, jumped out of bed, and rushed outside. This girl. So annoying. He quickly ran to the sink, turned on the faucet, and let the cold water splash onto his face. That was close. If I hadn't run fast, I might have. He lowered his head in fear, letting out a deep sigh, finally feeling a bit better. If she had woken up, then I would have. Would have what? Spit it out. A soft, sweet voice suddenly rang out from behind. Lin Chenshen peeked her head out from behind the stairs, staring at him with sleepy eyes. Nothing. Lin Chen nervously clutched the hem of his clothes, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Hey Lin Chen, you big twisted donut, what do you mean by waking this loli up so early? Do you have a death wish? No, I'm going to be late for class, so. That's why. He turned around, cupped some cold water, and splashed it on his face. If you dare wake me up again, I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball, got it? Lin Chenshen frowned, her small hands on her hips, glaring at him fiercely. I understand. I won't dare do it again. He nodded quickly, as if afraid she might change her mind. That's more like it. I'm so sleepy. I'll go back to sleep. She leaned on the handrail, drowsily climbing upstairs. Phew. That almost scared me to death. I thought my ears were going to be cut off. Watching Lin Chenshen's gradually disappearing back, he supported his weak legs with his hands and sighed. Sleeping with a girl is way too dangerous, especially when she has my favorite lowly appearance. If I'm not careful, my little brother won't be able to control himself. If I'm discovered. He swallowed his saliva and muttered fearfully. If I'm found out, I'll definitely be seen as a pervert. If that happens. Instantly a scene flashed through his mind, police cars roaring, several officers getting out and handcuffing him, locking him up. No, absolutely not. I Lin Chen am a true man. If I get sent to the police station for something like this, my dad will skin me alive. At that thought he shivered, his breathing uncontrollably quickening. This Lin Chen really. She's a girl, but she doesn't pay any attention. Good thing she met me. If she had met someone else, they might have. Might have what? You stupid idiot, are you secretly talking behind my back? Suddenly Lin Chenshen appeared behind him, without warning, her big pitiful eyes wide with confusion as she stared at Lin Chen. You? Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? How did you? Lin Chen's body jolted violently, and he unconsciously stepped back several paces, looking at her, as if she were a man-eating monster. You? Are you actually a ghost? How did you suddenly appear behind me without making a sound? What ghost? It's your own fault. You woke me up and now I can't sleep at all. She bit her lower lip, her small shoulders shaking with anger as she let out aggrieved whimpers. I really didn't mean to. It's your fault for hugging me in the morning. I couldn't move at all. And besides, a girl like you should be more cautious. Aren't you afraid I'm a pervert who wants to take advantage of you? Lin Shen looked at her with dissatisfaction and started to lecture. First of all, I want to despise myself. She glared at him defiantly and retorted. And second, I know what kind of person I am. I don't need you to teach me. And third, it was you. You held me down while you were sleeping. You held me down while you were sleeping. She stomped her feet in anger, glaring at Lin Shen with a fierce expression. Got it. You pig, you sleep like a log, can't even push you away. And here I haven't even scolded you yet, and you're scolding me. Huh. Sorry. When I fall asleep, no one can wake me up. He lowered his head, his eyes flickering, and awkwardly scratched his hair with both hands. He laughed. Haha, sorry Lin Shen. I misunderstood you, haha. You idiot, if you ever do that to me again, I'll shove needles into your mouth and pierce your throat. Okay, I understand, but I'm a little curious. That. Lin Shen blinked, staring at her intently. Hey, how do you manage to give me a new nickname with every single sentence? None of your business. Her pink chubby face puffed up, making her look even cuter. Hey Lin Shen, give me the keys. I want to go out for a stroll. Huh, what do you need the keys for? He changed his shoes and looked at Lin Shen with a skeptical gaze. You won't get lost, will you? If you get lost, I won't be able to find you. I'm 28. Do I look like someone who would get lost? She placed her hands on her slender waist, pouted her lips, and said discontentedly. Fine, okay, I'll give you. Lin Shen glanced at his phone, dropped the keys in his hand, and rushed out the door in a hurry. Hey, wait. At that moment, Lin Shen called out to him and ran over. My dear lady, what's wrong now? I'm going to be late. Your phone, handed over. It's mine now. She extended her soft little hand, unceremoniously pulled the phone out of Lin Shen's pocket, and grinned mischievously. Little Shen, study hard, otherwise you won't be able to earn money to support me. You? Lin Shen glared at her fiercely, then sprinted out. Great, keys in hand, phone in hand, so next. She hopped over to the mirror, carefully combed her messy bangs with a small comb, then cupped her delicate face and thoroughly washed it. So cute. As expected of me. I'm truly adorable. The girl in the mirror was like a lotus emerging from water, her long eyelashes adorned with glistening dewdrops, her big pitiful eyes misty and clear, pure and alluring. This is cute enough. If I were any cuter, the world would be in danger. She blinked playfully, then took out her phone and skillfully opened QQ. She tapped on a contact labeled Ming Jiang and sent a message. Hey, I'm ready. When can we meet? After a moment, the other's avatar began to bounce. 10 o'clock at the gate of Baiyang Elementary School. How about that? Yeah, that place is fine. Let's head out now. Okay, be careful on the way. I know you too. Lin Shen turned off the screen, grabbed the keys from the sofa, put on those annoying pig kidney leather shoes, and walked out quickly. I'm going to meet an online friend. So excited. She kept taking deep breaths to calm her erratic breathing, even her legs uncontrollably trembled slightly. Ming Jiang and she had met on a local friendship forum. After exchanging just one sentence, the two became increasingly addicted, unable to stop, sometimes even chatting for hours on end. Although they had only known each other for a few days, they felt like old friends who had known each other for decades, with endless topics to discuss every day from history to life. In short, they chattered on and on every day. Although the other's chatting style showed no malice, unfortunately her own body was that of a helpless little lowly. The thought that the other party might be a bald, burly uncle and that some strange plot might unfold made her tremble with fear. Lin Shen looked down at the ground beneath her feet, occasionally stepping on small pebbles or fallen leaves which made crisp sounds. She walked along the street past several intersections and crosswalks and finally arrived at her destination, Baiyang Elementary School. This is Baiyang Elementary School. We're here. Lin Shen tremblingly took out her phone, tapped on her avatar, and sent a message. To your left. Huh. Lin Shen's body jolted in fright. Her little head turned around in panic, her eyes full of confusion. Little Shen over here. In front of her stood a delicate, very tall girl with neatly cut shoulder-length hair, a delicate and exquisite face, a high nose bridge, and big watery eyes adorned with a teardrop mole, making her exceptionally cute. Are you Su Ran? Lin Shen swallowed hard, instinctively stepped back a few paces, and looked at her warily. I am. Sorry I scared you. Su Ran awkwardly scratched her hair and extended her hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Su Ran. Yeah, you startled me. Hello, I'm Lin Shen. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment, then still took her hand. Compared to her own hand, this one had more prominent knuckles and felt cool in her grasp. But little Shen, why are you wearing boys' sportswear, but matching it with a pair of low shoes? Because Instantly her cheeks flushed crimson, and her little hand unconsciously tugged at a strand of hair, twirling it around her finger. Because I washed my clothes yesterday, so. Haha, I see. Little Shen's reaction is really adorable. Su Ran covered her mouth and couldn't help but chuckle softly. By the way, so this ugly leather shoe is called a low shoe. I thought it was called a pig kidney shoe. Little Shen calls this a pig kidney shoe. Ha ha ha, now that you mention it, it does look like one, ha ha ha. Watching Su Ran laughing so hard she was doubled over, Lin Qinshan blinked in confusion and asked what. Su Ran, holding her stomach and propping herself up against a nearby tree, looked at the black low shoes on her feet. It's mainly because little Qinshan's devilish description is just too fitting. I've never heard such a funny nickname before. I feel like I'm 10 years ahead of the curve. What if I told you that I traveled back from 10 years in the future? Would you believe me? What? Instantly the smile on Su Ran's face quickly faded. She reached out with a serious expression, touched her little head, and said in a deep voice, Little Qinshan, have you been under some kind of shock recently? Have you been under some kind of shock? I'm in a really bad mood. I remembered something super unhappy. She puffed out her pink cheeks, stomped her little foot angrily on the ground. Huh? Little Qinshan, what are you? Even though Lin Qinshan's heart was filled with rage, her little hands clenched tightly. In anger, her actions only made her look even more adorable and harmless. Even passing students were attracted by this interesting scene, stopping to watch with interest. What are you looking at? If anyone keeps staring at this lowly, you'll gouge out their eyes. She shrugged her thin shoulders and glared fiercely at the onlookers. Such a fierce big sister. Run, while the big sister is going to eat us. Help. In an instant, the surrounding elementary school students who had been watching all scattered in all directions. The chilly autumn wind swept up withered leaves, sending them spiraling into the air, each fluttering leaf reflected in Su Ran's deep brown eyes. So Little Qinshan, you look like you're still in school. Shouldn't you be at the campus at this hour? Well, actually I'm already 18, you know. I'm not a kid anymore. Lin Qinshan paused mid-step, turned to her, and lightly curled her lips. What do you think? Didn't see that coming, did you? This I really didn't expect. Judging by appearance, I would never have guessed. Su Ran's eyes flickered with slight surprise as she carefully studied the adorable lowly girl before her, her gaze fixed on the waist-length hair. Hey Little Qinshan, your hair is really beautiful. How long have you been growing it? This hair? I don't know either. Lin Qinshan lowered her head, muttering discontentedly. That deity is really something. Since I was given this body, at least let me know her information. So is Little Qinshan's blonde hair natural? She curiously approached Lin Qinshan, gently stroking her hair. 100% natural, no additives. She nodded nervously, a hint of panic inadvertently flickering in her eyes. I'm so envious. Little Qinshan is really adorable. What's so special about that? Besides, you're not bad yourself, Xiao Ran, with such a slender figure. By the way, how old are you, Xiao Ran? 16 this year. Doesn't that mean you have to call me big sister? Lin Qinshan hopped over in front of her, tilting her little head up to gaze at her. Xiao Ran, be good, call me big sister. Little Qinshan is such a tease. Su Ran reached out with her slender fingers, cupped Lin Qinshan's plump little cheeks, and gently kneaded them. MMPH. What's this? I'm older than you, yet you still want call me big sister. She bit her lower lip tightly, letting out a pitiful whimper. So adorable, sob, even cuter than a porcelain doll in a shop window. MMPH. Getting my cheeks squeezed. She fluttered her long eyelashes, her big pitiful eyes mischievously rolling in their sockets. Little Qinshan is so cute, let me pat your head. Su Ran extended her hand, placed it on Lin Qinshan's fluffy head, her fingers gently gliding through the hair, tenderly stroking her. MMPH, this feels so nice. Qinshan, want to go get some street food? My treat. Food. She excitedly lifted her little head, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Qinshan, what do you want to eat? I'll take you to buy it. Let me think. Lin Qinshan lightly bit her little thumb, pondering thoughtfully. After a moment, she glanced at her slightly reddened thumb and turned to Su Ran with anticipation. Hey, can I eat anything? You can eat anything as long as you can finish it. Phew, that's a relief. She took a deep breath, and immediately a vague sense of foreboding stirred in Su Ran's heart. I want stinky tofu, grilled gluten takoyaki, duck neck with spicy sauce, grilled cold noodles, grilled cold jelly chips, cola, fried chicken legs. Stop. Su Ran hastily interrupted, her eyes wide with shock. Are you sure eating all that won't make you stupid from being stuffed? Not at all. I've been drooling over the flavors of my hometown from 10 years ago. Too bad when I was little my parents never bought them for me. I could only stare and swallow my saliva. All right, let's go to the pedestrian street. Then the snacks, they're pretty concentrated. Xiao Ran is the best, I love you. Lin Qinshan excitedly took her hand, walking side by side with her on the street. Hey Qinshan, your guard is way too low. We've only known each other for a few days, and you casually agreed to meet up like this. Aren't you afraid of being trafficked to some remote mountain village? No way, I'm super tough. If some lousy trafficker dares to mess with this lowly, you'll twist their head off and kick it like a ball. She furrowed her brows, a sharp gleam shining in her eyes. So formidable. Su Ran gave her a thumbs up, praising, really impressive, that's so you. Right. She held her head high, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. By the way, Xiao Ran is only 16, and you're not in school. Did you secretly skip class to meet me? No, actually I already. Su Ran lowered her head, her eyes quickly dimming, a lifeless expression on her face. I stopped studying a long time ago. Now I'm making a living on my own. But you're only 16, your parents wouldn't. Su Ran raised her hand to interrupt her. I ran away from home a long time ago. As for them, I don't want to remember. I see. It must be really hard being alone. She reached out her little hand and tightly grasped Su Ran's thin palm. Chinchin, you're so gentle. I'm surprised someone like me isn't disgusted by you. While everyone has their own misunderstood struggles. Besides, if everyone condemned others from their own perspective, what's the difference from being a murderer? She nodded, analyzing with clear logic. Haha, that's true. I didn't expect someone as young as Chunshin to understand so many principles. Hearing this, Lin Chinchun was displeased. She pouted her little lips, shot her a fierce glare, and muttered softly, what do you mean? I'm actually 28 yet I'm still treated like a little kid. It's so unfair. Puff Chunshin must be starving saying such silly things. The pedestrian street is right ahead, grab whatever you want, it's all on me. Su Ran patted her chest and strode forward. Awesome. Today this loli is going to eat everything on this entire pedestrian street. This is something I've always wanted to do. Lin Chinchun bounced along with cheerful steps, hopping beside her. It's autumn again. Su Ran stopped in her tracks, stood still, tilted her head slightly, and stared intently at the leaves continuously falling through the air. What's wrong? Nothing, just thinking about some things from the past. Things from the past. Lin Chinchun tilted her little head, her face full of curiosity. Yeah, it's a story that happened in a shared rental house. Huh. I want to hear it, I want to hear it. Little Chinchun is so nosy. He'll tell you another time, when we have time. After all, even if I talked for a whole day, this story wouldn't end. Su Ran parted her thin lips, slightly revealing a row of clean white teeth. Her smile was like a ray of morning sunlight, bright and warm. The pedestrian street stretched gently ahead along a broad avenue. This small street was imbued with a traditional atmosphere, lined with time-honored shops on both sides, and faint echoes of nostalgic vendor calls could still be heard. Over here. Xiaoran, come quickly. Lin Chinchun's eyes crinkled with laughter as she dashed toward a nearby stall. She grinned and said softly, Uncle, give me 10 skewers of grilled tofu. The boss, a sturdy middle-aged man, wiped the sweat from his brow with his elbow and looked at her in disbelief. Little girl, can you really eat that much by yourself? Maybe it is a bit too much. She scratched her little head and held up 5 fingers. Then, 5 skewers, all with extra spice, please. Haha, coming right up. He picked up the iron spoon, carefully placed the tender white tofu on the grill, gently flipped them, and occasionally sprinkled seasoning until their surfaces turned a golden brown. Instantly the air was filled with a rich aroma. Lin Chinchun stared impatiently at the boss, hands urging anxiously, hurry up boss, I'm already drooling. The sturdy boss grabbed the wooden skewers, threaded the steaming hot grilled tofu pieces onto them, packed them into a bag, and handed them to her. Haha, you young people are so impatient. That'll be 5 yuan, thanks for your patronage. Thank you boss. Su Ran pulled out a light blue wallet, took out 5 yuan in change, and handed it to the boss. Xiaoran, do you want some? This is super delicious. Juice bursts out when you bite into it. She chewed the food in her mouth, closed her eyes, and savored it slowly. Well, I'm not really fond of it. Eat slowly, Chinchun, don't choke. Su Ran extended her slender fingers, gently placed them on her head, and rubbed softly. Really? Once I finish you can't go back on your word. Just eat without worry, Chinchun. I won't snatch any from you. Besides, I'm already tired of this stuff. If you ask me to eat it now, I'd probably feel sick. Oh, could it be? Suddenly a gleam of joy flashed in Lin Chinchun's eyes. She lifted her head and stared at Su Ran excitedly. Could it be that Xiao Ran also loves grilled tofu? You're already tired of it. Did you eat it every day? Haha, something like that. I used to love it, and there was a silly person who would buy it for me every day. Silly person. What's that? Is it Xiao Ran's good friend? Su Ran's lips curled slightly, her eyes shimmering with a gentle light, like a tender spring, serene and moving. She's the older sister I share an apartment with. She not only cooks amazing food, but is also very diligent. She keeps the place spotless. It was her who bought me grilled tofu every day, which is why I got tired of it. I see. So Xiao Ran has a roommate who's an older sister. How nice. That pig of mine doesn't take care of me at all. If my fists weren't strong enough, he wouldn't obediently listen to me. She straightened up, tilted her face slightly, and said smugly, that guy does whatever I say. Now he not only cooks for me, but also washes my clothes and even my panties. Panties. Su Ran interrupted her, staring at her in shock. That's right. I make him wash and dry them for me. We even share the same toothbrush and bath towel, and the towel for drying off too. Hearing this, Su Ran froze as if struck by lightning. Her eyes widened and her face was full of astonishment. Chinchun, that person, is he a boy or? Before she could finish, Lin Chinchun raised her hand to cut her off. He's a boy. I tell you, he's so bad. Last night he pressed me down while sleeping, and this morning he blamed me for holding him tight and making him late for class. You too. No. Chinchun, I have to tell you something. She pressed her hands on Lin Chinchun's shoulders, her deep calm gaze fixed on her. Xiao Ran. That. If you want to confess your feelings, at least choose a different place. Seeing Su Ran's serious expression, she quickly swallowed the grilled tofu in her mouth, her eyes darting around in panic. What confession? What are you thinking about in that little head of yours, Chinchun? Su Ran reached out her long finger, built up some force, and then flicked it firmly against her little head. It hurts. Xiao Ran is mean. She bit her rosy lower lip, sobbing in grievance. Listen carefully, Chen. Don't let your little mind wander. Su Ran's tone was like that of an adult. She leaned down and looked at Lin Chen seriously. Chen, you're still young. Before you can be sure if the other person's feelings are sincere engaging in such intimate contact. Is that really okay? And if you're not careful, what if you get pregnant? At your age, you wouldn't be able to support a child, and besides, stop. She puffed out her pink cheeks and said angrily, hey, what are you talking about? If that guy dared to do something like that to me, I'd chop off his head and stuff it up his rear. Did I misunderstand? Then you too. Me and him. It's not the kind of relationship you're thinking. To me, he's just a little brat 10 years younger than me. She unconsciously reached out and twirled a few strands of hair in front of her forehead at a loss. And besides, how could I possibly fall in love with myself? Chen, what are you saying? Falling in love with yourself? Have you gone silly? TCH, I don't want to talk to you. Xiao Ran is mean. Su Ran reached out and gently wiped the grease from her mouth. Her eyes curved into crescent moons warm as a spring breeze. All right, Chen, do you want to eat more? They'll take you to get whatever you want. I'm full, can't eat anymore. Lin Chen rubbed her slightly bloated belly and muttered discontentedly, what's this? This body can't handle much food at all. Only 5 skewers and I'm stuffed. How pathetic. Haha, I told you couldn't eat that much, Chen. It's okay, next time you want some, I'll bring you again. I see. Then let's take a walk to help digest. I'm sure. She took Lin Chen's fair little hand, and they strolled along the street covered in fallen leaves. Soon, it will be winter again. Looking at this desolate scene, Su Ran's gentle face seemed to be tinged with a thin frost, appearing especially sorrowful. I vaguely recall a few lines of a poem I really like. What? Tell me. Let me think. Su Ran stopped in her tracks. Sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting light on her slightly pale face. She squinted and said softly, Autumn field. You stand here. Wind brushes your dark tresses, tears scatter. At dusk rain is about. What terrible weather. Why did it start raining so suddenly? Lin Chen clasped her head, dashing swiftly, her waist-length twin ponytails swaying rhythmically with her running pace. She panted heavily, leaning against a doorframe, complaining breathlessly, luckily this little lass ran fast, or else I'd have turned into a drowned rat. The rain, like sticky silver-gray cobwebs, wove a gentle net, trapping the entire autumn world. A vast expanse of white, the relentless rain pounded the earth, producing a rustling sound. Thank goodness. If I'd been any slower, I'd have been in big trouble, but... She opened the door with a sigh, pulled out her phone, and tapped on the familiar profile picture. Xiao Ran, did you get soaked? Made it home safely. After a moment, the profile icon began to flicker. Yeah, my home's not far. Chen, you didn't get wet, did you? The rain suddenly came down so hard. I'm fine. I sprinted all the way back without even stopping to catch my breath. That's good. Let's talk later. I need to prepare lunch. But, lunch. What time is it now? Lin Chen stared incredulously at the screen, which displayed 1100. She looked anxiously outside, her brow furrowing, unconsciously worrying. That idiot Lin Chen must not have brought an umbrella. He'll definitely get soaked. Damn this lousy weather. And now I have to personally go deliver an umbrella to that guy. It's infuriating. She clenched her small fists, fire seemingly blazing in her eyes, glaring fiercely out the window. Cursed weather ruining my entire day. I was planning to stay home and watch cartoons, and it's all your fault. She grabbed a black umbrella, indignantly opened it, and dashed outside. Raindrops pattered crisply against buildings and streets. The gentle breeze carried a hint of moisture and chill. In the hazy sky, the curtain of rain seemed dreamlike, blending with the atmosphere of the entire world. Phew. Luckily the rain isn't too heavy or I'd be completely soaked. She paused, smoothed her disheveled bangs, and strolled through the rain-drenched world. Walking slowly like this, listening to the long-missed sound of rain, and looking at this alley I've walked countless times. It's actually quite pleasant. She sniffed, inhaling the refreshing scent that only comes after the rain has soaked the air. This alley has been with me from elementary school until graduation. Walking it again now brings back such nostalgia. In the weathered alley, raindrops pattered on the flagstone path, accompanied by a cool freshness, as if the world had been steeped in rain. I remember in elementary school I stole some money from Dad to buy candy, and I hid here for a whole night. They were worried sick. She covered her mouth, suppressing a soft laugh. Back then I was at the top of the school in academics. I excelled in virtue, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, and I was even a little star at school. I vaguely recall that middle school was my favorite 3 years. Every day I played carefree with my classmates. Those friendships were truly pure. She sighed, her clear eyes brimming with countless thoughts. As for high school, even though it was a private school, and not as grueling as public ones, that carefree time can never be reclaimed. What replaced it was only confusion about the future and fear of the approaching summer of graduation. Fortunately, I worked hard in the last few months. Unlike some of my friends who squandered their time, and managed to get into a decent university and find a job with good benefits. This is what growing up means. This is the adulthood Lin Chen always looked forward to as a child. She shook her head, mocking herself wryly. The adulthood I yearned for most as a child has now become the thing I detest most. Humans are truly strange creatures. In such a rainy day, the alley grew quiet and hazy with a poetic aura lingering in the air. The alley was long, and after walking for a while, a wide main road appeared at the end. Turning left along the road after crossing several intersections, a school surrounded by a wall with a crowd of people at the gate came into Lin Qinshin's view. Too many people. I wonder if I can find that idiot. Lin Qinshin gently stood on tiptoe, craning her head to look inside. Since it was a private university, the tuition was exorbitantly high, several tens of thousands per semester, which in that era was only affordable for wealthy families. Fortunately, Lin Qinshin's father in that era of scarce talent worked as a senior Java engineer at a large company. He alone managed to cover the expensive tuition and even had enough left to buy a two-story house. And Lin Qinshin's mother was no pushover. She served as a manager at a five-star hotel. Although her income couldn't match Lin Chang's, she was still among the top echelon in that era. That balding dad of mine wants to trick me into following his career path. I don't want to go bald and lose my hair at a young age. She pouted, complaining resentfully. And that idiot, did he die in there? I've waited so long, and there's still no sign of him. Watching the crowd gradually disperse, she frowned deeply, her eyes filled with anxiety and unease. What the heck? Everyone's almost gone. Is he sleeping in and still not awake? She pressed her lips together, gritting her teeth. If I catch you, you worthless piece of trash, I'll skin you alive. Suddenly a gust of cold wind mixed with rain hit Lin Qinshin, and she shuddered violently, her body trembling uncontrollably. So cold. I've been standing here for 20 minutes. And this guy still hasn't come out. Achoo. She sneezed, shivering, staring forlornly at the empty school gate, muttering through chattering teeth. Damn it, freezing this little lass to death. That guy actually made me wait this long. Despicable, despicable, despicable. Just as she was about to give up hope, a familiar figure dashed out from the distant teaching building through the heavy rain toward the gate. You jerk. Where have you been? She clenched her fists and charged forward furiously. Perhaps because the rain had just fallen, her foot slipped, and she lost her balance, toppling sideways. Watch out. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qinshin stomped the ground, flashed before her, and wrapped his arms around tiny Lin Qinshin, holding her securely against his chest. You need to be more careful. If you fell, how would I explain to your parents? He looked at her, still shaken, and spoke anxiously. Humph. I don't care. I twisted my ankle, so you have to carry me home. You really? Sometimes you need to give me a break. He carefully released Lin Qinshin and slowly bent down. Hold my neck tight, shorty. Who are you calling shorty? She wrapped her arms around Lin Qinshin's long neck and buried her head into his broad back. Hee, whoever falls. Hey, you were sleeping in class again, weren't you? Haha, you dozed off without noticing. He glanced at Lin Qinshin on his back, his steady voice echoing in the air. By the way, how did you know I was attending class here? In this world, is there anything this little lowly doesn't know? Lin Qinshin pouted. You could have left me alone, you know. A drizzle like this is just a refreshing shower for me. You brat. I was worried about you, came all the way to bring you an umbrella, and you dare complain. She curled her lips in grievance, her small shoulders shaking with indignation. It's not that you're still a kid after all, and the rain was just so heavy. I couldn't help but worry. What do you mean, kid? You're the one who's the kid. She squirmed discontentedly on Lin Qinshin's back like a mischievous little kitten. Hey, don't move around. Lin Qinshin's body jolted, and he said, flustered. Hey, Lin Qinshin, if you keep moving, I'll drop you and leave you behind. You wouldn't dare. She puffed out her rosy cheeks, grumbling fiercely. You bastard, I've been itching to let off steam today. Do you want to die? Fine, I'll grant your wish. No. It's just that you keep squirming and I can't take it anymore. Still talking back? Die. She viciously reached out both small hands, firmly gripping Lin Qinshin's neck and shaking it incessantly. You rascal, I'll choke you. Choke you to death. Even so, he held the mischievous Lin Qinshin securely on his back, not daring to relax his grip in the slightest. Hey, go easy or you'll choke me unconscious, and then you'll have to carry me home. You weakling can't handle me, can you? She raised her little head proudly, her small hands gently resting on his broad shoulders, pursing her lips arrogantly. Oh, you. Lin Qinshin shook his head with a sigh, saying helplessly, where do you come up with all these strange nicknames? I really admire your twisted mind. Hee, after all, I am the world's smartest, cutest, invincible lowly beauty. Such simple things are a piece of cake for me. What kind of ridiculous title is that? So childish. TCH, then am I not cute? She buried her face into Lin Qinshin's back, her breathing rising and falling, with her cheeks a hint of shyness coloring her face as she spoke softly. Uff. Lin Qinshin curled his lips, letting out a light laugh. If you didn't bully me, you'd be very cute indeed. The wind gently tousled their hair, carrying with it the fragrance of osmanthus. The raindrops gradually softened, stroking the earth like a tender hand gliding across the sky before quietly settling. Soon the familiar two-story cottage came into view. You didn't forget the keys, did you? He asked, glancing at Lin Qinshin on his back with concern. Here, they're right here. Lin Qinshin pulled out a keychain from her pocket and handed it to him. Phew, you scared me. I was really afraid you'd forgotten the keys. Lin Shun wiped the sweat from his forehead, twisted the key to open the door, carefully set Lin Chunshin down on the sofa, then collapsed onto the floor panting heavily. I'm exhausted. Carrying you for over half an hour and drenched in stinky sweat. He sniffed the odor of sweat mixed with rainwater, wrinkled his nose in disgust, grabbed a towel, and dashed into the bathroom. Wait. Lin Chunshin stretched out her small hand to stop him. What's up? I want to shower first. And go get me a change of clothes. Huh. Lin Shin quickly waved his hand, saying anxiously, no way, no way. Your foot is injured, right? The bathroom floor is slippery. What if you fall? Besides, I was first, shouldn't there be some order? Lin Chunshin curled her lips, a wicked glint flashing in her eyes. Then how about we shower together? How does that sound? The moment she spoke, Lin Shin scrambled upstairs, grabbed a dress from the closet, rushed back down in a frenzy, and shoved the clothes into Lin Chunshin's arms. Here, your clothes. Go shower quickly, I need to after you. What's this? You're so resistant. Coward. TCH. She stuck out her pink tongue and made a playful face at Lin Chun. But is your foot okay? Can you stand on your own? Oh, you mean that? Lin Chunshin tiptoed and spun around on the spot, grinning. I just didn't feel like walking, so I made you carry me. You? Lin Shin's face flushed red with anger, and he glared at her helplessly, complaining. You were comfortable back there, but I had to carry you all that way, working like a horse. All right, don't be mad. They'll take care of lunch as a reward for you. Lin Chunshin turned around, took off the elastic band holding her hair, and instantly, her long golden hair cascaded down, flowing behind her. I'm going to shower now. Her eyes brimming with laughter, she hopped into the bathroom. Phew, what is she always thinking about? Lin Shun unconsciously blushed, his heart beginning to race. No, I mustn't think about that. He frantically patted his cheeks, forcing himself to calm down as he sat on the sofa. Hey, you idiot. Bring me a bath towel. Yours. A clear voice echoed from the bathroom, Lin Chunshin's voice filling the room. This girl. She uses everything of mine like a real bandit. He grabbed a towel from nearby, grumbling, and gently tapped on the bathroom door. Hey, I'll leave it on the doorknob. You can get it yourself. No. Open the door. Bring it in yourself. No way. Absolutely not. He hung the towel on the doorknob and hurriedly stepped back. You lazy bum, just wait until. Lin Chunshin angrily opened the door, ready to grab the towel hanging there, but unexpectedly slipped and flew straight out. Help. Her eyes wide with terror, seeing the floor inches away, she closed her eyes in despair. With a soft thud, the expected pain never came. She opened her eyes in confusion, only to see Lin Chen's face magnified countless times before her. Ah, you bastard. What are you doing? Get away from me. With a sharp crack, Lin Chunshin raised her small hand and left a faint red palm print on his face, without any hesitation. Hey, I clearly. A thunderous bang echoed as the bathroom door slammed shut, leaving Lin Shin standing alone in a daze. This guy. I clearly threw myself over to save her, yet she's the one who got angry. He touched his lips, which still held the lingering warmth of Lin Chunshin's kiss. As my first kiss. Not only was it so hasty, but I also got slapped. He shook his head and walked toward the kitchen. Gazing at the chaotic stove, he propped his hand on his forehead and gave a bitter smile. I really have it too hard. In the bathroom at that moment, shrouded in a thick mist, Lin Chunshin's graceful silhouette could be faintly seen. What am I thinking? That person is me after all. How can I? She raised her hands and tightly covered her cheeks. Whether from shame or the hot water, her small face gradually flushed crimson, even the tips of her ears blushing red. Her watery big eyes darted about in panic. What's this? The object of my first kiss is actually myself. This kind of thing isn't good at all. She squeezed a generous amount of shower gel into her palms, spread it evenly, and carefully scrubbed her body. And being shy about myself. What's that supposed to mean? He's just a little brat after all. Lin Chunshin muttered softly. After scrubbing herself clean, she quickly turned on the shower head and enjoyed the warm stream of water. It's all this guy's fault. I told him to bring it in, otherwise this wouldn't have happened. She grabbed the towel beside her and angrily wiped herself in front of the mirror. Water droplets slid down Lin Chunshin's cheeks, her wet hair clinging to her face, exuding a faint, fresh fragrance. Her skin was soft and pink like molten cheese, delicate and supple. So cute. I really like myself. She pressed close to the mirror, studying the adorable girl reflected in it. It's my first time being a girl. Maybe. Hey, you've been in there for 40 minutes. If you don't come out soon, the food will get cold. At that moment, Lin Chen's voice rang from outside, startling her. She jumped up in panic, pupils constricting, face flushed bright red. I'm fine. I'm still getting dressed. They'll be right out. Flustered, she grabbed the shirt and skirt nearby, quickly slipped them on, and turned on the cold water in front of the mirror to rinse her burning cheeks. What am I doing? I actually did. She cupped her burning face, her eyes dazed as she stared at her reflection in the mirror. Really, this kind of thing? How can I? She shook her head, dispelling the wicked thoughts inside her, and walked out on trembling legs. Lin Chunshin, you took way too long in the shower. 40 minutes for a bath. Even for a girl, that's too much. As soon as she appeared, Lin Shun complained discontentedly. Stupid guy, none of your business. She glared at him fiercely, picked up a slice of eggplant, and stuffed it into her mouth. Braised eggplant, delicious. She chewed the tasty food, gently closing her eyes to savor it. Of course, don't underestimate my cooking skills, they're top-notch. Lin Chen boasted proudly. I'm still calling yourself master. If you keep being so arrogant, I'll rip your ears off and eat them with wine. This sentence turned Lin Chen's face pale with fear. He muttered sheepishly, I won't dare anymore. Forget about eating ears with wine. That's more like it. Go get this lowly a glass of water, I'm parched. Yes ma'am, right away. He grabbed a cup, respectfully filled it with water, and handed it to the feasting Lin Chen. Ah, refreshing. Lin Chen took the cup without ceremony, downed it in one go, leaned back, patted her slightly swollen belly, and said contentedly, I'm full. Now I'm going to make trouble. Huh. That shouldn't have anything to do with me, right? I'm going to take a shower now, or else. Stop. Lin Chen raised her hand, cutting him off. What? What's wrong? He wiped the cold sweat slowly trickling down his forehead, forcing calm into his voice. Lin Chen. She leaped up from the sofa, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. Yes. Watching Lin Chen slowly approach him, his throat moved as he swallowed the saliva that kept secreting. You don't think I've forgotten what you did to this lowly just now, do you? I'm sorry. What should I do? Seeing Lin Chen so close, he barely dared to breathe, his gaze fixed tightly on her. Doing bad things comes with a price. She curled her lips into a wicked smile. You know that was my first kiss. To do something like that to me, you have to take responsibility. Seeing him at a loss for words, she smiled playfully, extended her delicate fair fingers, and gently stroked his chest, cooing softly. Then no matter what request I ask, you have to least tend to me. Fine, as long as you're willing to spare my life, I'll do whatever you say. He quickly nodded in agreement. Then I'll make my request now. Hey Lin Chen, you've been secretly saving up your allowance, haven't you? No, absolutely not. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes darting away in panic. Oh, you've learned to lie now. If I find it, I'll confiscate a whole semester's allowance. What? No way, no. He sighed in despair and said slowly, I've been saving my allowance for months and only managed to scrape together over 1,000. What do you want to do? Me, I don't really want to do anything, I just want to. Lin Chen's eyes curved, her lips lifting into a sly grin. Let me keep that money for you. No. The moment he heard that his hard-saved pocket money was to be handed over to her, Lin Chen instantly became displeased, shaking his head frantically. This is the money I've been saving for so long, just enough to buy a bicycle. How can I give it to you? Humph. Lin Chen put her hands on her hips, biting her lower lip, and said triumphantly, If you don't give it to me, then from now on I'll use everything of yours. They'll take all your panties, not leaving a single one for you. What? You're too ruthless. You're really leaving me no way out. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Then what do you want my pocket money for? You want to hear? Of course I want to hear. That's the money I've saved for so long, just to get a bicycle to make it easier for me to go to school. Lin Chen clenched his fists, his face unconsciously flushing red. Oh, I forgot to tell you, even if you buy a bicycle, it'll just be given to a thief. Might as well spend that money on me. Lin Chen shrugged, looking indifferent. You? Fine. What do you want to buy? I'll do my best. Hearing this, Lin Chen curled her lips slightly, her eyes glinting, revealing a sly expression. Instantly Lin Chen felt as if his body had fallen into an ice cave. He trembled his lips and said in horror, Hey Lin Chen, don't do anything illegal. What do you take me for? She shrugged her thin little shoulders, angrily whimpering like a kitten. I just want to buy some underwear for myself to change, and bras, panties, sanitary pads. Stop. Lin Chen quickly covered her mouth with his hand, gritting his teeth. If you wanted to buy these, just tell me. I thought you were going to. They'll bite you to death. She grabbed Lin Chen's wrist, angrily bit down on it, glaring at him fiercely. Who told you? Never gave me a chance to speak. I don't care, this little Lolita is going to have meat today. Alright, I get it. They'll take you tomorrow on Saturday. I need to go take a shower and go to class now. What? Not scared at all. No fun, no fun. She released her lips and a strand of glistening liquid trailed from the corner of her mouth, forming a thread in the air. Hey you. If you bite, just bite. Why are you spitting on me? Lin Chen glanced at the shallow tooth mark on his wrist disgustedly, pulled out a few tissues, and gently wiped it. Stupid jerk. How dare you disdain me? Prepare to die. Instantly seeing Lin Chen pouncing at him like a ferocious demon, he was startled, but his body quickly reacted. He grabbed a bath towel nearby, rushed to the bathroom, and slammed the door shut with a bang. You bastard. Open the door. If you don't open it, it'll kill you and cut off your ears to soak in wine. At this moment, Lin Chen, like a ferocious demon, kept pounding on the bathroom door, roaring angrily. Hearing the loud banging, Lin Chen leaned against the door, still trembling with fear, breathing heavily, and said pale-faced, Oh my God, how dare I open the door? If I open it for you, I might just kick the bucket today and go see my great-grandmother. If you don't open the door, I'll wait here all day. I don't believe I can't deal with you. You? Seeing that class time was getting closer, he suddenly became anxious, scratching his head and ears, even his long eyebrows unconsciously furrowed tightly. Hey Lin Chen, this stalemate is bad for both of us. How about this? You make a request, And if it's within my power, I'll do it, even if it costs me my life. You said it. No backing out later. Fine. I said it, and I mean it. He gritted his teeth and said sternly. Then, from now on, no matter the weather, I want 5 skewers of grilled tofu from Walking Street, every day. How about that? Simple, right? Okay, but you can't keep bothering me, or I'll be late. Lin Shun let out a long breath, took out his phone, and looked at the time. A ding sound suddenly popped up, a message catching his attention. Huh, a message from the teacher. He tapped it with trembling fingers, and after reading the content, he jumped up in surprise. School is replacing classroom equipment this afternoon, so we get half a day off. Damn, that's awesome. He scanned it several times in disbelief. After confirming the message was from the teacher, he couldn't contain his joy and screamed with delight. Stupid Lin Shun, have you lost your mind? Why are you screaming in broad daylight? Haha, sorry, school let out early today. I'm just too excited. He scratched his hair awkwardly, then turned on the shower and enjoyed the warm bath. After a quick rinse, he looked at the wet towel, hesitated for a moment, then grabbed it and gently dried himself. This girl really doesn't treat me like an outsider, using everything of mine. Isn't this something only couples do? As he thought, his cheeks unconsciously flushed red, even the tips of his ears turning pink. But she's definitely the cutest girl I've ever seen. If she didn't bully me every day, I think I would. He nervously lowered his head, his eyes darting around in panic. Forget it. Since we have a rare early vacation, let me first have a nice sleep, then get up and prepare dinner. He quickly dried himself, nervously turned the doorknob, and peeked outside. Huh, where is she? Could she be? He gulped nervously, his throat moving, and walked upstairs. Seeing the half-open door, he took a deep breath and pushed it open abruptly. Hey, Lin Shun. Suddenly seeing the scene on the bed, his pupils contracted sharply, and his breathing unconsciously quickened. At this moment, Lin Shun was lying quietly on the bed, holding a pillow in her arms. Her hair was scattered messily over her cheeks, and her skin was as smooth and translucent as jade. Her slightly raised chest rose and fell rhythmically with her shallow breaths. Her slender snow-white legs were faintly visible under her skirt, evoking all kinds of thoughts. The slightly drooping clothes inadvertently revealed her delicate pink shoulders. Her sleeping face was peaceful and serene, like a well-behaved little kitten. This girl, she should be a bit more careful. Lin Shun with trembling fingers grabbed the blanket beside him and slowly covered her. Suddenly Lin Shun, who had been sound asleep, abruptly opened her eyes and grabbed his wrist. He got you. You pervert. Trying to do something bad to this Lolita? You are guilty. Hey, listen to my excuse. Excuse? Lin Shun's lips curled slightly, a mischievous glint in her eyes, and she smirked. If you're already making excuses, there's nothing left to say. You've confessed. You damn trash, trying to molest me while I was asleep. What a beast in human skin. No, I misspoke. I meant let me explain. He furrowed his brows, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, his anxious expression clearly visible. Oh, explain. I want listen. Go explain to the police. Saying this, she reached out her small hand, pulled out the phone from Lin Shun's pocket, quickly tapped the screen, and said with a serious expression, Hello, there is a suspect attempting to molest me. I have caught him now. He is at Bayong Road, Bayong Community. Damn, you're serious about this? Startled, Lin Shun's face changed. He lunged over and snatched the phone from her hand. No, that's not it. It was my sister just now. He anxiously lit up the screen, only to see a racing game interface. His face flushed red, and he clenched his teeth, saying, You're just too much. Your reaction is way too funny. Lin Shun raised the corners of her mouth, her eyes turning into crescent moons, and burst into laughter with her mouth wide open. You? How old are you, still acting like a little kid, always teasing people? He sighed and shook his head, saying helplessly, I never thought that I, Lin Shun, who has been upright and honorable all my life, would be punished by heaven with such a demon. I really. Before he could finish, Lin Shun pounced her small hand, grabbing his ear tightly, and said through gritted teeth, You jerk, who are you calling a demon? I just brought you an umbrella today, and you dare to call me that. I'll pull your ear off to vent my anger. Instantly, Lin Shun, hearing this, turned pale with fear. His expression changed, and he put on a flattering smile. No, I was just complaining about the weather today. How could I bear to say that about you? You are the cutest and most beautiful girl in the world. Stare, really? Lin Shun opened her big watery eyes, staring at him intently, looking skeptical. Of course it's true. How would I dare lie to you? My words are witnessed by the heavens. If I'm lying, may Lin Shun never have a girlfriend for life. What? That sentence feels weird somehow. Fine, I'll let you off this time. I'm going to sleep, good night. Lin Shun pouted her pink cheeks, threw herself onto the pillow beside her, and quietly closed her eyes. Hey, give me a pillow. After a whole day of messing around, I can't even keep my eyes open. Oh, here. She grabbed the pillow from her arms and firmly threw it at Lin Shun. Go easy on me. And cover yourself with the blanket. It's autumn now. If you catch a cold, I won't take you to the doctor. He grabbed the pillow timidly, placed it at the head of the bed, and lay down wearily. None of your business. I'm not afraid of catching a cold. Lin Shun rolled up the blanket beside her, wrapping herself tightly, leaving only her little head poking out and moving around. You? Forget it. By the way, Lin Qinshan, your hair is so long. You've been growing it for years, haven't you? Not sure, I don't know how long it's been. I see. Let's sleep then. I'm dead tired. He turned sideways, burying his face in the pillow. The pillow emitted a fresh floral scent with a hint of sweetness, refreshing and pleasant. At that moment, outside the window, after a flash of lightning and a roar of thunder, a furious rain poured down, without mercy, as if to wash the entire world clean. The sudden drop in temperature made Lin Qinshan, still in his sleep, break out in goosebumps. His teeth chattered, he clenched his jaw, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, he felt a warm current enveloping him. He slowly opened his sleepy eyes, only to find darkness so thick he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. When did it get so dark? Is it night already? Silly, did you sleep yourself, stupid? If it weren't for seeing you frozen into such a pitiful state, I wouldn't want to share my little blanket with you. When did you? He pushed aside the blanket covering him, and by the faint light coming in, he suddenly noticed that Lin Qinshan was curled up in his arms, her small hands tightly hugging his neck, her raised chest rising and falling rhythmically with her breathing. Hey, what are you doing? He forced himself to stay calm, suppressed his disordered breathing, his throat moved, and he swallowed the constantly secreting saliva. Sleeping. Don't talk, hold me tight, I like being held while sleeping. She closed her eyes, her delicate lashes trembling, her fair little face flushed red with a misty haze at the corners of her eyes, her soft jelly-like lips stained with an alluring crimson. Hey, how can I possibly sleep like this? Instantly his cheeks flushed crimson, even the tips of his ears turned red, his heart pounding as if it would leap out. I told you not to talk. I can't sleep now, you stupid idiot. She angrily shrugged her thin shoulders, her beautiful white neck tensed, and let out a whimpering sound like a wronged kitten. You should be a little careful. I'm a grown man after all. Sleeping like this. Aren't you afraid? Hearing this, Lin Qinshan's tired eyes suddenly lit up. With a sudden burst of strength, she pinned Lin Qinshan down beneath her, a playful smile curling on her lips, and pressed his shoulders, smirking. Afraid of what? What do you want to do to this little lowly? Nothing at all. Really. She leaned down slowly, bringing her face closer, her burning gaze fixed on Lin Qinshan. Stop. Spare me. I know I was wrong. Looking at the cute, delicate little face so close, Lin Qinshan's eyes flickered in panic, his breathing becoming rapid and erratic, as if he couldn't catch his breath. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Just teasing you, look how nervous you are, ha. She covered her mouth, giggling, even her body uncontrollably trembling slightly with laughter. Trash, little trash. Can't even handle this much, such a waste. She tilted her head, gently fiddling with the hair on her forehead, a mischievous glint in her eyes, the corners of her mouth lifted in a cute, wicked smile. Whoa, you're going too far. Lin Qinshan wiped the corner of his eyes and actually burst into loud sobs. Whoa, what sin did I, Lin Qinshan, commit in my past life to be oppressed like this every day? How long will this inhuman life last? Let me think. She slightly curled the corners of her lips, revealing a cute canine tooth. Well, sorry to say, this kind of life will cling to you for your entire life. Hey, Lin Qinshan, are you going to keep this life between us going on forever? He turned to look out the window, gazing at the fading sunset on the horizon. The twilight had already blurred, and the sky, once piled with evening clouds, had gradually grown dull, losing its color. Yeah. Lin Qinshan stuffed a big mouthful of rice into her mouth, smacking her lips as she said, What's wrong with this? Having the world's cutest little lowly by your side is the greatest honor of your life. You little. Lin Qinshan glanced at her, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes. Lin Qinshan, you know so much, like a worm in my belly. It almost makes me believe you really are my future self. But he raised an eyebrow and looked at her with disdain. But if you really were my future self, how could you have turned out like this? No matter how I think about it, it's impossible. Believe it or not, I don't care. Lin Qinshan glared at him fiercely and continued scarfing down the food in her bowl. If you really did travel back in time then. He slowly leaned closer to her, speaking mysteriously. Then wouldn't you already know what's going to happen in the future, if that's really the case? Suddenly Lin Qinshan's eyes narrowed sharply. She slapped her thigh and exclaimed excitedly, Oh right, I never thought of that. If I seize this opportunity, then wouldn't I? Instantly her eyes lit up with visions of owning a luxurious mansion, trillions in assets, becoming famous and topping the Forbes list. Awesome. Villas, sports cars, endless seafood. All mine. Ha. At that moment Lin Qinshan couldn't help but reach out and gently pat her, interrupting her fantasy. So, what's the first step? Leave it to me. She put her hands on her hips and declared confidently, the first step, of course, is to. First. Suddenly her mind seemed to short-circuit and she stood there dumbfounded. First, buy a lottery ticket, like in those time travel novels. Right. That's it. Her eyes lit up with a delighted smile. See how smart I am. You idiot, just wait to ride on my coattails. Smart my foot. You only thought of it because I suggested it. Lin Qinshan lowered his head and muttered, Do you know the winning numbers? Numbers. In an instant her previously ecstatic mood plunged into an icy abyss, turning cold and desolate. I don't know. Then all that talk was just empty words. Watching her hand frozen in midair, Lin Shun reached out and gently patted her little head. His eyes shifted, and he smiled with a curl of his lips. All right, let's just live our lives normally. Who would actually travel back from the future? Such an unrealistic thing. There is... Lin Shun bit her rosy lip, trembling with anger, her thin shoulders heaving. She sobbed aggrievely. I really didn't lie to you. Why doesn't anyone believe me? All right. Are you full? If you are, I need to fill my growling stomach too. He reached out with his broad hand and gently stroked her angry little head, feeling the strands of silky hair slip through his fingers. Here, take it. Lin Shun shoved the bowl into his hands and sat gloomily by the window, sulking. Actually, it's not just about lottery tickets. He buried his face in the bowl, wolfing down the food, speaking indistinctly. For example, major events that happen like ball games or... Right? That reminds me. The World Cup winners in 2014, 2018, and 2022 were... What? Lin Shun looked at her with excitement. They were. She lowered her head, her eyes panicked and helpless. Her small fists unconsciously clenched tightly, and her breathing became rapid. Hey, you idiot, you never pay attention to the World Cup, do you? Huh. Yeah, you're right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't even know the next World Cup is next year. Lin Shun scooped up food and stuffed it into his mouth, without a care, eating like a starving ghost. Damn it. Why does everything go wrong? Looking at the nonchalant Lin Shun, she quickly redirected her anger toward him. It's all your fault, you lazy bum. You just stay home all day and never care about important stuff. It's driving me crazy. Wait. Seeing her fierce, clawing expression as if she were about to pounce, Lin Shun quickly waved his hands to stop the impending disaster. I know you're anxious, but don't be. There's still room for negotiation. What? That sounds weird. Think about it. Since you claim to be from the future, then during this time prices must have been rising. Quick think, what's increased the most? Let me think. Her eyes widened as if she understood something, and she exclaimed in realization. It's housing prices. They'll multiply several times over the next 10 years. While they're still cheap, tell mom and dad to take out a loan and buy at least 10 apartments. What? 10? Lin Shun was shocked, staring at her in disbelief. 10? Do you think it's like buying spicy sticks? 10 or 20 packs at a time. These are apartments. The price of 10 apartments is astronomical. You're so clueless. Are you going or not? She tensed her pale neck, looking ready to strike. Final try. Seeing that he was about to suffer, Lin Shun rushed out of the room and headed downstairs with hesitant steps. Ha. When I'm rich, I'll grab that nasty Li Tsuawa and make her work like a dog for me. I'll make her work overtime every day to vent my anger. Thinking of the wealthy life ahead, she rolled around on the bed in excitement, her smile irrepressible. Just then a soft knock came at the door. A dejected Lin Shun pushed it open and flopped onto the bed. So, how did it go? Did mom and dad agree? She leaned in curiously, staring intently at Lin Shun. It's all your fault. When I told them to take out a loan to buy a house, they immediately called me a spendthrift and gave me a beating. Don't even mention how much that bamboo shoot stir fry and the 7-wolf belt hurt. Tisk, those two old fogies. They won't cry until they see the coffin. They won't listen to me now, but in 10 years they won't even have enough for a coffin, and they'll have nowhere to cry. Sigh, forget it. Give up. Lin Shun let out a heavy sigh and said grimly, we failed before we even started. Suddenly from the dark doorway a sound of footsteps came closer and closer. Pat, pat, pat. Making his pupils contract and his body tremble in fear. That sound. It's Dad's footsteps. He's coming upstairs. Open up, you brat. Your dad needs to talk to you. A series of loud knocks startled Lin Shun, making him jump. He rushed over and quickly turned the doorknob. Dad, is there anything else? Looking at the imposing Lin Shun outside the door, he wiped the sweat constantly beading on his forehead, his body trembling slightly. You stay cooped up at home all day, your brain's gone fuzzy. You telling me to take out a loan to buy a house? Even if it appreciates, it won't outpace inflation. He placed his broad hands on Lin Shun's shoulders and said gravely, this weekend go out and take a walk. I won't have you staying home every day. But enough no buts. He waved his hand and said earnestly, your dad pays for you to go to a good university so you can have a richer extracurricular life. So this holiday, no matter what, you're not staying home. You have to go out and breathe some fresh air. With that, he pulled out his wallet, took out several 100 yuan notes, and stuffed them into Lin Shun's pocket. Hey, race 500. Do what you want with it, but spend it all over the next 2 days. Dad. Lin Shun wiped the corners of his reddened eyes, his gaze moist. That's it. And brow, what did you put in your room? It smells so fragrant. Nothing. The osmanthus outside the window just bloomed, the scent is drifting in. He shook his head frantically, his brows unconsciously knitting into a tight knot. What? Your dad thought you'd finally done something impressive and secretly hid a girl in your room. Instantly Lin Shun's pupils contracted in fear as he glanced furtively at the half-open wardrobe. Ha, Dad, your imagination is wild. How would I dare do such a thing? Hiding a cute loli at home. That's impossible. What cute loli could it be? He raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lin Shun carefully, and sighed. Oh, you little rascal, of all the choices you could make, you picked this one. Minimum 3 years maximum death penalty ha. Forget it while I'm not too old, yet he'll go have another son for you, so we won't have to worry about who inherits the estate. At those words Lin Shen's face flushed bright red in an instant, even the tips of his ears tinged with a rosy hue. Dad? What are you saying? I wouldn't dare have such thoughts. You overestimate your son. Ha ha ha, you're such a tease. Alright, I'll head downstairs. You. Suddenly he stopped mid-sentence, closed his eyes, and listened intently. Brat, do you hear a giggling sound? As soon as the words left his mouth, as if realizing something, Lin Shen quickly shoved Lin Chong out the door, forcing a laugh. Haha, maybe it's a mouse on the roof. Go downstairs, I need to tidy up and go to sleep. But there's no mouse on the roof. Ah, you never know. Alright, I have to get up early tomorrow to go out anyway. Dad, you should rest early. You have work tomorrow morning. But, oh no buts. Good night, Dad. Lin Shen turned around and slammed the door shut. Instantly his body collapsed like a severed rope, and he slumped to the floor. After hearing the heavy footsteps descending the stairs, he forced himself up, supporting his trembling legs, and gasped for air. At that moment the half-closed wardrobe was pushed open, and a little head peeked out mischievously. A pair of big watery eyes stared at Lin Shen curiously. Haha, your conversation is killing me. It's funnier than a skit. You scared me to death. I told you not to talk, and you still dared to laugh in the wardrobe. I can't believe you. Lin Shen, his face pale, glared at her fiercely. And after all that, you're still laughing. If I weren't so good-tempered, I'd give you a good thrashing. Stare, go ahead, say that again. Who are you going to thrash? Lin Shen put her hands on her hips, her pink cheeks puffed up slightly, and she pouted in displeasure. Seeing this, Lin Shen wiped the anger from his face and quickly changed his tune. I meant my dad, of course. That guy always threatens me with a beating, right? Ha ha ha. TCH, you change your face so fast. Can't be bothered with you. She curled her lips and sneered viciously. Alright, now you have 1700 yuan. Are you going to hand it over to this lowly willingly, or? Forget it, I'll just take it myself. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she lunged at the unprepared Lin Shen, deftly snatched the several hundred yuan notes from his pocket and quickly stuffed them into her own. You're too much. Lin Shen wiped his nose as tears streamed down like a fountain. I saved that up for half a year working hard. I didn't even spend a cent of it myself, and you just take it all away. As his crying grew louder, Lin Shen quickly reached out her fair little hand and gently patted his aggrieved head. Alright, I'm just buying some daily necessities. I can't possibly spend all that money. Trust me, you'll save most of it for you. Really? Lin Shen wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and finally stopped crying. Really? Besides, I let you use me as a body pillow every night. That kind of service is priceless, don't you think? Lin Shen blinked, her big, pitiful eyes gently wiped away the remaining tears on his cheek and curled her lips into a smile. Silly, look at you. Just taking a little of your money and you act like it's killing you. See how frantic you are. What do you mean? I work like a servant every day, exhausting myself to serve you, and you don't even care about me. You just bully me in every way, and like a bandit you take over my phone and my allowance. Puffed. She covered her mouth, her eyes curving into crescents, revealing 2 cute fangs. After all, you're another me, so I can only take advantage of you and bully you. TCH, if you really were another me, you'd be too wicked. You're this harsh on yourself. If you ever get married and your husband accidentally upsets you, head be torn apart. Lin Shen pouted and muttered under his breath. But that's impossible. Her limpid eyes sparkled, and her lips curved gently, as clear and moving as ripples on a lake. Because I'm sticking with you for life. In the early morning, a thin ray of sunlight filtered through the curtain, gently falling upon the head of the bed. Lin Shen's golden blonde hair spread across the pillow, shimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays. A soft breeze rustled the osmanthus tree outside the window, causing a faint rustling sound, while the quiet room was filled with the fragrance of flowers and grass, serene and comfortable. Still lost in a sweet dream, Lin Shen turned over, revealing her small, delicate sleeping face. She rubbed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering open, revealing 2 clear, bright pupils. This guy, why is he still sleeping? She gently turned over, pouting her tender pink cheeks, and glared angrily at Lin Shen, who was still sound asleep. You lazy pig, how can you sleep so much? She carefully reached out her small hand, slowly moving closer to Lin Shen, who was still in his dreams. Her fair arm tightly wrapped around his long neck, and her petite, delicate body curled up in his arms like a little kitten. Honestly, you didn't even touch me all night. I finally understand why I've been single for 28 years. She sniffled, her nose glistening with moisture as she breathed in the faint, pleasant scent emanating from Lin Shen. What's this? So mean even your scent has rubbed off on me. Shyly lifting her eyes, she cast a brief glance at the slightly protruding Adam's apple on Lin Shen's neck, blinked her big, watery eyes, and nervously buried her little face into his chest. This guy having such an adorable lowly in his arms, yet he can still sleep so peacefully. What a waste. Lin Shen shifted her body, pressing closer to him, until their heartbeats became distinctly audible. After a long while, seeing that Lin Shen still showed no reaction, she lifted her face in dissatisfaction and murmured, "Stupid guy, still not awake, sleeping like a log." Angrily she stretched out her hands like eagle claws, fiercely grabbed Lin Chen's ears and twisted them mercilessly. Ah, what's wrong? What's wrong? The moment before Lin Chen was still dreaming, but the next second, he jolted awake. He opened his eyes in panic and immediately saw that adorable little face enlarged before him. Lin Chen what? Ah. Before he could finish, as Lin Chen increased the pressure in her hands, a series of wails shattered the quiet morning. After a bout of inhuman screams, Lin Chen rubbed his reddened ears in pain and said pitifully, "Really, I could have had a good sleep today, but you woke me up so early. Is there no justice? What do you have a problem with that?" She pouted and said indignantly, "Stupid guy, you know I have to go shopping with you today, yet you're so dawdling. Say, are you doing it on purpose or deliberately?" Deliberately. Suddenly his eyes widened in realization, and he quickly caught on those two. Seem the same to me. I don't care. And last night I told you to hold me. What's wrong with you? All timid and hesitant. Are you even a man? If you can't even touch me, then in the future, Lin Chen, if you end up single for life and can't find a partner, you'll have no one to cry to. Seeing her fierce demeanor, Lin Chen gritted his teeth, reached out his broad hand, and gently stroked her aggrieved little head. Find a partner? With a little tyrant like you at home, and those two old rascals below, if I were to find another grand lady, I wouldn't get a peaceful night's sleep. What are you talking about? It's like a tongue twister. I don't want to listen. Humph. She gently closed her eyes, enjoying the tender caress. So comfortable. Stop. Lin Chen stumbled back several steps, staring at her in horror, his lips trembling as he said, "What? What kind of weird sound is that? Look at you, so scared." She pursed her lips, her eyes curving into crescents, her laughter crisp as a silver bell. "You're so mean. Always teasing me, not a bit." Not a bit what? Before she could finish, Lin Chen was already displeased. She placed her hands on her slender waist, bit her crimson lips, and sobbed angrily. "I your lowly sleep with you every night as your pillow, but you don't take the initiative. And my first kiss. That was my first kiss." Her cheeks flushed red, she bit her lower lip and said indignantly, "That was my most precious first kiss. And I gave it so casually to a big fool like you. If you don't take responsibility, that would be a crime against heaven." Lin Chen cast a timid glance at her too, scared to even breathe. He lowered his head and stammered, "All right. I want dare again. Whatever you want me to do, listen." Don't be angry. I don't know how to comfort a girl. You. Please don't." Then Lin Chen curled her lips, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. "You promised. You'll do whatever I say. All right. As long as you don't ask for anything too outrageous, I'll do whatever you say." Lin Chen's throat moved as he swallowed, raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat constantly beating on his forehead. Then, she slowly stepped forward until she stood before Lin Chen. "Then give me a hug." Her eyes sparkled with a smile, as if they held light shimmering like crystal stars. Her pure, clear eyes seemed to contain an infinite world. "All right. Let me prepare myself." Lin Chen closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then suddenly stretched out his arms and pulled her tightly into his embrace. "But see, with a little effort you can do it." She extended her slender arms and wrapped them around his strong waist, a smile spreading across her lips. Well, how about that? Holding the world's cutest lowly, I bet you're completely satisfied." "Well, that's true, but you're too short. You only reach my chin." "Oh, you. How dare you call me short? Prepare to die." Swift as lightning, her hands shot out like eagle claws, fiercely grabbing the flesh of his thigh and twisting it like a screw, clamping down tightly and spinning madly. I was wrong. I want dare again." After a series of pitiful pleas for mercy, Lin Chen shook her numb hands and cast a cold glance at Lin Chen, who was twitching on the floor. "So now you know my power. If you ever call me short again, I'll cut off your legs and make you shorter than me." "Well, I understand. Even if you beat me to death, I won't say that again." He rubbed his aching thigh, tears welling up in his eyes. All right, stop crying. They'll go take a shower first, and then we'll start." Lin Chen leaned and reached out her small hand and gently wiped away his aggrieved tears. "My date with you." After passing through a tree-lined street, they arrived at the most bustling part of the city, the commercial street. This vibrant scene stood in stark contrast to the tranquil and peaceful small town. On both sides of the street were a dazzling array of shops, and since it was a rest day, a large crowd of students had gathered, making it a lively and bustling place. "Hey Lin Chen, there are so many people here, and you still ask me to take you to buy that kind of thing. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Lin Chen glanced around, nervously speaking in a flustered tone. "What's the big deal? Besides, this is my first time too. I'm not nervous, so why are you?" She reached out her small hand, patted Lin Chen on the back, and pulled him into a general store. "Welcome. What can I get for you, little miss?" The shopkeeper, a plump, kind-faced woman, hurried over upon seeing customers. "Shopkeeper, give me a few packs of sanitary pads." Sanitary pads." The shopkeeper's eyes flickered with surprise, her brow furrowing as she lowered her voice. "Little miss, they're not any pads, they're called sanitary napkins." I don't really know about these things. It's my first time buying them too." "I see. You're still in middle school, right? You look about the same age as my niece." The shopkeeper turned around and began rummaging through the shelves, chattering incessantly. "Then he'll get you the medium size." This one is quite suitable for you whether for sports or daily use. I highly recommend it. As she spoke, she thoughtfully picked up a black plastic bag stuffed the beautifully packaged sanitary napkins inside and handed them to Lin Chinchin. Little miss, that'll be 30 yuan total. Thank you for your patronage. Hey you big dummy, come pay. What are you standing there like a fool for? She snatched the plastic bag aggressively and shoved it into Lin Chen's arms. Alright, I got it. Lin Chen pulled out some change from his pocket, handed it to the shopkeeper, and fled the store like a shot. You jerk. What are you running for? She chased after him in big strides, grabbed his shirt corner, and said indignantly, Look at you all cowardly. Just carrying a pack of sanitary pads for me, it's like you're going to die or something. You have no idea how that shopkeeper looked at me. Like I was some heinous criminal sentenced to death ready to devour me alive. Lin Chen glanced at her and said in a low voice, How old are you really? You don't look 18 at all. I'd say you're at most 15. That shopkeeper definitely thought I was a delinquent luring an underage girl. If there's no such thing. She blinked her big watery eyes and looked up at Lin Chen. But honestly, I'm not sure about my age either. That damn god never told me such things. Sai, I really don't know what's in your head, always spouting these unrealistic nonsense. Talking back, looking for a beating, she planted her hands on her hips and glared at Lin Chen fiercely. I won't go easy on you just because there are so many people around, you know. No, I was just joking. How would I dare to talk back to you? That's more like it. She raised an eyebrow and glanced at a clothing store nearby, then curiously wandered over. I really don't get why mom likes hanging out in these shops for ages. I can't believe there's anything appealing about this place. She pushed open the glass door and stepped inside, looking around. The store was well stocked with a dazzling variety of clothes, leaving Lin Chen momentarily stunned. Hello little miss, can I help you with something? A middle-aged woman in a business suit with heavy makeup and a professional demeanor approached. I'm just looking to see if there's anything suitable for me. If there is, I'll buy a few sets. Hearing this, the woman's eyes lit up immediately. She grinned and said, What style do you like, little miss? You can tell me. Let me think. She cupped her chin with her small hand, frowning slightly. After a moment, she pointed to a set of sportswear hanging nearby and said softly, If possible, give me a few sets of this type of sportswear and then a few pretty dresses. As for the size, just go by your judgment. The middle-aged woman nodded and began scrutinizing Lin Chen carefully. For you, little miss, size S should be more than enough. As for the dresses, how about choosing one with a pink tone like the one you're wearing? Sure, that works. They'll go look at other things first. So saying, she grabbed Lin Chen, who was still standing there dazed, and dragged him around the store. What's that over there? She rushed over enthusiastically, and soon her attention was captured by a bracelet shimmering with white light displayed in a glass case. The bracelet was made of transparent crystal and smooth silver metal links, elegant, yet exquisite. Oh, found something you like, little miss. We have a promotion now. Everything is 20 off. At that moment, the middle-aged woman approached, cradling the clothes in her arms and carefully placing them on the counter. Little miss, take a look at these clothes first. Do you like any of them? Let me see. Lin Chen casually picked up a pink dress, held it against her body, and compared herself in the mirror. Would you like to try it on? No need. I'm just checking if the size is right. Lin Chen turned around and began to carefully select. In the end, she chose 2 trendy sportswear sets, the pink dress and a light blue dress. Alright, that's it. She clapped her hands and turned her attention back to the bracelet in the glass counter. How much is this bracelet? It's so pretty. This one. Let me check. The middle-aged woman leaned in and carefully looked at the price list nearby. This is a hot item. It's on sale now in our store. It's not expensive, only 188 yuan. I'll take it. Wrap it up with the rest. This statement startled Lin Chen, who was standing nearby. His eyes darted around anxiously, and he stammered. Since we're buying so much at once, can you give us a better discount? Dear, our store already offers the best discounts. However, considering your large purchase this time, I can give you a personal discount of 38 yuan. As she spoke, she magically pulled out a calculator from somewhere. With a crisp click of the keys, she grinned and said, Thank you for your patronage. The total is 900 yuan, but I'll make it 888 yuan. Lin Chen felt as if a knife had been stabbed into him. He gritted his teeth, reluctantly pulled out the money from his pocket, counted it carefully several times, and then extracted a few 100 yuan bills. The moment she received the money, the middle-aged woman beamed with joy. She quickly instructed the salesgirls to carefully wrap the clothes and bracelet, then handed them along with the change to Lin Chen. Little miss, here are your dresses and bracelet. Keep them safe. Please come again. Alright, I still have something to buy. What else? Hearing there was more business, the middle-aged woman's interest perked up immediately. I also need to buy panties. Excuse me, do you need to buy lingerie for your girlfriend? At that moment, a bespectacled, rather thin man approached, and seeing Lin Chen standing there at a loss, immediately began to attend to him. No, not really. Lin Chen glanced at the colorful array of intimate apparel nearby, and quickly turned his head away. Oh, then are you buying it for your sister or younger sister? The man pressed on. No. Lin Chen shot him a fierce glare and replied impatiently. Could it be? The man's eyes widened in shock as he adjusted his glasses and said mysteriously, I never would have guessed. A handsome young lad like you with such a peculiar hobby. Young people these days are getting more and more twisted. You? Lin Chen's neck flushed crimson. He reached out with hawk-like claws, grabbed the man by the collar, and said through gritted teeth, "Who are you calling twisted, you brainless donkey?" The sudden commotion quickly drew the attention of those around them, who craned their necks to watch the spectacle, with interest buzzing with gossip. What's going on? Why is a fight about to break out here? A richly dressed woman turned to a bystander to gossip. I saw the whole thing. The salesperson was kindly helping the young man, but instead of appreciating it, he got annoyed and now wants to hit him. At that moment, a stout, middle-aged woman squeezed into the crowd. Her old-fashioned hair was as ugly as a steamed bun, and the dye was already far too yellowed. Her words instantly ignited the crowd, and everyone turned their blame on Lin Chen, launching into a tirade. Look at this young man towering over others, not only ungrateful, but also ready to resort to violence in public. What a sad state of society. The fat auntie's mouth flowed like the yellow river, unstoppable. This generation of youngsters knows less and less about respecting others. No manners at all. I wonder how their parents raised them. You. These words were like a fuse, finally igniting Lin Chen, who had reached his limit. He threw down the trembling man and fixed his gaze on the fat woman. Say that again if you dare. Instantly his eyes bulged as he let out a roar like a lion. Oh my, you wouldn't actually lay a hand on a defenseless old woman like me, would you? They'll call the police on you, I swear. Seeing Lin Chen's aggressive demeanor, the fat woman, far from backing down, grew even bolder, emboldened by the crowd. Just as the situation seemed about to spiral out of control, a crisp, angry shout erupted from the crowd. Everyone get out of my way. In an instant, the crowd that had been clustered together parted to make way. An enraged Lin Chen strode through the crowd, in a few steps reached out her small hand and gently pulled Lin Chen aside. Are you all brainless? You don't even know what happened, and you're already stirring up trouble. Oh, look at her, so young, and... Shut up. Lin Chen turned her gaze sharply to the fat woman, sneering disdainfully. You fat pig, especially you. Don't think I don't know what you're about to say. Something like so young should be studying, not dating, right? Why can he find a cute girlfriend like me while you can't even get a handsome young man? Maybe you should look at yourself first. Seeing the fat woman rendered speechless, Lin Chen pressed on mercilessly. Look at all that fat hanging over your belly. Can't you even be bothered to lose weight? Even the pigs back in my hometown probably don't weigh as much as you. These words struck like a sword, piercing the fat woman's heart. She clutched her chest, wiped away tears, and squeezed out of the crowd, fleeing as fast as she could. And as for the rest of you, what are you staring at? This guy is only allowed to be bullied by me. You have no right to point fingers at him. Hearing this, the crowd dispersed like ebbing tide in an instant. Hey, you idiot, what are you standing there for? Pack up and let's go home. She blinked her big, watery eyes, a gentle smile curling at the corners of her lips. Sorry for keeping you waiting. You've had a rough time, haven't you? I. Lin Chen's eyes welled up with tears at her comforting words. Don't cry, don't cry. Crying in public is embarrassing, you know. Lin Chen gently tiptoed and reached out her fair little hand, placing it softly on his aggrieved head, stroking it comfortingly. Those nasty people are all gone now. I scared them away for you. I've avenged you, so you don't need to cry anymore. Sob. Seeing that he not only didn't stop, but cried even harder, Lin Chen grabbed his ear and pinched it, saying sternly, if you keep crying, you'll tear off your ear and pickle it in wine. I'm not crying. In an instant, Lin Chen's body jolted as if shocked, and his sobs came to an abrupt halt. That's better, that's more like it. Come on, let's pay and go home. As soon as they reached the checkout counter, they heard some harsh scolding. Turning around, they saw a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup, looking very efficient, berating a bespectacled thin man. Lee, I've told you countless times to respect customer privacy, but you just let it go in one ear and out the other. And worst of all, you dared to gossip about a customer. And when the customer had a problem, you even tried to shirk responsibility. Looks like our store can't keep you anymore. These words terrified the bespectacled man, who clasped his hands and begged, Manager Wang, it'll definitely change. Please, this is my only job. If I lose, it'll be out on the streets. Seeing the situation escalating, Lin Chen hurried forward and said in a low voice, about this. Why don't we just let it go? I was a bit impulsive too. Oh, you're willing to forgive him? The middle-aged woman raised an eyebrow and looked at Lin Chen with a glint of approval. Yeah, after all, it's not that big a deal. Such magnanimity at such a young age. Young man, you'll surely make something of yourself when you grow up. The middle-aged woman quickly stuffed the various bags into Lin Chen's hands, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Our store's service was lacking first. Welcome back anytime, both of you. Hey, when exactly are we going back? At this moment, Lin Chen was buried under a mountain of shopping bags. He adjusted the several bags hanging around his neck and complained, didn't you just say we'd leave after this store? If you keep going, we'll have covered the entire street. Because shopping is so much fun. There are so many beautiful clothes and shoes, I can't even finish looking at them all. You're comfortable, but look at me. How many things am I carrying? Even a donkey wouldn't get this treatment. That's true. Then I'll reluctantly help you out. She took the shopping bags from Lin Chen's hand and giggled. How about it? Doesn't it feel much lighter? Forget it, it's already a miracle that you're helping. He shook his numb right hand, carefully took off the dresses hanging around his neck, and gently held them in his hand. By the way, I haven't properly thanked you yet. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have definitely lost control and lashed out. Uff, who would have thought you have such a temper? Lin Shunshin took the grilled gluten skewer handed by a street vendor, took a big bite, and chewed as she said, that big mouth deserved a scolding. The only thing tough about him is probably his mouth. Oh boss, give me 5 more skewers. This is delicious. She then took out a stack of small bills and handed them to the boss. All right, young lady, wait a moment. The boss took the money, turned around, and began to busy himself. You? How much money is left? Between clothes and shoes, you've squandered it all. I'm about 600 or 700. I've been very thrifty, but buying these is unavoidable. Soon Lin Shunshin finished one skewer, licked the corner of her mouth, and looked at the boss with lingering desire, eyeing the few skewers on the grill greedily. Young lady, how much spice? Do you want scallions? Yes, I want everything. Under the boss' skillful hands, skewers of grilled gluten steaming hot and coated with sauce were freshly made. Hey silly goose, wanna try? It's really good. She deftly took the bag from the boss and waved it in front of Lin Shun. Why have you given me another new nickname? Lin Shun glared at her in dissatisfaction. Staring at the fragrant grilled gluten, his throat moved as he swallowed the saliva that kept forming. Look at me like this. I can't even hold it. That's true. Then let this little lowly reluctantly feed you herself. She quickly pulled out a skewer from the bag and shoved it into Lin Shen's mouth. With her hands proudly on her hips, she raised an eyebrow and giggled. How about it? Having a little lowly personally feed you this grilled gluten, doesn't it whet your appetite? Suddenly Lin Shen's face turned bright red. He pursed his lips tightly as if strangled by an invisible hand, unable to speak. What's wrong? Are you choking? She extended her fair little hand, pulled out the skewer from his mouth, and carefully patted his back. Cough, 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 cough. Lin Shen rubbed his throat and looked at her in shock. You? Are you trying to feed a pig? Shoving this thing straight down my throat. If the boss hadn't smoothed the bamboo skewer, that would have sent me to the afterlife. But sorry. I've never fed anyone before. They'll be careful next time. She gently brought the skewer to Lin Shen's lips and said softly, here, like this, it won't choke you, right? Really, you should have done it this way from the start. Lin Shen took a big bite indignantly. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he exclaimed in surprise, this is really good. Quite fragrant. Hee, I didn't lie to you, did I, eh? Her eyes curved into crescent moons, her laughter as melodious as a clear mountain spring. Yes. Hurry up and eat. After we finish, we need to head back early to make lunch. Then let's go check out that place ahead. There are so many people gathered there. She stepped forward, curiously poking her head in. Old man, what are you selling here? A little girl. The bald uncle beside him looked up and sized up Lin Shunshin. Seeing her youthful appearance, he glanced at her indifferently and began to introduce, little girl, you have a discerning eye. All the items here are centuries-old antiques. Oh, so you're saying these are all antiques? Yes. Is there anything you like? I can give you a discount. All right, let me take a look. Saying that, she rolled up her sleeves and began to look around with her big watery eyes. Soon her attention quickly shifted to a terracotta warrior standing nearby. The craftsmanship was exquisite, but there was one very jarring detail. It was holding a loaded Gatling gun in its hand. Boss, how much is this terracotta warrior? I've taken a liking to this thing. Oh my, you spotted it with just one glance. The bald uncle grinned, revealing a few yellow teeth, and chuckled. This thing has a history. It's a relic from the Western Zhou dynasty. Let me tell you, even if you searched the entire street, you wouldn't find another piece like this. Western Zhou? I think it's from last week, more like it. Lin Shunshin lowered her head and muttered under her breath. So young lady, do you like it? If you do, I can give you a discount. She raised an eyebrow slightly and said disdainfully, then name your price, boss. If it's fair, I'll buy it. Ha, young lady, you're indeed straightforward. How about this price? He held up 2 withered fingers at Lin Shunshin, a sly smile creeping onto his face. 200,000. No, too expensive. I can't do that. Seeing Lin Shunshin about to turn and leave, the bald boss quickly reached out a hand to stop her. Don't rush. You're sincere about buying and I'm sincere about selling. How about this? You name a price, and if it's reasonable, I'll sell it to you. Then 20 yuan. Deal? Sold. Seeing the boss agree so readily, Lin Shunshin was startled and thought to herself, oh no, I overpaid. I should have bargained more. She reluctantly pulled out a 20 yuan note, handed it to the boss, and then took the terracotta warrior from him. Wow, you really went for the jugular. 20 yuan for a terracotta warrior. You got a huge bargain. But if you saw what this thing looks like, you wouldn't say that. Huh, what is it? Lin Shen leaned in curiously to look at the so-called antique in her hand. When he saw that the so-called ancient relic was actually a terracotta warrior holding a Gatling gun, his face darkened and his brows furrowed into a tight line. This thing you bought, could it have time traveled back? As soon as he returned home, Lin Shen could not wait to collapse onto the sofa, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Hey, this bracelet is absolutely gorgeous, she said, raising her delicate wrist. The bracelet, shimmering with a white glow, sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, radiating dazzling light. You stop admiring yourself and go tidy up, Lin Shen said, lifting his eyes slightly and glancing at the messy living room with annoyance. What's the rush? Mom and Dad won't be back until afternoon anyway. Let me take a break first. With that, she leaned back and laid down beside Lin Shun. Hey Lin Shun, are you really planning to live with me forever? Yeah. Otherwise I'd have nowhere to go. Would you bear to see me sleep on the street? You jerk. Lin Shun turned sideways and said softly, what about your family? If you act so unrestrained, won't they worry about you? My family. She also turned sideways, meeting Lin Shun's eyes, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. My family lives with me every day, don't they? Isn't that right, my other half? What are you talking about? What other half? I don't understand. He shuddered, jumped up from the sofa, and looked out the window in panic. Haha, your reaction is too intense. How about we tell Mom and Dad about my situation? I feel guilty keeping it from them all this time. No, absolutely not. Lin Shun waved his hands frantically, his eyes growing flustered. If they find out I dared to hide something like this from them, I'll be skinned alive. What's the big deal? It's my house, but you're making me feel like a thief sneaking around. No fun at all. Seeing her dejected look, Lin Shun quickly leaned and reached out his hand and gently stroked her aggrieved little head. I'll talk to them. Give me a few days, and I'll definitely confess to Mom and Dad. Then what if Mom and Dad refuse and kick me out? Lin Shun blinked her big watery eyes, looking at him pitifully. Let me think. He gently massaged the roots of Lin Shun's hair with his fingertips. The tingling sensation made Lin Shun close her eyes and enjoy it. If they're not willing, I'll have to let you stay at Li Qian's place for a while. But then I'll be the one suffering. Huh, why do you say that? She gently cupped her chin, tilted her head up, and asked curiously. You're silly. If you stay at her place, I'll have to work to earn money and prepare for your daily needs. She's not related to you. She can't let you stay forever. It's already a blessing to let you stay temporarily. I see. That's really troublesome. She pouted and complained, I'm not going to work. I finally became a girl, so I have to enjoy myself. Lin Shun glanced at her, amused and exasperated. You're always thinking about such strange things. I don't know how I got entangled with you. After all, you are another me. I have faith in myself. Otherwise, how could I have been single for 28 years? She curved her eyes and giggled softly. See, you're saying weird things again. If you said that outside, people would send you to a mental hospital. I'm too lazy to explain. My stomach says it's hungry. Go prepare lunch. All right, my little princess. He stood up without delay and started bustling in the kitchen. Let me see what good TV shows there are. Lin Shun reached out, grabbed the remote control beside her, and skillfully turned on the TV. I really can't understand what's so interesting about those palace dramas and singing variety shows. They even made Mom stay glued to the TV all day. She pressed the remote, switching through several channels before finally stopping, satisfied. The TV was airing a very popular palace drama at the time, Scarlet Heart. In that era, it was a well-loved and widely known TV series. Soon she was captivated by the tight plot and vivid characters, her big watery eyes fixed on the screen. Hey Lin Shun, lunch is ready. Come eat. At this moment, Lin Shun was completely absorbed in the drama, ignoring the fact that she had just complained about being hungry. Your lunch is ready. Come eat. Seeing no response from Lin Shun, he simply rushed over and stood in front of her. You big pumpkin. Want a beating? I'm watching the exciting part. She shrugged her thin shoulders, pressed her rosy lips together, and let out a series of aggrieved whimpers. Lin Shun turned his head, glanced at the TV, and muttered softly. I really don't understand what's so good about these palace dramas. Why does Mom like them, and you too? Hey, that sounds so familiar. She stood up discontentedly, stretched her limbs, and lazily arched her back. What did you make for lunch? Stir-fried pork with chili, stir-fried pork with carrots, and seaweed egg drop soup. Awesome. You made so much. She excitedly pounced on the dining table, picked up a large piece of steaming lean meat, eagerly stuffed it into her mouth, and squinted with satisfaction. Of course. With a living ancestor like you at home, I dare not be negligent at all. This is a reward for you. Eat more, or what if you get exhausted one day? She extended her slender fingers, picked up a few pieces of fragrant meat, and lightly placed them into Lin Shun's bowl. You're both worrying and delightful. Lin Shun shook his head helplessly, smiling wryly as he shoveled food into his mouth. Compared to Lin Shun, his appetite was significantly larger. He buried his face in the bowl and wolfed down his lunch. The former me ate like a starving ghost. She chewed the food in her bowl, gently, her eyes glancing upward, secretly observing Lin Shun's eating manner. Soon after finishing half a bowl, she patted her slightly bloated belly and let out a satisfied burp. I'm full. Time to start causing trouble. She curled her lips into a mischievous grin, a sly gleam sparkling in her eyes. Instantly, Lin Shun sensed danger and quickly stood up. In the blink of an eye, she pushed off the sofa with her feet, lunged toward Lin Shun, and wrapped her arms around his neck. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening came from the living room, followed by a figure appearing at the entrance without warning. You brat, Dad's back. Go heat up the food. Lin Shun, who had just returned home, glanced over and immediately saw the two of them embracing in the living room. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze, and they all stared at each other at a loss. Dad, let me explain. It's not what you think. Dad, it's really not what you think. Seeing that Lin Shun was still clinging to him like a leech, he flusteredly pried open the small hands that were wrapped around his neck and stammered. Dad, let me explain first. You little brat. Lin Chong raised his eyebrows, glared at him fiercely, then sat down on the sofa, staring thoughtfully at Lin Chunshin, who looked utterly harmless. All right then, explain a bit. What's your relationship with this little girl? She and I we're boyfriend and girlfriend. Before he could finish, Lin Chunshin eagerly raised her fair little hand and interrupted. Oh, boyfriend and girlfriend. Lin Chong scrutinized her carefully, then looked at Lin Shan with a grave expression. Lin Shan quickly understood, stepped forward, and leaned in. Dad, what's wrong? Lin Chong reached out with his large, eagle claw-like hand, grabbed Lin Shan's ear, and twisted it mercilessly several times. Lin Shan, you've really grown up, haven't you? You've even learned to kidnap little girls. Seeing his ear twisted into a pretzel, Lin Shan endured the pain, trembling lips, said, Dad, I didn't kidnap her. Ask her if you don't believe me. Still making excuses? With her dazed look, she must be completely unaware. How dare you? I'm not dazed. I'm 28 years old. Lin Chunshan leaned in and interrupted his impending words. What? Lin Chong was shocked, staring blankly at Lin Chunshin, stammering. 28. Yes. She tilted her head, her eyes curving into crescent moons, and her laughter tinkled like silver bells. Fine, you little brat. Tell me what you did to this young lady. Confess now, and I might still be able to negotiate for you, at least reduce your sentence by a few years. He furrowed his brows, his face growing paler, his eyes wide with fright as he glared at Lin Chen, even his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Hey, you stop gloating and come explain a bit. Lin Chun clenched his teeth, glaring angrily at the grinning Lin Chen. I know. Dad, go easy on him. Aren't you afraid you'll twist his ear off? Seeing Lin Chen's pained expression, she quickly rushed over, pushed away Lin Chong's vice-like hands, and tenderly massaged Lin Chen's ear. Did you just call me Dad? Lin Chong slowly raised his finger, pointing at himself, and exclaimed in disbelief. You even called me Dad? What is your relationship? I've already told you we're boyfriend and girlfriend. Lin Chunshin pursed her lips, pouting indignantly. I've said it several times, Dad, but you just won't listen. Haha, is that so? He scratched his nearly bald head awkwardly, his eyes becoming uncertain. Dad, you're really something. Didn't you say you'd let me explain? Why did you start hitting me? Lin Shen raised his eyes, glanced at Lin Chong, his eyes full of grievance. All right then, tell me. What's the situation between you two now? He plopped down onto the sofa, let out a heavy sigh, and said sternly, but if you dare lie, you little brat, I'll break your legs, and make sure you can't get out of bed tomorrow. Okay, I absolutely won't tell a single lie. Lin Shen quickly nodded, took a breath, and said solemnly, this whole thing started a few days ago. I was walking home peacefully when this girl appeared out of nowhere like a ghost, then collapsed on the ground. I thought she was trying to pull a scam. Then I took her to a nearby clinic. Who would have thought that when she woke up she started saying she was me from 10 years in the future. She even took over my room, and these past few days she's been bullying your poor son. What? Immediately Lin Chong sprang up, his pupils contracting, and stammered. So you two have been sleeping together every night. Mom, these days I've not only slept with him, but I've been sleeping in his arms. Lin Chunshin blinked her big watery eyes, saying nonchalantly. So you two, have you already crossed that red line? Huh, what red line? Seeing her innocent look, Lin Chong's tense heart slowly relaxed. He let out a deep sigh and continued. Nothing. Little girl, what's your name? During this time living with Lin Chen, did he force you or do anything wrong to you? That coward. No way. She covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Lin Chen. Lin Chen. What a coincidence. You two are quite fated. Lin Chong turned his head to look at Lin Chen. But you two only met a few days ago and already confirmed your relationship. Isn't that too hasty? Hee, this is nothing. What I'm about to say will definitely shock Dad. What? She paused for suspense, then continued. Lin Chun is actually my hard-working, obedient slave. What the hell, you two? Instantly Lin Chong's body stiffened, as if electrified, frozen in place. After a moment, he came to his senses, forced himself to calm down, adjusted his disordered breathing, and patted his chest. I can understand. After all, you're young, but... He shifted his gaze to Lin Chun. But I never expected my son to be into this. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Hey, Lin Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Chen suddenly stood up, his face flushed red, and stammered. Dad, she's completely slandering me. I, Lin Chen, have always been open and honest. How could I possibly like such things? All right, Dad understands. He'll keep your hobbies a secret. After all, I'm a man too, so I can sympathize. As he said this, he walked over, slowly patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, and said solemnly, Lin Chen glanced at her with a helpless smile, his face full of resignation. By the way, Chen, during these days you've been living with this brat, haven't your parents? Just as Lin Chen was about to continue asking, suddenly, the living room door was yanked open, followed by a crisp female voice that interrupted his impending words. My precious son, Mom is back. I got off work early today. Did you miss Mom? So it's really that simple, eh? Louie glanced at the two beside her, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Then little Chen, is there anything you'd like to tell Auntie? She cupped her chin, looking at Lin Chen with keen interest. Mom, don't worry. They'll definitely take good care of this little brat. Lin Chen patted her flat chest, looking utterly confident. A few even called me Mom. Little Chen is such a sweet talker. A mischievous smile curled at the corner of her mouth as her gaze shifted to Lin Chun. But then again, little Chun is so adorable, I'm surprised you've managed to hold yourself back. Hey, what are you saying, stupid moms? Lin Chun glared at her and muttered, she bullies me, and now even mom's joining in. Are you two in cahoots? Haha, it's clear you two get along well. Her eyes flickered as she glanced at Lin Chun. Oh Chun, I forgot to tell you. I'm not against you two, but you've only known each other for a few days and moving in together already. Isn't that a bit rushed? Besides, moving in together requires both families' permission. Little Chun, what about your parents? Before she could finish, Lin Chun raised her hand and interrupted eagerly. Actually, as long as I agree, it's fine, because my parents. No, absolutely not. I must have your parents' consent. That's my final line. Seeing her persistent look, Lin Chun wiped her nose and managed to squeeze out a few glistening tears from the corners of her eyes. Boo-hoo. I'm actually an orphan. What a... Even Lin Chong, who had been calmly sipping his wine, could no longer sit still. He slammed the table and stood up abruptly, staring at Lin Chun in shock. I never thought such a tragic thing could happen to you. I grew up in an orphanage, always being assigned all kinds of dirty and tiring chores. Not only that, but I was also scolded by an old woman named Li Tsuhua, and I had to work until late every night before I could sleep. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she sobbed pitifully. That day I finally couldn't take it anymore and ran away alone. But because I hadn't eaten for days, I collapsed on the road. So to me, Lin Chun is the lifeline that keeps me alive. If you want to kick me out, then I... She lowered her head in disappointment, tears streaming down like a spring mingling with intermittent sobs and sniffles. Even her thin shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Little Chun, I'm sorry for making you recall such painful memories. Lu Hui wiped her reddened eyes, leaned in, and hugged Lin Chun with tenderness, gently stroking the tears from her face. So, will you take me in? She lifted her little head, looking at Lu Hui with tearful eyes. Yes, of course. If little Chun doesn't mind, you can stay here. But you don't have any change of clothes, do you? How about I? Before she could finish, Lin Chun broke free from her embrace, grinning mischievously. Clothes. Lin Chun already bought them for me. He's such a thoughtful sweetheart. That's good. By the way, dear, don't you have anything to say? Boo-hoo. I. Lin Chun rubbed his swollen, tear-reddened eyes and said sternly, turning a blind eye to such a strong little girl. I can't do that. So I've decided. From now on, Chun, consider this your home. If that brat Lin Chun ever dares to wrong you, tell me, and he'll break his legs. Seeing them all in tears, Lin Chun lowered her head in shame and silently thought, Dad, Mom, forgive your unfilial daughter. He'll make sure Lin Chun takes good care of you both in your old age. At that moment, the silent Lin Chun slowly stepped forward, stopped in front of her, and bowed deeply. I'm sorry. I didn't know you had such a painful past. I was too impulsive before. I hope you can forgive me. It's okay. I'm not that fragile inside. On the contrary, I've been a burden to you all along. I see. From now on, I will definitely take good care of you. He clenched his fists, a blush slowly creeping up his cheeks and spreading to the tips of his ears. Hee, I know. Lin Chun reached out her delicate little hand, gently stroked his fluffy hair, tilted her head, and whispered with a smile, then tonight you have to hold me while I sleep. He'll try my best. He cupped his burning flushed cheeks, unable to bear the growing shame any longer, and turned to run upstairs. Watching his flustered back, Lu Hui gave a playful smile and said teasingly, Little Chun, remember, no matter what, you must know where the final line is. Don't go too far. Such things are still too early for you two. But if you were a bit older, I wouldn't have any objections. Mom, what are you saying? She grabbed a strand of hair from her forehead, twirled it around her finger, and kept playing with it. Haha, little Chun's reaction is so cute. By the way, what do you think of my Lin Chun? What are his good qualities? Good qualities. Let me think. She lifted her delicate face and said thoughtfully, he has a good temper, he's handsome, and he's efficient. But what? Tell me. Lu Hui leaned in curiously, fixing her eyes on her. But this guy is too timid. If he meets a fierce woman, he'll end up being abused at home. Yes, I think so too. But little Chun, you seem like a soft and adorable girl. I'm sure you'll take good care of him. What? That's not what I meant. She shyly lowered her head and murmured, and as for liking myself, that's not true at all. At that moment, Lu Hui glanced sideways at Lin Chong, who was devouring his food. By the way, dear, I have a decision to make. I'm not sure if you... What decision? Let's hear it. I want Chun to go to school too. The same university as our son. This. Lin Chong froze his chopsticks, halting in midair with a piece of food. After thinking for a long while, he gently set down his chopsticks and said solemnly, if Chun goes to school too, we can barely afford the tuition, but... He leaned close to Lu Hu's ear and whispered, but with Chun's background, I'm afraid she might not adapt well at school. That's true. How about we let Chun decide? All right, that works. He nodded, his eyes flickering to a bewildered Lin Chun. Chun, do you want to go to school? In the same classes, gazing at the half-open door, Lin Chun took a deep breath and abruptly turned the doorknob. Big Potato, what are you sneaking around in there for? You've given me another nickname again. Lin Chun was leaning by the window, his eyes lingering with melancholy on the potted plant before him. Let me see what you're up to. She curiously approached, tiptoeing slightly to peer at the withered green plant. It was a flower that had long since faded, once blooming brilliantly, now scarred and yellowed from the torrential rain. Azalea. As far as I recall, this is your favorite flower. Oh, how do you know? Staring at its dried and shriveled stem, Lin Chen let out a heavy sigh, lamenting. It's been with me for years. I shouldn't have left it outside. Mum, it won't blame you. Without you, it wouldn't have spent these years so peacefully. Haha, that's true. Thinking of it, that way the guilt in my heart lightens a lot. He raised his hand, gently exerting force with his fingertips to pluck the solitary stem. Huh, what are you doing? Just as she was puzzled, Lin Chen carefully parted the soil in the pot and buried the flower. Falling leaves return to the roots. I hope in another world you can bask in the warm sunlight once more. With that, he brushed the dirt off his hands and slowly closed the window. He glanced at the stunned Lin Chen and said softly, did my parents say anything to you? They didn't give you a hard time, did they? No. They just asked if I wanted to go to school. They've already agreed to let me stay here. She hastily rubbed her reddened eyes, quickly averting her gaze. So did you agree? About school? I did. From now on, I'll be in your care. Don't go pulling my ear at school. Lin Chen extended his broad palm, gently pressing it against her forehead, carefully tucking her messy bangs behind her ear. If you make me angry, I'll punch you super hard. She clenched her fair little fist and shook it threateningly in front of Lin Chen. Shorty, if I didn't let you, you couldn't even touch me. He raised an eyebrow, casting a casual glance at Lin Chen with disdain. You're really pushing it. She stomped her feet on the ground, leaped, and hung onto Lin Chen's neck. They'll bite you to death. She opened her mouth wide and bit down hard on Lin Chen's shoulder, her eyes tilting upward triumphantly. Go easy on me. Lin Chen pursed his lips, furrowing his brow slightly, then reached out to gently stroke her soft hair. Her body trembled slightly, and she loosened her bite, shyly burying her face into Lin Chen's slender neck. Stupid idiot, so sly. If you didn't rub my head, I'd beat you flat. Feeling the soft touch at his neck, he froze for a moment, then lowered his hand that had been suspended in midair, tightly embracing Lin Chen in his arms. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she frantically slapped Lin Chen's body. Can I cry for a while? My heart feels so heavy. What's wrong with you? She paused, her frightened little hands puzzled, and reached out to feel Lin Chen's violently pounding heart. Are you so sad? Is it because of that flower? Yeah, my heart is blocked. It hurts so much. Then shouldn't the big idiot let me go? Otherwise I can't hold your head. I. He released his arms and stared intently at Lin Chen. Those eyes had lost their usual sparkle and vitality, revealing boundless sorrow, dull and heavy. He slowly lowered his head, choked with emotion. Can I cry in your arms for a while? Wait. Lin Chen crouched down, leaned against the bed, then spread her arms and gently cradled his head. If you want to cry, let it all out. As your owner, I won't mind your tears. That flower was my favorite. But why? As he spoke, tears silently seeped from his wet eyes, sliding down, gluing his slender eyelashes together. His lips trembled slightly as he constantly suppressed the sorrow rising from within. Teardrops like broken strings gushed out endlessly, soon soaking the clothes in front of him. Big idiot, I told you it wouldn't blame you. Crying like this, aren't you afraid he'll laugh at you? Lin Chen leaned down, her fair arms tightly embracing the weeping boy, letting countless tears ravage her chest. After a long while, his sobs gradually subsided. He took a deep breath, pulled away from Lin Chen's arms, and wiped the remaining tears. Sorry, I lost control of my emotions a bit. TCH. You know what, you jerk? My legs are completely numb. Lin Chen pouted her rosy cheeks and angrily stretched out her hand. Hey, pull me up. It's all your fault. My body is numb. Sorry. He took Lin Chen's delicate little hand and gently pulled her up. As soon as she stood up, her feet suddenly gave way and her body uncontrollably tilted to one side. In a flash, Lin Chen, quick-eyed and nimble, grabbed her wrist, exerted force, and pulled her tightly into his arms. You jerk. See, it's all your fault. I almost fell to death. She pouted angrily, her little fists pounding weakly against Lin Chen's chest. Haha, sorry. But seriously, thank you today. Otherwise, this awful feeling would have been bottled up inside. As the world's cutest loli, I actually went this far for you. You should be overjoyed. I know you're cute. You don't need to keep emphasizing it. TCH, you know it. Sly liar. She clenched her fists, a blush gradually spreading across her face. When did I become a liar? Lin Chen looked at her, speechless and amused. You said that holding me would be embarrassing, but today you're acting like a complete jerk. No sign of shyness at all. Well, maybe I'm too heartbroken to feel embarrassed anymore. Big idiot. Do you believe I can make you blush with just one sentence? Oh, I don't believe you. You're not a god. You can't just control people's emotions. They'll show you. Suddenly, Lin Chen gently stood on tiptoes, her slender arms firmly wrapping around his neck. She tilted her small face upward, her big watery eyes sparkling as if all the stars were twinkling inside. Hey, Lin Chen. I'm here. Gazing at the petite and adorable girl in his arms, Lin Chen's eyes revealed a hint of panic, and his gaze involuntarily darted around. Do you like me? She smiled, her eyes as clear as rippling blue waves, the corners of her mouth curved like a sweet crescent moon. Hey, you're blushing. Come on, let me see. Sure enough, in an instant a flush of red crept across Lin Chen's face. His eyes darted away in panic, and even his breathing grew rapid. No. What's there to be shy about? Be a good boy and let me see. I can't take it anymore, I surrender. He shuddered, yanked the delicate hands from around his neck, and stumbled back several steps. Is that all it takes to scare you? You're not so tough after all. You despicable. Who just casually says they like someone like that? Hearing this, Lin Chen curled the corner of his mouth, a mischievous smile slowly forming. What if I was serious just now? This is too much. Finally, unable to bear the humiliation any longer, he twisted the doorknob, and rushed outside. What the heck? This guy is such a loser. No wonder he's been single for so many years. When such an adorable loli confesses to him, his first reaction is to run away instead of saying yes. She huffed, her delicate shoulders heaving, her big watery eyes spinning in their sockets. Stupid Lin Chen, no wonder you've been single for 28 years. Now I finally know why. And here I worked so hard, let you hug me, let you cry, and yet this guy just turns and runs when I confess. She angrily picked up a small mirror nearby, looked at her reflection, and muttered, him already this cute, and he still isn't tempted. Wait, could it be? Suddenly her pupils contracted, and she stammered, could it be that Lin Chen is gay? Impossible. The old me never had such a weird taste for men. No way. I have to go ask him. She strode down the stairs in a few steps, and immediately spotted Lin Chen sitting on the sofa. Lin Chen, what do you want? Seeing her approach slowly, Lin Chen instinctively stood up, ready to bolt at any moment. Big Wintermelon, I just want to ask you something. Why are you so nervous? Well, you're not going to take revenge on me, or something, are you? Not now? But if you keep dawdling with me, there'll be pig ears for dinner tonight. She raised an eyebrow, glanced at Lin Chen dismissively, and leaned back into the sofa. Then you have to keep your word. Lin Chen swallowed his saliva, his throat bobbing, and cautiously sat down beside her. Hey, Big Wintermelon. She leaned her little head close, her big pitiful eyes fixed on Lin Chen. I'm here. Do you? Like boys or girls? My dear auntie, is there even a question? Of course it's obvious. So it's boys, eh? At that, Lin Chen closed his eyes, fell back, and fainted right on the sofa. Lin Chen, have you kicked the bucket? She reached out her pale fingers and poked him hard in the armpit. Ta! Instantly Lin Chen's body jerked, as if electrocuted, and he sat bolt upright. Are you playing dumb? Do you want a beating? Furious, she grabbed his ears like eagle claws and twisted them mercilessly several times like a screw. After a prolonged, pig-like squeal, Lin Chen clapped her hands and coldly stared at Lin Chen, who was curled up on the sofa. How about that? Familiar recipe, right? Today was already miserable enough. I finally cried and felt a little better. And then you come down and ask weird questions, beat me up, without even listening. I'm so wronged. He wiped his nose, looking aggrieved. Don't you dare cry. Who told you to ignore my question? If you just answered properly, would I have bullied you? When did I ignore your question? Boys like girls. That's just common sense, isn't it? What more do I have to say to be right? Now that you mention it, I remember you said that earlier. Sorry, my bad. With that, she gently reached out and wiped away the tears from the corner of Lin Chen's eye, whispering, so since you like girls, why did you run away when I confessed to you just now? How can you even say that? Lin Chen looked up, glared at her angrily, and gritted his teeth. You bully me for no reason all the time. I can't believe a word you say about liking me. Besides, if you really like me, why would you always go for the kill? Every time you twist my ears, it's harder than my dad does. I'm afraid one day these ears will really be torn off by you. Ta! She burst into uncontrollable laughter, her whole body trembling slightly. This excuse for rejecting a confession is the most absurd I've ever heard. After all that, it turns out you're just protecting your ears. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. Lin Chen turned and walked to the kitchen, starting to tidy up carefully. Mom and Dad went to buy groceries. They said they want to treat you well to welcome their future daughter-in-law. If I weren't afraid you'd have nowhere to sleep, I'd never let such a ferocious little ant live with me. Just then the living room, which had been filled with laughter, fell silent in an instant. The only sound was Lin Chen's pounding heartbeat. Could it be? He stiffly turned his neck and looked back slowly. Who did you call ferocious? Lin Chen lifted her little face, her pale features expressionless, yet radiating a chilling malice as deep and unfathomable as the ocean floor. I was wrong. Lin Chen bowed his head in panic, his peripheral vision catching a pair of small hands creeping toward him. He closed his eyes in despair, ready to endure the storm, but instead heard a gentle voice by his ear. Then if I stop bullying you, would you like me, What weird thing are you saying? He hastily looked up, his eyes darting away from Lin Chen, who was right in front of him. What I mean is... A ray of sunset filtering through the thin glass gently fell on her pure, radiant face. What I mean is, if I become a gentle and caring girl, would you idiot like me, You little rascal, come give your dad a hand, I'm exhausted. Just at this critical moment, Lin Chen suddenly twisted the doorknob, complaining incessantly, this old bones of mine are completely worn out. Coming. Immediately Lin Chen, as if grasping at a lifeline, dashed toward the door with urgent haste. Dad, is there anything I can help with, eh? Yes, of course. Lin Chong steadied himself against the doorframe, collapsing to the floor with a thud, his body heaving for breath. He raised a trembling finger pointing toward the door and gasped. Your mother, she bought everything in sight, nearly worked me to the bone. Haha, Dad, you're so pathetic. A few things, and you're already done in. I don't believe it. But when he saw the mountain of groceries piled by the door, the smile on his face instantly froze, and even his outstretched finger hung in midair. Dad, is it New Year's tomorrow? New Year's, my foot. Quit dawdling. Alright, got it. He took a sharp breath at the heap of ingredients nearly half his height, and quickly stacked them on the kitchen counter. Let me see what's for dinner tonight. Lin Chunchen curiously leaned in, her eyes darting around. Squid, hairy crabs, sea bass, roast duck. These are all my favorites. Gazing at the dazzling array of delicacies, she swallowed her surging saliva and tugged excitedly at Lin Chen's sleeve, cheering, awesome. These treats make my mouth water just by looking at them. Look at that greedy face. Tonight I'll cook myself so little Chunchen can taste Mom's skills. Lu Hui reached out, gently patting Lin Chenchen's excited little head, chuckling softly. Oh, you're actually cooking tonight. Looks like I'm in for a treat. Lin Chong patted his leg, stepped forward eagerly, and began meticulously washing the seafood. After all, tonight's meal is for our future daughter-in-law. If we don't win her over with food, how can we win her heart? She turned her gaze to Lin Chenchen, her gentle voice like a mountain stream, melodious and pleasant. Since I didn't know what little Chenchen likes, I bought a bit of everything. If you like it, I'll cook for you every day. That's wonderful. She clenched her fists in excitement, her bright eyes shimmering with joy. Mom, you're a 5-star chef. If I could eat your cooking every day, that would be the happiest thing in the world. If you saw through me. Lu Yun slightly raised the corner of her mouth, arching her brows, covering her lips with a giggle. You know, little Chinchen, you're so sweet-tongued, calling me Mom left and right. It's making me melt. Hey, bad Mom. You're so biased. Normally you'd never cook yourself, let alone promise to cook for someone every day. At this, Lin Shun gritted his teeth and muttered discontentedly. Haha, son, you're grown up, still jealous. How mischievous. Alright, enough bickering, you two. If you have time, lend a hand instead. It's getting dark already. Lin Chong, scrubbing the crabs, glanced at the relaxed pair, wiped the sweat from his face, and grumbled. Sure thing. Little Chinchin, go rest on the sofa and wait for the delicious food. I know. Lin Chinchin obediently sat on the sofa, watching the warm and harmonious scene. She raised her hand to wipe her reddened eyes, choking out softly. The warmth of home is always the most cherished. You only understand that when you grow up. With the three of them working together, after a while steaming plates of fragrant dishes were brought to the table. I'm digging in. Lin Chunshan licked her lips, eagerly picked up a large piece of beef and stuffed it into her mouth with satisfaction. Instantly the rich aroma filled her taste buds. Mom's sizzling beef, no wonder it's the signature dish. No matter how many times I eat it, I never get tired of it. Seeing her satisfied expression, Lu Hui curled her lips slightly and smiled gently. Hee hee, you must be starving. Little Chinchin's goal tonight is 2 bowls of rice. Hee hee, then my goal is 4 bowls. Lin Chong rubbed his round belly and scratched his bald head sheepishly. You two are still discussing how much to eat. Look at that little glutton over there. She's already eaten half a bowl. Damn, you little rascal, you're playing dirty, aren't you? Don't eat all the rice. It's fine. I made double the rice tonight, enough to stuff you both silly. You little devil, eating so fast. Aren't you afraid of choking yourself? Lin Chunshin raised an eyebrow, shot him a resentful glance, and muttered softly. I finished 1 bowl. Lin Shin tossed his chopsticks aside and rushed to the rice cooker like a starving ghost. Seeing this, Lin Chong didn't want to be outdone. He quickly finished his bowl and filled another full one. I have to say, you two are exactly alike in this aspect. Lu Hui chewed her food slowly, not forgetting to tease them from time to time. These two like a couple of kids. They're grown up, and they're still having an eating contest. Little Chinchin's description is spot on. Eat more, tonight's dishes are super abundant. I understand. After a whirlwind feast, they all collapsed onto the sofa, clutching their slightly bloated bellies. Stupid. Stupid dad, I ate 5 bowls. I win. Stupid. Stupid son, I ate 5 big bowls. I should win. Hey you two, you're too noisy. If you're full, go wash the dishes. Lu Hui pursed her lips, casting an impatient glance at the pair, her expression subtly imposing. Yes, on it. Lin Chong rushed into the kitchen, winking and gesturing at Lin Shin on the sofa. Dad, I'm here. Lin Shin quickly took the hint, stepped forward, and asked curiously, What's up, Dad? Are you giving me my allowance? Allowance, my foot. All you think about is money. What I'm about to tell you is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more important than money. Hearing this, Lin Chen's interest peaked. What is it, Dad? Did you buy me my favorite gift? Not bad, not bad. You know your dad. A sly glint flashed in his eyes. He quickly pulled a brightly colored box from his pocket and shoved it into Lin Chen's pocket. Huh, Dad, what did you buy me? Dad knows that little Chinchin is very clingy with you. Besides, you're young and things between couples. It's inevitable, unavoidable. So your dad thoughtfully bought you this treasure. Make sure to surprise little Chinchin with it. He gave Lin Chen a knowing pat on the shoulder, speaking mysteriously. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. But since it's a surprise, I'll secretly tell Lin Chinchin later. Lin Chin scratched his hair and gave an awkward grin. I'm coming in. Lin Shun raised his hand and gently tapped on the door. Seeing no response, he carefully turned the doorknob and peered inside. Lin Shun was leaning against the headboard, one hand incessantly scrolling through her phone screen, the other idly draped beside her. Her long hair was messily scattered over her shoulders with a few strands hanging across her forehead, obscuring her eyes. What are you looking at so intently? Lin Shun approached, curiously glancing sideways at the screen. This is, let me see, sanitary. Suddenly the entire room fell into silence, as if the air itself had solidified. Big Melon had your fill of looking. What do you know how to use this thing? She lifted her face, looking at the stunned Lin Shun before her, and let out a disdainful snort. No, I'm a true man, how could I ever use such a thing? Lin Shun's eyes abruptly contracted as if he had snapped awake, and he quickly shifted his body to sit on the edge of the bed. This thing is such a hassle. If I were a boy, I wouldn't have to worry about this, right? By the way, Lin Shun. She turned her eyes to look at him. I'm here. Tonight, remember to keep our promise. Okay, I'll try. He nodded frantically, a faint blush gradually creeping onto his face. Then I'm going to sleep. With that, she burrowed into the blanket, leaving only a pair of large misty eyes peeking out. Big Melon, what are you standing there for? Do you want to sleep on the floor tonight? I know. He tiptoed to lie down on the pillow, and instantly a strong milky scent wafted over. Gazing at Lin Shun, who was so close, his eyes began to dart around his mind, seeming to short-circuit, and he froze completely. Hey, did you short-circuit? Why are you staring at me like that? Wait, let me get used to it. What's so complicated? Such a simple thing, and you're so indecisive. Lin Shun closed his eyes, took several deep breaths, then gritted his teeth, and abruptly pulled Lin Shun into his arms. Cough, cough, you brat. Are you trying to choke me to death? Cough, cough. Sorry. He quickly loosened his grip, awkwardly grinning. Honestly, we sleep together every single night, and now I'm just letting you hold me. Look how excited you are. With a girl having such close contact, so. No talking. It's time to sleep. MM'll shut up and sleep. She raised an eyebrow, seeing the tense expression on Lin Shun's face, and a mischievous smile slowly crept onto her lips. Hey Lin Shun, am I cute? Very, very cute, absolutely cute. Is that so? She gently lifted her small hand, hooked it around Lin Shun's slender neck, and pressed her entire face softly against him. Instantly Lin Shun's body jolted violently. He tightly shut his eyes, trying to regulate his erratic breathing. Being held while sleeping is the most comfortable thing ever. You? Don't bury your face in my neck, and you're pressing too close. I will. With that, she exerted force with both hands, pressing her entire body tightly against Lin Shun's. Your carotid artery is beating super fast. Seeing him about to speak, but stopping, Lin Shun raised her small hand and pinched his thigh hard. Ow. Why are you bullying me again? TCH serves you right for stopping mid-sentence. Just as she was about to continue, her small hand accidentally brushed against a hard rectangular box. What's this? She slipped her hand into Lin Shun's pocket and pulled out the mysterious object. Well, that's a gift for you. If you like it, I'll buy you more next time. A gift? Let me see what good thing it is. She curiously picked it up and held it close to the dim light by the bed. After reading the words on the box, she froze as if electrocuted. You damn brat. How dare you have such thoughts about me? I'm going to kill you. She bit her crimson lips hard, her thin shoulders trembling, and a terrifying growl escaped her throat. Wait. Lin Shun quickly raised his hands to block his chest, saying in panic, what did I do now? I haven't done anything. Even if I'm going to die, at least let me die knowing why. You brat still playing dumb. She raised her little hand and hurled the object fiercely at Lin Shun's chest. I treated you like a brother, and you want to sleep with me? No, I never had such thoughts. What are you talking about? He picked up the so-called gift and examined it carefully. This thing is all colorful. Could it be the latest flavor of gum? Turn on the lamp and look again. Don't think you can fool me by playing dumb. Final look. He leaned over and turned on the bedside lamp. Under the bright light, the true nature of the gift became unmistakably clear. Let me see. This is con. Instantly his pupils contracted, his fingers trembling as he threw the box to the floor, then looked nervously at the fuming Lin Shun. Let me explain first. What's there to explain? Caught red-handed. Don't think that just because I let you hold me you can do whatever you want and do such filthy things to me. Trust me, give me 1 minute, and I'll give you an answer that satisfies you. At that moment, Lin Shun was like a guilty child, scolded so harshly that he couldn't lift his head. Fine, I'll be generous and listen to your so-called excuse. Alright, then I'll tell you the whole truth. Lin Shun let out a deep sigh and gritted his teeth. This thing was given to me by Dad. He shoved it into my pocket without me even looking. If you hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have known he bought me something like this. What? That damn Dad again. She pouted angrily, her cheeks puffed up, and frowned in dissatisfaction. This kind of thing is just like him. Only he would do something like this. See, you wronged me. How could I ever dare to have such thoughts about you? TCH, I thought you the coward were finally going to man up. She raised her eyes, glanced at Lin Shun dismissively, and said scornfully, what a letdown. In the end, you're still just a bottom feeder. What are you saying? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh then. Do you still want to be held? Of course I do. Suddenly Lin Chunshin burrowed into his arms, her little head gently rubbing against his chest. Hey you idiot, we're going to school soon. You have to keep a good eye on me. Will definitely keep an eye on you, shorty. Who are you calling shorty? Do you want a spanking? Me. Lin Shun curled his lips, gently, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. Whoever is a head shorter than me is the shorty. Early morning, the sun had just risen, and a gentle breeze from outside the window brought a hint of coolness. The morning sunlight filtering through the thin curtains stealthily crept onto the kitchen stove. Though it was early, the kitchen was already bustling with activity. Oh my dear wife, we finally have a weekend, and you wake me up when it's barely dawn. I haven't gotten enough sleep. Lin Shun washed the ginger and scallions in his hands, unable to stop complaining. What's with the backtalk? Being able to eat breakfast made by me, your grandma here, is the greatest reward. Lu Hui raised her delicate hand and carefully added some noodles to the boiling water. This is Lin Shinshin's first time eating breakfast I made, so I must leave a good impression on her. Alright, I've washed them. They'll go wake up that kid Lin Shin. He placed the washed ingredients on the cutting board, turned around, and walked upstairs. Looking at the closed door, he curled his lips, and a sly smile slowly appeared. This rascal, I don't know what good karma he accumulated in his past lives that even a girl as cute as Lin Shinshin is so devoted to him. And I laughed at him a few days ago. Now that I think about it, isn't that slapping my own face? He hesitated and raised his hand, thinking to himself, last night the couple must have had a fierce fight. Maybe I should call them later and not disturb their sleep. Right, anyway, if breakfast gets cold, I can heat it up for them later. Young people are full of energy. What if I knock and they're just in the middle of? Just then the door creaked open, startling Lin Shun so much that he trembled and hurried toward the stairs. Dad, what's up? Lin Shun rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly walked toward him. You rascal, it's you. You scared your dad to death. What's the big deal? I just opened the door. Is it that dramatic? He waved his hand and suddenly grabbed Lin Shin's shoulder, leaning in and whispering, so did you serve the girl well last night? Dad. Lin Shin frowned and pushed him away, saying indignantly, it's all your fault for acting on your own. She's pure-hearted and doesn't have any strange ideas like that. And what do you take your son for? I'm not some pervert. How could I just make a move on her? Haha, that's true. Intimate things like that should be saved for the wedding night, so they'll be more memorable. Jerk Dad. His neck flushed red as he stammered, I've only known her for a few days. Where does your mind go? Can't you be serious? Damn, Dad. Haha, Dad is just thinking about you. Lin Shun awkwardly scratched his nearly bald head. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he said sternly, oh, you rascal, if you don't get a beating for a day, you'll start climbing the roof. How dare you talk to your father like that? As he spoke, he reached out with his big hands, grabbed Lin Shin's ears firmly, and twisted them mercilessly. Instantly, Lin Shin's face twisted in pain. He covered Lin Shun's hands and began to beg for mercy. It was an accident, Dad. Just pretend you didn't hear it. Spare me. You brat, no respect for elders. Today I'll make you understand the power of the family overlord. Just as Lin Shin closed his eyes ready to endure the storm of punishment, a figure appeared before him like a hero descending from the heavens. My servant, how dare you bully him? She raised her legs, stepped onto the handrail, and looked down at Lin Shun from above. He is my exclusive possession. Only I can bully him. How can I allow others to run rampant? Dad knows he was wrong. I won't dare bully Lin Shin again. He timidly glanced at Lin Shinshin, and as if regretting not having 2 extra legs, bounded down the stairs in a few steps. Lin Shinshin, you. Lin Shin looked up incredulous as he watched his robust father flee in panic because of a seemingly fragile young girl. Instantly, he cast an admiring gaze at Lin Shinshin. Holy crap, how did you do that? You have no idea how satisfying it was to see Dad's face like he'd seen a ghost. Because I am, what? Lin Shin looked at her, a puzzled expression on his face. Because I am the Dark Demon King. Demon King. What the hell is that? Hee, you wouldn't know? She raised her little hands, suddenly covering her right eye, curling her lips, and shouted, let me show you the true power of darkness. Explode reality. Shatter spirit. Banishment this world. Stop. Cut it out. How do you know such cringy lines? Shut up. Watching Lin Shin's flustered look, she carelessly curled her lips and revealed a playful smile. Yuta, if you like, I can cosplay as your Rika too. How do you know about that kind of thing? Lin Shun raised his hand, pressed his wildly beating heart, turned around, and dashed downstairs, reaching the sink in a few steps. He fumbled to turn on the faucet and washed his burning cheeks with cold water. Yo, good son, you're up early. Is Lin Shinshin up yet? Mom, please don't mention her. I'm so embarrassed. I still have goosebumps all over. Uffed. Lu Hui covered her mouth and chuckled softly. You two, father and son, are really cut from the same cloth. The sound of coming downstairs is no different from thunder. Alright, Mom, stop teasing me. You have no idea about Lin Shinshin's other side. She's a demon. Hahaha, son, you're really joking. Right, Lin Shinshin? Lin Shinshin. Suddenly Lin Shin's body trembled violently. He stiffly turned his neck and looked back in terror. What demon? Say that again if you dare. What met his eyes was a small face with narrowed pupils and trembling facial muscles. Hey, dead trash, weren't you just acting tough? Why are you cowering now, almost crying? I was wrong. He'll never do it again, never again, Instantly the spacious living room echoed with piercing screams like a pig being slaughtered. "Saw you rascal, rest in peace. Your breakfast, Dad will take care of it." Lin Chong held his forehead, a wry smile appearing on his face. "Hey family overlord, who told you to eat first? Why not wait for your son and daughter?" "Oh come on, I never called myself such an embarrassing title. Wife, what weird things are you muttering to yourself?" He hastily shoveled noodles into his mouth, speaking frantically. "PFT ha, family overlord, am dying laughing ha." Watching her doubled over with laughter, Lin Chong's face flushed bright red as he stammered, "What's so funny? This title is obviously super cool, okay? By the way, little Chinchin's natural golden hair is really gorgeous." Lu Hui picked up a wooden comb and carefully brushed Lin Chinchin's messy long hair. "I think this annoying hair is a real pain. It gets tangled every time I sleep. I really want to cut it all off." "Hey, little Chinchin, what nonsense are you talking about?" Hearing this, Lu Hui's heart tightened. She cupped Lin Chinchin's cheeks and said earnestly, "Little Chinchin, do you understand what such long, beautiful, naturally golden hair means to a woman? You don't know how much your mother envies your hair. How dare you talk about cutting it off? Mom, you're overreacting. I was just joking, a joke. Phew, you little Chinchin, you're so mischievous." She curled her jade-like finger aimed at Lin Chinchin's forehead and gave her a powerful flick. "Mouch, ouch, ouch." Seeing her pitiful appearance, Lu Hui curled her lips and teased, "Little Chinchin is so adorable. I wonder what kind of good fortune my son Lin Chun had in his past life." "Hey bad mom, you're praising someone else and putting yourself down." Lin Chun, who was nearby, pouted discontentedly and said with a flushed neck, "Although she is indeed very cute, your son is not bad either." "Oh, my son is getting competitive. Then tell me, what are your strengths?" "I don't smoke, don't drink, don't gamble. Am hardworking and do housework. I can cook all kinds of dishes. Moreover, just talking about my looks, I might not be the school heartthrob, but am definitely the class heartthrob." "Hear that, little Chinchin?" He said it himself. "If he ever dares to break his word, remember to tell Mom." Lu Hui stood up and, like admiring a work of art, carefully examined Lin Chinchin's hair. I know. Let me see how Mom's work turned out." She looked at the mirror on the dressing table and eagerly pressed her little face against it. Her own reflection in the mirror showed skin that was fair and delicate, almost translucent, as if bathed gently by the morning sun. The perfectly placed bangs on her forehead added a touch of youthful vitality. Too cute. Dressed up so beautifully, how can I not go out for a stroll and show off a bit? Don't you think so, Lin? Chun, I'm here. In an instant, Lin Chin's body jolted, and he stood frozen at the door. "I said, where are you planning to go, you little rascal, eh?" She leaned in gently, a slight smile curling at the corners of her lips, revealing a chilling expression. Dad just called me, didn't he? I'm going to see what's up." "Hey, you little rascal, don't drag me into this. I didn't call you." At that moment, Lin Chun's loud voice came from the living room. That voice seemed to plunge Lin Chun into an ice cave, chilling even the surrounding air. At this moment, Lin Chun clenched his fists tightly, unconsciously furrowing his brows. He had probably cursed Lin Chun thousands of times in his heart. All right, stop standing there like a fool. Do you want me to lead you, or will you walk on your own?" Lin Chun raised an eyebrow, glanced at him lightly, and said disdainfully, "I'll walk myself." He quickly changed his shoes, strode out the door, and obediently followed beside Lin Chun. "Hey, you're walking so fast. Do you even know where to go? How do I need you to teach me? Dressed up so beautifully today, of course I'll go where the crowds are. You? I really can't do anything with you." Perhaps because it was Sunday, the pedestrians on the street today were far more numerous than usual. Lin Chun, with her petite and delicate figure, angelic face, and golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, naturally attracted the attention of passers-by. "Hey, look at that girl. Isn't she as cute as a porcelain doll in a cabinet?" Under the shade of a tree, a boy with his head down was silently looking at the book in his hands. Hearing his companion's words, he raised his eyes and glanced inadvertently. In an instant, his body stiffened, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His lips trembled slightly, and a clear tear slowly rolled down his pale cheek. "Sierra, this girl really resembles you somewhat." Watching the two figures gradually disappear in the distance, he let out a deep sigh. Looking at the yellowed book in his hand, worn by time, tears streamed down like a spring. This alarmed his companion, who quickly reached out to support the sobbing boy, saying worriedly, "Jiang Che, didn't the doctor tell you that your current physical condition can't withstand such violent emotional fluctuations?" "Haha, Huang Ji, I'm sorry for worrying you. I just vaguely felt that person looked like Sierra." "Sierra, don't let her affect your emotions all the time. Didn't she tell you before she left that she hoped you would live well? You cry your heart out every few days. Is that worthy of your promise to her? Besides, since you think she looks like Sierra, then go after her. If you don't have the strength, let me carry you." With that, he crouched down and extended a pair of broad hands toward Jiang Che. "Come on, I'll carry you there. Maybe your Sierra couldn't let go of you and wanted to see you once more in this world." Thank you, Huang Jia." Jiang Che wiped away the remaining tears on his face and gently jumped onto his sturdy back. "Jiang Che, have you been eating properly? You're as light as a piece of cotton." "Haha, I have. It's just that you're too strong, so I feel light." "True. Then hold on tight. It'll take you to meet your Sierra, whom you've been longing for day and night." Huang Jia stomped his feet on the ground and his body shot forward like an arrow from a bow straight toward the fading figure in the distance. "If you jerk, don't you believe I can summon a bus?" Lin Qinshan leaned against the bus stop sign, a look of contempt on her face. "I don't believe it. How could such a miraculous thing happen?" He glanced at the empty road and said nonchalantly, "Hee, then let me demonstrate it for you." She reached out her little hand, pulled out Lin Chen's phone from his pocket, and opened a recently popular game, Plants vs. Zombies 2. Just as she was playing enthusiastically and about to clear the level, a bus honking loudly and speeding toward them appeared out of nowhere before her eyes. "Hessie, my bus summoning technique is pretty accurate, isn't it?" Seeing Lin Chen standing there dumbfounded, his face full of shock, she reached out and quickly pulled him onto the bus. "Big dummy, there are 2 seats over there." Lin Chen strode over to the seats, as if afraid someone would snatch them. Just as the bus slowly started moving and the doors were about to close, a large hand suddenly appeared and propped the door open. "Damn it! Are you out of your mind? Don't you see the bus is already moving?" The driver's roar instantly drew the attention of everyone on the bus. A handsome boy with a pale face stumbled and fell in front of Lin Chen. He lifted his pale thin face and his eyes were faintly red with tears. "Hello, nice to meet you. Who are you? What do you want?" Gazing at the unfamiliar youth before him, Lin Chen stepped in front of him, his eyes vigilant. "Hello, my name is Jiang Che. Sorry, I hope I didn't scare you too." He dusted off his clothes, stood up, and steadied himself against the railing. "Jiang Che. Hello, I'm Lin Chen. Do we know each other?" Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the strange young man. But Jiang Che ignored him instead, fixing his gaze on Lin Chen behind him. "Hey brat, what are you staring at? I'll gouge your eyes out and feed them to the dogs." Lin Chen glared back defiantly, puffing out her rosy cheeks like an angry little kitten. "Ta!" Jiang Che's lips curled into a smile, his eyes crinkling like crescent moons as he couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, what's so funny? They'll knock you flat. Sorry, I got a little carried away." He ruffled his hair and said playfully, "Sierra, she's completely different from you in personality." "Sierra, what's that?" "She." Jiang Che let out a deep sigh, his gaze drifting toward the window, a trace of sorrow flickering in his profound eyes. "A girl living in the past. She looks very much like you." "I see." Lin Chen lifted her head excitedly, looking at him. "That's quite a coincidence. I seem to have a connection with that girl named Sierra. Yes, if she were still here, seeing you would surely surprise her greatly." "Hee, I see." She extended her delicate hand and smiled. "Nice to meet you. I'm Lin Chen." Jiang Che also stretched out his slender pale arm and firmly grasped her hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Jiang Che. And this person beside you, is he your brother?" He glanced at the silent Lin Chen beside him, curious. "Him? He's my slave." With that, she leaned against Lin Chen's chest and grinned mischievously. "This scene. It feels so familiar." Jiang Che paused for a moment, then turned and pointed to the big guy beside him. "This is my good brother. We've grown up together. Just call him Huang Jia." "Huh, so you two knew each other. No wonder he kept staring at you." Lin Chen raised her head and looked at Huang Jia. Noticing her gaze, he quickly turned his eyes to the window, a hint of fluster creeping across his face. "Your good brother seems a bit shy." "Yeah, he's always been like this. Just now he was saying you're cute, and now he's afraid of you." "Oh, is that so?" A sly grin spread across Lin Chen's lips. "Hey, we're going to the square to hang out. Want to join us?" "Well?" Jiang Che turned his head and tried to wink at Huang Jia as if seeking his opinion. Seeing no response, Jiang Che took the liberty to decide. "It's a rare holiday, and we've got nothing better to do. Hanging out with you two doesn't sound like a bad idea." He raised his voice a little, adding, "Right, Huang Jia?" "You?" Huang Jia turned and glared at him, about to complain, when a glimpse of Lin Chen's fierce, menacing stare made him quickly shut his mouth in fear. It was Sunday, and the bus wasn't as crowded as usual. After a bumpy ride, it stopped at the station. "Passengers, we have arrived at Zhongshan Square. Please check your belongings and exit through the rear door. Next stop is..." Hearing the chime, Lin Chen jumped up from her seat, grabbed the hands of the two beside her, and dashed out. "Hey Huang Jia, get off. What are you standing there for?" Jiang Che shot him a glare and pulled him off the bus. "Seriously, you always act on your own without considering me." Huang Jia lowered his head and muttered. Suddenly he felt a pair of eyes fixed on him, making him jerk his head around to look behind him. "Hello, I'm Lin Chen." "Ah." Startled, he stumbled backward several steps, losing his balance and falling to the ground. "Ta! You're like two completely different people in front of strangers." Jiang Che extended his pale hand and pulled Huang Jia up. "Jiang Che, you have the nerve to say that about me." He brushed off the dust and frowned. "You're not this lively around me. What's wrong with you today? Did you take the wrong medicine?" "Oh, what did you just say, Huang Jia?" "Something about her being as cute as a porcelain doll in a cabinet. Now that she's right in front of you, you're getting shy." "You?" Just as he was about to argue, he caught a glimpse of Lin Chen, her lips tightly pressed and her face full of anger. "Both of you, quiet down. All that chattering like mosquitoes, it's deafening." Instantly, everyone was taken aback by her fury, not daring to breathe. "Seriously, it's a rare outing, and I didn't come here to listen to bickering." Just then, an old woman hobbling by with a cane saw her fierce expression and couldn't help but tease. "Oh, my little girl, you're small, but quite the temper." Such a fierce little thing like a tigress. Be careful, no one will dare marry you when you grow up. I don't care if no one marries me. That's none of your business, old woman. You what? Mind your own business. At your age, just walk properly and stop meddling. Do I have to teach you that? The old woman's face flushed red. She waved her cane and retorted, such foul language at your age. Didn't your parents teach you how to speak properly? I can't believe there are still people so uncivilized and rude in this day and age. Not only do you talk back to an elder, but look at yourself. You're still a student with dyed yellow hair and a short skirt. You're no different from those street girls. I wonder what kind of parents could raise such a daughter. Seeing her silence, the old woman patted her chest smugly and taunted. You little brat, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. You dare to challenge me. You don't know your place. Are you done? Lin Chinchin sneered contemptuously. Well, Granny, I hope you live to be 170 or 80. Otherwise what? She curled her lips, a sinister smile spreading across her face. Otherwise I'll go to your grave and steal all your offerings. As it was the weekend, the usually quiet Zhongshan Square was suddenly packed with people bustling with an extraordinary liveliness. At that moment the crowd began to stir, and many turned their heads, curiously peering into the distance. At the end of their gaze stood an adorable lowly girl, her delicate and exquisite face as enchanting as an angel descending to earth. Yet what drew the most attention was her waist-length twin tails shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. At that moment a child, unable to resist curiosity, stealthily crept forward and abruptly grabbed the girl's long golden hair. Instantly a burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd, quickly drawing the attention of everyone present. You little brat, how dare you pull my hair? I'll pluck out every strand of yours. Lin Chunshin twisted her face in anger, the corners of her mouth curling up to reveal sharp teeth, like a beast about to pounce on its prey, sending chills down one's spine. Woo! Wah! Seeing her ferocious appearance, the child's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground in terror, rubbing his eyes and starting to cry. Xiao Xiangzi, you've caused trouble again. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman pushed through the crowd. She smoothed her disheveled bangs and scooped up the crying child. She raised her hand, and with a sharp smack, landed a merciless slap on the child's bottom. Quick, apologize to the big sister. No, mommy, wah. Not apologizing. Fine, don't regret it. The middle-aged woman raised her palm, about to bring it down on the child. Forget it, kids are kids, being a bit naughty is normal. Lin Shen reached out and grabbed the woman's wrist. Children are immature, just teach them properly. The middle-aged woman looked up at him and said gratefully, thank you for understanding. My Xiao Xiangzi is naturally mischievous. I just turned my back to buy groceries, and he slipped away again. She then turned her gaze to Lin Chenshen and said softly, little girl, I'm really sorry. Children don't know their own strength. Did he hurt you? It's fine. I won't hold a grudge against the child. Seeing that she was forgiven, the middle-aged woman let out a deep sigh, took the child's hand, turned around, and squeezed through the crowd. Lin Chenshen, are you okay? Your hair. Jiang Che turned his head and looked at her with concern. How could it be okay? That little brat was way too rough. She raised her small hand, rubbed her scalp, and complained discontentedly. If it weren't for their good attitude and apologizing, I would have given that kid a good thrashing. Oh, you alright, calm down. Lin Shun reached out his large hand and gently stroked her head, comforting her. We rarely get to go out and play, so cheer up. TCH, I know you're so annoying. But you too. Jiang Che, standing by, couldn't help teasing. You two are just like a couple deeply in love. Hey, stinky Jiang Che, believe it or not, I'll beat you to tears. What nonsense are you spouting? Hearing this, Lin Chunshin swiftly redirected her anger. She bit her lower lip tightly and glared at Jiang Che with indignant eyes. To be honest, I am the future Lin Shun. I traveled back in time and accidentally turned into a girl. So do you think I would have those weird feelings for myself? You. Jiang Chi's body trembled violently. He cautiously reached out his hand and placed it on her forehead. You don't have a fever, so why are you talking nonsense? You? How dare you? Touch my head. In an instant she reached out her small hands and fiercely grabbed Jiang Chi's ears. Immediately Jiang Chi's delicate features twisted into a grimace from the sudden pain. Witnessing this brutal scene, Lin Chen closed his eyes in despair, clasped his hands together, and began to pray for him. Brother Jiang Che, go in peace. Of all people to provoke, you had to provoke this demon. Lin Chen, there are a lot of people watching. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Jiang Che gritted his teeth and said timidly. TCH, since that's the case, they'll let you off this time. Lin Chen released her grip, raised an eyebrow, and looked at Huang Jie beside her. Hey Huang Jie, am I really that fierce? Why are you staring at me with such a terrified look? No, absolutely not. Instantly Huang Jie gasped, his body involuntarily stepping back several paces. Then why are you sneaking away? Don't move. I understand. Seeing her ferocious expression, Huang Jie's throat moved as he nervously swallowed his saliva, then tremblingly stepped closer. That's more like it. By the way, Huang Jie, Jiang Che, which school do you two go to? We're at No. 2 high school. What about you two? Jiang Che looked at her with curiosity. Daheng University, it's pretty close to here. Whoa, Huang Jie's eyes widened, his lips trembling as he said, "That's a private university, isn't it? The tuition for a semester is at least tens of thousands. So does that mean? I heard that studying there is as easy as playing with weekends off and all kinds of club activities. Is that true?" All of that is true. Lin Qinshan nodded and continued. "What's more, they often hold all sorts of annoying competitions and require everyone to participate. Things like that are commonplace." "Wow, that's amazing." He clenched his fists in excitement, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. "Too bad our school never has anything like that. We don't even have PE class. The PE teacher always gets called away for various reasons every time. I've been practicing basketball for so long, yet I can't participate in a single match. It's truly a hero with no place to use his skills." "Phew." Jiang Che reached out and patted his shoulder, laughing. "Nothing to worry about. If worst comes to worst, I'll skip class with you and play to your heart's content." "Jiang Che, you." He raised his hand to wipe his reddened eyes. "You're truly my good brother. From now on, I Huang Jie will only recognize you as my brother." All right, stop being so sentimental. You're a grown man now." He shifted his gaze to Lin Qinshan beside him. "I'm sorry for the trouble today. They'll make it up to you two next time." "Huh, you two are leaving?" "Yeah." He raised his slender hand, scratched his fluffy hair, and smiled bitterly. "We have classes this afternoon. If we don't hurry, we'll be late." "I see. Then Jiang Che, Huang Jie, see you next time." Jiang Che lifted his hollow eyes, and a few thin rays of light filtering through the gaps in the leaves fell upon his pale face. "See you next time." In the drowsy classroom of No. 2 high school, a stern-faced teacher with glasses was explaining tedious math problems on the blackboard. Suddenly, she frowned, her sharp eyes sweeping the room, making everyone present hold their breath. "Jiang Che, Huang Jie, have you slept enough? Get out and stand in the hall," she roared, her face flushed with anger. "I got him going," Jiang Che said, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he reluctantly rose to his feet. "Hey Huang Jie, stop sleeping. Let's go stand outside." He extended a pale, slender arm and flicked Huang Jie's forehead with a well-aimed snap. "What's wrong? Is the earth about to end?" Huang Jie shuddered, stumbled, and fell to the ground with a loud thud. "Ta!" Jiang Che curled his lips and burst into laughter, completely ignoring the teacher, who was now glaring at him as if she wanted to devour him. "Chill. Teacher Li is angry. You two quiet down." A girl beside them tugged at Jiang Che's sleeve. The teacher on the podium could no longer contain her fury. She slammed her hand on the desk and shouted, "Li Siyue, you get out and stand in the hall with them too. But if you talk back, all 3 of you can go home for a week and write a 0 self-criticism. Don't look a let's go." Jiang Che quickly grabbed her hand, pulling her out of the classroom. "It's all your fault. I was innocent." Li Siyue shook off his hand, complaining aggrievedly. "Teacher Li is so mean, she didn't even give me a chance to explain. Poor thing, with her bad temper, she wouldn't listen anyway. Hey, that problem was really important. It appeared in last year's college entrance exam. Oh, the top student in the whole grade is actually worried about that." Jiang Che teased her. "Yeah, as the top student am now standing in the hallway as punishment. How embarrassing. Hey, you two, can you keep it down? It's so noisy." Huang Jie, crouching on the ground, looked up and muttered, "I can't sleep well anyway, and that old hag gives lectures like lullabies. She won't even let me sleep. Inhuman." "I agree. How about—" Jiang Che's eyes lit up as he leaned in mysteriously. "How about we skip class? It's not like we have anything better to do." "Huh? Are you serious?" Huang Jie froze, then quickly turned to see if anyone was watching. When he saw no one, he sighed and said in a low voice, "The top student is right next to you. If you say that in front of her, aren't you afraid she'll snitch?" "Li Siyue, don't worry about her, she's harmless." "You two, what are you whispering about?" Li Siyue leaned in, glaring at them fiercely. Nothing. We just have stomachaches, so we're going to the bathroom." He winked at Huang Jie, who quickly understood and followed him. "Hey, don't go. What's wrong now, my dear?" Jiang Che shrugged, helplessly turning to face her. "You two are going to skip class, right? Don't treat me like a fool." "No, we're not." Huang Jie tried to argue, but Jiang Che sighed and interrupted. "Yes, we're going to skip class. If you want to tell the teacher, go ahead now." "You?" Huang Jie glared at him, then collapsed to the ground, his legs weak. "I'm doomed. Dad is going to beat me." Seeing his dejected look, Jiang Che curled his lips and said disdainfully, "So cowardly, all that height wasted." "So," he looked up at Li Siyue, "we're leaving. Do whatever you want." With that, he pulled Huang Jie and walked away quickly. As they turned the corner at the stairwell, a series of footsteps rapidly approached Jiang Che. A pair of small, fair hands suddenly grabbed his shirt. "Look, you came after all." He smirked, a barely noticeable mischievous smile creeping onto his face. "Stupid Jiang Che, leaving me alone there. What kind of behavior is that?" "Oh, what do you mean?" He turned around, looking at the panting Li Siyue, and grinned. "Don't tell me you want to skip class with us." "If it's all your fault." Li Siyue lifted her face, meeting his long, narrow eyes fixed on her. She blushed deeply, her gaze involuntarily flustered. "Haha, the top student Li Siyue, actually skipping class with me. How interesting." "Shut up. It's because of you." All right, I know. But if we get caught, I'm not taking responsibility." He extended his slender fingers, gently brushed her forehead, and carefully tucked her messy strands of hair behind her ear. Stupid Jiang Che, it's all your fault. She lowered her head shyly, nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. Alright. This time we go out, I'll treat you to something delicious. Delicious? Li Siyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stared at him. Yeah, and in return you'll have to do all my homework for this semester. You lazy bum. I knew you had ulterior motives. Hey you two, if we don't leave now we won't be able to after class ends. Huang Jie frowned and glared at them. True, let's go. Jiang Che looked at the hesitant Li Siyu, reached out and firmly grasped her small sweaty hand. You. Stop fussing. They'll pull you along, otherwise with your clumsy way you'll definitely get caught. Okay. Li Siyu nodded firmly, taking steps to follow closely behind him. The afterglow of the setting sun gently fell on Jiang Chi's slightly pale face. He lifted his deep eyes and gazed at the fiery red sky in the distance. In his hand, there was a yellowed notebook. He carefully opened it, looking at the delicate handwriting inside. Hey Jiang Che, didn't the doctor tell you to relax? Don't keep recalling these sad memories. People should look forward. Li Siyu sighed, pulled out a few tissues from her pocket, and quickly wiped his face. Always crying. A grown man with tears on his face, so embarrassing. Haha, you're right. I know. He closed the book and carefully placed it in his pocket. I didn't expect Huang Jie to run back afraid of being caught. Thank you for staying with me. If I didn't skip class for you. I was just bored. She propped up her delicate pretty face with her small hands. Hey Jiang Che. What's wrong? What if that day I had skipped class with you like today? A gentle breeze lifted her bangs, revealing the redness in her eyes beneath. Would you have held my hand just like today? The sky was barely light, the lingering night reluctantly yielding a thread of dawn on the horizon. Though stillness reigned outside, the two inside the room were already bustling with activity. Dad is really something, just telling me to take you to register when the time comes, not a bit responsible. Lin Shun grabbed a slice of bread from the table and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. And you wouldn't wake up no matter how I called. When I finally managed to rouse you, you slapped me right away. Such a great grievance, where do I go to complain? TCH, I just wanted to sleep a bit longer, it wasn't intentional. Lin Shunshin picked up a comb and began to groom herself in front of the mirror. Today she had deliberately curled her bangs a little, adding a touch of playfulness to her already adorable appearance. She stood up, her gaze as if admiring a work of art. In the mirror she saw a delicate, pitiful face with a soft, even complexion paired with golden twin tails that reached her waist, evoking instant tenderness at first glance. Coupled with her slender, well-proportioned legs, it was hard to look away. What a pity I have to wear these stiff, hard shoes. They make my feet ache. She extended her small foot, reluctantly slipping into the pair of pitch-black leather shoes on the floor. Her little hands fumbled for a moment before firmly fastening the buckle at the heel. Hey Lin Chen, can you hurry up? At that moment Lin Chen's dissatisfied voice came from the living room. Coming, what's the rush? She took a step, unhurriedly walking out. I really can't do anything with you. Lin Chen sighed, helplessly slowing his pace to walk beside her. The alley in the early morning was exceptionally quiet. The dew under the eaves had not yet completely evaporated, reluctantly falling in the breeze, scattering on the ground, and forming patches of mottled water stains. The long, narrow alley was filled only with the slow flow of air, no human voices, no wheel tracks. Passing through this ancient alley, across from it lay a wide asphalt road. The chilly autumn wind rolled up fallen leaves, carpeting the road, and emitting a faint, fresh fragrance. After winding through several twists and turns, a school surrounded by red walls slowly came into view. Hey Lin Chen, stay close to me. If I lose you, Mom and Dad will kill me. He lifted his eyes, slightly glancing at the dazed Lin Chunshin beside him, and said sternly, are you even listening to me? Not listening, you're a turtle chanting scriptures. But if you're afraid of losing me, just hold my hand. With that she extended her fair, delicate hand, looking at Lin Shan with hopeful eyes. TCH, if it weren't for not wanting to explain to Mom and Dad, I wouldn't bother with you. Lin Shan turned his head, firmly grasped her hand, and turned toward the school gate. Soon Lin Chenshin's appearance quickly attracted a sea of gazes. People stood frozen in place, staring in their direction. Under the sunlight her golden hair gleamed, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Paired with her angelically exquisite face, time itself seemed to stand still until Lin Chenshin gradually disappeared from sight. Only then did they snap out of it and begin to murmur among themselves. Holy crap, that girl just now was so cute, my heart is melting for her. Even if it melts, it's useless, she's already got a boyfriend, and they're holding hands. Alas, too bad. Judging by her looks, she's definitely a lady, maybe even a foreign exchange student. At that moment a boy with glasses stepped forward, raising his finger to push up his glasses, and continued, so Li Jun, just give up. She's a girl you'll never get. Know something feels familiar about that silhouette. Li Jun frowned deeply, then suddenly his body jolted, and he exclaimed, Zheng Fan, don't you think that person looks like Lin Shun? Holy crap, now that you mention it, I do see some resemblance. Resemblance my ass, I was just stunned by the girl just now. Now that I think about it, that guy's back is totally Lin Shun. He slapped his hand sharply and dashed toward the school. In the dean's office, a slightly plump man raised his hand adorned with a gold ring and took a careful sip of tea from his cup. Chainer, is this young lady your fiancée? Yes, uncle, I hope you can arrange for her to be in our class. She's new here and doesn't know much. I see any other requests. No thank you, uncle. Lin Shun bowed deeply to him. Haha, Chainer is so polite. We're family, no need to be formal. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said with a smile, your father and I have already discussed the rest. Head Lu will leave the enrollment procedures to you. I understand. The tall, slender teacher beside him nodded, her long legs moving gracefully as her melodious voice carried a hint of allure. Come sign here, and then you can go to class. Okay. Lin Shunshin nodded, casting an envious glance at her slender thighs, thinking to herself, damn, how does she have such long legs? If she could spare me some, I wouldn't be called a dwarf by that guy. Quickly, she signed her name and turned to leave. All set. Lin Shun leaned against the door, speaking calmly. Yeah, perfectly handled. Good, I suppose he's already contacted Brother Wei. We can just go to the classroom. Brother Wei. That's our homeroom teacher. I remember we always called him that weird nickname. Lin Shun nodded, reaching out to gently pat her head. You be sure to behave yourself. What do you mean? I understand that I don't need a little kid like you to teach me. She puffed out her rosy little lips, looking defiant. Then let's go, don't be late for class. I know. With that, she pressed close to Lin Shun, following him through the corridor. Along the way, the petite Lin Shunshin naturally drew plenty of attention. The fiery gazes made her cheeks flush and left her at a loss. Finally, after walking a good distance, Lin Chen stopped at the classroom at the end of the corridor and glanced at Lin Shunshin. That's the classroom. When you go in, try to act natural, don't be too nervous. I know. Lin Shunshin lowered her head, muttering anxiously, I never thought I'd come back here, a classroom from 10 years ago, so full of memories. Just as she was about to step in, a rapid approaching sound of footsteps came from afar. Curiously, she turned to look at the source of the footsteps. A robust young man was leaning on his knees, panting heavily. Well, Lin Shin, didn't you say she was your cousin? You're a sick man, putting your hands on your own cousin. Class, please settle down. Gazing at the noisy classroom, the teacher on the podium frowned, adjusted his glasses, and said sternly, we have a new student joining our class today. I hope everyone can get along peacefully. Huh, a new student? Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted into chatter, everyone unable to resist gossiping. Quiet. We're still in class. He slammed his hand on the podium, and instantly the room fell silent. You little rascals, you're not kids anymore. Why are you acting like elementary school students? He sighed, turning his gaze to the door. Lin Shunshin, you may come in. First, introduce yourself. Okay, I understand. Lin Shunshin cautiously poked her head out, took a deep breath, and then hopped cheerfully to the podium. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Shunshin. From now on, we're classmates. Please take care of me. As she spoke, she turned her head and glanced at Lin Chun, who was trying to sneak to his seat. Hey, you idiot, who allowed you to leave? You're introducing yourself, why call me over? Lin Chun froze, turned around, and glared at her. I need you for my introduction. With that, Lin Shunshin rushed down, grabbed Lin Chen's hand, and pulled him onto the podium. Instantly, a wave of boos arose from the audience, and everyone couldn't help but look up curiously. You? Don't set me up, at least spare me some dignity. Lin Shun gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Don't worry, he'll give you plenty of face. She winked playfully at Lin Shun, and her first words shocked everyone present. Lin Shun is my dutiful servant. What? Watching the uproar below, she raised an eyebrow and said smugly, he's responsible for my clothing and transportation, and even my daily life is handled by him alone. And even when I sleep tomorrow, he has to obediently. Hearing this, Lin Shun shuddered, dashed to her side, and quickly covered her small mouth with his broad hand. Sorry, she always talks nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. Then, under the stunned gaze of everyone, he ignored Lin Shunshin struggling in his arms and forcefully carried her to her seat. Seeing those little hands reaching for his ears, Lin Shun froze, then quickly reached into his pocket. Strawberry-flavored soft candy. If you eat it, you can't be mad. He hastily unwrapped the candy and popped the pink soft candy into Lin Shunshin's mouth. So good. Fine, I'll forgive you this time. Lin Shunshin held her face contentedly and plopped down on the chair. Seeing the crisis averted, Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat down tremblingly beside her. You too. The teacher on the podium shook his head and sighed deeply. Then he turned his gaze to Lin Shunshin. Hello, Lin Shunshin. I forgot to tell you, my name is Yang Dawei, and I'll be your homeroom teacher from now on. Oh, long time no see, Brother Wei. The moment she said that, the noisy classroom fell silent, so silent it was almost jarring. Seeing Yang Dawei's dark expression on the podium, Lin Shunshin quickly corrected herself. Sorry, Mr. Yang, I just called you that out of habit. Forget it, since it's your first time. I'll pretend I didn't hear it. He shifted his gaze to Lin Chun. What's up, Mr. Yang? You little rascal, have you been teaching others bad things again? How come she's already learning mischief on her first day? Huh, I didn't. Seeing his innocent expression, Yang Dawei scratched his hair and gently adjusted his glasses. Alright, I have a short meeting. You all stay quiet in the classroom and study by yourselves. Don't worry me. With that, he turned and walked out the door. As soon as he left, the students couldn't stay in their seats. They stood up and curiously surrounded Lin Shunshin. Excuse me, is your hair natural? It's so beautiful. A chubby girl beside her looked at Lin Shunshin with envy and said timidly, if it's okay, can I touch it? Huh, Fang Yuan, feel free to touch it. Lin Shunshin smiled sweetly at her. Thank you. She trembled as she reached out her chubby little hand, carefully stroking Lin Shunshin's shimmering golden hair. Her face was filled with shock. It's really natural. This is natural golden hair. The exclamation immediately drew everyone's attention. They crowded around curiously, forming an impenetrable circle around Lin Qinshin. Lin Qinshin, you're so cute. Do you have a boyfriend? Lin Qinshin, can we exchange contact info? They'll treat you to snacks on the weekend. Lin Qinshin, how about coming to my big villa after school today? Oh, it's so noisy, my head is about to explode. She covered her ears, gritted her lower lip in frustration, and quickly scanned the surroundings looking for an opening to escape. But the circle was as tight as an iron bucket. She stood up many times trying to break through, but was always pushed back by the surging crowd. Go away. You're suffocating me. She shrugged her shoulders pitifully, her thin, frail body trembling. Wow, she's so cute. Even when she's angry, she's super adorable. Yeah, so cute. Can I hold your hand? At that moment, a few mischievous boys reached out and mercilessly tugged at Lin Qinshin's dazzling golden hair. Stop pulling my hair. It hurts. She slapped their hands away, but soon countless hands emerged from the crowd, ruthlessly pulling her golden hair. You? Boo-hoo. She wiped her nose and tears streamed down her eyes, falling relentlessly onto the desk. Enough. Suddenly a roar pierced through the crowd, drilling into everyone's ears. Lin Qinshin stood up abruptly, his neck, flushed red, fists clenched tightly. Who started it? Who made her cry? Get out and apologize. He glared, his cold eyes flashing like a sharp blade. Otherwise, if I have to drag you out myself, it won't be just an apology. As Lin Qinshin's anger flared, the classroom, which had been buzzing with noise moments before, fell into an instant hush. I was the one who pulled her hair. What do you want to do about it? At that moment, a towering figure emerged from the crowd, pushing his way through until he stood directly before Lin Qinshin. Xiao Ran, it's you again. Lin Qinshin raised an eyebrow, slightly looking at Xiao Ran, who was a full half-head taller than himself, and let out a disdainful snort. Apologize or crawl out of the classroom. Huh. Hearing this, Xiao Ran was instantly enraged. He clenched his fists, looking down at Lin Qinshin from his height. Are you looking for a fight? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because your uncle is the principal. Lin Qinshin. As the tension grew thicker, Fang Yuanyuan hurriedly stepped in, speaking timidly. I'm sorry, it's all because I asked to touch her hair, so they... It's none of your business. Lin Qinshin gave her a brief glance, then turned his gaze back to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, with such a tall stature, yet you use it to bully girls. Don't you feel ashamed? You? He gritted his teeth, his tall frame trembling uncontrollably. Lin Qinshin, back when I asked you to do things for me, you were always the most diligent. What's gotten into you today? How come the obedient dog has started biting its master? Hearing this, Lin Qinshin showed no sign of emotional disturbance. He raised a hand, stroked his chin, and mused, dogs don't change, it's humans who can change. Have you ever seen a dog that stops eating shit? You bastard. Finally, Xiao Ran could no longer contain himself. He grabbed a nearby chair and swung it straight at Lin Qinshin's head. In the blink of an eye, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Qinshin. With a sweep of his hand, he easily blocked the swinging chair. Xiao Ran, leave some room for others, so you may meet again with ease. If you push yourself to the brink, it's your own fault. Turning around, he looked at the unflinching Lin Qinshin. And you not even dodging. Do you really think you're a superhero? Tch, Li Jun, you're sticking your nose in too much. Lin Qinshin lifted his head, glanced at him, and said flatly, this guy goes too far. I can't stand it. Who are you calling goes too far? Don't think I want to actually hit you. At this moment, Xiao Ran was like an enraged lion, gripping the stool in his hands so tightly that no one dared to step forward to stop him. In the nick of time, Li Jun stepped up, patted his shoulder, and soothed. All right, you two. It's just a matter of apologizing. No need to make such a big fuss. If you smash that over someone's head, you're looking at least 3 years in prison. If you're unlucky and actually send them off, that's a death sentence. For such a trivial matter to throw away your most precious years, how could that ever be worth it? Enough with the nagging. None of your business. Xiao Ran shoved Li Jun aside and turned to walk out the door. I told you to apologize. Are you deaf? Seeing Lin Qinshin still pressing on, Li Jun hurried over, clamped a hand over his mouth, and whispered, why do you have to argue with him? He's as stubborn as a mule. Just let it go. Lin Qinshin flailed his limbs wildly, trying to break free, but the hand on his mouth felt as if it were welded on. No matter how hard he struggled, it remained firmly pressed against his lips. Promise me you won't go after Xiao Ran, and he'll let you go. Seeing Xiao Ran about to disappear from his sight, Lin Qinshin quickly nodded. Sayu. Li Jun sighed and released his grip. But the next second, Lin Qinshin suddenly shoved him aside and sprinted out the door. Damn it, that guy is really a stubborn mule. Stamping his foot, Li Jun hurried after Lin Qinshin's retreating figure. In the corridor, the air was already thick with tension. Xiao Ran glanced back at Lin Qinshin and sneered, overestimating yourself. You won't be satisfied until you see the coffin, will you? I said apologize or else. Before he could finish, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept in. Xiao Ran, who had been several meters away, appeared before Lin Qinshin without warning. Reaching out a large hand, he grabbed Lin Qinshin by the collar, and in an instant his muscles bulged to a terrifying extent. With a flex of his arm, he lifted Lin Qinshin off the ground. He clenched his fist as large as a bowl, and without hesitation swung it toward Lin Qinshin's face. Who dares to throw a punch? In that critical moment, a sudden roar shattered the deadlock. Following the source of the voice, a middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses with a slightly plump figure came into view. His eyes hidden behind the lenses were as sharp as blades, sending a chill down anyone's spine. Uncle, when did you? Absolutely lawless. If Chun-Chun hadn't called me, I would never have known such an outrageous incident occurred in our school. Thank you for this, little Chun-Chun. When Lin Chen's body trembled as he looked in disbelief to the side. You should thank me. I've saved you again. Lin Chun-Chun winked at him, a hint of cunning glimmering in her eyes. Xiaoran, come with me. I need to talk to you. His tone was heavy, impossible to resist. TCH'll let you off this time. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoran shot Lin Chen a fierce glare, dropped him to the ground, and turned to walk away. Principal Lin, what's wrong? Do you realize how much today's incident affects the school's reputation? If word gets out, it will tarnish our school's name. I cannot tolerate this. Either you get Lin Chen to forgive you personally, or pack your things today and go back to where you came from. Xiaoran's body shook. After hesitating for a moment, he finally walked over to Lin Chen. I'm sorry. This time it was my fault. He lowered his head, his earlier arrogance completely gone, and even his lips trembled with fear. I can accept your apology, but I do have a special request, What is it? Hearing that he wouldn't be expelled, Xiaoran suddenly perked up, raising his head and fixing his gaze on Lin Chen with burning intensity. That is, be my underling and acknowledge me as your big sister. How about it? Seeing him still hesitating, Lin Chen leaned in with a mischievous grin and whispered, Xiaoran, you wouldn't want to get expelled from school over something like this, would you? Fine. I agree. He gritted his teeth and a faint blush crept across his face. It settled then. No backing out. I understand. With that, he turned his head and dashed off into the distance. The youth of today, they never think about the consequences. Frowning at Lin Chen in the distance, he waved her over. What's up, uncle? There's something important I need to confirm with you. What is it? Lin Chen looked at him curiously, her interest piqued. About your background. My background? Lin Chen was startled, her lips trembling as she said, What do you mean? I don't understand. Well, let me introduce myself first. My name is Lin Dahai, and I am the president of Dahang University. Chen, your household registration information is very special. It's completely a black household. You left in a hurry last time, so I forgot to tell you. That's right. After all, suddenly traveling back through time, such things definitely wouldn't have any records. Lin Chen lowered her head and muttered softly. At this moment, Lin Dahai frowned and looked at Lin Chen not far away. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he quickly strode over. Uncle, is there something? It's about Chen. Her? What's wrong with her? Lin Chen's expression tightened as he stared at him intently and said anxiously, Could it be that Lin Chen's biological parents already know she's here and are going to take her away? Stop. Biological parents. Little Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? Looking at Lin Dahai's bewildered face, Lin Chen scratched his head in confusion and said in a low voice, Uncle, you don't know. Hey kid, can you get to the point? You're dawdling, you're making me anxious. Well, it's about Lin Chen's background. She actually, after a long and rambling explanation, Lin Chen, out of breath, leaned against the wall and panted, I've said it this way, Uncle, do you understand? I never expected. After listening to Lin Chen's words, Lin Dahai was instantly frozen in place. He let out a heavy sigh, tremblingly extended his hand and patted Lin Chen's shoulder firmly, saying in a deep voice, What an amazing girl. Don't worry, leave her household registration and ID card to me. These things. I thought it was something big. Lin Chen touched his pounding chest, scratched his hair, and smiled awkwardly. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle. Is there anything else? Nothing else. Chen is such a strong little girl. Lin Chen, you must treat her well, or else don't blame me and your father for a combined beating. Well, alright, I'll be going now. Remember to call Uncle when you have time. With that, he turned around. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Chen's mind suddenly clicked, as if remembering something, and he quickly pulled him back. Uncle, I hope you can keep her background a secret. After all, in a place like this, without a good family background, she will definitely be discriminated against. Don't worry. He'll make sure Chen's affairs are handled flawlessly. He wiped his reddened eyes and said solemnly, If I can't even handle something like this, then as the uncle of both of you, I would be too irresponsible. Alright, Uncle, you're making it too serious. Not at all. You make sure to take good care of Chen, you hear? She's going to be my future niece-in-law. Uncle. Lin Chen shyly lifted his eyes, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks, and pouted, Don't tease me. Marriage? How could that be possible? Just trust her, Uncle. It will definitely work out. That girl, there's something in her eyes that shows she's interested in you. Uncle, you're getting on in years, why are you still so gossipy? You don't understand. Your uncle is a good judge of character. You're so lucky. Such a cute wife, you'll have your hands full in the future. Seeing his face growing redder, Lin Dahai smiled knowingly, patted his shoulder, and walked away. This uncle really is something. His personality is exactly the same as that old man's. Watching Lin Dahai's disappearing back, he let out a deep sigh and turned to search for Lin Chen. Where is she? Seeing the empty surroundings, he was startled, and even his voice began to tremble. This girl really troublesome. In just a moment, she's wandered off somewhere again. He gritted his teeth and was about to dash off to find Lin Chenchun when he suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring intently at his back. Startled, he quickly turned his head. Lin Chen, are you looking for me? Before his eyes was Lin Chenchun's delicate face magnified several times. She gently curled her lips, a mischievous smile spreading across her mouth. You wouldn't be worried about me, would you? Not at all. I'm just afraid of losing you and having trouble explaining to Mom and Dad. He clenched his fists and said awkwardly. Really? I don't quite believe it. Absolutely true. Heaven can testify. I don't believe it unless. Unless what? Seeing the strange smile on Lin Chenchun's face, he flinched and quickly stepped back. Oh, you're blushing. Come on, let me check if you're developing normally. With that, she waved her little paws and slowly approached Lin Chen unhurriedly. You? What are you trying to do? Hey, this is school. Uncle just said bullying others is not allowed. Seeing his incoherent state, a playful smile spread across Lin Chenchun's face. Don't come any closer. He touched the cold wall. Watching Lin Chenchun get closer and closer, he gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, and simply closed his eyes. Can't escape now, small fry. Lin Chenchun gently stood on tiptoe, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, Master, tonight please give me everything, hey. You. Instantly Lin Chen's eyes snapped open, his pupils dilating several times in an instant. What are you saying with such weird words? I don't know anything about such things. Brat, what are you pretending to be pure for? Don't think that deleting your browser history behind my back lets you get away with it. You? I didn't do such a thing. He widened his eyes, tremblingly raised his hand to wipe the faint sweat on his forehead, and stammered, This is slander. I, Lin Chen, have lived my life with integrity. How could I do such a thing? Oh, is that so? A glint of cunning sparked in Lin Chenchun's eyes. She slipped her little hand into Lin Chen's pocket, pulled out his phone, and lit up the screen. I'll give you one more chance. Are you sure you won't admit it? I won't admit it. I haven't done such a thing. I'm thin. She tapped the screen, deftly opened the photo album, tapped the screen several times, entered a series of passwords, and opened the hidden album. Then these, Rika Takanashi's doujinshi. Could they have appeared out of thin air? Phone. Hand over the phone. Realizing that his secret was about to be exposed, Lin Chen reacted swiftly. With a wave of his hand, he lunged toward her small hand with lightning speed. You can't snatch it. Lin Chenchun turned around, evading his sudden strike. You? Give it back to me. Instantly Lin Chen's cheeks flushed bright red. He clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Hurry up, give it back to me. Well, returning it to you is not impossible, but what? But you have to admit it personally. Stop stalling and say it quickly. As the end of class drew nearer, Lin Chen glanced anxiously at the classroom, his eyes darting around nervously. Admit it out loud. You like a girl with a cute, lowly appearance like Rika. I. Lin Chen steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and reluctantly squeezed out a few words. I like a girl with a cute, lowly appearance like Rika. When you put your mind to it, you can actually do it, my other self. Then give me the phone. As he spoke, Lin Chen lowered his head and tremblingly reached out his hand. No, with this level it's still a bit lacking. Lin Chenchun curled the corners of her mouth, a glint of slyness flashing in her eyes. You cheater, you said you would do it, but you didn't. If you behave, I won't keep bullying you. You'll definitely cheat anyway. I won't believe you. Well, if you don't believe me, then ill. As she spoke, she raised her little hand and proudly shook the phone in it. Don't only this matter, absolutely not. He lowered his head, hesitated for a long time, then gritted his teeth and agreed to Lin Chenchun's request. Fine, this is the last time. If you cheat again, I'll never talk to you again. Good boy. Lin Chenchun stood on tiptoe, cautiously leaned in and whispered in his ear, Then, am I the kind of girl you like, the one with a cute, lowly appearance? You. Instantly Lin Chen's already flushed cheeks became as red as burning fire, so much so that even from a distance one could feel the scorching heat emanating from them. If you can't say it, then ill. No, don't I'll say it. Lin Chen clutched his wildly beating chest, his lips trembling as he said, I like a girl like you with a cute, lowly appearance. Good boy. She reached out her little hand and handed the phone to Lin Chen. Here, take it. I won't tease you anymore. As soon as he saw the phone, Lin Chen was like a lion spotting its prey. He reached out and snatched the phone away. Seeing his flustered appearance, Lin Chenchun was startled. She pushed off the ground and quickly lunged toward him. Hey, you bastard, don't tell me you're going to. But unfortunately it was too late. Lin Chen quickly opened the private album, and in an instant, it was completely emptied. You bastard. Look at what you've done. Lin Chenchun snatched the phone back and stared at the empty private album. She felt her legs go weak, and the next moment she collapsed to the ground in despair. Nothing left to threaten me, but you don't have to react that much. Lin Chen glanced at her indifferently and let out a sigh of relief. Good thing I reacted quickly and acted before you. Otherwise, if you had caught me with that leverage, I would have been in deep trouble. You? Who told you to delete it? Lin Chenchun clenched her fists angrily, her thin shoulders trembling with rage, and sobbed. Do you know that was the doujinshi that perfectly catered to my fetish? It was also my favorite doujinshi. Ever since I broke my phone and got a new one, I've searched the entire internet for this doujinshi, but couldn't find it. Now that I finally had a chance to read it again. Unexpectedly, you deleted it. You damn bastard, you stinking jerk. May you die a horrible death. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she became. In the end, she wiped her nose and burst into loud crying. It's not like only you like doujinshi. I like them too. Why did you have to delete it? It was so hard to find such a doujinshi that moved me so much. But you deleted it without hesitation. You. Whoa. Lin Qinshin's crying grew louder. Coincidentally, school had just ended, and soon all the passing students were attracted by the noise. They stopped and curiously gathered around. Soon sharp-eyed students recognized Lin Qinshin. They covered their mouths and exclaimed, "Isn't this the girl we met this morning? I can't believe she's in this class. And this boy is also the one we met this morning. Could it be that they're in the same class?" Moreover, looking at how the girl is crying, it must be this guy who made her sad. Maybe he even secretly found another girl and played around. At this moment, a boy with glasses and a shifty-eyed appearance squeezed in. Covering his mouth, he said mysteriously, "What a scumbag. How could he bear to make such a cute girl cry? In my opinion, he deserves a beating." You? Seeing the public opinion turning more severe, Lin Chun clenched his fists, anxiously leaned closer to Lin Qinshin, frowned, and said sternly, "Enough, stop crying. I've been wronged to death, and you can still cry, eh?" At that moment, the boy with glasses seized the opportunity. He raised his head and shouted, "Everyone come see. In broad daylight, someone is actually going to hit someone." Hearing this, a tall and burly student nearby couldn't hold back any longer. He rolled up his sleeves, waved his hand, and easily lifted Lin Qinshin up. "You kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the power of this fist the size of a sandbag." As he spoke, he fiercely clenched his fists and shook them at Lin Qinshin. "Enough. What happens between him and me is none of your business." Finally, Lin Qinshin could no longer bear the suffocating feeling of being surrounded. She wiped her tears, and her watery eyes seemed to burst into flames. Talk about a dog catching mice, meddling. Get out of here. Who told you to touch him? Even so, the burly student still did not back down. He patted his chest and said sternly, "Don't worry, this guy must have forced you to say that. Rest assured, he'll beat him until his teeth fall out." Instantly, the passing students all cheered, seemingly encouraging his righteous act. Seeing that everyone around was on his side, he not only refrained from restraining himself, but became even more rampant. He suddenly exerted force with his big hand and delivered a solid punch, without hesitation, hitting Lin Qinshin squarely in the stomach. In an instant, Lin Qinshin's face contorted in intense pain. His legs trembled, and he could no longer hold on, collapsing heavily to the ground. "Get lost." Seeing this, Lin Qinshin let out a furious roar and unhesitatingly stepped in front of him with her thin body. "Don't you dare bully him, you brainless idiots. Rest assured, junior schoolmate. With me, the director of the Student Affairs Office here, I will ensure you suffer no harm." Looking at Lin Qinshin crouching on the ground, he waved his hand grandly, and 3 or 5 people quickly squeezed through the crowd. They grabbed hold of Lin Qinshin, completely ignoring the anger on her face, and forcibly dragged her aside. "People like this who bully you, just leave them to me. I will definitely protect you, junior." With that, he clenched his fists, and with an air of superiority, lifted Lin Qinshin up. At this moment, Lin Qinshin's handsome face was twisted into a grimace from intense pain. He frowned deeply and said with trembling lips, "What director of the Student Affairs Office? As I see it, he's nothing but a dog that bullies others by relying on his power. You bastard." Upon hearing this, he instantly flew into a rage. He swung his fist and aimed a solid blow at Lin Qinshin's face. In the nick of time, a figure suddenly burst out from the crowd. He reached out and easily caught the fist midair. "Wang Lei, quite the show of force bullying all the way to our doorstep. Xiaoran, I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs." He clenched his teeth, his eyes bulging, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. "I am the president of the student council. If you know what's good for you, get lost. He's from our class, and we don't need your riffraff from the student council to discipline him." Xiaoran raised an eyebrow, glanced at him disdainfully, and sneered. "Even if you want to show off in front of the junior schoolgirl, you don't need to do something so childish that even elementary school students would find it immature. Then do you want to fight?" Instantly, his veins bulged, and his tall, burly figure stood like a wall, firmly blocking Xiaoran's path. "I've heard that you fight like you have no fear of death. In an unknown fight, I might be a bit wary of you. But now there are 10 people in front of you. Since you refuse to take the hint, don't blame me if my fists and feet show no mercy." "Huh, 10 people." Xiaoran reached out and stroked his chin. With a glance from the corner of his eye, he saw several figures with menacing glares slowly approaching him. "In that case, let me do a good deed for once and completely change my image." He put his hands in his pockets, his face showing no fear, only contempt in his eyes. Seeing Xiaoran's completely fearless demeanor, for a moment none of them dared to step forward. "You bunch of cowards, go. What are you standing there trembling for?" Seeing that they made no move, Wang Lei glared at them angrily, a hint of panic in his expression. "Boss, this guy fights like he's not afraid of death. Since you're the boss, shouldn't you lead by example and go first?" Yeah, you're our big brother. If you don't dare to go, then us little ones wouldn't dare to make a move." Seeing that his face was about to be lost, he steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and said timidly, "Fine, then let me the boss go first." With that, he tremblingly took a step and cautiously approached Xiaoran. Watching his cowardly appearance, Xiao Ran curled his lips and sneered. Maybe you should just leave. I'm really afraid you'll wet your pants from fear, and if you pee at our classroom door, even if you don't mind, I would. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to the few menacing onlookers. All of you come at once. 1 against 10, the advantage is mine. Hearing this, the men instantly flew into a rage. They waved their fists and charged at him in unison. Seeing this, Xiao Ran let out a cold laugh, his eyes narrowing, as if he completely disregarded those people. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, and in an instant his body shot forward like a wild bull at full charge, crashing straight into the crowd. A loud bang was heard, and the man charging at Xiao Ran was sent flying several meters, his body crashing onto the wall like a discarded rag. Seeing his underlings so easily defeated, Wang Lei grew furious and embarrassed. He sidestepped behind Xiao Ran, and then mysteriously reached into his pocket, pulling out a collapsible baton. Xiao Ran, flaunting your power comes at a price. Wang Lei bellowed, swinging the baton in his hand and striking at Xiao Ran's back without warning. Just as the cold baton was about to hit Xiao Ran, a figure suddenly burst through the crowd, reached out, and easily snatched the baton from Wang Lei's hand. Xiao Ran, what's the point of playing the hero in an unknown fight? If I hadn't been sharpied, you would have been in for a world of pain. Li Jun, none of your business. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow, glanced at the baton in his hand, and said coldly, 10 against 1, and you still have to resort to such dirty tricks. Wang Lei, you're really something. Seeing his weapon taken, Wang Lei staggered back several steps, leaning against the wall as he forced himself to stay calm. Even if you have a weapon, there are 10 of us. Dealing with the 2 of you is more than enough. Ha 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 ha. 10 people. Wang Lei, have you been scared, silly? Looking at Li Jun's mocking grin, he felt a sinking feeling. He quickly scanned the area and found that his underlings had all run away, leaving behind a group of students who were now glaring at him with hostility. Wang Lei, now all the students of our class are here. Li Jun crouched down and helped Lin Shun, who was lying on the ground, to his feet, then turned his gaze back to Wang Lei. President Wang, now it's 1 against 50. I believe you must have prepared yourself for this. You have the guts to fight me unknown. Bullying one person with so many, you have no backbone. Ha 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 ha, why fight unknown when we can gang up? He carefully placed Lin Shin aside, bared his teeth, and revealed a sinister grin. What are you going to do? I am the student council president, how dare you? Before he could finish, Wang Lei suddenly felt his vision go dark, and instantly countless fists and feet came raining down on him. Damn it! Who kicked me? Who kicked me in the nuts? Ouch, not the face. For a moment his screams completely echoed through the entire teaching building. By now there was no trace of his previous arrogance on Wang Lei's face. Instead, there were only pleas for mercy. Enough, this guy should have learned his lesson. Li Jun waved his hand, strode forward, and yanked off the sack that had been placed over his head. President Wang, haven't seen you for a while. How did your face swell up like a pig's head? You're too mean. Wang Lei raised his hand and tenderly touched his bruised and swollen face, sobbing. I'm going to tell the teacher. He'll make you regret this. Hey, saying it like that is not right. Li Jun turned around and called out to the crowd. Has anyone here seen us lay a hand on President Wang? No. It was all President Wang's own carelessness when he fell. You're going too far. Seeing the crowd of mocking faces, Wang Lei could no longer bear the humiliation. He wiped his nose, snot and tears streaming, and turned to flee. Hey Lin Shin, that guy didn't just punch you in the kidney, did he? Watching Lin Shin trembling beside him, Li Jun couldn't resist a few jibes. Lin Shin shot him a glare, gritting his teeth. Who knew that dog would bite without even barking? Then he pouted. If he hadn't caught me off guard with his speed, he wouldn't even have touched me. All right, stop being stubborn. How are you feeling? Need to hit the infirmary. A mere scratch, nothing worth mentioning. Lin Shin steadied his chest, glanced at Xiao Ran's retreating figure, and quickly reached out to call him back. Hey Xiao Ran, thanks for today. Oh. Xiao Ran turned, casting a cold glance, and said in a low voice, I just can't stand bullies throwing their weight around. With that he turned and left, leaving behind only a handsome, carefree silhouette. Hey Lin Shin, now you know your place, right? Li Jun sidled up, patted his shoulder, and whispered, Truth is, Xiao Ran's a decent guy, just not good with words. Oh, even so, he can't bully Lin Shin. You such a blockhead. Li Jun gave his shoulder a hearty slap, then said mysteriously, Have you ever seen Xiao Ran lay a hand on a girl before? Maybe he was sound asleep, and your shout woke him up. Who wouldn't be grumpy? Well, when you put it that way, I guess I was a bit rash. Lin Shin scratched his head, grinning awkwardly. True, Xiao Ran's only ever thrown punches at those student council guys in our class, never at anyone in our own. See, you stubborn mule. I couldn't hold you back. Lucky nothing serious happened, or I'd lose face as class monitor. Haha, my bad this time. They'll be more careful next time. By the way, Lin Shin, I need to talk to you alone. With that he swept his arm around Lin Shin's shoulder and shoved him aside. What's with all the secrecy? Lin Shin shot him a glare. You're not trying to gossip about me again, are you? Hee, you know me, Lin Shin. A sly grin crept across his face. So Lin Shin, is that new girl really your cousin? Yes, I've told you a million times. Why do you keep asking? So boring. But I heard you too. He raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Shin in the distance. You two held hands on the way to school, right? Normally holding hands is something couples do. You? Lin Shin clenched his fist, staring nervously at his side profile. It was her first day. I was afraid she'd be uncomfortable, so I... But what a caring big brother. Just watch your distance, okay? Don't end up in some anime plot. Hey, Li Jun, have you lost your mind? How could that ever happen? Lin Shin's neck flushed, his cheeks tinged with red. You must have been kicked by a donkey spouting such nonsense. Oh, caught red-handed. Tell me, do you too? You? Hearing this, Lin Shin's already red face burned even brighter. Oh, I guessed right. No. Yes. No. I'm definitely right. You? Seeing Li Jun's smirk, Lin Shin chose not to argue, shot him a glare, and strode off. By now, Lin Shin was surrounded by a throng. She took the endless stream of paper and signed her name on each. Soon Lin Shin was panting heavily. Spotting Lin Shin passing by, she cried out like a lifeline. Hey, you idiot, come save me. You're such a handful. Lin Shin glanced at her indifferently, then quickly pushed through the crowd, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her out. Instantly, the crowd surged like a tide toward Lin Shin. Seeing this, Lin Shin winked at Li Jun and said frantically, hold them off for me, and I'll treat you to a feast at my place. You're just saying one thing and meaning another. Li Jun shrugged helplessly, turned to glance at the dark mass of people. He jumped back in alarm, dodging aside, cursing, that guy's trying to get me killed. If I hadn't reacted fast, I'd be meeting my ancestors. Looking at the crowd charging behind, Lin Shin gasped in terror and quickened his pace. My dear princess, what did you do to deserve this? Even the class next door is chasing you. How should I know? Lin Shin panted, her steps even faster. Some jerk said a celebrity came to our class. Now a whole bunch of classes are here. I thought it was a gang fight. Scared me half to death. Stop talking, run. They're catching up. With a shriek, Lin Shin's figure flashed like lightning, crossing the corridor in a few strides. If someone had timed him, even Bolt would have been scared. Hearing the fading footsteps, Lin Shin timidly looked back. Seeing no one behind, he leaned against the wall and gasped for air. So Lin Shin, did my speed scare you? Huh, you were so tired. He turned to look only to find his right hand, which had been holding Lin Shin's wrist, clutching empty air. It's over. His eyes widened in shock as he collapsed despairingly to the ground, his lips trembling. It's over. When I get home tonight, he'll be beaten to death or crippled. So you can't go on? Trash. She raised her lips and sneered, looking at Lin Shin. No, I can't do it anymore. Please let me go. I really have no strength left. I really didn't mean to. I was in such a hurry, so you left me alone to face that mob of over 100 people. So you didn't even glance at me, making me sign autographs for an entire afternoon. Do you know how my hand feels now? She jumped off Lin Shin's back, indignantly lifted her fair little foot, and mercilessly stomped on him. How dare you? How dare you? She exerted every ounce of her strength, each stomp landing solidly on Lin Shin's back. Then a look of enjoyment appeared on Lin Shin's face. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and closed his eyes in comfort. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. After doing so many push-ups, my back was about to break. With this massage, I feel much better. What? You actually said it feels good? Yeah, it's very comfortable, soft, and tender. Lin Shin raised his head and looked at her. Keep going. Why did you stop? Go to hell. How could I do such a thing for you? Stomp you to death. Stomp you to death. Stomp you to death. Lin Shin closed his eyes in despair, ready to accept this hopeless moment, when suddenly the living room door handle turned without warning and a familiar figure slipped in. Sun Mom is back. At the sight of this scene, Lu Hui froze for a moment, then quickly turned around and slammed the door shut. Hey, Mom, it's not what you think. Let me explain. In an instant, Lin Shin didn't care about anything else. He abruptly stood up and rushed toward the living room door. He reached out and frantically twisted the door handle, but found that the handle, which could normally be turned easily, now seemed welded shut, refusing to budge no matter how hard he tried. Hey, Mom, open the door. It's really not what you think. You've misunderstood. He clenched his fists and pounded on the door, frantically muttering unwillingly. Please let me explain. This matter is absolutely not what it looks like. Sun Mom understands. Outside the door, Lu Hui sighed deeply, as if utterly disappointed in Lin Shin. Mom didn't expect you to have such a hobby, but don't worry, you'll pretend I didn't see anything today. Don't take it too seriously. I've locked the door. Until you two are done, even the King of Heaven won't get in, I promise. Seeing the misunderstanding deepen, Lin Shin pounded the door even harder, each knock echoing like thunder. Son, just go ahead with what you're doing. Tell Mom when you're done, and I want mine. It's over my innocence. In an instant, Lin Shin's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to support himself. My honorable reputation. All gone. How am I supposed to face anyone now? Lin Shin wiped his nose, and suddenly tears streamed down like a fountain, rushing out of his eyes. Lin Shin, it's all your fault. Now look what you've done. How am I supposed to face anyone? He glared bitterly at the sofa, his face full of grievance. I didn't mean to. Lin Shin glanced at him, jumped off the sofa, and leisurely came to his side. Who knew that silly Mom would misunderstand so badly? But don't worry, I can restore your innocence. Really? Are you serious? Lin Shin's body trembled as he stared at her in disbelief. Really, but there's a condition. The condition is... I agree. He'll agree to anything. Oh, you said it. She curled her lips, reached out her small hand, and knocked on the door. Mom, open up. It's all a misunderstanding. Huh? A misunderstanding. We opened the door hesitantly, with trembling hands staring in disbelief at Lin Shun, who was full of tears. Xiao Qinshan, was what I just saw really a misunderstanding? It was a misunderstanding, Mom. This coward Lin Shun wouldn't dare have such improper thoughts about me. This? We scratched her head awkwardly and laughed. Haha, sorry son. I thought you had some strange hobby. You lousy mom. I screamed my throat hoarse, and you still didn't believe me. Lin Shun clenched his teeth angrily. But this one sentence from her convinced you. You're too biased. Haha, it's Mom's fault. Tonight, I'll make you cola chicken wings to make it up to you. She extended her slender fingers and gently stroked Lin Chen's aggrieved head. Alright. You're so grown up and still crying. Aren't you ashamed? Mom, how can you say that? Lin Chen stood up, wiped the tears from his eyes, and said indignantly, we've known each other for over 10 years. Don't you know what kind of person your son is? If it weren't for this one having a conscience and explaining things for me, my honorable reputation would have been ruined. Alright. Tonight let Mom cook. Consider it compensation. With that she turned around and walked toward the kitchen with a smile. That's more like it. Don't you think so, Lin? He turned his head and immediately saw a pair of fierce, glaring eyes watching him. Ha, what a nice day today. I suddenly remembered my clothes are almost dry. Bye. With that he sprinted upstairs with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shunshun waved her small hand, grabbed his ear, and twisted it mercilessly. You little brat. This loli was kind enough to help you, and you dare to address me with such disrespect. Now prepare yourself for the inevitable death. Oh, Mom, save me. Hearing the pig-like screams echoing in her ears, Lu Hui shook her head helplessly, curled her lips, and smiled. These young lovebirds really enviable. The moon rose above the willows. Hey Lin Qinshan, that condition you mentioned can't be too much, otherwise I might. Before he could finish, Lin Qinshan eagerly interrupted him. Don't worry, my condition is very simple. For you it's as easy as picking something out of a pocket. Then I'm relieved. What condition? Tell me. The condition is. A sly smile curled at the corner of her mouth, and she quickly leaned her little head close to Lin Chun. The condition is that you must find all the doujinshi you deleted tonight and bring them back to me. What? Instantly Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply and he stammered, that kind of thing. How could I possibly do it? It's absolutely impossible. Oh, can't do it. Oh, absolutely impossible. Let's just forget about it. Lin Chun nodded hurriedly, a trace of panic flickering. Lin Chen, you wouldn't want it to get out in class that you secretly read Luhua doujinshi, would you? She narrowed her eyes and said in a threatening tone, if you don't obey, I can't guarantee that this matter won't be leaked. You're too much. His neck flushed red and he stammered, this is bullying. I'm bullying you, Naya. She tossed her phone aside, playfully stuck out her tongue at Lin Chun, and said nonchalantly, I'm going to sleep. If I don't see satisfactory doujinshi when I wake up tomorrow, I'm going to throw a tantrum. With that she pounced onto the bed and burrowed into the small blanket. Lin Chun glared at her fiercely, reluctantly picked up his phone, and sat to the side. A girl making such a strange request to me, it's just too. He sighed helplessly, tapped the screen to open the browser, and skillfully entered a series of URLs. Soon countless dazzling doujinshi appeared on the screen. Wait, could she possibly? He raised his eyes and stole a glance at Lin Qinshan beside him. Seeing her lying quietly in bed, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing she's asleep. Otherwise, looking at doujinshi in front of a girl, if that got out, I'd be mortified. Just as Lin Chun was about to browse through those doujinshi, he suddenly caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. He was shocked to find that Lin Qinshan's eyes, which had just been tightly shut, were now staring straight at him. Don't stare at me, it's so embarrassing. He turned his head away in shame, trying to avoid her burning gaze. Who was staring at you? How could I possibly sleep with the light on? Lin Qinshan puffed out her pink cheeks and complained softly, besides, I can't sleep unless you hold me. Come over, turn off the light, and hold me to sleep. But if you don't come, I'll go over there. Okay, don't be rash, I'm coming. Lin Chen reached out and gently pressed the light switch. Instantly the room that had been bright plunged into darkness. He tiptoed over and quietly climbed onto the bed. Pillow, where's the pillow? Staring into the pitch-black surroundings, Lin Chen reached out and carefully groped around. What's this? At that moment a soft sensation came to his palm. He froze for a moment and, driven by intense curiosity, he couldn't help but increase the pressure in his hand. Hey, you bad guy, where are you touching this loli? Only when Lin Qinshan's voice rang in his ears did he suddenly realize. I really didn't mean to. I was looking for a pillow, really. His voice grew softer and softer until it was barely audible. Forget it. I doubt you dare to do that anyway. Come hold me and sleep quietly. I understand. Seeing that she surprisingly didn't blame him, Lin Chen quickly and carefully moved closer and lay down on the bed. Instantly Lin Qinshan pounced on him, wrapped her arms around his slender neck, and buried her little face into it. Hold tight, sleep now. Well, there's one more thing. He dazedly reached out and hastily hugged the little kitten in his arms. I'm so sleepy, what is it? Hurry up and say it. Well, about the doujinshi, can we maybe? No, I don't care. I must see it when I wake up tomorrow or else face the consequences. Okay, I understand. Lin Shen glanced at the phone with its screen lit, his throat moving as he swallowed the constantly secreting saliva. Really, why does such a strange plot have to happen to me? Trembling, he reached out, picked up the phone beside him, and gently began to browse. Staring at the dazzling diginsheet before him, Lin Shen suddenly felt a heat surge through his body, his entire being becoming feverish. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. He closed his eyes and muttered to himself like a mantra. After a long while looking at the alluring content on the screen, Lin Shen gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, and simply squeezed his eyes shut, tossing the phone aside. I can't. If I keep looking, something bad will definitely happen. Weak strands of moonlight filtered through the window, illuminating the pitch-black room. Lin Shen raised his eyes and glanced at Lin Chunshin hanging on him, sighing. I, a full-grown man, am actually being squeezed dry by a mere little lowly. If word gets out, Lin Shen will have no face to meet my ancestors. As he spoke, his eyelids grew heavier and heavier, as if an invisible hand were gently pressing on them. Gradually, Lin Shen's eyes closed heavily, leaving only the sound of faint breathing. At that moment, the world seemed to grow quiet, with only the breathing of the two echoing softly in the room. After an unknown amount of time, a trace of dawn slowly appeared on the horizon. Thin sunlight crept through the curtains and fell upon Lin Shen's delicate and lovely face. She frowned. The next second, she suddenly woke up, sat up, and gasped for breath. What the hell? Why is there a stinky, fishy smell? She sniffed the air, searching for the source of the odor. After going back and forth a few times, she quickly locked her gaze on Lin Shen, who was still dreaming sweetly. She leaned in her little head and looked at the sleeping Lin Shen. This guy, did he take advantage of me while I was asleep? And at this thought, Lin Shen's cheeks flushed bright red, and her big watery eyes uncontrollably welled up. This guy, pervert, scumbag, sicko. She swung the pillow beside her and slammed it hard onto Lin Shen's face. This lawless innocence. You've completely ruined it, you bastard, Aya. The originally tranquil and serene morning was abruptly shattered by a piercing scream. Is it the end of the world? Lin Shen opened his sleepy eyes and yawned lazily. Gazing at the dimly lit sky beyond the window, he reluctantly sat up and looked at Lin Shen, whose face was full of terror. What are you fussing about so early in the morning? I thought it was the apocalypse. What time is it? Don't bother me, I'm going back to sleep. With that, Lin Shen flopped back down, closed his eyes, and was about to drift off. You bastard. How dare you still sleep? Lin Shen clenched the pillow in her hand and swung it with all her might at his head. Thus Lin Shen, who was on the verge of a sweet dream, was yanked back to reality by her heavy blow. Hey, are you possessed or what? I was sleeping soundly, and you just hit me. What did I do to you this time? Can't you just... Before he could finish, his twitching nose quickly caught a strange odor in the air. This smell, could it be? Suddenly his body jolted, and he swept his hand, yanking off the blanket covering him. The once pristine white sheet was now completely soaked through. Not only that, but after lifting the blanket, a strong, fishy smell quickly spread throughout the room. You bastard. Lin Shen's eyes widened. She glanced at the fruit knife nearby, grabbed it, and held it firmly in her hand. You bastard. What did you do to me last night? With that, she raised the sharp knife and lunged at Lin Shen without hesitation. What the hell are you doing? Seeing the gleaming blade, Lin Shen wished he had 2 more legs. He pushed off with his hands bouncing aside like a spring to dodge the fatal strike. Hey, are you trying to kill me? Calm down, let me explain. What's there to explain? She gripped the knife tightly and advanced step by step toward Lin Shen, who was cowering in the corner. You scumbag, I've been your pillow every day, and you dared to do such dirty things to me while I was sleeping. I never thought 10 years ago I myself could be so disgustingly vile. Well then, let me completely eliminate this pest. Saying this, she brandished the knife and thrust it fiercely at Lin Shen again. Seeing this, Lin Shen's pupils contracted sharply. He exerted all his limbs' strength and twisted his body aside. With a loud bang, the icy blade whizzed past Lin Shen's neck and embedded itself firmly into the wardrobe beside him. You jerk, be prepared to die. Lin Shen bit her lip tightly and pulled with all her might at the knife stuck deep in the wood. Damn, you're serious. Seeing the knife about to be pulled out, Lin Shen panicked. Without a second thought, he lunged forward and pinned the unsuspecting Lin Shen beneath him. Instantly, tears streamed from Lin Shen's eyes like a fountain. You scumbag, I trusted you so much, but you... Why, you're so mean, so mean, so mean. Looking at the tearful Lin Shen beneath him, he sighed heavily and said helplessly, why are you so impatient? Listen to my explanation first. What's there to explain? Those stinky nasty things are proof enough. You did that to me while I was sleeping. I don't want to talk to you anymore ever. Soon Lin Shen's delicate face was covered in messy teardrops. You listen to my explanation first. If you're not satisfied after hearing it, you can do whatever you want with me. Looking at the snarling, big bad wolf, the poor little Red Riding Hood closed her hollow eyes and turned her head away in despair. I don't want to hear it. The pervert Lin Shen can't hold back anymore and wants to unleash his terrible desires on this poor little lowly. Am I going to be treated like a rag doll played with wantonly? If so, this body will surely break. You? Lin Shun raised his index finger and gave her a powerful flick on the forehead. I said you always think about those weird plots. Can't you just listen to my explanation? If you've already pinned me down, what's there to explain? Just do it if you want to, don't pretend to be innocent. As she said this, a few more crystal clear tears squeezed from the corners of Lin Shinshin's eyes, slid gently down her cheeks, and fell to the floor. You too, your little head is filled with these strange things. I really don't understand you. He sighed heavily, released his grip on Lin Shinshin's shoulders, stood up, and sat to the side. So are you willing to listen to my explanation now? Go ahead and explain. The facts are already ironclad. Lin Shinshin angrily propped herself up, sat to the side, and glared at him fiercely. If I said him innocent, would you believe me? I don't believe it. Before he could finish, Lin Shinshin interrupted him impatiently. It seems I can't hide it any longer. Looking at Lin Shinshin beside him, he lowered his head in shame, and a blush spread across his face. The next second he steeled himself and gritted his teeth, saying, actually all of this is just a guise, period. It's because of the long accumulated desires plus those doujinshi I read before bed last night, and you're the culprit. You let me hold you every night when I sleep. So influenced by these desires, I couldn't control it, and that happened so. He cautiously lifted his eyes and stole a glance at Lin Shinshin. Seeing her sitting quietly in place, he sighed deeply and continued, so you understand, right? This kind of thing is completely beyond my control. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for letting me read those doujinshi before sleeping. He clenched his fists and said with trembling lips, so that's the whole story. Now do whatever you want with me. I, Lin Shun, am a man of honor. Even if I'm ground to dust, I'll leave my innocence in this world. After a long silence, there was no sound from the side. Lin Shun looked up in confusion and glanced curiously at the empty room. The closed door had somehow been opened. Lin Shun stared at the door swinging back and forth and shook his head helplessly. That girl's little head is always filled with strange doujinshi plots. I really can't figure her out. By the staircase, a mysterious figure poked out his head, his shrewd eyes darting around in their sockets as he covertly surveyed his surroundings. Gazing at the washing machine, not far away, then at the bedsheet in his hand that emitted a strange odor, Lin Shun cautiously stepped forward, tiptoeing across the floor. What should have been a journey of just a few steps had become an arduous, treacherous path for Lin Shun at this moment. He drew a sharp breath, glanced at the tightly closed door beside him, and muttered in relief, thankfully Dad and Mom haven't gotten up yet, otherwise I'd. Before he could finish, a loud bang resounded, and the previously closed door was flung open in an instant. Oh, look who's up early today. The sun must have risen from the west. At this moment, Lin Shun seemed completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He waved his large hand and slung it around Lin Shun's shoulder. Well, first time I see you washing your own bedding. Can't believe it, you little rascal. Found yourself a little girlfriend, and suddenly you're so clean. Yes, I'm going to wash the sheet now, Dad. You should go brush your teeth. Lin Shun nodded, hastily wriggled free from his father's grip, and hurried toward the washing machine. Wait, Dad, what is it? Lin Shun trembled, turning his stiff neck, and froze in place uneasily. Lin Shun, do you smell a very, very strong fishy odor? No, Dad, you must be mistaken. How could there be such a strange smell? No, there definitely is. Your dad's nose is keen. He twitched his nostrils, tracing the source of the scent. Soon his gaze landed on the furtive Lin Shun, who was stuffing the sheet into the washing machine. In a flash, he lunged forward, his large hand gripping Lin Shun's wrist tightly. Dad, what are you doing? Ha, you little rascal, I caught you red-handed. Lin Shun waved his hand, easily opened the washing machine, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Yes, that's the smell. Who would have thought, Lin Shun, you little brat, actually. Hearing this, Lin Shun froze on the spot, his lips trembling as he defended himself. No, I absolutely did not do such a thing. Dad, don't wrong an innocent person. Oh ha, you little rascal, you've already confessed without being pressed. What more is there to say? Lin Shun chuckled and leaned in, giving him a knowing smile, then lowered his voice. But you two lovebirds should still be careful about precautions. Don't end up getting her pregnant. After all, you're still students. It would cause trouble. Dad, what weird stuff are you talking about? Lin Shun's face flushed, and he stammered. What precautions? What pregnancy? How could there be anything like that? All right, Dad understands. Men, we all know. Lin Shun raised his hand and patted his shoulder, smugly whispering. So how about it, little rascal? Now you see your old man's good intentions, don't you? Having a little girlfriend to help you out beats doing it yourself any day. You? Lin Shun shot him a fierce glare and muttered under his breath, this nosy old man, always so gossipy at his age. Before he could finish, a large hand suddenly shot out and grabbed his ear. You little brat, you really think your dad is deaf? How dare you badmouth me to my face? Looks like you need a taste of Dad's loving care. With that, he pulled out the kippalang from his waist, and without further ado, lashed it at Lin Shun's backside. At the critical moment, Lin Shun's body jolted. He pushed off with both hands, vaulting over the sofa and dashing toward the bathroom door. You little brat, stop right there. Lin Shun's strike missed, and he kicked off the ground, charging straight at Lin Shun like a tank. At the crucial juncture, Lin Shun raised his hand, twisted the handle beside him, and slipped into the toilet. He swiftly locked the door from the inside and leaned against it. Just as he thought he could catch his breath, a glance from the corner of his eye revealed a delicate petite figure in the misty bathroom, faintly visible through the haze. Clearly Lin Qinshan, immersed in her shower, was unaware of the fierce battle outside. She extended her slender fair hand and turned off the hot water nozzle. It's all that idiot's fault. After losing my notebook, he even dared to. Seriously, it's all his fault. He even made my little dress smell like pickles. She stretched her limbs languidly, letting out a soft, lazy yawn. A hot bath is the best thing ever. She picked up the towel beside her and began drying her smooth, delicate skin. That stupid Lin Qinshan. I thought he finally grew a spine, but he's still a coward. I actually thought he was about to man up. I even closed my eyes ready to accept it. No. She cupped her tender cheeks with her hands. How can I have such strange thoughts about myself? That's me. Besides doing that, with myself, that's just too weird. But, now that I've become a girl, I've heard that the first time is super painful. Curiously, she lowered her hand, her fingers trembling, and closed her eyes in a daze. Suddenly her body gave a violent shudder. So this is the advantage of being a girl. Soon a tingling, numbing sensation gradually spread along every nerve, permeating her entire body. No, I can't. At this critical moment, the bathroom door lock suddenly clicked. Instantly, Lin Qinshan's mind, which had been blank, snapped back to reality. Who's there? After a moment, as the mist slowly dissipated, a familiar figure gradually appeared before Lin Qinshan. Ah, you. When did you get in here? If you're willing to listen to my explanation, I will definitely. You bastard. What else is there to say? Die. At this moment, Lin Qinshan was like an enraged little kitten, waving her tiny claws as she grabbed every object within reach and hurled them fiercely at Lin Qinshan. Suddenly, the once peaceful morning was shattered by a piercing scream akin to a pig being slaughtered. In the now chaotic bathroom, Lin Qinshan clutched a towel wrapped around her body with her left hand, while her right hand gripped a blue toilet plunger. Her eyes wide, she glared at Lin Qinshan like a predator eyeing its prey. Choose the toilet plunger or the handcuffs. Well, he looked at the ferocious Lin Qinshan, then timidly glanced at the deadly weapon in her hand, his lips trembling as he said, Are there any other options? Both of these? No. Before he could finish, Lin Qinshan impatiently cut him off. Or you can try both. Only these choices. Really no other. No. She gripped the deadly weapon tightly and slowly advanced toward Lin Qinshan. My dear ancestor, that thing is not meant to be used like this. Let's talk it out. Seeing her closing in on him step by step, his body trembled as he hurriedly backed away. It's really a misunderstanding. Listen to me, please listen. What else is there to explain? The mistake you made, I'll make sure you remember it for life. At this moment, Lin Qinshan seemed possessed by the god of death, brandishing the toilet plunger like a celestial warrior descending from heaven, exuding an aura of intimidation. Don't come any closer. If you do. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Qinshan spotted the bathroom door handle. It was like a lifeline. He lunged forward and frantically twisted the handle. The door, which usually opened easily, now seemed welded shut, refusing to budge no matter how hard he tried. Oh no. Seeing him trying to escape, Lin Qinshan tightened her grip on the weapon and charged straight at him. Just then her small foot slipped on a bar of soap on the floor. In an instant she stumbled and lost her balance, falling backward. At that critical moment, Lin Qinshan threw caution to the wind, rushing forward in a single stride to reach her. He reached out, grabbed her towel, and with a powerful pull yanked her, along with the towel, into his arms. But just then the towel wrapped around Lin Qinshan suddenly loosened and slid down her smooth shoulders, falling to the floor. What are you looking at? Caught staring intently, Lin Qinshan was about to slap him across the face when her gaze inadvertently dropped. She realized with shock that the towel that had been wrapped around her was now lying on the floor. Don't look. Turn around. She quickly raised her fair arms to cover the parts that should not be seen. I am sorry. Seeing her delicate, flawless figure, Lin Qinshan's pupils contracted, and he hastily turned his head away. What will you? You did it on purpose. What will you saw everything? Lin Qinshan bit her lower lip, tears welling up in her aggrieved eyes. Whoa, you're bad. You're so bad. Big pervert. Jerk. Bastard. Time was slipping away and class was about to start. Lin Qinshan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He suddenly turned around, grabbed the towel from the floor, and with his eyes closed lunged toward Lin Qinshan. After a great effort, he finally managed to wrap her up tightly like a zongzi. You? Stop. My dear ancestor, please don't move. Looking at the furious Lin Qinshan, he quickly stepped back several paces and kept twisting the bathroom door handle. Strange, no matter how I twist it won't budge. Could it be broken? A thought flashed through his mind, firemen breaking down the door and finding a man and a woman together in the shower. No way. Lin Qinshan will never let that happen. But this damn door, it was fine yesterday, why today? Suddenly he seemed to realize something, stopped talking and pressed his ear against the door. Wait, that super annoying laugh. Sounds a bit like that old man's. Hearing the intermittent laughter from outside, he frowned, held his breath, and listened carefully. The next second Lin Chen's mind clicked, and he quickly caught on. Like a hammer, it's exactly that old man's laugh. He clenched his fists and pounded the door in frustration. Hey Dad, you're twisting the handle out there, don't think I don't know. Hey old man, if you've got guts, open the door, and let's settle this. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect you to catch me, kid. Lin Chang's hearty laughter echoed from outside. I knew it was you. If you've got guts, open the door. Hiding and cowering, what kind of man is that? Son, rest assured the door is welded shut. No one can get in today, ha ha ha. This guy is utterly shameless. He gritted his teeth and glanced at Lin Chunchun beside him, speaking in a low voice. Any ideas? Class is about to start, and if we don't get out soon, we'll be late. Pervert, I don't know. Lin Chunchun pouted her rosy cheeks and grumbled angrily. Don't think today's incident is over just like that. You? Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. But if we're stuck in here together, even if it's not true, Mom and Dad will think it is. That's true. Lin Chen nodded. All right, I'll remember this for now. Let's get out first. She carefully stepped closer to the door, tiptoeing lightly. She reached out a small hand from under the towel and gently knocked on the door. Dad, are you there? Huh, Chin. Chin, what are you doing inside? I was taking a shower in here. And suddenly the door wouldn't open. After saying this, she quickly glanced at Lin Chen beside her, and only when she saw that his gaze was not on her did she relax and continue. And when did Lin Chen get in here? I was still showering, and he just... Huh, Chin, what did you say? Oh, I want breakfast, right? Got it, Dad will make it for you right away. I heard meow. She waved her little hand, angrily grabbed the handle, and twisted it with all her might. This damn Dad daring to play deaf and dumb, just wait till I get out, and call Mom, to give him a double-team beating. She gritted her teeth, her little hand exerting force suddenly, but still the door handle remained unchanged, as if welded to the door. Hey Big Pumpkin, do you have any ideas? That damn Dad locked us both in here. If this goes on by the time Mom wakes up, we'll never be able to explain ourselves. As for a way, it's not like there isn't one. Let me think first. With that, Lin Chun raised his hand, gently stroked his chin, and fell into thought. After a long while, Lin Chunchun could no longer bear it. She shook her shoulders angrily and glared fiercely at Lin Chun. Did you think of it, you big fool? I've got it. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Lin Chun, as if he had understood something significant. What is it? Do you know how to get out? Because Dad locked the door from outside, that's why we can't turn this broken handle. If we could get someone to unlock it from outside, wouldn't we be able to get out? Right? Just as Lin Chunxin felt this reasoning was sound, suddenly her mind turned, and she quickly realized. Hey, if someone could open the door for us, we wouldn't be stuck singing a duet in here, would we? Hee, don't worry. You have your phone on you, right? She pouted toward the pile of clothes nearby, and said disdainfully, TCH, it's over there. Hee, then it's easy. Lin Shin stretched out his big hand and grabbed the dress lying on top, instantly revealing a mouth-watering blue and white pair of panties fully exposed before Lin Shen's eyes. This guy. Why would she put her phone under something like this? Lin Shun tremblingly reached out, gently lifted the blue and white bowl with 2 fingers and quickly set it aside. Few finally over this brutal battle. He eagerly grabbed the phone, then put his index finger to his lips. I'm going to call my mom now. Don't make a sound. Hey, calling someone will expose us. Hearing this, Lin Chinchin immediately panicked. She stepped forward, gritting her teeth, and said, I don't want to be discovered taking a shared bath with you early in the morning, or anything. You? Listen to my plan first, then decide whether to be angry. Lin Shin looked at her helplessly, spread his hands, and said in a low voice, They'll say that damn Dad locked me in the bathroom. Then the moment Mom opens the door, they'll quickly draw her attention and get her away. That way there won't be a problem. That's right, we can try. Lin Shinshin clapped her hands, her big watery eyes beginning to sparkle with excitement. If we use this method, we might actually get out. Right. Just watch me. He winked at Lin Shinshin, then grabbed the phone, unlocked the screen, and skillfully dialed the number. Beep, beep. Hello? Who is it so early in the morning? The voice of Lu Hui came through the phone, extremely displeased. It's me. Mom. It's me. Mom is sleeping soundly. Don't bother me if it's not important. Bye. Wait. I have something urgent. Seeing that Lu Hui was about to hang up, Lin Shin quickly stopped her. Mom, that damn Dad locked me in the bathroom. Get up quickly and help me sort this out. What? That Lin Shong picking a fight so early in the morning, huh? Woo, that bad Dad wanted to give me a beating first thing in the morning, and he even dared to. Dared to what? Woo, he. As he spoke, Lin Shin suddenly wiped his nose and began to cry pitifully. He also bullied your little Chinchin, and... Alright, I get it. That guy, if you don't discipline him for 3 days, he'll tear the roof off. Wait right there, Mom will get up right now. Beep, beep. Staring at the hung-up phone, Lin Chunchun was dumbfounded, her eyes fixed on him in disbelief. What's with this acting skill of yours? I didn't know the old me had such an impressive skill. Right. People are pushed to excel. That was my improvisation. Impressive. Applause. But I think you'd better. Lin Shin scratched his clothes and instinctively turned his head away, murmuring, You'd better put on your clothes. If you catch a cold, I won't have a good excuse. Don't worry. I won't look. I absolutely won't sneak a peek or take advantage of you. TCH, you've got some nerve saying that. Lin Chunshin raised her eyes and gave him a fierce glare. TCH, you jerk, you've taken enough advantage of me. First kiss and all that, and now you're so desperate you're peeping on me. If it weren't for your sincere apology this morning, I'd beat you up for sure. I understand. He'll explain everything to you properly later. TCH, I don't care about your explanation. Lin Chunshin shyly lowered her head and untied the bath towel, instantly exposing her snow-white body to the air. Just then the previously locked door suddenly clicked open without any warning. My precious son, that scoundrel Lin Chong has been punished. I confiscated all his hidden private money. Aren't you very satisfied? Sorry. Once she fully saw the scene inside the bathroom, she quickly slammed the door shut. Sorry, I didn't know you two were going to. Hey, Mom, let me explain. It's not what you think. Son, no need to explain. I don't know what you two were. Anyway, it's Mom's fault. Mom will go prepare breakfast now. When you two are done washing, remember to come out and not be late for class or anything. It's over. The world is going to be destroyed. Hearing these words, Lin Chen's legs gave way and he slumped to the ground. Now even with 10 mouths, I can't explain this anymore. Watching the class time draw nearer, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and trembling reached out his hand, twisting it with a quiver. Glancing at the two bustling figures in the kitchen, he lowered his head in embarrassment, cautiously walked to the sofa, and collapsed onto it with a thud. Soon out of the corner of his eye, Lin Chen quickly noticed him. He picked up a bowl of noodles and gently placed it before Lin Chen with utmost respect. Son, you must be exhausted. Eat more, replenish your strength. Gazing at the steaming bowl of beef noodles, fragrant and inviting, Lin Chen felt no appetite at all. He lifted his eyes, timidly glanced at Lin Chong and murmured, "It's all your fault, you lousy dad." Now look, with so many misunderstandings, even 10 Lin Chens couldn't explain this away. Oh, how can you say that? Lin Chong raised his hand and patted his shoulder, comforting him. A real man knows when to bend and stretch. Besides, using that opportunity, you could have strengthened your bond with your little girlfriend, right? You? Lin Chen shot him a fierce glare, clenched his teeth, and said indignantly, She almost shoved a toilet plunger into my mouth. Strengthen the bond. If I hadn't had a quick wit, I would have been. I'll forget it. Let's first deal with this growling stomach. Lin Chun grabbed a pair of chopsticks and listlessly shoved noodles into his mouth. What a buzzkill. The one time I get to enjoy Mom's beef noodles, and you lousy dad have ruined all my mood. Ha ha ha, don't say that. Dad was just giving you a boost. Besides, you're so timid. I was creating opportunities for you too. That's my heartfelt effort. Heartfelt effort. You know her temper. It's already a miracle that I escaped with my life today. Lin Chen chewed the tasteless beef noodles in big mouthfuls and sighed. To have so many troubles early in the morning. What a stroke of bad luck today. Hearing this, Lin Chun was displeased. He crossed his arms and stared sternly at Lin Chun. You ungrateful brat. She practically threw herself at you, and you act like a wooden block, unmoved. If you keep this up, one day she'll start to despise you. Then you'll be single for life, and don't come crying to me about not finding a girlfriend. If I don't believe that. You lousy dad, you're always cursing me. You little brat, you're infuriating me. He angrily thrust out his eagle-like claws, darting straight for Lin Chen's ear. How dare you? At the critical moment, Lu Hui let out a delicate shout, immediately stopping Lin Chong. Little Lin Chong, if you don't behave, your cigarette money will all become your son's allowance. She approached with a grin, her almond eyes gleaming with a chilling light. If you like bullying your son, he'll confiscate all the secret stash of money you've hidden away and donate it to the public. Thighs can't be. This can't be. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a calm tone. I was just afraid our son would be overtired this morning, so I was giving him a massage. Right, my precious son? Lin Chun frowned, fighting back nausea, and said with a trembling voice, Dad. The way you call me like that is really creepy. I've got goosebumps. You too. By the way, where's little Chin Chin? Why hasn't she come for breakfast? Looking at the untouched bowl of beef noodles, she scanned around, anxiously searching for the petite figure. I'm here. At that moment, a small head poked out from behind the door, curiously looking this way. What a delicious smell. Let me see what Mom has made. Lin Chin Chin hurried over with impatient steps. Oh, it's beef noodles with big slices of beef. You little glutton, don't trip and fall. She raised her fair hand and gently stroked Lin Chin Chin's excited little head. Poor little thing, look how hungry you are. You only ate half a bowl of rice last night, now you know how uncomfortable hunger is, right? I know. She chewed continuously, the satisfaction on her face no longer hidden, overflowing. As expected of Mom, your cooking is always top-notch. Hee little Chin Chin, your words are so sweet, you really know how to talk. Watching Lin Chun Chin devour the food, Lu Hui gently picked up a comb and began to arrange her long golden twin tails. Little Chin Chin, this Friday is National Day. Is there any place you'd like to go for fun? Let me think. She stopped chewing, cupped her face with her little hands, and fell into thought. Amusement park? No, that's boring. Snack street. I always ask Lin Chin to buy me stuff, so no, I'm tired of it. Traveling outside. Too troublesome, no. Where should I go to have fun? She glanced at the lush leafy tree outside, froze for a moment, and instantly had an idea. How about we spend the National Day holiday week visiting Grandma and Grandpa at home? After all, they're getting old, and it's quite boring at home. We usually don't have much time to spend with them, so. What do you think of this idea, Little Chin-chun? You? Louie stared at her in disbelief. Her hand trembled, and the comb fell to the floor with a sharp clatter. Little Chin-chun having such a thoughtful heart is wonderful. It's settled then. When the holiday comes, we'll go back to visit Grandma and Grandpa. She picked up the comb from the floor and took the chance to wipe her reddened eyes. I never expected. Chin-chun, you'd have such a caring heart. Wait, I'll call your grandparents right now and tell them that Lin Shun is bringing his future wife home to see them. Saying that, Lin Shun took out his phone, quickly walked aside, and skillfully dialed a number. Beep, beep. After a while, a voice came from the other end. Hello? Who is this? Auntie, it's Lin Shun. Please call my parents. I have good news to tell them. Oh, sure, wait. They'll go down and call them right away. After a long while, an aged, weathered voice came through the phone. Chungwa, your aunt said you have good news. What is it, Dad? This good news might shock you. He glanced at the bewildered Lin Shun, wiped his runny nose with his big hand, and said with tears and snot, that boy Lin Shun has finally made something of himself. He's been incredibly lucky stumbling upon such a beautiful, virtuous, considerate, and gentle little girlfriend. Now our ancestors must be smiling from heaven. On the 3rd floor of the hospital in the neurology department, paroxetine sertraline, triazolam, midazolam. A doctor in a white coat frowned, staring intently at the pale-faced young man before him, and said solemnly, Jiang Che, sleeping pills like these can be addictive. Rather than relying on them, you should rely on yourself. I don't want to either, Dr. Zeng. Jiang Che raised his dark eyes and gazed pensively at the setting sun slowly sinking beyond the window. After all, compared to the torment of lying awake all-night, addiction is nothing. True enough. Dr. Zeng lifted a strong hand, grabbed the ballpoint pen nearby, and quickly wrote out a prescription. Remember, the dosage of these medications must strictly follow my instructions. Never take them on your own. With that, Dr. Zeng handed the prescription to Jiang Che, his face grave. If you feel any discomfort in your body, be sure to tell me. I understand. Alright, that's all for today. Go out and call your father in, or I need to speak with him. Okay. Jiang Che nodded and slowly walked out the door. Soon a middle-aged man with a solemn expression and hair tinged with weariness strode in quickly. Dr. Zeng, how is my son's condition? Has it improved? As soon as he entered, he sat impatiently on the chair beside him, his hopeful eyes fixed on Dr. Zeng. Neurasthenia is not an incurable disease, it mainly depends on the patient. For your son, my advice is to let him open his heart. The things he can't let go of, instead of letting them sink in his heart forever, it's better to grit his teeth and cast them out. That way he'll be responsible not only to himself, but also to his family. A person who dwells in the past will achieve nothing. I hope he can understand this truth. He picked up the thermos beside him, took a small sip, and continued with Jiangxi's condition. You don't need to send him to school. Let him recover first. Taking care of his health is the priority. The man clenched his fists and said with a trembling voice, it's me, it's my failure as a father. Seeing him in such pain every day is worse than having my own flesh cut out. Enough, Jiang Zhengshan. A good father should set an example for his child, not wallow in excessive guilt. That's all for today's consultation. Spend more time with Jiang Che and let him handle his own affairs. Okay, thank you, Dr. Zeng. He stood up, bowed deeply, then took heavy steps and slowly walked out. Looking at the empty corridor outside, he hung his head in dejection and let out a heavy sigh. Son, it's all my fault, all my fault. If only that day I hadn't stopped you, that little girl might not have lost her life, and you wouldn't have become like this. It's all my fault, all my fault. The afterglow of the setting sun gently spilled over the earth, gilding this desolate world with an indelible gold. Under the sunset, a young boy leaned alone against a tree. He stretched out his slender arm, pressed it against his brow, and stared at the last rays of sunset on the horizon. Once again he pulled out the yellowed notebook from his bosom, the one he had read countless times. Gazing at the familiar lines of handwriting, teardrops gushed forth like a spring, mercilessly splashing onto the pages. Sierra, aren't I just like you, living in the past? If you saw what a mess I've become, you'd surely stand before me, hands on your hips, and scold me without mercy. I'm sorry, Sierra. I promised I wouldn't drown in this grief. But how could I possibly do that? To forget you, I can't do it. Jiangxi's deep brown eyes reflected the dying sky on the horizon, revealing a sorrow that could no longer be buried. I've broken my promise again. When will this unreliable me ever become the person I'm satisfied with? He let out a heavy sigh and once again leafed through the diary he had read countless times. February 20th, sunny. Today was my first day at the new school. Maybe because of this blonde hair it caused me quite a bit of trouble. Classmates curiously gathered around, asking all sorts of questions about it. I was super annoying anyway. End of February, cloudy. The classmates quickly became friendly with me after I arrived. What a warm-hearted class. But in the corner of the classroom, there was a strange classmate who always held a book and ignored me, not even giving me a glance. What's this? Am I not cute enough? No way, I must talk to him. March 1st, spring. I'm so mad. So mad. So mad. I gathered my courage to talk to that blockhead, and he didn't even look at me. I won't believe that I can't win over that stupid book of his. March 3rd, swallows arrive. Who would have thought that blockhead could be so gentle? I met him in the park today. I didn't expect him to like flowers. The scene of him bending down to smell them was actually quite. I don't think that nerd is handsome at all. A bookworm like him deserves to be single forever. March 6th, heavy rain today. It was the happiest day ever. The rain finally made that blockhead talk to me first. I also learned his name, Jiang Che. It's a really nice name fitting his scholarly air. My name is Lin Shichen. Remember it. Isn't it super nice? March 10th, on the way home. I never expected that stinky Jiang Che to take the same route home as me. After ignoring me all this time, how could I swallow that? So I made him treat me to 5 skewers of grilled tofu. I really fleeced him. So satisfying. But the grilled tofu was delicious too. Maybe you'll make him treat me every day from now on. March 15th, finally on break. That stinky Jiang Che, I told him to wait for me. If it weren't for my cleverness in finding him under the big tree in the park, he would have slipped away. But we watched the sunset together. It feels like such an intimate thing should only be done by couples. Oh, what am I thinking? That blockhead am not interested. March 15th, sunset. So the evening glow can be this beautiful. It reminds me of a line of beautiful poem. This is the sun of dusk, yet I mistook it for the dawn of daybreak. The sun was setting, the light slowly fading. A vast silent land had lost the clamor of the day, as if falling into a deep slumber. Wispy evening breezes stirred the bangs of a youth beneath the shade of a tree. His deep brown eyes hidden beneath the strands of hair were fixed intently on the pages of a worn yellowed notebook. March 20th, I was so happy. Today, for the first time I saw that annoying Jiang Che smile. He actually looks quite nice when he smiles. I don't get why he's always such a bookworm, so boring. But he really is good looking. Feels like my heart is racing a little. March 25th was strange feeling. What the heck, that annoying Jiang Che. I thought he wouldn't smile at other girls, but then. Because Li Siyue ranked first in the whole grade, and she has a better figure than me. I really don't get it. We're both high school girls, how can her 2 lumps of fat be so big? There's this uncomfortable feeling in my chest, I can't put it into words, like my heart is being squeezed. Late March PE class. Today, I was so embarrassed. During PE my period suddenly came. My stomach hurt so much I could only crouch on the ground, unable to move. That annoying Jiang Che. I won't be grateful just because he carried me to the classroom. I definitely want. April 1st, April Fool's Day. Today is a special day, a day when you can tell lies without taking responsibility. I like you. When I said those words to that guy, he just smiled. What the heck, he didn't even show his opinion. What if I was telling the truth? April 15th, the sun was warm that day. A rare holiday, but rather than going out to play, I wanted to get to know him better. I don't know why, but every time he would sit under the same tree watching the sunset that set every day. I leaned my head on his shoulder. He smelled of a mix of grass and flowers, and then I actually fell asleep. April 15th, first time staying out overnight. That annoying Jiang Che, he actually kept that position until nightfall, and didn't even remind me. I had to punish him. I secretly followed him home. I still remember the shocked expression on his face. But I never expected he lived alone. According to him, his father was away working all year round, and he was from a single-parent family. Maybe that's why he's such a bookworm. April 15th, a night. Who would have thought that bookworm's cooking skills were surprisingly good? If I could eat it every day, I wonder if I'd ever get tired of it. I'm not leaving your place. But this is my first time. My first time sleeping in a boy's house. If he were a big bad wolf and showed his true colors, would I? April 15th, falling asleep. This annoying Jiang Che. I never expected him to just sit beside me, not even paying me any attention. I'm so mad. So mad. So mad. April 15th, a late night. I'm so embarrassed. That was my first kiss. How could it be so careless? It's all that guy's fault. Staying up late with the lights on, I couldn't sleep. I wanted to suddenly lean in and scare him, but who knew this big idiot wouldn't dodge when I pounced. And then, by accident, I kissed him. And this guy didn't even react. He even raised his hand to ruffle my hair, smiling at me with those eyes. What the heck, he's so irresponsible. I'm not a puppy being ruffled like that, can't be so easy. May 1st, the school heartthrob confessed to me. Lin Shichen, I like you. That's what he said, but I refused without hesitation. For refusing a confession from the school heartthrob. That's super cool. Well, after all, my heart is already filled with an idiot. May 2nd, the May Day holiday. The holiday I've been looking forward to, but when it actually came, I didn't know what to do. How ironic. So, I went to your place again. My arrival must have been a pleasant surprise. You're so sly, Jiang Che. You didn't do anything, yet I'm thinking about you all day. You're so sly. So sly. So sly. May 2nd evening. You finally took the initiative to talk to me. I thought you'd just sit there all night like a bookworm. But am I really that scary? Why are you sitting so far away? I want to eat you. While you were sleeping, I secretly whispered, I like you many times. I wonder if you big dummy have noticed my feelings. May 2nd, a late night. The big bad wolf finally showed his true colors, revealing his scary teeth. He was actually pretending to sleep all along. How despicable. I was going to say I like you one more time, and then sleep peacefully. Who knew that you annoying Jiang Che would suddenly open your eyes while I was in the middle of saying it? And then you pinned me down. I was really startled at that moment. But as soon as I thought it was you, I willingly closed my eyes. If it's you, do whatever you want. But I was ready to accept it. You bad guy, you dared to raise your hand and give me a hard flick on the forehead. And you said something like we should save this for after marriage. You're so bad. You've already thought that far ahead. You must have been plotting against me all along. But should we have a boy or a girl in the future? So troublesome, whatever you decide. Today is the happiest day of my life. May 2nd, 2012 midnight exactly. You asked me why I always carry this diary with me. Well, I'm not really sure either. Maybe it's just a habit. You annoying Jiang Che, you actually dared to hope to read my diary. No way ID let you see it. ID never show you. This is my little secret. May 3rd, I heard a song I really like. How much more must I lose before I can be forgiven? How much more pain must I endure before I can meet you again? Such sad lyrics. May 3rd, at dawn on the street. Your father suddenly came back. He was very angry and kicked me out. He said I was a bad girl and would lead you astray. How could that be possible? On the way home, I got into the habit of writing in my diary while walking. It reminds me of how every time you saw me writing and walking, you'd tap my head to remind me to be careful. I'm not a little kid. I know what I'm doing. Big dummy, if my love for you were to be written into a book, I'm afraid I'd never finish it in this lifetime. I have to clear up today's misunderstanding with your dad tomorrow. After all, Turning the pages further, there was nothing but blankness. The gentle evening breeze continuously brushed against Jiang Che's pale face. He trembled as he closed the yellowed diary. It's been over a year now, Sierra. They say time heals all wounds, but this damn time has made me unable to tell whether this feeling for you is love or a curse. For hundreds of days and nights, I've wondered if I had the courage to reach out and grab you that day, would you have? Never mind. I don't want to hold on anymore. Let this all end completely. He shakily reached into his pocket, pulled out a gleaming scalpel, and gently pressed it against his wrist. I'm sorry, Sia. I still couldn't keep my promise to you. Good night. Watching his own pulse, Jiang Che slowly closed his eyes, a few dry tears squeezing out from the corners. The last rays of sunset gently bathed Jiang Che. Just as he was about to end it all, suddenly hurried footsteps from afar shattered the silence. What are you doing? The familiar voice made Jiang Che freeze. He opened his eyes and looked into the distance. With a slap, a pair of fair, rosy little hands struck his face without hesitation. You bastard. What do you think you're doing? In his view was Li Siyu's face, twisted with rage. Amazing, Jiang Che. Sneaking off to end yourself. What about the promises you made, the vows you took? Did you just piss them away? Looking at Li Siyu's grief-stricken face, he lowered his head in shame and said in a trembling voice, you wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand the feeling of being so exhausted yet unable to sleep. You wouldn't understand what it's like to go over a year without dreaming, only able to fall asleep with sleeping pills every night. You wouldn't understand this pain that's been torturing me. Then can you understand how I feel? She shook her thin shoulders, gritted her teeth, and glared at Jiang Che with fiery eyes. I've been here for you all these years, so why? Why are you treating me like this? It's so unfair. I was the one who came first, so why do you always put more thought into Lin Shichen than me? In these 3 years, even after exchanging thousands of words, the distance between us has only grown. Li Siyu clenched her fists and screamed, Jiang Che, you bastard, why do you treat me like this, giving everything to her? Your smile, your voice, your actions. They're always the gentlest when you're with her. Why do you treat me like this? It's so unfair. Even after a year, you're still like this. Dazed and lost, not the you from before. Pay a little attention to me, look at me once in a while, take some responsibility for what you said. You like Lin Shichen, right? She told you to live well, and you promised. Why did you suddenly do this behind my back? Bastard. Asshole. Jerk. She bit her lip, trying to hold back the tears. Looking at the diary in his pocket soaked with tears countless times, Jiang Che sighed deeply, released his grip, and with a clatter the cold scalpel fell to the ground. I'm sorry for putting you through this all along. He raised the corners of his mouth, and a bright smile appeared on his face. I was wrong about all this. Whoa, you're mean, you're so mean. What? Li Siyu's lips trembled, and when she looked up again her face was streaked with tears. Whoa, you sly liar, you. You'll die a horrible death. How can you wish that on someone? He walked slowly toward Li Siyu, who was crying like a child. Whoa, so mean, so mean. Li Siyu raised her fists and pounded them against his chest. Haha, the top student, Li Siyu, I never knew you had such a fragile side. And isn't class still going on? Did you skip school, good student? It's all because of you. She glared at Jiang Che. Someone hasn't shown up at school for days, not even a message to the teacher. Did you think him as heartless as you not caring about anyone? I see, Jiang Che raised his slender arm and scratched his head awkwardly. Well, sorry for the trouble. They'll treat you to something delicious next time to make it up to you. You jerk doing something like this behind my back. Don't expect me to help you with your homework anymore. I admit that threat works. I surrender. He raised his hands, feigning fear. You know it. I won't let today slide so easily. Then what should I do? Jiang Che turned his gaze to her with curiosity. Swear you'll never do anything like this again in your life. What? That's it. I thought. Do you swear or not? Facing Li Siyu's ferocious look, Jiang Che hesitated, then raised his right hand. I, Jiang Che, swear to live well for the rest of my life and never hurt myself again. That's more like it. Also, it's your fault I twisted my ankle. I can't walk. Carry me. She eagerly stretched out her arms, looking at him expectantly. Fine, I'll carry you. Jiang Che bent down and gently lifted her onto his back. Hey Li Siyu, you've always wanted to know what Siener's last words were, right? Yes, I really want to know, but you've been hiding it from me. Haha, if I tell you now, will you forgive me for today? Stop stalling. Spit it out. Alright, I'll tell you. Watching the skyline fade, he smiled slightly, and the long-sealed knot in his heart finally loosened. Sierra said you should take good care of me, and I should completely forget her. During the national day break, the sky had just begun to lighten, and the earth seemed still immersed in slumber, shrouded in tranquility. In stark contrast, inside the living room, two figures bustled about with a somewhat incongruous urgency. Lin Chong, with a dishcloth in his left hand and a broom in his right, even held a slice of toast in his mouth, meticulously cleaning the house. Honey, why don't you go call the young couple upstairs? He swallowed his breakfast and continued, I figure we'll be done in about 10 minutes. We can't afford to delay the trip. Alright, you're such an impatient one. Lu Hui put down the mop and walked unhurriedly upstairs. Facing the closed door, she reached out and gently placed her hand on the doorknob. Just as she was about to turn it, faint, intermittent moans from within the room suddenly made her body tremble. Ooh, it hurts. Be gentler. Move softer. What? I'm already being gentle. How about you take a break, and it'll continue later? No, we have to leave soon. Just hurry up and get it done. Fine, then bear with it. We'll try not to hurt you. Be gentle, this is my first time. Could it be? Lu Hui immediately snatched her hand away from the doorknob, staggering back several steps. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the floor. Well, they're young after all, full of youthful passion. I was too impulsive. I must be more careful next time. Muttering to herself, she steadied herself against the wall and tiptoed back downstairs. Just then the door, which had been tightly shut, clicked open. Mom, what are you doing here, sneaking around like a thief? A curious Lin Chunshin poked her little head out from behind the door, her big watery eyes fixed on the flustered Lu Hui. Haha, you caught me. I was just coming up to wake little Chunshin. Since you're already up, Mom, we'll head off now. No, Mom, you're definitely hiding something from me. Lin Chunshin quickly ran over to Lu Hui, spreading her small arms to block her. Tell me, what are you hiding? Your expression is definitely suspicious. Haha, is my expression really that strange? Very strange. Spill it. Seeing that Lin Chunshin was about to press further, Lu Hui swiftly changed the subject. By the way, is Lin Shin still sleeping? Why isn't he with you? He woke up quite early. Glancing at Lu Hui, she opened her small mouth and said disdainfully, that guy? I just wore him out, and he's resting in bed now. Hearing this, Lu Hui, already flustered, felt as if she had been branded with a hot iron, unable to control her trembling. Haha, I see. Who would have thought little Chunshin is quite capable, ha? Huh, capable? What are you talking about, Mom? Looking at the puzzled Lin Chunshin, Lu Hui raised her hand and gently patted her head, stammering, well, that. You two just keep that between yourselves, no need to tell Mom. Don't worry, your young sparks flying is understandable. Huh, what kind of thing? What sparks? Lin Chunshin pointed at the zipper on her jacket and said incredulously, isn't it just that my hair got caught in the zipper and I asked him to help me untangle it? What's there to hide? Off. Lu Hui's pupils contracted sharply. She stammered, I thought. Scared me to death. Stare. Hey Mom, you didn't think something else, did you? She wore a disgruntled expression, staring intently at Lu Hui. Ah, what a nice day today. Oh, I have clothes to fold. Mom's off now, bye. With that, she took a few quick steps downstairs and vanished from Lin Chunshin's sight. TCH, as if I would ever do that sort of thing with him. She extended her fair fingers, twirling a few strands of hair from her forehead. Besides, that's another me. How could that ever happen? Lin Chunshin's face flushed slightly. Just as she was about to let her thoughts wander further, footsteps suddenly sounded behind her, startling her into stopping those strange ideas. Lin Chunshin, what are you standing there dumbfounded for? Go wash up and get ready to leave. I am not. It's none of your business. You? Lin Chunshin shook his head helplessly and walked past her downstairs. Staring at his receding figure, Lin Chunshin shyly lowered her head and murmured, what if one day that guy really makes a move on me? Wouldn't that mean being pinned down by myself, and then carrying my own child? Just thinking about it, her fair cheeks quickly flushed with a thin layer of crimson. No way. I don't want a big belly, I don't want to take care of a crying brat, no way. She cupped her burning cheeks and babbled, and that thing with a fishy smell going into my stomach, that's just too weird. No, what am I thinking? That person is myself. Doing that with myself is just too strange. Iowa, annoying. It's all that damn Lin Shen's fault. She clenched her small fists, biting her lower lip in anger. No, I need to find a reason to beat him up. Lin Chunshin suddenly lifted her head and dashed downstairs in quick strides. Hey, you jerk, bring your head over here and let me see if it's made of dough. Spotting Lin Chun, she planted her hands on her hips arrogantly, a triumphant look on her face. I'm really angry now. Put your head over here and let me vent. Huh. Oh my dear little princess, what have I done to upset you now? I haven't had a moment's peace since this morning. Let me think, what did you do? Lin Shinshin put her little finger to her lips and began to ponder. He got it. She curled her lips, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. Because you stepped out of the door with your left foot just now. So capital offense. Mom and Dad saved me. After Lin Shinshin's merciless torment, Lin Shin could no longer hold on. His legs gave way, and he collapsed completely onto the sofa. What will my poor ears, look what you've done to them. She raised her little hand to cover her upturned lips, and said smugly, You are so pathetic, you little. Lin Shin sighed helplessly and said heavily, You always like to bully me for no reason. Aren't you afraid I'll run away from home? Running away from home is a bit difficult for you, you know. So I'm not worried about that at all. Forget it, we'll be leaving soon. Let me go check if there's anything else I need to bring. With that, he stood up and walked upstairs without looking back. Eating, sleeping, and bullying you. These are the joys of my life. Watching Lin Shin's disappearing figure, she immediately moved her steps and cautiously followed. Staring at the closed door, she gently pressed her ear against it to listen to the sounds inside. Really, this Lin Shinshin, she's too ruthless. And ever since she came, I've had to hold it in every day. It's absolutely unbearable. Forget it, since no one's around now. I'd better take care of this quickly, or else. Listening further, there were only a few buzzing sounds like mosquitoes. This girl. Could it be that she's going to me? Instantly, Lin Shinshin's delicate cheeks involuntarily flushed red. If I help him, then that guy probably won't be troubled by this kind of thing anymore. She nervously clutched her clothes, her big watery eyes swirling in their sockets. If I use my hand this time, will he take advantage next time? And then, she lowered her head coquettishly, tremblingly raised her little hand, and gently stroked her soft belly. In the end, even this place won't escape. But with myself. It's too. Thinking of this, her face instantly reddened all the way to her ears, and even her breathing unconsciously became rapid. At this critical moment, a rush of footsteps suddenly came from inside the room, followed by the sound of the door opening. Lin Shinshin, what are you doing here? Instantly, Lin Shin's body trembled, and he couldn't help but step back several paces. Looking at his timid appearance, a playful smile slowly appeared on Lin Shinshin's lips. You weren't secretly doing that kind of thing inside, were you? I did not. I, Lin Shin, am a real man. How could I do such a dirty thing? Stare, really? Watching Lin Shin shrink into the corner, she slowly moved her steps and gently approached. Your body. She twitched her nose, beginning to search for the source of that strange smell on Lin Shin. Here. She excitedly reached out her little hand and grabbed towards Lin Shin's pocket. What's this, little Lin Shin? Seeing the large wad of tissues in her hand, Lin Shin's body jerked violently, and he hurriedly pounced towards her. Quick as lightning, Lin Shinshin made a graceful turn and swiftly dodged to the side, evading his fierce attack. Let me see the real answer behind the scenes. With that, she gave a hard pull with her little hand and completely tore the tissue wad in two. Don't. Seeing this scene was unstoppable. Lin Shin felt his legs go weak, and he collapsed to the ground in despair. Found the culprit. She curiously brought her nose close and took a deep breath near the strange tissue ball. You? Found out. You. Seeing that the truth was exposed, he quickly turned around and ran downstairs. But how could Lin Shinshin give him that chance? In a flash, she kicked off and dashed in front of Lin Shin. Trying to run after doing bad things, that's an extremely irresponsible act. She spread her arms, firmly blocking the retreating Lin Shin in front of her. I am sorry. Because what? Speak. Looking at Lin Shinshin's uncompromising expression, he trembled and moved his lips, speaking incoherently. Because. Since you came, what? Say it. I can't. This kind of thing, I absolutely can't say it. If you want, say it, don't blame me. She waved the tissue in her hand, stood on tiptoe, and gently approached Lin Shin's ear. Lin Shin, you wouldn't want to be caught secretly doing this shameful thing, would you? Don't. Please'll say it. Lin Shin clenched his fists and, as if resolved, gritted his teeth, and said, Because us boys, if we don't take care of this in time, and then it will happen like that night, without any warning. So for boys, this kind of thing is also a completely normal phenomenon. If I put it this way, can you understand? At this moment, Lin Shin's face was already full of panic. He glanced at the silent Lin Shinshin and quickly lowered his head. Is that so? Lin Shinshin curled her lips, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. Then she reached out her little hands and gently placed them on Lin Shin's shoulders. Well, do you need my help, my poor dummy? Hey, what strange things are you saying? Staring at the cute little face magnified several times right in front of him, seeing no way to refuse, Lin Shin steeled himself and simply closed his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Shinshin exerted force with her little hands, tightly hooked his shoulders, and pressed her delicate red lips forward without hesitation. Whatever, since my first kiss is already gone, a kiss shouldn't be a big deal. Feeling Lin Shin's scorching breath, Lin Shinshin shyly rose on tiptoes, and like a dragonfly skimming the water, their lips gently touched. Just then a hurried sound of footsteps came from downstairs without warning, startling Lin Chunchun into letting go and turning her head to look out the window. Son, little Chunchun, are you two done? We're about to set off. Staring at the two frozen figures, Lu Hui scratched her head in confusion, then suddenly called out. Hey, you two possessed. Mom, how did you? Seeing Lu Hui appear suddenly, Lin Chunchun's heart tightened. She quickly changed the subject. Well, I was just discussing life philosophy with Lin Chun. We'll be down soon. Alright, I'll wait for you two. With that she turned and hurried downstairs. Phew, that scared me. Lin Chunchun patted her chest in relief, her heart still pounding uncontrollably, as if it might leap out at any moment. This mom coming up suddenly nearly gave me a heart attack. Don't you think so, you silly idiot? Receiving no response, she glanced sideways at Lin Chun, who had remained silent all along. Hey, short-circuited. Turned into a dummy. I'm here. Startled Lin Chun snapped back to reality. What's wrong with you? Stare. What are you thinking about you? Nothing. I wasn't thinking anything. He lowered his head in panic, his anxious eyes darting around. As if you dare to think about that. Lin Chunchun puffed out her baby fat cheeks and quickly stepped closer. Silly idiot, why are you bowing your head? Tell me, how did it feel just now? I don't know. Don't know, huh? Fine, you'll regret it. She reached out her delicate little hand and with lightning speed grabbed Lin Chun's reddened ear. I know. Seeing his ear about to be tortured, Lin Chun trembled and nodded frantically like a rattle drum. What's this? Reacting so fast. Lin Chunchun pouted discontentedly, her big watery eyes fixed on him. Let me make one thing clear, I kissed you out of curiosity, not because of any special feelings, absolutely not. Got it. Understood. Seeing her fierce demeanor, Lin Chun stood frozen like a block of wood, not daring to move. Good that you know. Now tell me, what were you thinking just now? Can I not say? It's too embarrassing. No. You have to tell me everything, not a single word held back. She bit her lower lip and stared at Lin Chun without allowing any refusal. All right. Fine, I'll say. Lin Chun gritted his teeth and with trembling lips said, it's just, you smell so good. And your lips are so soft like cotton candy. Stare, that's all. My mind went blank, I didn't remember much. Is that so? Watching the flustered Lin Chun, she curled her lips, a strange mischievous smile gradually appearing on her face. So kissing me just now was super awesome, right? Soft. A feeling I've never had before. Omu then compared to hugging me like a pillow when sleeping, which is more comfortable. Hearing this, the blush that had just begun to fade on Lin Chun's face surged back again. Of course. Of course hugging is more comfortable. After saying this, as if he had exhausted all his strength, he slumped to the ground. Right. Lin Chunchun raised her head proudly. This Lola's soft body serving as your pillow is the greatest reward in the entire universe. With that, she extended her delicate hand and gently rubbed Lin Chun's fluffy hair, saying playfully, all right, we need to go down now. If we're late, Dad will treat you to a taste of his belt, and I won't be able to stop him. All right. Lin Chun snapped back to reality. He pushed himself up and hurried downstairs without delay. Stare. Watching his flustered figure disappear, Lin Chunchun pouted discontentedly and muttered to herself. Silly idiot, no wonder you've been single so long. If it weren't for pitying you, I wouldn't. She raised her small hand and gently cupped her blushing cheeks. I wouldn't kiss you or anything like that. Such an embarrassing thing. Just as Lin Chunchun's heart was fluttering, the sound of an engine starting downstairs startled her, and she hurriedly grabbed the railing and ran down in a panic. Oh dear, Chunchun, you're finally here. Dad was about to die from worry. As soon as he saw Lin Chunchun, Lin Chong rushed over impatiently and pushed her out. Dad, what's the rush? Your grandpa heard we were coming back and called early this morning saying he killed an old hen and was making soup for us to enjoy at noon. If we're late, the food will get cold and we'll miss Grandpa's mouth-watering cooking. He turned the key, quickly locked the door, then pointed at the big Mercedes behind him. What do you think of Dad's SUV? Cool, huh? Cool. Dad's the coolest #1 in the world. Lin Chunchun snorted disdainfully, expertly opened the car door, leaned back, closed her eyes, and lay comfortably in the seat. Chunchun, long time no see. Just then a familiar voice rang out. A girl with a high ponytail stared at her excitedly. Li Tsuehua. No, Li Tsueyun. What are you doing here? Startled, she quickly sat up and pressed against the car door. Little cutie, where do you think you're going? Quick as lightning, Li Tsueyun reached out and grabbed Lin Chunchun, pulling her into an embrace. Wu Chunchun's cheeks are still so baby fatty. She used both hands to cup Lin Chunchun's delicate cheeks and kneaded them freely. Hey, you go easy. Trembling, Lin Chunchun reached out and grabbed Lin Chun like a lifeline. Alas, you're on your own. This one is beyond my power. Lin Chun shrugged helplessly and turned to look out the window. Wu, am I going to be treated like a rag doll and ruthlessly ravaged? It's okay, dear Chunchun. Big sister here is super gentle. With that, she curled her lips and a creepy smile slowly spread across her face. Is it finally over? After a tumultuous struggle, Lin Chunchun's once misty eyes were now vacant and lifeless. This body, is already broken. Whoa, little Qinshin's cheeks are just too pinchable, even softer than my little blanket. Seeing Lin Qinshin's pitiful state, Li Xiun not only refused to release her, but instead tightened her arms, pressing the girl firmly against her chest. She then extended her mischievous hands, and once again attacked Lin Qinshin's rosy cheeks. Something's off. At that moment Li Qian's nose twitched sharply. She turned her head around, as if searching for something. Qinshin, do you smell a foul fishy odor? Fishy? No. Lin Qinshin was about to deny it when suddenly she recalled the small paper ball soaked with countless life essences lying quietly in her pocket. Startled, she stumbled, and quickly broke free from Li Qian's embrace. What's wrong, Qinshin? I get carsick. I can't take it. I'm going to throw up. With that she pushed herself up and lunged straight toward Lin Qian, who was leaning by the window. A loud bang echoed. The bewildered Lin Qian was startled by the sudden impact. He scratched his head and looked at the flustered Lin Qinshin. What's all this fuss? The car isn't even moving. How can you be carsick? Just leave me alone, okay? Just move aside. She waved her small hand and rushed toward the window. In a flash she pulled out the culprit ball of paper from her pocket and hurled it outside. The little life traced a perfect arc through the air, sailed past the nearby trash can, and landed on the grass. Why did you keep this thing? He stared at Lin Qinshin, who was lying on his lap, so close. He quickly turned his head away and stammered, You don't lie on my lap. Dad and Mom are here. It's so awkward. If I don't care about you anyway. Lin Qinshin lifted her eyes and glared at him fiercely. Then she squeezed her small body and sat down by the window. Hey, that's my seat. If you say another word I'll chop your head off and throw it into the trash can outside. Seeing Lin Qinshin's fierce demeanor, as if she would pounce and tear him apart at any moment, he slumped his legs and obediently sat in the middle, too scared to move. Alright, you kids sit still. Dad needs to focus on driving. Lin Qian glanced at his watch and stepped on the accelerator. The car roared like a furious beast and charged straight onto the road. Hey Lin Qian. Li Xiun cautiously leaned in. She glanced at Lin Qinshin and whispered, What exactly is your relationship with this little girl? She treats me like a servant who works without complaint. Every day she finds some excuse to bully me. Don't mention how pitiful I am. And what about us? What's our relationship? Looking at her expectant, delicate-faced Lin Qian scratched his head and answered without hesitation, Best friends, archenemies, irreconcilable foes, and also. Before he could finish, Li Xiun interrupted impatiently, Hey, stupid Lin Qian. We should be childhood sweethearts, the closest of friends. And what are you rambling about? That's even worse than your master-servant relationship with Qinshin. I don't know. Don't bother me. I'm going to sleep peacefully. With that he leaned back, rolled his eyes, and closed them. Stupid Lin Qian, I'll peel your face off and use it as a cushion. Seeing this, Li Xiun could no longer hold back. She extended her claws and mercilessly pinched Lin Qian's cheeks. Soon a desperate wail echoed through the car. After a round of brutal pinching, Li Xiun glanced at the lifeless Lin Qian with satisfaction and clapped her hands. Stupid Lin Qian, how was that? Did my little routine bring back childhood memories? You're too cruel. He cupped his reddened cheeks and gently rubbed them. Li Xiun, why you're so ruthless. Even if I were a punching bag, I couldn't take this beating. Now you know how it feels to be bullied, don't you? She put her hands on her hips proudly. When we were in the same class as kids, you were the one who loved to bully me and pinch my cheeks. So I'll remember it for life. You stupid Lin Qian, be prepared to die. 1, 2, 3. All of you bully me. You're all rotten to the core. Just as he was about to sniffle and start complaining, he caught a glimpse of Lin Qinshin from the corner of his eye. Like a snarling lion, she was making a terrifying growling sound. Hey you two. You're so loud my head is about to explode. If anyone doesn't shut up, I'll throw them out of the car. At those words the car, which had been filled with noise, instantly fell silent. Seriously, my head is already splitting, and you two are still arguing. Lin Qinshin gently massaged her aching head and muttered, What's wrong? Why am I carsick? What a lousy body. She blinked and glanced at Lin Qian. Hey big dummy, is your head dizzy? Mine's killing me. A little. Lin Qian furrowed his brow and pursed his lips in response. It's too uncomfortable. Let me lean on you for a while. She tilted her body and leaned directly onto Lin Qian's shoulder, grabbing his arm and hugging it tightly. If I want that treatment too. Li Xiun pouted and leaned in, pressing her head against Lin Qian's other shoulder. She grabbed his other arm and hugged it possessively. You too. Really? Looking at the two girls on either side, Lin Qian sighed, helplessly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. He got you, stupid Lin Qian. At that moment Li Qian's delicate face was flushed with shyness. She bashfully glanced up at the sleeping Lin Qian. You're actually kind of handsome. Oh no. I need to sleep now, sleep. She lowered her restless head and buried her hot reddened cheek deep into Lin Qian's arm. Stupid Lin Qian, it's all your fault for bullying me. All your fault for bullying me. After a few murmurs, no more sounds could be heard inside the car. Only the wind whistling outside the window could be faintly heard. Little one, stop sleeping, get ready to get off the bus. A familiar voice startled Lin Qinshan, who was in the midst of a beautiful dream. She stretched out her tender white hand and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Mom, what time is it now? Let me see. Lu Wei glanced at the bright screen nearby and said lightly, it's 12 o'clock, 4 hours have passed. Huh. I slept that long. Looking at Lin Shun, who was still sound asleep, Lin Qinshan suddenly reached out her little hand and shook his body violently. Big dummy, wake up. Big dummy, wake up. Big dummy, wake up. Instantly Lin Shun, who was still dreaming, jolted awake. Big dummy will be home soon and you're still sleeping. Wake up the one drooling next to you. Oh, finally, almost home, alright, I understand. He let out a deep sigh of relief and pushed his hand toward Li Xiun, who was tightly pressed against his shoulder. The moment his palm touched her, his body felt like it had been struck by lightning, and he stood frozen in place. This wet feeling. Lin Shun twisted his neck stiffly, his eyes glancing at the crystal-clear, mysterious liquid stuck to his palm. This thing couldn't be. He widened his eyes and looked at the corner of Li Qian's mouth. Under the sunlight, the remaining saliva on Li Qian's face glistened and sparkled with dazzling light. I. Finally seeing this, Lin Qian could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. His legs went weak and he collapsed helplessly onto the bus. Lin Qian, what's wrong with you? You look like you've seen a ghost. Looking at Lin Qian's terrified face, the newly awakened Li Xiun raised her hand in confusion and scratched her hazy head. After a nap you've gone dumb. Have you been possessed by a demon? Are you a dog? Lin Qian raised his wet palm in grievance, his lips trembling as he said, even my dog De Huang at home doesn't drool as much as you. I thought it was something serious. It's just saliva, no need to make such a fuss. Li Xiun lifted her eyes and glared at him fiercely, complaining discontentedly. And even if it's saliva, you're the one benefiting. Just be happy about it. You? Lin Qian shook his head helplessly, grabbed a tissue nearby, and kept wiping his hands. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Li Zuihua, you're simply too mean. Thin'll be thoroughly mean. You can take care of my luggage later. With that, she grabbed the various bags of luggage and stuffed them all into Lin Qian's arms, giving him no chance to refuse. Remember to deliver them all to my house. Thank you. You're really pushing your luck. He turned his gaze to Lin Qinshan's serious side profile. Hey, do you need me to carry your stuff? Yes, I do. Woo. Woo 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 woo. Suddenly Lin Qinshan's body trembled and countless tears like a fountain gushed endlessly from her eyes. Lin Qian was startled by the sudden scene. He looked at the hostile gazes around him and quickly waved his hand, stammering, believe me, I had nothing to do with this. I don't know how she suddenly started crying. At that moment Lin Qian slammed on the brakes. The car stopped by the roadside. Before Lin Qian could explain, his father's thick hand reached straight for Lin Qian's ear. Good for nothing brat. How dare you bully her right in front of your dad? Watch me twist your ear off and have it as a snack. Hearing this, Lin Qian broke out in a cold sweat. He trembled, his lips moving incoherently. Dad, ask her first. Don't punish the innocent. Fine, let's do that. He'll let you die with clarity. He turned his head and looked at Lin Qinshan, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Qinshan, did this brat bully you? Don't be afraid. If he dared to treat you like that, Dad will definitely get back at him for you. No, he didn't bully me. Lin Qinshan raised her little hand to wipe her tear-streaked face, choking back sobs. I just miss Grandma and Grandpa. They're both so old and often sick. I. Seeing her tears about to pour out, Lu Hui quickly reached out her hand, gently stroking her sad little head, and comforted her softly. Little Qinshan, don't worry. Grandma and Grandpa are still very healthy. There will be plenty of chances to see them. Besides, if you go to see them looking like this, they'll be worried. That wouldn't be good. Mom, I don't want to make them worry. They'll stop crying. She grabbed a tissue nearby and carefully wiped away the tears on her face. Hey, Li Tsuyun, lend me your little mirror. Okay, sure. Li Tsuyun quickly thrust her hand into her pocket and handed over the delicate little mirror without hesitation. Thanks. She took the little mirror and looked into its pink surface. In the mirror, she saw herself with large misty eyes and cheeks with a bit of baby fat, rosy white like a ripe apple, making one want to take a gentle bite. Mom, that's good. Like this you can't tell I've been crying. And Dad, why are you staring at me? Open the door. How am I supposed to get out when it's locked? Haha, I didn't expect Qinshan to care so much about Grandma and Grandpa. Even Dad is moved. Lin Qian paused for a moment, then quickly pressed the key to unlock the car door. The hometown of 10 years ago. Returning here makes my blood boil. She reached out her restless little hand, twisted open the locked door, and eagerly squeezed her delicate body out. Wait for me. Don't run off anywhere. Seeing this, Lin Qian didn't dare to delay. He quickly grabbed the luggage and hurriedly got out of the car. Hey, behave yourself. If you get lost, I won't be able to find you. No, I won't. How could I get lost? This is the hometown that raised me. How could I ever forget it? She lifted her delicate face, and in that moment her eyes hidden behind slender lashes reflected the blue sky and white clouds above, which existed only in her memories. Grandma, Grandpa, it's so wonderful to see you again. This peaceful little village is situated in a small town about 100 or 200 kilometers from a small city. Since the round trip takes a considerable amount of time, Lin Shen's family only occasionally returns here during long holidays. Just as Lin Shen and the group lowered their heads fumbling to organize their luggage, a passing villager with sharp eyes quickly recognized the expensive Mercedes-Benz. Soon this rare scene quickly attracted several villagers who loved to watch the excitement. They gathered around starting to discuss and speculate about whose big boss this was. At this moment, an old man hobbling with a cane, his face etched with the marks of time, strode forward with firm steps. "Hey old Lin, where are you going in such a hurry?" A middle-aged man carrying a hammer and sporting a beer belly couldn't help but call out to him, asking curiously, "Hey, my worthless son has come back to see me, I have to go pick him up." He raised his trembling hand, pointing his cane at the Mercedes-Benz in the distance, and said proudly, "That car is my son's." He said this time, "He's even brought back a granddaughter-in-law for me." Huh, Lin Chong is back. Hearing this, the man's body shook violently. He extinguished the cigarette he hadn't finished smoking and strode quickly toward them. "Lin Chong. Haha, old pal, I never thought it would really be you." Before he even reached them, he cheered impatiently. "Huh, who's calling me?" Lin Chong looked up in confusion, squinting curiously at the man with a face full of surprise beside him. The next second, he suddenly realized, clapped his hands in excitement, and exclaimed joyfully, "Lu Shiwang. How is it you?" He looked at Lu Shiwang's protruding belly and couldn't help teasing, "I never expected that after so many years when we meet again you've turned from a handsome young man into an uncle with a beer belly." "Haha, same to you." Lu Shiwang walked up, excitedly patted his nearly bald head, and retorted without backing down, "Lin Chong, I never thought that your thick black hair, when we meet again, would be reduced to just a few sparse strands. Yu Shiwang, haven't seen you for a while, but your glib tongue hasn't diminished at all." He waved his hand grandly, put his arm around Lu Shiwang's shoulder, and laughed heartily. "It's rare for us brothers to reunite. When we have time these days, I'll treat you to a hearty meal in town. Then we'll drink until we're dead drunk, until the sky spins and the earth turns." All right. It's rare you have time to come back. Let's put the drinking aside for now. I won't disturb your father-son reunion. When you have time, come to my place and call me, I'm always welcome." With that, he pushed away Lin Chong's hand and left with an air of ease. Hearing this, Lin Chong suddenly snapped back to reality. He turned his gaze and noticed the familiar figure not far away. "Dad, why are you here?" He didn't dare to delay and quickly stepped forward. "You brat, it's almost noon. Why are you so late? The stewed chicken is getting cold." The old man's withered face furrowed, his tone carrying a hint of anger. It's just that I was delayed by those young ladies on the road. So, I heard that Chainer found a very nice girl. Did she come back this time too?" "She came back, everyone came back. They'll take you to see her right now." With that, he stepped forward to support the faltering old Lin. "You rascal Chinchin, guess who's here? Who else could it be? It must be Grandpa, who couldn't wait and came to pick us up." Lin Shen looked down, glanced at the flustered Lin Chinchin, and said softly, "My grandpa looks fierce, but you don't need to be afraid. He's just cold on the outside but warm on the inside, not good at expressing himself." "I know." Lin Chinchin nervously raised her head, looking at the familiar figure approaching. "Gr. Grandpa." She trembled her lips and stammered. "So you are Chainer's wife?" Yes." Lin Chinchin shyly nodded, a blush slowly spreading across her cheeks. Old Lin raised his wrinkled eyes and carefully examined the flustered Lin Chinchin before him. All right. You don't know the old lady at home has been longing for you, talking about it all day. I've been exhausted by her nagging. He'll go tell the old lady to heat up the food. I can't let my granddaughter-in-law eat cold dishes." With that, he turned around and walked away with firm steps, gradually disappearing from Lin Chinchin's sight. "Grandpa." Lin Chinchin raised her small hand and quickly wiped away the glistening teardrops from her eyes. Then she turned around and said to Lin Shun impatiently, "Hey, you stupid idiot, so slow. I'm going first, not waiting for you. Don't rush, can't you see how much luggage I have to carry alone?" Lin Shun frowned, exerted his arms, and lifted the pile of luggage that formed a small mountain. He kicked off and hurried after Lin Chinchin. "You? Slow down a bit, I can't keep up." He was panting heavily, and at this moment, he looked at the leisurely Lin Shong beside him, as if grasping at a lifeline. "My dear dad, please lend a hand. I'm really exhausted. You brat, I told you to exercise more. Just this little bit of stuff, and you're already dead tired." He waved his hand, took the luggage from Lin Shun, and said casually, "You go take care of Chinchin, don't lose her. That girl is fast on her feet, she'll be gone in no time." "Yes, sir." Relieved of the burden, he quickly dashed after Lin Chinchin's figure. "Hey, don't walk so fast. Wait for me." He hurried forward and called out to her. "This place is unfamiliar. If I lose you, I won't be able to explain to my dad." "Serves you right for being so slow." Lin Chinchin pouted, about to complain, when suddenly she caught a glimpse of a yellow flash charging toward her like lightning. Her eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed, "It's Da Huang. It's here to pick me up. Great, I've missed you so much, my Da Huang." Then she pushed off with her little legs, her body shooting forward like an arrow from a bow. This sudden scene startled Lin Shun. Seeing the girl and the dog about to meet, his heart tightened, and he quickly rushed forward in a panic. At this moment, a strange thing happened. Facing this completely unfamiliar little girl with twin tails, the big yellow dog didn't show any hostility. Instead it wagged its tail like a flower and pounced on her excitedly. I knew it, Da Huang, you would definitely recognize me. Lin Chunshin crouched down happily, opened her arms, and hugged it tightly. Da Huang, be good, woof woof. Woof woof. It barked vigorously as if responding to Lin Chunshin. What is this? Staring at the harmonious scene before him, Lin Chunshin scratched his head in confusion and muttered, this big yellow dog, when did it become so affectionate, even burrowing into a stranger's arms? You wouldn't understand. Lin Chunshin stood up, brushed off the flying dog fur, and said mysteriously, maybe in my past life, I was its little master. Oh, I see. Lin Chunshin shrugged, indifferently clapped his hands toward the big yellow dog, and called out, Da Huang, come here. But the big dog, as if it hadn't heard, still raised its front legs, and tried to burrow deeper into Lin Chunshin's embrace. Da Huang. Could it be? Could it be that Da Huang is a pervert? Lin Chunshin clapped his hands and said in shock, it must be. Even though this is the first time we've met, he's this excited, and keeps trying to dive into my arms. If that's not a pervert, what is? I never expected that even dogs would be lecherous these days. Truly the world has gone to the dogs. Watching the man and the dog receding into the distance, he shook his head helplessly and strode forward to follow them. The village path was narrow, so for safety Lin Chunshin hadn't driven his big Benz in, but parked it at the village entrance. The autumn countryside had a unique aura. Golden rice paddies, fields stretching endlessly into the horizon, and the fragrance of earth and grass wafting on the breeze, as if one had stepped into a paradise of exquisite beauty. Not far away, wisps of cooking smoke rose from chimneys, adding a special charm to the scene. Familiar sights surged into Lin Chunshin's mind, stirring a flood of tangled memories. Hey, Lin Chun. She pursed her lips and glanced at Lin Chun beside her. What? I don't want to walk. Carry me back. With that she stopped and reached out her arms toward him. Alright, I can't do anything with you. Lin Chun crouched down and carefully lifted her onto his back. Hold tight. If I drop you, I wouldn't dare go back, even if I had 10 times the courage. You're so nice. Lin Chunshin quickly wrapped her small fair hands tightly around Lin Chun's neck. This intimate scene drew the displeasure of Da Huang, who opened his mouth and barked, woof woof woof. Big yellow dog, good boy, I'll hold you when we get back. Woof woof. Woof 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 woof. Seeing his refusal to be placated, Lin Chunshin curled the corner of her mouth, a chilling smile spreading across her small face. Da Huang, if you don't behave, we'll have an extra meal tomorrow. Dog meat hot pot. At those words, the big yellow dog, who had been noisy just a second ago, immediately shut his mouth. He drooped his head, tucked his tail in defeat, and followed quietly behind. When did this big yellow dog become so obedient? Lin Chun glanced at the cowering Da Huang and said incredulously, this guy usually only listens to Grandma and Grandpa. Today the sun must have risen in the west. You scared him into submission so easily. Just look who I am. Lin Chunshin shook her head triumphantly. Suddenly she raised her hand and slapped Lin Chun's back as if spurring a horse. Giddy up, big horsey, charge, charge. You? Sigh. Lin Chun sighed helplessly and said in a low voice, you, when we see Grandma and Grandpa, remember to behave yourself. Don't make the two old folks worry about you. Of course I know that. Soon the arrival of this man and woman shattered the tranquility of the small village. Plus, in that era, villagers often ate in their doorways with bowls in hand, so Lin Chunshin naturally drew every eye along the way. Facing the simple gazes all around, Lin Chunshin quickly lowered her head, burying her flushed face in Lin Chun's broad back. Hey, Lin Chunshin, this is how we country folk welcome people. There's no malice. I know. She moved her lips and said tremblingly, that's true, but I've personally attended quite a few funerals, you know. Being stared at like this now is still a bit scary. What are you talking about? I didn't hear you. I wasn't talking to you. Just keep walking. Oh, okay. Lin Chun strode forward with all his might, his body braced step by step, heading ahead. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed that without his knowledge, a pack of large dogs with bared teeth and snarling lips had surrounded them. They emitted terrifying growls, cautiously stepping closer to the two of them. Woof! Woof! Seeing this, Da Huang stopped abruptly. He opened his mouth wide, his sturdy body trembling with rage. Immediately the pack of dogs facing this majestic yellow dog all halted and sized him up warily. At that moment, a reckless big black dog lunged forward, charging straight at Da Huang. In a flash, Da Huang kicked off the ground with both hind legs, his body springing up like a coiled spring, dodging the heavy blow. Then he swung his limbs and landed squarely on the black dog. In an instant, fur flew and a cacophony of howls and screams erupted. Da Huang, could something happen to him? Lin Chun watched the two dogs tussling nearby and said worriedly, just relax. This big yellow dog may not be good at anything else, but when it comes to fighting, he's definitely the village champion. With that, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, Da Huang, pound him. You'll get a delicious meaty bone when we get home. Instantly upon hearing those words, Da Huang seemed possessed by a war god. He opened his jaws wide, clamped onto the black dog, and with a sudden heave threw him to the ground. Then he kicked off with both feet and pinned the black dog firmly beneath him. As the dog pack scattered, the victory of this battle clearly belonged to Da Huang. Now Da Huang, like a valiant general, bared his teeth and mercilessly clamped down on the black dog's throat. Whimper, whimper. Instantly the black dog's arrogant demeanor vanished. He lowered his tail in defeat, whimpering for mercy. Woof, 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 woof. Da Huang released his grip and howled at him, as if asserting his dominance. Whimper, whimper. Seeing this, the black dog quickly scrambled to his feet, tucked his tail between his legs, and fled into the distance. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Da Huang wagged his tail excitedly, watching the black dog's retreating figure. An unprecedented gleam shone in his dark eyes. After twisting and turning through several narrow alleys, a large bungalow built with red bricks gradually came into view of the two. Grandma, Grandpa, I'm back. At this sound, a kind-faced old woman with gray hair eagerly stepped out from the house, smiling warmly at them. You two, come in quickly, come in quickly. You must be hungry after the long ride. Looking at the at-a-loss Lin Qinshan, she raised her wrinkled hand and pointed towards the bungalow. That's where Grandma and Grandpa live. Don't be shy, make yourself at home. Hearing you were coming back, Grandma killed the old hen early this morning and made soup. Grandpa cooked this time himself. Go have a taste before it gets cold. Thank you, Grandma. Looking at the kind grandmother, Lin Qinshan couldn't help herself, and her eyes reddened. As tears threatened to spill, she quickly raised her little hand and gently wiped the corners of her eyes. Haha, such a good girl, calling me Grandma already. Good, good. Grandma then turned her gaze to the quiet Da Huang, puzzled. This dog usually barks at visitors, but today he didn't even make a sound when meeting the girl. This is the first time I've seen him so well behaved. Old woman, you don't understand. This is fate. The girl is connected to our family. Then Grandpa, unable to contain his curiosity, poked his head out. He waved at everyone and said sternly, we'll talk about other things later. Come in and eat first. Haha, right. Look at my memory, always forgetting things. Grandma suddenly realized and clapped her hands, quickly ushering everyone inside. Once inside, a rich aroma involuntarily filled Lin Qinshan's senses. Facing the familiar scenes, Lin Qinshan froze. In an instant, countless memories surged into her mind. Hey, what's wrong? Lin Qinshan turned, glanced at her standing still, and asked worriedly, are you okay? Do you feel unwell? No. It's nothing. Coming back to her senses, Lin Qinshan quickly shook her head. She took trembling steps, slowly walking towards the inner room. Come, come. You must be starving. Let Grandma give you a big chicken leg. The moment Lin Qinshan stepped inside, the enthusiastic Grandma immediately greeted her. She carefully picked up a steaming chicken leg and placed it in the bowl before Lin Qinshan without a word. Thank you, Grandma. Lin Qinshan grabbed the chicken leg with her small hand, opened her mouth, and tore into it. By the way, Chainer, where are your parents? I don't see them, Grandpa couldn't help asking. They're dawdling on the way. They'll be here soon. Lin Qinshan glanced at the chicken leg that filled the entire bowl and muttered to Lin Qinshan, look at you, so greedy. Don't choke. If I'm not stupid. How could I choke? Watching her wolfing down the food, Lin Qinshan curiously took a small bite. The chicken was stewed so tender that as soon as it entered his mouth, a rich fragrance exploded on his taste buds. Wow, it's really good. Grandpa's cooking is excellent. Lin Qinshan chewed contentedly and gave a thumbs up. Haha, that's good, that's good. Grandpa shyly scratched his head and changed the subject. By the way, little girl, what's your name? How old are you this year? I'm 28. Cough, cough, cough. Before she could finish, Lin Qinshan suddenly realized. She patted her chest and gasped, 18. 18 years old. My name is Lin Qinshan. This sudden outburst startled Grandma and Grandpa. One handed her water, while the other patted her back, worry written all over their faces. You silly girl, always so impatient. Grandma stretched out her wrinkled hand and gently stroked her back. Eat slowly. There's more if you're not full. I know, Grandma. Here, drink some water to catch your breath. Grandpa handed her a glass of water. Thank you, Grandpa. Lin Qinshan took the glass and drank it all without hesitation. Seeing the worried looks on the old couple's faces, she quickly said, I'm fine. Don't worry about me, Grandma and Grandpa. I'm grown up now. Hearing this, the grandparents sighed in relief. Looking at the sensible and obedient Lin Qinshan, a hint of comfort appeared on their weathered faces. Girl, you and my Lin Qinshan are truly destined. Lin Qinshan is so lucky to have met a virtuous girl like you. It's the greatest blessing of his life. Don't worry, Grandma. They'll take good care of Lin Qinshan. Right, Lin Qinshan? She raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a row of fierce teeth, her deep gaze chilling. Yes. Facing her creepy look, Lin Qinshan nodded without hesitation. With someone as gentle and caring as me taking care of Lin Qinshan, you too can rest assured. Good, good. Hearing you say that, Grandma feels relieved. Grandma and Grandpa should eat now. Don't go hungry. Good, good. Such a sensible girl. Grandma smiled affectionately, then carefully picked up a piece of chicken and savored it slowly. At that moment, hurried footsteps from outside broke the peaceful silence. An exhausted Lin Qinshan held onto the doorframe, his body heaving heavily. After a while, he stepped inside. He dropped the heavy luggage and couldn't help complaining. All of you making me carry all the luggage. Even Da Huang gets better treatment than this. At least it can eat and sleep without being worked like an ox. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Da Huang, gnawing on a bone, seemed to sense something and barked discontentedly at him. Seeing this, Lu Hui behind him couldn't help but cover her mouth, giggling. Uffed. Da Huang chews bones every day without complaining. Want to try it too? Haha, no. You're kidding, dear. He wiped the sweat from his face with his hand, then grabbed a nearby bowl, eagerly filled it with rice, and began devouring it. It's rare to come home. Dad's cooking is as good as ever. I ate too much. Staring at the table piled with bones, Lin Shunshun leaned back contentedly and laid down on the sofa. Child, if you're not full, there's plenty more here. Grandma smiled warmly at Lin Shunshun, speaking with affection. You're full after just half a bowl. How about I fetch you some more? No need. Grandma, I really can't eat any more. Lin Shunshun quickly shook her head, speaking weakly. My little belly is already stuffed. I truly can't eat another bite. Ha, good that you're full, good that you're full. With that, Grandma stood up and began tidying the messy table. Oh child, for tonight you'll sleep with Lin Shun in the room on the 3rd floor. It's quiet there. I knew you two were coming back, so I cleaned it up spotlessly for you. I understand, Grandma. Lin Shunshun lifted her little hand, patting her slightly bulging belly, and a playful smile appeared on her delicate, exquisite face. She shifted her body, slowly leaning closer to Lin Shun, whispering, Boo-hoo, my bella's been made big, you big idiot, have to take responsibility. Boo, who you? What nonsense are you saying? Hearing this, Lin Shun's body jolted. His eyes darted around in panic, and he stammered, Taish, that's not mine. It's the old hen's. Go ask her to take responsibility. What's with that weird reaction of yours? Besides, I know all about your embarrassing secrets. No need to be so shy. You know what you know. It's not like I did it on purpose. It's just what? Lin Shunshun exerted herself, embracing Lin Shun's arm, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him with full anticipation. And nothing, absolutely nothing. Lin Shun shyly lowered his head, nervously averting his gaze. Arara. Then he'll take your word for it. I'm full now, go find me something fun to do. Oh, want to play on the phone? Lin Shun tremblingly pulled out his phone and handed it to her. No, I'm tired of playing. Then, how about a walk outside? No way. Lin Shunshun shook her little head, speaking softly. I'm too full to walk. Then, how about a nap to rest? No. Sleeping is so boring, I don't wanna. Looking at the empty living room, Lin Shunshun drooped her little head in disappointment, muttering under her breath. Mom and Dad are the same. They sneaked off after eating without telling me where they went to play. And that stinky big yellow, as soon as he heard a fight outside, he bolted without even chewing his bone. Grandpa went to work in the fields. Grandma went to a friend's house for tea. Now it's just us two. What should we do to pass the time? Staring at Lin Shunshun, so close, Lin Shun swallowed nervously, his heart trembling with fear. He closed his eyes and began to pray devoutly. Buddha bless, don't let her claws reach me. Buddha bless, Buddha bless. Suddenly Lin Shun felt a chill down his spine, forcing him to open his eyes wide. Stare. If I can't sleep, you're not allowed to sleep either. Lin Shunshun bit her lower lip, sobbing pitifully. If you fall asleep, you'll be bored to death. Aren't you afraid you'll wander around outside, get spotted by traffickers, and end up sold as a child bride in a remote mountain village? You? Lin Shun let out a deep sigh, helplessly saying, I never said I was going to sleep either. You with that little brain of yours, I really don't know what nonsense you're thinking every day. I don't know. Lin Shunshun mischievously curled her lips, gently rubbing her little head against his chest, like a clingy, well-behaved kitten. Big bad guy, your scent is exactly the same as mine now. TCH, we share the same blanket every day, it's only natural. He shyly turned his head away, stammering. When we're back home, remember to behave yourself. Don't say a single word about those things you shouldn't say. Huh? Which things shouldn't I say? You know what I mean. Playing dumb. Let me think, which ones are those? Lin Shunshun buried her face in his chest, wiggling her lips coquettishly, saying, Is it when you peeked at me taking a bath, and then secretly in your room? Hey, keep it down. He quickly interrupted Lin Shunshun, glancing around in panic. Seeing no one had noticed, he relaxed his tense nerves and said in a low voice, I didn't peek, it was just an accident. As for the rest, for a boy like me, it's pretty normal. Besides, his voice grew softer, like a startled mosquito buzzing faintly. I see, it was an accident, not something you schemed carefully. Yeah, it's just an accident you misunderstood. I know, I won't believe it, rest assured. You? Looking at Lin Shunshun nestled in his arms, Lin Shun suddenly couldn't help but reach out gently, placing his hand on her constantly bobbing little head. You're just too mischievous sometimes. As a girl, you should be a bit more reserved. Especially when you're always scolding others. If you don't change that, back home people will gossip. TCH, let them talk. No matter what they say, I'm sticking with you. You? Lin Shun gave a bitter smile, gently raising his hand to stroke her soft hair roots. Bad guy. Always touching my head. You'll never grow tall. You're fine as you are. Taller, and you wouldn't be a little shorty. You? I'm gonna. Just as Lin Shunshun clenched her fist to strike, Lin Shun suddenly applied pressure, and a tingling, numbing sensation spread through every nerve like an electric current. So mean. Always touching my head. Boo-hoo. But. She bit her rosy lips tightly, her thin shoulders trembling uncontrollably with rapid breaths. Gentle. It feels so nice. Just as she closed her eyes ready to savor the comfort, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by Li Qian's panicked voice. Sorry. I didn't know you two were. Sorry. They'll leave right now. As the footsteps began to fade, the two snapped out of it, quickly stood up, and chased after her in panic. Hey, you've got it wrong. We weren't doing anything. Seeing that her innocence was about to be compromised, Lin Qianchen could no longer care about anything else. She lifted her little foot and stomped hard on the ground. In an instant, she shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. No, don't run. Watching Lin Qianchen getting closer, Li Qian's heart trembled. She quickly spread her legs and ran forward with all her might. Qianchen, I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything. Please spare me. I beg you, stop chasing me. You need to listen to me. This is just a misunderstanding. All right, it's a misunderstanding. I believe you, but please let me go. I really can't go on. Stop. I won't touch you. I just want to say a few words. I don't believe you. I've seen your tricks, Qianchen. Falling into your hands would be more terrifying than a narrow escape from death. And so the two of them ran a large circle around the village. Finally, Li Ziyun could no longer support her weary legs. Her body went limp, and she collapsed onto the ground like a heap of mud. I really can't go on. Qianchen, spare my life. Why did you run? I told you I just wanted to say a few words. Lin Qianchen leaned against the wall, struggling to stand, and panted, seriously, it's not a marathon. Why are you running? You were chasing me. How could I not run? Then you ran, so I had to chase. Li Ziyun glanced at her trembling lips. Then why were you chasing me? I really didn't see anything. Tisk, it's just your misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I see. They'll keep it a secret. The two of you. What is this? The misunderstanding is getting worse. She raised her little hand and frantically scratched her hair. This sudden scene terrified Li Ziyun. She tremblingly reached out and gently pushed Lin Qianchen. It's really a misunderstanding. The two of you didn't do what I imagined. What imagined thing? Besides being pinned down by another self, unable to move and finally turning into his shape. That would be weird no matter what. What nonsense. Turning into his shape. Qianchen, calm down. Anyway, it's a misunderstanding. How could I possibly do such a thing with that pig-headed guy? Lin Qianchen angrily lifted her little foot and viciously stomped on the ground. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Seeing this, Li Ziyun shyly lowered her head and said tremblingly, if it's a misunderstanding, then why did you make those strange sounds? And when I walked in, I saw you buried in his arms. If that's not a misunderstanding, then what is? After hearing this, Lin Qianchen froze, her little mind quickly turning. It seems. When you put it that way, it does make some sense. Exactly. On the contrary, you chased me for several blocks without any reason. You almost scared my soul away. My head says it doesn't understand this. Oh, you. Looking at Lin Qianchen's innocent face, Li Ziyun sighed helplessly. She spread her hands and said heavily, then those strange sounds I heard. What were they about? Oh, those sounds. Lin Qianchen glanced timidly at Li Ziyun, moved her lips, and said softly, actually, it was just head patting. It felt so good that I couldn't help. Head patting. Staring at Li Qian's incredulous face, she nodded affirmatively and repeated, yes, just head patting. I didn't do anything unspeakable. Head patting. Did you have to make those strange sounds? I thought. You wouldn't think that. Suddenly a sly, mischievous smile slowly appeared on Lin Qianchen's delicate face. She stepped closer to Li Qian's ear. Strange big sister. You wouldn't think that Lin Qian and I were doing. No, absolutely not. Staring at her face so close, Li Qian startled and stumbled back several steps. She waved her hands frantically and babbled. I didn't think anything. I know nothing. Haze. I don't believe it. You wouldn't. Absolutely. Absolutely not. My heart is pure. It's definitely not what you think. Hearing this, Lin Qianchen curled the corner of her lips, a playful glint in her eyes. You wouldn't be jealous seeing me so close to Lin Qian, would you? That's why you ran off so flustered. For a guy like him, I couldn't care less. I would never. As she spoke, Li Qian's cheeks unconsciously flushed red. She quickly raised her hands to cover her burning face. A guy like Lin Qian, even if I stay single for life, I'd never take a fancy to him. What's wrong with Lin Qian? How can you say you'd never take a fancy to him? Hearing this, Lin Qianchen instantly became unhappy. She bit her lower lip angrily and muttered, seriously, am I that bad? Being despised to this extent? Hey, tell me where Lin Qian is lacking. I wanna. Just as she raised her head to complain, the familiar figure that had been there was nowhere to be seen. What? Say something, and then run off. So irresponsible. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Lin Qianchen clenched her fists, angrily gritting her teeth, and muttered to herself, this little loli is furious. I need to find a punching bag to vent my anger. At this moment, a hurried sound of footsteps came from behind. Lin Qian, his face full of anxiety, ran up quickly. Seeing Lin Qianchen safe and sound, he patted his chest and panted, you need to be more careful. The village is big. If you get lost, where would I find you? You're like a rabbit, gone in a flash. You know, you almost scared my heart to a stop. I was in a hurry then. I couldn't care about anything else. Looking at the panting Lin Shun, a creepy smile gradually appeared on her delicate face. You? What are you doing? I didn't provoke you. Glancing at the grinning Lin Shun suddenly felt a chill down his back. Sensing something amiss, he couldn't help but gasp. I didn't do anything. You can't. He tired from running. You can't move now, right? You? What are you doing? Me? Of course. She suddenly bared her teeth and grinned ferociously. I want to have a feast. I'm going to tear off your ears and have them as a snack with tonight's wine. In the dead of night, soft strands of moonlight slipped through the curtain's gaps, spilling onto Lin Shun's delicate face. Suddenly her body trembled, and she snapped her eyes open, terror flooding her gaze. It hurts so much. What the hell? Could it be? Am I having that thing? She furrowed her brow, her slender frame trembling uncontrollably from the sudden pain. What is this thing? It's killing me. The commotion in his arms quickly woke Lin Shun from his slumber. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and mumbled drowsily. It's late at night, quiet down and go to sleep. Wah, wah wah wah, wah wah wah. Hearing those aggrieved sobs, Lin Shun's eyes widened in shock, instantly snapping awake. You? What's wrong? Why are you crying? Wah wah wah. I hurt so much. Wah wah wah. I got my period. It hurts so much I can't sleep. Then, what should I do? Lin Shun looked at Lin Shun curled up in his arms, struggled internally, then reached out a large hand and gently placed it on her head. Would it feel better if I rubbed it? With that he applied gentle pressure, soothing her restless little head. Idiot. Lin Shun bit her rosy lower lip, enduring the pain, and said, if you're going to rub there, you might as well let me bite you. Bite? That would hurt a lot, right? He was about to refuse when a casual glance caught the sight of Lin Shun's face twisted in pain. Fine, I agree. He gritted his teeth and said resolutely, as long as it makes you feel better, I can take whatever you do. Then hold still, it shouldn't hurt too much. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Shun eagerly shifted her body, slowly inching closer to Lin Shun. Then parting her cherry lips, she let out an ow and clamped down hard on Lin Shun's shoulder. The sudden pain made Lin Shun wince. Trembling, he moved his lips and mumbled, didn't you say to go easy? It feels like you're tearing my flesh off. Are you settling old scores and taking this chance to punish me? Before he could finish, another wave of fierce pain struck, silencing him. Lin Shun lowered his head to see the petite Lin Shun, like a little kitten, clinging tightly to his chest. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably with the intense pain. Does it hurt a lot? Looking at her pale, tear-streaked face, Lin Shun reached out a hand full of tenderness, gently wiping the tears lingering on her cheeks. Is there anything I can do to help you? Seeing you. Just hold me. Lin Shun nodded, then gently extended both arms and pulled her tightly into his embrace. Finally, after the pain had persisted for a while, Lin Shun's body went limp. Exhausted, she could only rely on her ragged breathing to keep her consciousness from fading. Could it be? After chasing Li Tsuyin today, my body was overworked from the intense exercise. So tonight. Alas, being a girl is such a hassle. Did you say something? Are you okay? Much better now. She let out a deep sigh, released her bite, and slumped to the side, saying wearily, thank you, you big silly pumpkin. Pain like this isn't enough to make me cry. Lin Shun glanced at the deep bite mark on his shoulder and couldn't help but say with pity, you really bit too hard. He carefully reached out and gently massaged it. Since you said I could do whatever I wanted, it would be a crime against heaven not to take advantage of such a deal. You? Fine. Lin Shun sighed, helplessly got up from the bed and walked toward the door. Hey, where are you going? My dear, I'm going to get you a cup of hot water. In your condition, shouldn't you drink plenty of warm water? Drink your head. If you dare go down, I'll bite your head off. She shook her thin shoulders indignantly, emitting a frightening growl. You? Fine, no hot water. I want go. Lin Shun shrugged helplessly, then walked back to the bed and lay down gently. By the way, does this girl thing happen often? Your head. Do you want to kill me with pain? No, absolutely not. Lin Shun quickly shook his head, muttering cautiously. It's just that getting bitten by you hurts so much. If it weren't for me, Lin Shun, who can take it, an ordinary person might have passed out by now. Blowing your own trumpet. But considering how well you performed tonight as the world's kindest and cutest little lowly, I'll graciously bully you a little less from now on. You know, if you could go a bit easier on me sometimes, I'd be more than satisfied. I understand. Now hold me, and let's sleep. I'm super sleepy. Alright. I understand. Lin Shun turned around, his eyes landing on Lin Shun. Suddenly he froze as if struck by lightning, staring straight ahead. At that moment, Lin Shun was drenched in sweat and tears. Her tender, alluring skin visible through the thin shirt was enough to make one's thoughts wander with just a glance. Hey, what's seeing me sweat so much? Are you disgusted? No, not at all. Lin Shun shuddered, quickly closed his eyes, and pulled the soft little kitten in his arms firmly into his embrace. Lin Shun, why did you put the keys in your pocket? They're digging into me, and it's uncomfortable. Keys. Keys. I don't have any. You do? Honestly, why keep keys in your pocket when you sleep? Let me take them out for you. Keys. Oh no, could it be? In an instant he realized and quickly reached out his hand. No, that's not keys, that's... By the time Lin Chen realized what was happening and tried to reach out to stop her, it was already too late. Lin Chen grabbed the string of keys without hesitation. The brief touch sent a tremor through her body, her pupils instinctively contracting as a terrifying aura emanated from her entire being. The next second her eyes snapped wide open and she burst into hysterical laughter. Ha ha ha, you bastard, even when I was in that much pain you still dared to think of doing that to me. Watching Lin Chen's frenzied state, Lin Chen dared not retort any further. He hung his head deflated like a punctured balloon. Tell me, will you do it yourself, or should I do it for you? Do it. What? What do you mean? What do I mean? Lin Chen sneered and walked straight out. When she returned, she held a small handheld cutting machine that gleamed coldly under the moonlight. She plugged it in without hesitation and advanced toward Lin Chen with a menacing expression. Hey, what? What are you doing? Of course. Cutting it off. What? Calm down. This is not okay. Catching sight of the horrifying scene, Lin Chen wished he could sprout wings and flee this hellish place. Calm down. Hey, you can explain that to your little brother later. With that, Lin Chen pressed the button and the cutting machine let out a terrifying roar. Please, spare me. For all the hard work I've done, let me off this once. He'll spare you, but only after I cut off your little brother and teach you a lesson. A flash of cold light flickered in her eyes as she swung the deadly weapon and charged at him with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen pushed off the ground, his body shooting out like an arrow from a bow, dodging the fatal strike. Seeing her attack miss, Lin Chen stubbornly changed direction and charged again. Just as the icy chainsaw was about to land on him, Lin Chen quickly rolled aside. Then he reached out and yanked the plug from the wall. Pretty fast reflexes. Of course. If I were any slower, I'd have kicked the bucket twice by now. Though the immediate danger was averted, Lin Chen remained vigilant, his eyes darting as he warily watched Lin Chen. Powers cut. What now? She glanced at the silent machine and tossed it aside like trash. Finally, I can catch my breath. Lin Chen sighed in relief, but as he opened his mouth to complain, he suddenly noticed Lin Chen standing silently right in front of him. What? What do you want? Don't say I didn't warn you. I know martial arts. If you keep this up, I won't be responsible for my fists. He steadied his ragged breath and forced calmness. If I weren't afraid of hurting you, I'd have struck already. You'd better stop while I can still forgive you. Is that so? Lin Chen blinked her big, pitiful eyes, her delicate face radiating innocence. Then I forgive you. Good night. She turned and walked slowly toward the bed. Huh? Lin Chen stared at her in disbelief. After watching for a while, convinced he was safe, his legs gave way, and he slumped onto the floor. So this is what it feels like to be alive. He lowered his head, gazed at his unharmed body, and his lips trembled. Unable to suppress the fear of the near-death experience, tears streamed down like a spring. Wah! Being alive is the best thing in the world. There, don't cry. Time to sleep now. Then do you forgive me? I forgive you. Thank you so much. Lin Chen wiped his tear-streaked face and sat on the bed with trembling limbs. Finally, I can get some good rest. He stretched his weary limbs, closed his eyes, and collapsed onto the pillow without a care. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lin Chen clutching a sharp screwdriver in her hand. In an instant, his eyes flew open. He propped himself up and stared at her in terror. You? Sleeping with that thing? That's dangerous. Because I'm afraid someone might try something funny. Without this little protector, I can't sleep at all. She stretched out her small hands and smiled sweetly at Lin Chen. All right, now, it's good night time. Come hold me again. I don't want to. He glanced fearfully at the gleaming screwdriver and muttered uneasily. With that in your hand, you might stab me full of holes. How can I dare hold you? To be precise, as long as you don't have any bad intentions, I'm fine with you holding me. So don't worry about me sneaking a stab into your chest while you're asleep. Are you serious? He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and asked with steadfast doubt. If I hold you properly, you won't get violent and stab me with that scary thing. Lin Chen nodded firmly. If I break my promise, may I have my period every single night? She gazed at Lin Chen with tearful, hopeful eyes. All right, they'll trust you this time. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and tremblingly pulled Lin Chen into his arms. Lin Chen, I really didn't mean to tonight. You were sweating, and your clothes were just a thin shirt, so I... Since you're so sincere, I'll go easy on you later. Thank you for forgiving me. It'll be better in the future. As he spoke, Lin Chen's mind caught up, and he suddenly realized. Wait, what do you mean go easy? You're not. You didn't think a few half-hearted apologies would quell my anger, did you? How dare you have such a bold reaction to this lowly? Lin Chen, your crime is unforgivable. Hearing this, Lin Chen was startled. He tried to shake off Lin Chen, but found her clinging to him like sticky candy. He frantically reached up to pry her small hands from his neck. Just as he was about to break free, Lin Chen's eyes flickered. She grabbed the screwdriver in a flash and pressed it mercilessly against Lin Chen's chest. Era, if you move, don't blame me if I slip and run you through. You? But I already apologized. This time is different. I actually touched your little brother with my own hand. If I don't beat you up, it would be a crime against heaven. Seeing no way out, Lin Chen sighed in despair and closed his eyes. Fine, it's my fault. I hope you'll go easy on me. At least leave me alive, so I can still be your willing punching bag. Hee, that's more like it. Gazing at Lin Chen, who had obediently surrendered, she curled her lips, and a sly smile spread across her face. You'll have to bear with it. My next hit is going to hurt super much. After a merciless torment, Lin Chen could no longer support his exhausted body. He went limp and collapsed onto the bed like a heap of mud. His face was pale and lifeless, his hollow eyes trembling uncontrollably in their sockets. Hee, is this all it takes to make you surrender? With a mischievous smirk, Lin Chen leaned in curiously. How about it? After going through my routine, did it bring back memories of high school PE class? Lin Chen shot her a helpless glance and grumbled. You're really ruthless, you know. Push-ups, squats, ear-pulling. Any normal person would be lucky to survive without losing a layer of skin. Is it really that exaggerated? She blinked her big watery eyes, her delicate face brimming with feigned innocence. Isn't it just me sitting on you while you did push-ups and squats? Besides, this was a rare chance to exercise. You should be thanking this little lass. Thank you, my head. I can't even feel my legs anymore, and you still want me to thank you. I don't care anymore. I'm going to sleep. Whatever you want to do to me, nothing can stop my determination to sleep. With that, Lin Chen flopped backward, his eyelids heavy as he tightly shut his eyes. Hee, don't be mad. How about this? I'll let bygones be bygones and continue being your body pillow tonight. Lin Chen shook her head excitedly. Without waiting for his answer, she wriggled her body and quickly burrowed into his arms. Hey, why are you so forward? Aren't you afraid ill? While you're asleep. Hee, not afraid at all. I trust you completely. More than anyone in the world, I'd say. Then why are you still holding a screwdriver? Isn't that to guard against me? Lin Chen glanced at the gleaming screwdriver in her hand and stammered. You say you trust me, but you're a total liar. This. Lin Chen looked at the screwdriver clutched tightly in her palm. Calmly, she raised her hand and tossed it aside. The screwdriver traced a perfect arc through the air before landing with a clatter on the floor. I've actually always trusted you. As for the screwdriver, it was just a bargaining chip to threaten you. After a long silence, no one answered, and the surroundings were still. Looking at Lin Chen, who had fallen into a deep sleep, Lin Chen reached out her small hand and firmly wrapped it around his neck. Then she buried her face against his slowly rising and falling chest, closed her eyes, and gradually drifted into a dream. After a long while, the night quietly slipped away. The rosy rays of dawn gently filtered through the thin curtains. The two were still tightly pressed together in their sleep, the faint sound of steady breathing audible. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Suddenly a loud crowing broke the quiet morning. Stupid rooster, you're so annoying. Lin Chen raised her delicate little hand to rub her sleepy eyes and open them with dissatisfaction. Seeing Lin Chen still immersed in his dreams, she pouted her pink cheeks and muttered, this guy's still sleeping so soundly. It's so unfair. No, if we sleep together, if we wake together. Saying this, she sat up, grabbed Lin Chen's body, and shook him violently. Stupid idiot, stop sleeping. Get up. The rooster crow's telling me to rise. Finally, under her fierce assault, Lin Chen's eyes snapped open, and he woke abruptly. What? What's wrong? Is it the end of the world? Nothing, I just saw you sleeping too soundly, so I woke you up to start over. If you don't want a beating, get up, wash up, and eat breakfast. Lin Chen glanced at him indifferently, turned around, and strode toward the door. This girl is way too bossy. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Chen sighed helplessly. After a brief internal struggle, he kicked off the blanket and stood up on weary legs. The moment he stood, a piercing pain struck without warning. His limbs gave way, and he quickly grabbed the wall to keep from falling flat. Sigh, what a miserable life I have. He shook his head helplessly, carefully supporting himself against the wall as he slowly made his way downstairs. Passing the second floor, Lin Chen glanced at the closed door beside him and thought smugly, luckily Dad hasn't gotten up yet. If he saw me like this, he'd laugh his head off. No sooner had he spoken than the door creaked open, pushed by Lin Chen without warning. Yo kid, you're up early. Dad just got out of bed. Facing Lin Chen's eyes flickered with alarm, but he forced himself to stay calm. Yais, Dad, you're really early. It's been a while since you came back home. How was your sleep last night? Pretty good, quite comfortable. Youth is wonderful. Lin Chen sighed heavily and smiled bitterly. Dad's sleep is getting worse and worse. Last night, I even vaguely heard the sound of a cutting machine. Who uses that in the middle of the night? Sometimes I envy you young folks. Unlike your old dad, who's even having auditory hallucinations at his age. He looked at the trembling Lin Chen and asked puzzledly, it's not cold out. Why are you shivering so early in the morning? I overdid it exercising last night. My legs are sore and I can't muster any strength. Oh, overdid it. Lin Chen smiled knowingly, then reached out and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Kid, you need to work out more. Don't let the girls look down on you. What? Dad, what are you talking about? Lin Shin scratched his head in confusion and continued to support himself against the wall as he tiptoed downstairs. "Sai, I always tell you to exercise more, but you never listen. Now look at you. After just one night you're this weak." His eyes twinkled slyly, and an idea came to him. "As a father, it wouldn't be right not to give my son a helping hand. Son, wait right there. Dad will go prepare some herbal medicine for you. After taking it, you'll be refreshed, strong, and full of vigor. I'm not afraid, not afraid, not afraid of wind and rain. For the sake of our shared home." Staring at the old-fashioned bulky television before her, Lin Chinchin's body trembled, and she couldn't help but hum along with the familiar lyrics. "I'm not afraid, not afraid, not afraid of the ends of the earth." Just to catch a glimpse of home. As the song ended, Lin Chinchin raised her small hand and gently wiped her already reddened eyes. Watching the familiar scenes on the television, her long-dormant thoughts were stirred once more. Instantly, an endless stream of memories surged like a torrential tide, flooding into her mind. Lin Chinchin's eyes trembled slightly, and she bit her small lips, unable to help but sigh. "Jingma warriors. This is one of my few childhood memories. My greatest regret back then was never seeing the finale, never witnessing Long Yin and the others completely drive those alien forces off Earth. I never expected that the theme song I once couldn't wait to skip would move me so deeply now." She let out a heavy sigh, stood up, and walked toward the door. "Hey Lin Chinchin, where are you going?" Seeing her about to leave, Lin Chun hurried over and grabbed her arm. "You're unfamiliar with this place. If you wander out alone like this, aren't you afraid of running into a human trafficker slinging a sack over your back and selling you off? If you're the one who'd get sold by a trafficker." She pouted her pink little lips and complained discontentedly. "We've been back for so long, and you haven't taken me out to explore. I'm absolutely bored to death. Now I'm going out to play. You'd better come with me, or else if I get lost, just wait for the combined 4-hit beating from Grandma, Grandpa, Mom, and Dad." With that, Lin Chinchin turned her head and walked out without looking back. "Huh." Lin Shan was startled, quickly caught up, and flattered her obsequiously. "I was just playing Tianyang Kupa, you know. It's all because of that damned Li Jun who keeps showing off in front of me, bragging that he got Mao Xiaoming. That character is super powerful, can do triple jumps, unlike me, still stuck with Xuanqiang Xiaoshui. I couldn't stand it, so I kept challenging him. But after playing all morning, I didn't win a single round." "Huh, not a single win. Are you playing with your feet?" Lin Chunchin raised an eyebrow and shot him a fierce glare. Then her small hand reached into his pocket, skillfully pulling out his phone. She quickly opened QQ and sent a message to Li Jun. "Hey, Li Jun won a Onion match. 188 Diamonds Arena." In a moment, Li Jun's avatar started bouncing. "So bold, daring to face me with 188 diamonds. Sure, bring it on. Very straightforward, but I have to warn you in advance. Don't come crying begging me to return your diamonds when I beat you so badly you can't find your way home. Alright, I'll grant your wish. But you better not lose everything, even your underwear, and then run sobbing to your Lin Chinchin." Hearing this, Lin Chinchin ground her teeth in fury. Clenching her small fist, she fumed. "That damned Li Jun, he's way too arrogant, daring to mock my personal punching bag like that. Don't worry, you'll definitely get you a good revenge and beat that guy until he loses all his temper. That's all well and good." Lin Shin cast a doubtful glance at her and said, "But that's 188 diamonds. I've been saving up for ages. If you lose, then." "Lose? In my dictionary there's no such word." She patted her flat chest confidently, cutting off Lin Shin's words, and said with exuberance, "Back in the day, I conquered the world with just Xuanxiang Xiaoshui, and no one in the entire land could rival me. Even the top 10 on the ladder board back then would tread carefully when they saw me in action. And look at you. You can't even beat a mere Li Jun. You're nothing but a disgrace to me." Lin Shin gave her a faint glance and said, confused, "What are you muttering about? All this nonsense, I can't understand a bit." You'll see in a moment. My perfect gameplay will absolutely dazzle you." She couldn't wait to tap the screen and quickly entered the game. With the familiar sound of Timmy, Lin Chinchin's hands trembled and her heart pounded with excitement. It's 2013 now, and this game has only been out for half a month. There's no way a 10-year veteran player can't beat a mere Li Jun. "Hey Lin Chin, put your head over here and watch closely. See how I trounce him with Xuanqiang Xiaoshui." "Oh." Lin Shin leaned and nonchalantly snorted disdainfully and mocked. "You're a complete newbie who's never even played, and you think you can beat Li Jun. If you win, the sun will rise in the west. If you're judging a book by its cover, just watch my moves." With that, Lin Chinchin invited Li Jun into the room and casually sent a provocative emoji. Seeing this, Li Jun naturally shot back a thumbs down emoji. Thus, amid the tense atmosphere, the two quickly began their first match. Once the game started, Lin Chinchin transformed, shedding her usual carefree demeanor. Her face was serious, her small hands flying across the screen as she skillfully controlled the character. Under Lin Chinchin's adept control, the perilous obstacles were always perfectly dodged at the last moment. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, 500 meters. The sight before him stunned Lin Chun. He widened his eyes and stared at the screen in disbelief. Soon Lin Chinchin broke his pitiful record of 503 meters. 600 meters, 700 meters, 800 meters, 900 meters, 1,000 meters. As the distance grew, the obstacles once slow became increasingly faster. Yet on Lin Qinshin's delicate and adorable little face, there was no trace of panic. Finally, Li Jun made a mistake at the 1,000-meter mark and quit the game first. But Lin Qinshin still looked unsatisfied. She opened QQ and sent a message to Li Jun. Little fry. Can't even handle one round. Is this what you call losing your underwear? Unable to swallow the insult, Li Jun quickly replied. What's there to brag about? I just slipped up. If you've got the guts, come again. Sure, let's go again. 188 Diamonds Arena, same place. And so another chaotic battle began. Under Li Jun's relentless insistence, they engaged in several more matches. Yet Lin Qinshin, relying on her superb skills, turned every crisis into safety, often pinning Li Jun to the ground and rubbing his face in the dirt at the crucial moments. Finally, after this futile struggle, the few hundred diamonds Li Jun had amassed were quickly squandered. He stubbornly continued to challenge Lin Qinshin, and so soon even his gold coins were gone, and finally his remaining stamina was completely depleted. As for Lin Qinshin, she not only defeated him decisively, but also broke the world record at that time, becoming the undisputed number one. See how formidable this loli is. She waved her victory record excitedly, saying triumphantly, I helped you defeat Li Jun this time, and made you the world's best. Tell me, how are you going to repay me? Well, Lin Qinshin glanced at her timidly and stammered, I didn't expect you to actually. I was just joking. Don't take it too seriously. What? Joking? Upon hearing this, Lin Qinshin could no longer sit still. She rushed forward angrily and grabbed Lin Qinshin by the collar. I worked so hard to help you, and now you dare to say you were joking. Lin Qinshin, you're getting bolder and bolder, daring to deceive even me. Do you believe that while you're asleep, you'll make sure your little brother is separated from its body? Instantly, Lin Qinshin was so terrified his hair stood on end. He trembled, his lips quivering as he said, Don't do that. How about I take you to the village store to buy something? You can pick whatever you want. What do you think? Stare, really? You won't try to weasel out of it, will you? Seeing that Lin Qinshin didn't believe him, Lin Qinshin quickly raised his right hand and held up 3 fingers. Really? If this is a lie, may I be struck by lightning, remain single for life, and die a miserable death. TCH, if it's true, just say so, no need to swear such a terrible oath. Besides, it sounds a bit strange to me, like you're cursing me. She shook her little head, quickly dispelling the jumbled thoughts in her mind. No, I'm Lin Qinshin, now not Lin Qinshin. Seeing her muttering to herself, Lin Qinshin quickly reached out and gently patted her shoulder. We're outside now. If you keep holding me like this and the villagers see us, they'll definitely laugh at us. Oh, fine. For the sake of the good food, I'll let you off this time. Lin Qinshin released her grip, lowered her tiptoes, and then walked ahead without looking back. Wait for me, what's the rush? Seeing this, Lin Qinshin quickly quickened his pace to walk beside her. He glanced timidly at Lin Qinshin's chubby profile and said cautiously, Thank you for earlier. You helped me get back at him. If it weren't for you, I would have been utterly humiliated. Now you know my strength, don't you? She straightened her back, put her hands on her hips, and said confidently, a mere noob who's been playing for less than half a month dares to challenge a veteran who's been playing for 10 years. It's like throwing an egg at a rock, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With my current skills, even 10 years from now I'd still be the undisputed top one. Little Li Jun. Taking him down is like picking something out of my pocket. Haha, right, I think so too. Lin Qinshin gave her an awkward smile, his face clearly saying, you're right. Even if I haven't played this game for a while, even if I the strongest have grown weaker, that doesn't mean you weaklings have gotten stronger. Yes. That's right. Listening to her endless Chinibyu speeches, Lin Qinshin felt goosebumps all over his body. At that moment he wished he could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Finally, after an agonizing wait, they arrived at their destination, the only small store in the village. Boss, we want to buy something. Is anyone home? Lin Qinshin strode in without ceremony and shouted loudly inside. Moshi, is anyone home? I'm here to buy stuff. Coming. At that moment, an old man with a face full of wrinkles limped over, eyeing the cute girl with twin ponytails curiously. Little girl on holiday, and back in the old hometown. Grandpa, long time no see. Haha, I'm old, and my memory's failing. Can't remember who you are. With that he shifted his gaze to Lin Qinshin. Oh, I have some memory of you. I remember. He raised his withered hand, and gently tapped his forehead, then suddenly recalled. I remember now. You're Lin Chong's son Lin Qinshin from old Lin's family, right? Yes, Grandpa, long time no see. Haha, it has been a long time. Here to buy something. Yes, I'm here to get her some snacks. Lin Qinshin nodded, gently patted the excited Lin Qinshin beside him, and then motioned with his chin toward the store. Hey, go pick whatever you want to eat. Okay. Watching her hopping away, Grandpa Nyo's eyes flickered with curiosity. He couldn't help asking, Lin Qinshin, is this little girl your girlfriend? This girl. Lin Qinshin sighed helplessly and said with a bitter smile, look at me. Since I met her, I haven't had a single peaceful day. Compared to a girlfriend, I'd rather believe we're a pair of bickering rivals. Haha, you little rascal, you don't know a good thing when you see it. That girl's eyes are full of interest in you. Huh, really? Lin Qinshin scratched his head in confusion. How could she be interested? She bullies me every day. I'm afraid it'll end up in her hands someday. You're not a child anymore, why are you so clueless? Grandpa Nyo pulled him aside and whispered mysteriously. As the saying goes, fighting is affection, scolding is love. The little girl hitting you probably means she wants you to pay more attention to her. Just talk to her more, spend time with her, and it'll work out. Haha, I've never thought about it that way. Just then Lin Chinchin's voice rang out. Heave-a-ho, heave-a-ho. She came staggering over with a pile of snacks in her arms, standing before Grandpa Nyo. Grandpa Nyo, I'll take these. How much? Haha, no need to pay. It's not easy for you two to come back. I'm already happy that you thought to visit this old man. What? You can't just give them away for free. That would be embarrassing. Lin Chinchin quickly reached into her pocket, pulled out a 20-yuan note, and pressed it into Grandpa Nyo's hand without further ado. Then she grabbed Lin Shun and turned to run outside. Watching their quickly retreating figures, a faint redness appeared in Grandpa Nyo's dim eyes. He straightened his hunched body and shouted after them as loud as he could. You two, when you have a chubby little boy, don't forget to bring him to see me. I can't do it anymore, I can't bear it. No, not yet, you're too fast. But it's been so many times my head is spinning now. Looking at the screen showing Lin Chin's farthest record, 805 meters, Lin Chinchin could no longer suppress her anger. She reached out with her small hand and viciously grabbed at his ear. Hey, you die so fast every time. Even I could play better than you with my feet. It's already not easy for me, okay? I've run over 800 meters. Just let me off, we've been at this all afternoon. Let you off? Not until I tear your ears off. Seeing that he was about to suffer torture, Lin Chin's exhausted body suddenly burst out with a powerful force. Quick as a flash, he broke free from Lin Chinchin's small hands, then rolled onto the ground with pinpoint accuracy. Then he kicked off with both feet, and his body shot out like a cannonball with a boom. Forget it, I'm too lazy to chase him. They'll just beat him up tonight. Now it's time to sleep, you know. Lin Chinchin reached out her small hand and gently removed the small elastic band from her hair. Instantly, her waist-length golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall, softly draping over her shoulders. Sleeping is simply the best. She lay down on the pillow and quietly closed her eyes. Her gentle breathing, accompanied by the regular and soothing rise and fall of her belly, was like a tender melody. As she immersed herself in sleep, her consciousness slowly sank into the endless darkness. Suddenly, a gentle light appeared around her, illuminating the dim world. The light grew brighter and brighter, and soon a white, boundless world appeared before Lin Chinchin without warning. This is... Lin Chinchin rubbed her sleepy eyes, stood up, and looked around. Why does it feel like I've seen this somewhere before? She sat down on the ground, constantly scratching her head with her small hands, carefully recalling memories of this dream. At that moment, a flash of light passed, and then a figure appeared out of thin air in the calm sky. That figure was surrounded by dazzling light, exuding a divine aura. Upon seeing her, Lin Chinchin's eyes suddenly trembled, and she tremblingly raised her small hand to her forehead. Staring at the mysterious figure above, she trembled her lips and said incoherently, "It's you again. Am I dead?" "No." An ethereal voice suddenly drilled into Lin Chinchin's mind. Then, is this a dream? This place is the world of the gods. The world of the gods. What is that? Lin Chinchin scratched her hair and asked in confusion, "Why am I here? I remember I just went to sleep, and then... It was I who summoned you." "Huh? You summoned me? What for?" "Because you are very interesting. Turning yourself into a lowly and giving yourself to yourself. This is the most interesting wish I've seen in thousands of years." Lin Chinchin clenched her fists and muttered angrily under her breath. "You clearly misunderstood. I didn't want to become a lowly in the first place, I wanted a lowly. But if I were Lin Chun having to take care of a cute little lowly..." At that moment, images of the cruel things she usually did to Lin Chun instantly flashed through her mind. No. If I were bullied like that, I definitely couldn't bear it. She shook her little head, then had a change of thought. Now she not only didn't have to worry about food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, but she also had a willing punching bag. Moreover, she didn't have to work or face the dark and oppressive workplace life. Thinking of this, Lin Chinchin immediately deflated. Compared to that kind of hellish life, I prefer the way I am now. Even though I'm only 155 meters tall, I have to endure the pain of standing on tiptoes to reach things, the shame of being called a little shorty and having my head patted, and the occasional agonizing pain of ant flow. But compared to the purgatory-like life before, this is nothing difficult. She had become a lowly, didn't have to do anything, just lay around every day, and could even bully Lin Chin from time to time. This carefree idea was undoubtedly thousands, tens of thousands of times better than having to take care of a little lowly and becoming a hard-working beast of burden. Thinking of this, Lin Chinchin stared intently at the figure enveloped in light in the air, her gaze showing unprecedented determination. "I'm already fine like this. If I had to go back to that exhausting life, I'd rather die." "Oh, it seems you've fully adapted to this body. I summoned you this time just to chat. I believe you must have many questions to ask me." "Phew, you scared me. I thought the good times were over." Lin Chinchin patted her flat chest with lingering fear and said, "I do have a lot of questions. Last time I wanted to ask you, you suddenly ran away. Is the world in 10 years ago, or..." This world, the deity chuckled softly as if having already anticipated Lin Xinshin's thoughts. You can think of it as a parallel world. I see. Then this body of mine. I created it for you. I see. Lin Xinshin suddenly understood and continued asking. Then what is the difference between this world and the one I used to live in? Not really. But if you insist on a difference, it's probably that there's an extra golden-haired little loli with twin tails. Ha, I wonder if that counts as a difference. TCH whatever. Lin Xinshin puffed out her baby-fat cheeks and muttered, so even gods have such a perverse taste. Just as she was about to continue teasing, she glanced out of the corner of her eye and suddenly noticed that the figure in the air had appeared in front of her without her knowing. You? What are you doing getting so close? She subconsciously stepped back several steps, staring timidly at the deity before her. This world is nearing collapse. The deity sighed with a hint of unwillingness in her tone. Only the remaining power. How long can it sustain me? Hearing these seemingly irrelevant words, Lin Xinshin carefully moved her steps and slowly approached. You must be lonely having such a big world all to yourself. Hee, if you feel bored you can come to my place and play with me. That big idiot, and I will definitely welcome you. She raised the corners of her mouth, her smile rippling like spring rain. After all, you granted my wish. If your wish is to have someone to accompany you, I can totally help you realize it. Gazing at the half-open door, Lin Xinshin cautiously reached out and pushed it open. I knew it, this guy's fallen asleep again. He swept his gaze across the room only to see Lin Xinshin lying still on the pillow, eyes tightly shut. Seriously, every time it's almost mealtime she's napping. No sense of time at all. If I wake her up, I'm afraid she'll lash out at me without a second thought. But if I don't, I'll have to answer to Grandma and Grandpa. What a dilemma. Faced with this deadlock, Lin Xinshin shrugged helplessly and let out a sigh. Just as he was racking his brains for a solution, Lin Xinshin, who had been sound asleep moments before, suddenly snapped her eyes open and woke up. Is this a dream? She lifted her face in panic, staring intently at Lin Xinshin. Hey, you big dummy, come closer so I can pinch your ear and see if it hurts. You? Hearing this, Lin Xinshin's pupils contracted sharply. He stared at her in terror, stammering, I only came to call you down for dinner. I haven't done anything wrong. That's it. A punching bag that begs for mercy. This isn't a dream, it's the real world for sure. Alright, hurry down for dinner. What's on your little mind as soon as you wake up? With that, Lin Xinshin turned and strode quickly downstairs. Don't leave. Lin Xinshin's delicate voice rang out, freezing Lin Xinshin in his tracks. Carry me down. Huh. Now you won't even walk downstairs. It's not that I don't want to. Lin Xinshin blinked her misty eyes, her face full of grievance. My legs are sore. I can't move. Fine, I'll carry you on my back. He walked up to her and slowly crouched down. No way, I don't want a piggyback ride. I want you to carry me in your arms. She stretched out her little hands, her face brimming with anticipation. Like a baby, hold me all the way down. Alright, I can't do anything with you. Lin Xinshin sighed helplessly, moved closer, took her hands, and gently lifted her into his arms. Then he stood up, glanced at the soft little kitten clinging to him, and said softly, if you squirm around and fall, don't blame me. I'm so good. How could I squirm? She mischievously reached out her little hands and wrapped them around Lin Xinshin's fair neck. See, I'm super light, aren't I? And my body is super soft, right? Yes. Lin Xinshin mumbled his reply perfunctorily. What? Not sincere at all. I'm going to punish you severely. She opened her cherry-like mouth and with an awu, bit down on Lin Xinshin's shoulder without hesitation. You? Lin Xinshin frowned deeply, quickly reached out his big hand and unleashed his ultimate move, head patting. He gently placed his palm on the crown of Lin Xinshin's head and softly rubbed her little head. Sure enough, under his gentle touch, she immediately let go. You're so sly, always rubbing my head. Unconsciously, a faint blush crept across Lin Xinshin's chubby cheeks. I'm walking downstairs. Can't you behave for once? If I accidentally drop you, you'll be the one getting beaten up. I know I won't move then. Lin Xinshin pouted obediently, burying her face into his neck. Seeing her calm down, Lin Xinshin boldly strode forward and slowly made his way downstairs. When he reached the second floor, he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Why aren't you walking? Lin Xinshin looked up at him, puzzled. We'll be on the ground floor soon. You'd better get down and walk by yourself. If Dad sees us coming down like this, he'll nag again. Okay, I know. Lin Xinshin let go of her hands and nimbly jumped down from him. You? Weren't your legs sore? How come they're fine now? Huh, is that so? Lin Xinshin grinned mischievously. My legs just told me they're not sore anymore and can walk just fine. You? I knew it. He looked at her smug face and gave a helpless wry smile. As soon as the two of them appeared, Da Huang rushed over, eagerly wagging its tail like a flower and sticking out its tongue excitedly. What's up, Da Huang? Missed me after a day apart. Woof. Woof woof woof. Seeing its silly expression, Lin Xinshin couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. Good, Da Huang barking so eagerly. Did you recognize me? Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Such a good boy. Lin Xinshin reached out and stroked Da Huang's fluffy head. Gazing at its glossy, thick coat, she marveled. It's unbelievable. You're 10 years old, yet you look so young, not even losing any fur. If Da Huang can keep going, it can definitely live to 20. With that, Lin Shinshin stood up and strode into the living room. The dinner Grandma and Grandpa had prepared tonight wasn't extravagant, but for the two frugal elders, it was undoubtedly a feast. Lin Shinshin's eyes lit up at the steaming rib soup, her appetite instantly whetted. She quickly ladled a bowl, then took a small sip, savoring the rich savory broth. Seeing her flustered eagerness, Grandma chuckled warmly. Slow down, little one, don't stuff yourself. Mom, it's just that Grandma and Grandpa's rib soup is so nostalgic. Being able to eat your cooking again is the happiest thing in the world. She raised her hand to gently wipe the tears threatening to spill from her eyes, her voice trembling. Grandma, your cooking is always the best in the world. Haha, I'm glad you like it, sweetie. They'll make it again for you next time. Grandma is the best. But, where are Mom and Dad? Why aren't they having dinner yet? Looking at the quiet dining table, Lin Shinshin couldn't help asking curiously. Oh, them. Your dad said he's preparing something nourishing. Should be ready soon. Lotus seeds, white fungus, Chinese, yam, goji berries. Hey Dad, can this mixture of stuff really be drunk as soup? Lin Chong frowned, staring at the dark murky bowl before him, and muttered, it probably won't kill anyone. Then he patted his chest and said confidently, son, just trust me. After drinking your father's secret tonic, your legs won't ache, your body will be strong, and you can run 10 li without stopping. Lin Shin took the bowl, emitting black vapor from his hand, gently leaned in and sniffed. The next second, a pungent, acrid smell rushed straight into his throat. Ugh, this stuff. He suppressed the rising nausea in his stomach and clenched his teeth, saying, Dad, are you sure this isn't made with pesticide? I've always known your cooking skills are terrible. After all, who else could turn noodles into a pancake except you? But I could tolerate all that. This soup, though, look at this pitch black appearance. If I take a sip, I'm afraid it'll ascend to heaven the next second. You little brat, drink it or not. Lin Shin quickly waved his hands and refused repeatedly. Drink. No way. I'll never drink this stuff in my life. Really not drinking. Lin Chong's tone grew heavier. Not drinking. Even if I starve or die outside, I won't touch this stuff. 500 final offer. Well, Lin Shin glanced at Lin Chong and muttered, this has nothing to do with money. It's a matter of principle. How can I? 800. Dad. Lin Shin glared at him and said indignantly, I'm not someone who's swayed by money. What kind of son do you take me for? That's so disrespectful. 1,000. I'll drink. At these words, Lin Shin's eyes lit up. He swallowed, licked his lips, and said with trembling lips, so if I drink this bowl, Dad, you'll give me 1,000. Lin Chong nodded and said to him, drink it all, and your father will immediately stuff 1,000 from his wallet into your pocket. With that, he pulled out a bulging wallet, revealing the crisp 100 yuan bills inside. I see. Lin Chong hesitated, staring at the dark soup in his hand, and muttered, but this stuff feels like it might kill me. If I take small sips, I wonder if I can finish it all. Lin Chong, seeing his dawdling, could no longer contain himself. He clenched his fists and said in a low voice, if you keep stalling, I'll deduct 50 from your allowance for every second. No way. My allowance is absolutely untouchable. Lin Shan gritted his teeth, looked at the menacing tonic before him, suddenly opened his mouth and gulped it down. Soon, under his wolfish gulps, the bowl was empty. So, son, isn't your father's cooking a pleasant surprise? Lin Chong stared at him with wide eyes full of anticipation. At this moment, Lin Shen's face was already twisted into a grimace. He barely supported his faltering body and said shakily, It's pretty good. Ha ha ha, see, you didn't believe me. Your father's cooking skills are a rising star. He pulled several 100 yuan bills from his wallet and stuffed them into Lin Shen's pocket. Here, this is your father's reward. Haha, thanks, Dad. He'll go wash the bowl now. Bye, Dad. Lin Shen scratched his head and turned to walk away. Wait. At that moment, Lin Chong suddenly strode forward and grabbed him. Dad, you're not going back on your word, are you? How could I? Your father is no petty man who breaks his promises. He leaned close to Lin Shen's ear and whispered mysteriously, your father still has a treasure to give you. Huh? What else? Of course, it's this great returning pill. With that, he pulled out a strange little bottle from his pocket, and without giving Lin Shen a chance to refuse, stuffed it into his pocket. This treasure. Take one before bed, and I guarantee you won't have back pain or leg soreness the next day. Just one pill, and the effect is amazing. Then your chin-chin will give you a thumbs up and look at you with new eyes. It'll be a piece of cake. Listening to his vague explanation, Lin Shen nodded doubtfully and asked, can this stuff really cure my leg soreness? You'll know when the time comes. Lin Chong waved his hand, suddenly threw his arm around Lin Shen's shoulder and smiled knowingly. Soon you'll understand your father's good intentions. Oh, I see. Thanks, Dad. Lin Shen scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. It's just a bit of leg soreness, and I made you go through all this trouble. I'm a bit embarrassed. You little rascal, who are we to each other? Why be so polite? Alright, it's getting late. Go take a shower and get down to business. He released his grip, winked at Lin Shen, and said with a sly grin, when you wake up tomorrow morning, remember to thank your father properly. With that, Lin Shen turned around and walked upstairs without looking back. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Shen shook his head helplessly and let out a deep sigh. Sigh, this dad of mine. It's just a little leg soreness. A night's sleep would fix it, but he made such a fuss. But it's not without an unexpected gain. He looked at his bulging pocket, couldn't contain his joy any longer, and broke into a grin. Haha, that stuff was terrible to drink, but one bowl earned me 1,000. Tonight I hit the jackpot. I have to hide this 1,000 well. That demon must never find it, or he'll be left with nothing. But the first thing to do is take a shower, then find a place to hide my secret stash. With that, he strode into the bathroom and turned on the water heater. Feeling the gentle caress of the hot water, Lin Chen suddenly had a brilliant idea for a hiding spot. If I hide the money in the pocket of the clothes hanging outside to dry, Lin Chen, that lazy bug who never does chores, will never find it. Yes, that's the plan. After a quick rinse, Lin Chen acted immediately. He hurried over to the windowsill, raised his hand, and quickly stuffed the money into the pocket of his shirt. Their mission accomplished, a perfectly flawless plan. Now all I need to do is get a good night's sleep. Alright, I almost forgot this thing. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the small medicine bottle. He gently pulled out the small wooden stopper, looked at the pitch-black pill inside, and muttered to himself, Dad said this can cure leg soreness. It looks weird, but it's a kind gesture, so we'll trust him this once. This thing is way too ugly, and it smells weird. Forget it, he'll down it in one gulp. Better to get it over with quickly. Lin Chen pinched his nose with one hand and held the dark, grimy little pill with the other, just about to swallow it down. Suddenly, he frowned, feeling a tumultuous churning in his stomach. My stomach. It's killing me. Ouch. I can't take it anymore. Bathroom. He quickly stuffed the pill into the bottle, then, with a push of his legs, he rushed to the bathroom with lightning speed. He hurriedly pulled open the bathroom door, and with a bang, quickly closed it. Then the previously quiet bathroom suddenly erupted with a crackling sound like the roar of firecrackers. Finally, after a continuous series of explosions, Lin Chen, with a relieved expression on his face, held his legs and slowly stood up. He clenched his fists and couldn't help complaining, that damn Dad, what kind of awful tonic soup did he make? It scared me to death. Good thing I reacted quickly. If I had been half a beat slower, I might have accidentally shat my pants. If it weren't for the $1,000 ID, definitely go tattle to Grandma and Grandpa. Good thing I was cautious, though I didn't go straight to bed. If I had fallen asleep, wouldn't that have been? Instantly his mind recalled the disastrous, unsightly scene on the bed. Oh hell. If that happened, I would definitely be skinned alive by that demon. While Lin Chen was congratulating himself, suddenly his eyes shook and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Oh no. This feeling. Could it be? The next second his body jolted, and without even closing the door, he rushed into the bathroom. After a series of crackling sounds, Lin Chen, with a face of exhaustion, trembling legs, stood up again. That bastard Dad. That level of dark cuisine, how could he even make it? If he traveled back to ancient times, he'd probably be at the very least a minister of punishments. If it weren't for the money, I'd rather be beaten to death than drink another drop of that stuff. He couldn't stop grumbling, supporting himself with both hands on the wall as he slowly walked towards the door. Looking at the wooden chair nearby, Lin Chen fumbled over unsteadily and flopped down onto it. Finally, I can get some rest. After all this trouble, I'm completely exhausted. Lin Chen sighed deeply. Just when he thought everything was fine, suddenly his eyes contracted sharply and his body instantly leaped up. Oh no, here it comes again. At this moment, Lin Chen could no longer care about his numb thighs. He swiftly pulled open the bathroom door and scrambled inside. This damn Dad, how did he manage to make such a terrible thing? Even dichlorvos probably doesn't have such a strong after effect. And it's supposed to be a tonic soup. One bowl of this stuff, and I feel like my intestines are being pulled out. I think it's more like a soul-stealing soup. After a torrential downpour, Lin Chen's legs went weak. He struggled to support his exhausted body, trembling, and with a clang, fell onto the chair. I can't take it anymore. I can't hold on. He stared blankly at the ceiling with vacant eyes, moving his lips, and said, am I going to keep shitting like this until tomorrow morning? If it's going to be a living hell, I'd rather have eaten dichlorvos today. Heavens, please don't let me keep shitting anymore. Perhaps Lin Chen's sincere prayer moved the heavens, and for a while the churning feeling did not reappear in his stomach. Could it be? Is it finally over? He opened his eyes in disbelief, lay on the chair for a while, and only after confirming he was completely safe did he stand up tremblingly. Haha, heaven has not abandoned me, Lin Chen. Is this all finally coming to an end? He rushed to the stairs, ecstatically taking large strides upward. Lin Chen climbed to the 3rd floor in a few steps. Looking at the closed door, he hesitated for a moment, then reached out and gently turned the doorknob. Phew, I can finally rest properly. He carefully reached out his hand, groping around in the darkness. After groping for a while, he finally reached the bedside as desired. He quietly took off his shoes and then crept onto the bed. It's so late, that little shorty must be asleep by now. He sighed deeply, then lay back and closed his already exhausted eyelids. Just as his consciousness was fading, he vaguely sensed somehow a heavy, beast-like angry breathing sound near his ear. The next second, a pair of small hands suddenly grabbed Lin Chen's ears tightly. You stupid dummy. Who are you calling a shorty? Who are you calling a shorty? Instantly, the sudden pain jolted the drowsy Lin Chen awake. His eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, and in the dim light, he saw a small figure staring at him angrily. You stinky dummy. I've been waiting for you for 2 hours. Where have you been? Lin Chunshin bit her lower lip in anger, her big watery eyes spinning with grievance. Did you go fooling around with that stinky woman Li Tsuohua? Confess. I didn't. I just had diarrhea, and then I was downstairs all along. Stare. Really? How could you secretly have diarrhea? Lin Chunshin pouted her lips and muttered, I didn't have diarrhea, so how could you? Tell me. Did you secretly eat something delicious without me? No. I didn't eat anything secretly. It was that damn dad. He made me drink the soup he cooked himself, and then my stomach. Ta-ha. Hearing this, Lin Chunshin immediately let go of her hands, covered her little belly, and collapsed onto the bed laughing. That guy's dark cuisine, even Big Yellow the dog turns up his nose at it, and you actually dared to eat it. I'm impressed, ha ha ha. Wait a minute. No. Instantly Lin Chunshin's smile vanished. Dad must have bribed you. Otherwise how could you dare eat something even a dog wouldn't touch? She put her hands on her hips, and said seriously, spill it. What did Dad secretly give you? No. Dad didn't give me anything. Lin Shun raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and said, forcing calmness, he just gave me a pill for leg soreness, nothing else. Where's that pill? Tell me quickly. In my pocket. What are you going to do? It's mine. Lin Chunshin quickly reached into his pocket, took out the bottle, swiftly uncorked it, and poured it into her mouth, without any explanation. Lin Shun was startled, and by the time he tried to stop her it was already too late. Looking at the empty bottle his eyes trembled, and he stammered, that was for my leg soreness, why did you eat it? The world is going to be destroyed. Tui, what is this stuff? It's so bitter. Watching Lin Chunshin's dumbfounded expression, Lin Shun raised the corner of his mouth, and chuckled. You dare eat anything Dad gives you. Aren't you afraid of ending up like me with your insides in a mess? I saw this little bottle was so exquisitely packaged, I thought there must be something delicious inside. Ugh, my tongue feels like it's about to fall off from the bitterness. I need water. You little glutton, now you've got your comeuppance. Lin Shun unhurriedly turned on the light, grabbed a cup from the side, and handed it to her. Learned your lesson, huh? Will you still recklessly eat stuff next time? Lin Chunshin took the cup and downed it in one go. Hee, I get it. But next time I'll still do it. Is your stomach feeling alright? My stomach. Lin Chunshin raised her little hand, patted her soft belly, and giggled. My stomach says it's hungry and wants to eat. Does this count as discomfort? What nonsense, it's the middle of the night, where am I supposed to find you food? Lin Shin gave her a faint glance and asked cautiously, are you really okay? If you need to go to the bathroom it's better too. Before Lin Shin could finish his sentence, Lin Chunshin eagerly interrupted him. I'm fine, why are you so naggy? Go to sleep. If it weren't for you wasting so much of my time I'd have been asleep by now. Alright. Lin Shun reached out and gently turned off the light, then flopped down onto the pillow. Before long that clingy little kitten as usual snuggled into his arms. I really do sleep better when I'm held. Good night, you big dummy. Just as Lin Chunshin closed her eyes ready to drift off, a nameless heat suddenly spread along her nerves, swiftly permeating every inch of her body. Her body trembled, and she snapped her eyes open. My body. What's going on? My head feels so dizzy. She struggled to lift her little hands, cupped her cheeks, and mumbled with trembling rosy lips. What is this? This feeling. It's super weird. Hey, Lin Chun. Her trembling little hand gently shook Lin Chen's body, which was immersed in sleep. Soon Lin Chun was startled awake. He rubbed his bleary eyes and complained, What now, my little princess? It's the middle of the night, can you please settle down and let me sleep? Sorry, but I feel awful. What's wrong with you? Instantly upon hearing this, Lin Chen's drowsiness vanished. He rolled over, turned on the light, and looked at Lin Chunshin anxiously. There the soft little kitten, her cheeks flushed with a crimson glow, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably with increasingly heavy breaths. You have a fever. Lin Shun reached out his big hand and gently felt her forehead. The moment he touched it, an intense burning sensation shot through his palm. So hot. Hey, how do you feel? Should I go call the village doctor? I don't know. I need water. Okay, alright. Lin Shin didn't dare to delay. He grabbed the cup and gently lifted her burning body. He brought the cup to Lin Chunshin's lips and said softly, Here, drink some water. Maybe it'll make you feel better. Lin Chunshin tilted her head, pressed her lips lightly against the rim of the cup, and drank slowly. With her kitten-like way of drinking, the cup was soon empty. Lin Shin glanced at the empty cup and asked worriedly, How is it? Feeling any better? A little clearer. Do you want me to get a wet towel to put on you, or something? Alright, wait for me. With that, Lin Shin rushed out in a flurry. He hurried to the hallway, snatched the towel hanging there, took a few quick strides to the bathroom, and turned on the faucet. Watching the towel gradually soak through, Lin Shin frowned, and thought to himself, She was fine just now, how did she suddenly get a fever? Could it be that damned pill from Dad? At this thought his eyes narrowed sharply, and he fumed. That lousy Dad, always giving us random things to eat. Just wait, he'll tell Mom tomorrow, and have her skin him alive. Cursing under his breath, he wrung out the towel, and hurried back to the room. Lin Shun. What's wrong? Hearing Lin Chunshin call for him, he quickly rushed over. Hearing the indistinct murmur, Lin Shun leaned down, getting closer to her. Come kiss me. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Shun reached out his big hand, smoothed her messy bangs, and said firmly, if you can't handle it, you have to tell me. Don't let the fever burn your brain. With that, he picked up the cold towel and carefully placed it on Lin Shinshin's forehead. You have a fever now, so you need to rest properly. He'll stay by your side all night to watch over you. If you feel any discomfort, tell me right away. I understand. Then Lin Shinshin turned her little head and looked at Lin Shun. Hey Lin Shun, I'm here. Kiss me. Looking at her ambiguous gaze, Lin Shun was momentarily stunned, not knowing how to respond. Hey Lin Shun, you really want this, don't you? After all hiding it from me, sneaking around in your room. If it's you, it's completely fine. As she spoke, Lin Shinshin reached out her fair, flushed little hand and gently stroked his hesitant cheek. Hey Lin Shun, kiss me. Gazing at Lin Shun, who stood before her with a look of utter indecision, Lin Shinshin curled her lips, a seductive, mischievous smile slowly spreading across her face. In the next instant, her delicate white hands coiled around Lin Shin's neck like swimming dragons, and her body pressed close against his. Unmoved, staring at Lin Shinshin's adorable petite face, so close to his own, Lin Shin steeled his resolve and gritted out, even though you are very cute. And your appearance is exactly my type. But the Lin Shinshin of now is clearly not the same person as the Lin Shinshin of before. If I were to take advantage of you while you are sick with a fever and feeling unwell and do those things to you, wouldn't that make me no different from a beast? So, that kind of thing, I cannot do it. After hearing his entire speech, Lin Shinshin's hazy, nearly fading consciousness miraculously cleared a little. The next second, she suddenly came to her senses and her hands flew away from Lin Shin's neck as if shocked by electricity. What am I doing? At this moment, Lin Shinshin was like a child who had done something wrong. She hung her head and mumbled in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, I'm sorry, Lin Shun. I didn't mean to. My mind feels strange. I couldn't control myself. Whoa, I'm sorry. Whoa. As she spoke, tears uncontrollably welled from the corners of her eyes. She helplessly raised her small hands to wipe away the endless stream of teardrops. I don't know why either. Deep down, I never wanted to do such a thing. But I just couldn't stop myself. At that time, I was so scared. I thought my mind had broken. If it weren't for your words waking me up. I don't know. My mind feels like a mess right now. I have no idea what those thoughts. Whoa. Are you? Lin Shin let out a helpless sigh, then raised his broad, warm hand and gently stroked her aggrieved little head. I'm not blaming you, you know. At that moment, I was only thinking about your illness. As for the strange things in that little head of yours, I didn't pay them any mind. After all, you always love to tease me like this. Hearing this, Lin Shinshin slowly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Lin Shun. As tears threatened to burst forth uncontrollably, she quickly bit her lower lip, holding back the impending flood of tears. If I was just trying to tease you. That wasn't what I really meant. Alright, I understand. Lin Shin's eyes curved into Crescent's, his gaze filled with deep affection. This is the first time I've seen you cry like this. If I had my phone with me, I'd definitely take a few photos to remember the moment. I wasn't crying. Lin Shinshin reached out her small hand, grabbed the damp towel beside her, and wiped her face haphazardly. I wasn't crying. Do you think I'm like you, crying at the drop of a hat? Seeing her flustered state, Lin Shin couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. Ha, so even you can be this panicked. Ha. I thought that certain shorty who always bullies me wouldn't cry like a waterfall over something like this. You. Hearing him mock her so mercilessly, Lin Shinshin's eyes flew wide open and her hackles rose. She clenched her small fists, a pouty cat-like expression on her face, and ground her teeth. You damn thing, you dare to forget your place. Watch me bite your head off. I'm going to eat you. Prepare yourself, you dead Lin Shun. With that, she opened her little mouth and lunged at him without further ado. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shun raised his large hand, easily pressing it against Lin Shinshin's forehead, effortlessly neutralizing her fierce attack. Stinky Lin Shun, let me go. He'll bite you all over. She waved her pinkish-white little claws, her chubby cheeks slightly puffed like a wronged little beast. Even so, due to the height advantage, no matter how hard Lin Shinshin struggled, Lin Shin easily kept her under control. Watching her hopping around in place, Lin Shin shook his head helplessly and said with a mix of laughter and exasperation, you considering I just exhausted myself to death, please spare me this time. Besides, if you bite me to death, there won't be anyone to hold you while you sleep. And if you can't fall asleep, I won't take responsibility. Lin Shinshin closed her little mouth and crouched down to ponder. Seems there's some truth to that. Fine then, since you were so good to me tonight, I'll let it slide. With that, she leaned back and quietly lay down on the pillow. Hey big idiot, turn off the light. It's time for good night. Are you sure you're okay? I was thinking of getting you some medicine or something. It's fine, just a little dizziness. It's not a big deal. Alright then. If you feel uncomfortable, remember to tell me. With that, Lin Shin reached out and turned off the bedside lamp. Instantly the surroundings were plunged into darkness, and the only thing he could sense was the soft sound of breathing beside his ear. Sure enough, as soon as the light went out, that soft, cuddly little kitten came over again, obediently burrowing into Lin Shen's arms. "I'll give you my cold hee-hee. Prepare yourself, you stupid idiot. You just go to sleep peacefully. It's already very late. If you can't get up tomorrow and miss breakfast, I won't make it for you again." Lin Shen gently extended his arm and tenderly pulled the delicate little kitten in his arms closer, softly stroking her fluffy little head. I am really sleepy now. Good night then. Big idiot Lin Shen. Good night, shorty Lin Shen. Outside the window the night was dark and silent, so quiet that even the stars had closed their eyes. So uncomfortable. On the bed, Lin Shen tightly shut her eyes, her parched lips occasionally emitting faint, agonized groans. Ugh. She opened her dry eyelids, revealing the hollow, listless eyes hidden within their sockets. A fever. Is it because of all that sweat last night? So hot. My head feels so dizzy. She trembled, gently tugging at her collar with her small hands, revealing clothes soaked through with perspiration. Having done this, Lin Shen was utterly exhausted. She panted heavily, each breath seeming to drain her strength. At that moment, Lin Shen, who had been sound asleep, suddenly snapped, open his eyes fully awake. He stared in horror at the damp bedsheet beneath him, his heart clenching involuntarily. No way. Could it be that again? He twitched his nose, sniffing deeply. After a long moment, the familiar scent of philodendron did not invade his nostrils as it had last time. Seeing this, Lin Shen finally relaxed his tense nerves and let out a relieved sigh. Thank goodness. I thought I'd again. He gazed at the little kitten clinging tightly to his chest, gently reaching out his hand to stroke her fluffy head. The moment his palm made contact, Lin Shen froze. The lingering drowsiness vanished completely in that instant. So hot. What's going on? Why are you suddenly sweating so much? No, I need to call a doctor right away. With that, Lin Shen stood up and began searching the bed for his phone. After several fruitless attempts, he shifted his gaze to Lin Shen, who was biting her lips tightly. Hey, wake up. Tell me where the phone is. Over there. Lin Shen struggled to raise her hand, pointing weakly at the coat nearby. All right, hold on, just a little longer. Lin Shen quickly grabbed the phone, opened the contacts, and frantically scrolled through them. Soon his eyes fixed on a number. Beep, beep. After a few rings, a deep male voice answered on the other end. Who is this? What's the matter? Uncle Deng, it's me, Lin Shen. Someone at home has a fever. Could you come over and take a look? Oh, sure. He'll be right there. All right, thank you. With that, Lin Shen hung up his hands, dropping dejectedly. She seemed a bit better last night, but why is she worse this morning? Sweating so much. Could she have caught a chill? It's my fault. I should have taken better care of her last night. At this thought, Lin Shen couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, lowering his head in self-reproach. If I hadn't gone to bed so early last night and had watched over you more carefully, maybe you wouldn't have such a high fever now. So, well, it's no use thinking about that now. Let me settle you down first. He sighed deeply, then leaned closer to Lin Shen. Here, have some water to soothe yourself. He grabbed the cup beside him and gently pressed it to Lin Shen's lips. She wearily opened her eyes, softly sipping the water from the cup's rim. Soon the cup was empty. Want some more? It might help you feel better. No. My head feels so swollen. So awful. All right, just bear with it a little longer. I've already called the village doctor. He's renowned far and wide for his skills. With him here, you'll recover in no time. At this moment, Lin Shen's face no longer bore its usual lively expression. In its place was a pallid ashen complexion, as if she had endured endless torment. Even her usually neat golden hair was now disheveled, plastered to her face by sweat. She curled up, and in the quiet room only her agonized moans and rapid, ragged breaths could be heard. Witnessing this cruel scene, Lin Shen helplessly turned his head away, then stood up, anxiously gazing out the window. Why isn't he here yet? By now he should have arrived long ago. Just as worry gripped him, a sudden horn blared, and a long-awaited figure came into view. A tricycle roared its horn, made a few wide turns, and with a graceful drift pulled up to the building. Great! Uncle Deng is finally here. Lin Shen wasted no time rushing down the stairs. Uncle Deng, come quickly, she's on the 3rd floor. All right, I'm coming. A middle-aged man, wearing glasses, looking very capable, carried a medical kit and followed Lin Shen upstairs. It's her. I think she has a fever. Sorry to trouble you, Uncle Deng. Lin Shen pointed at Lin Shen, lying on the bed, speaking anxiously. I don't know what caused it. She wasn't this bad last night, but this morning. All right, I understand. Uncle Deng waved his hand to cut him off, then set the medical kit aside. Little girl, let me take your pulse first. Don't worry. He extended his dry, yellowish hands and gently placed them on Lin Shen's delicate wrist. After a moment, his brow furrowed slightly, and he said in a low voice, It is indeed a fever, but her condition is quite unusual. It doesn't seem like a simple cold or fever. Hearing this, Lin Shen stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, It must be related to that pill she took last night for her leg pain. That pill was meant for my leg pain, but she snatched it and swallowed it all at once. Ever since then she's been acting so strangely. For leg pain. Uncle Deng's eyes narrowed and he immediately understood. Damn it, that Lin Chong, he actually tricked me. And besides, how could you give this to a girl? This is... What is it? Ahem, nothing. Realizing he had misspoken, Uncle Deng coughed awkwardly. Then he opened his medical kit and said to Lin Chun, this girl's condition isn't a fever. In her case, they'll give you some medicine and after a good sleep she'll recover. With that, he took out some medicine wrapped in newspaper and handed it to Lin Chen. I've written down the exact dosage for you. Just follow it. And also, this girl shouldn't be casually taking that kind of stuff. You need to teach her properly. Okay. Then I'll be off. Contact me if anything comes up. Lin Chen nodded, looking at him with gratitude. Alright, thank you, Uncle Deng. Lin Chong, look at what you've done. After hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Lu Hui could no longer contain herself. She reached out with her jade-like hand and mercilessly grabbed Lin Chong's ear. Thanks to you, Chin Chin has become like this. If anything happens to her, he'll skin you alive. Who would have thought things would turn out like this? He pouted resentfully and muttered, but it's too much of a coincidence. How was I supposed to know it would be so coincidental? I thought. Thought what? Hearing this, Lu Hui tightened her grip, causing Lin Chong to yelp in pain. You thought your son was just like you, his mind filled with all those strange, filthy thoughts, didn't you? Even if that were the case, you went behind my back and dared to feed our son that dark cuisine of yours. Have you forgotten? Last time the neighbor old Wang's husky Dahe took one sip of your pork rib soup and immediately ascended to heaven to meet his doggy grandfather. Have you forgotten that? Faced with her relentless barrage, Lin Chong no longer wore his usual smug expression. He now looked like a child who had done wrong, hanging his head in silence, no matter how Lu Hui scolded him. Luckily, our son was blessed and didn't get sick from it. If something had gone wrong, you, Lin Chong, would be an unforgivable sinner. I understand. This time it's all my fault. Whatever punishment you decide, my dear wife, I'll accept it. Fine, you said it. Lu Hui planted her hands on her hips like an angry lioness. No smoking or drinking for 3 months. Hand over your entire salary for 3 months, and you'll handle all the housework for those 3 months. And if I ever catch you bullying our son again, I won't cover for you with mom and dad. Do you understand? I understand. Lin Chong nodded repeatedly and said with a placating smile, whatever you say, my dear wife. He'll learn from this and never repeat it. Hearing this, Lu Hui's tense expression finally softened a little. She let go and said angrily, mind your own business from now on and smoke less. You reek worse than Dahuan. Haha, you're right, my dear. Alright, you're dismissed now. Okay, I'll take my leave. Call me if you need anything. Lin Chong turned around, quickly opened the door, and ran downstairs without looking back. Lin Chun, who had witnessed the scene, gasped in shock and tremblingly tried to sneak out. Stop right there. Lu Hui's almond-shaped eyes narrowed as she instantly spotted Lin Chun trying to escape. Who said you could leave? Do you want a beating? Off. Her sharp scolding froze Lin Chun in his tracks. Mom, I'm innocent. This has nothing to do with me. He stammered, his lips trembling uncontrollably. And I was a victim too. I had such a bad stomachache, I nearly pooped out my intestines. I didn't say you did anything wrong. What's the fuss? Lu Hui rolled her eyes disdainfully. Chin Chin still needs you to look after her. I have to prepare breakfast, or else Grandpa and Grandma won't have anything to eat when they come back from work. Oh, you scared me. Lin Chin secretly rejoiced, thinking, good thing Dad didn't mention the 1,000 yuan or Mom would have confiscated it for sure. It's rare to have so much pocket money. I need to plan carefully. Should I eat KFC or McDonald's? Or maybe I should go all out and try both. As he thought, he couldn't help but grin and start giggling to himself. By the way, son, just as she was about to leave, Lu Hui seemed to remember something and stopped in her tracks. When I was collecting the laundry today, I saw 1,000 yuan on the floor. That wasn't a bribe from your father, was it? No, absolutely not. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. He steadied his erratic breathing and forced calmness into his voice. That must be some secret stash that wicked dad hid. He's so sneaky, I didn't think he'd have a backup plan. What? How dare he? That Lin Chong is getting more and more cunning. I can't stand it. I'm going to teach him what real love feels like. With that, Lu Hui stormed out the door, her face fierce as she headed downstairs. My money. This sudden grievous news struck Lin Chun, who had just been dreaming of riches, like a bolt from the blue. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor in despair. After all those hardships, I end up with nothing. Am I that unlucky? So forget it. This isn't the time to dwell on that. Let me check if that girl's condition has improved. After 1,000 horses galloping through his mind, he stood up helplessly and walked slowly toward the bed. Lin Chin's complexion had already improved significantly, and her breathing was becoming more regular. Her fair, rosy little face, still bearing a hint of baby fat, trembled gently with each soft breath. Seeing this, Lin Chin finally let out a long sigh of relief, and the heavy stone that had been hanging in his heart finally settled down. You little glutton, you've learned your lesson this time, haven't you? Will you break that bad habit of yours? And you claim to be an adult. Honestly, you are like an 80-year-old brat who never gives anyone a moment's peace. Hearing this, Lin Chin, who had been sound asleep, suddenly opened her eyes and sat bolt upright. Hey, I've been awake all along. This sudden move startled Lin Chun, making him stumble and and fall to the floor with a thud. He stared at Lin Shin-chun in terror, his face full of fear. You're a zombie. Zombie, your roast chicken leg. What, you were so brave just now talking behind my back, and now you can't handle it. You scared me. Sorry. Lin Shin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with trembling lips, are you okay? Maybe you should lie down a bit longer. Oh, just a little dizziness. What threat is that to the world's cutest loli? She raised her little hand confidently and patted her flat chest, proudly declaring, the Lin Shin-chun standing before you now is in full power revival mode. Explode reality. Shatter spirit. Banishment this world. With these Chinibu chants, Lin Shin-chun kicked off the bed and lunged at Lin Shin. Simultaneously from upstairs and downstairs a pig-like scream rang out in unison. I'm done eating. Lin Shin-chun tossed her bowl and chopsticks aside, leaned back, and lounged contentedly on the sofa. She patted her slightly rounded belly and said with satisfaction, I was starving. After all that energy spin, I can finally recover a bit. Hey Lin Shin, what's up? Why are you eating so slowly? She cast a casual glance at the half-full bowl of noodles in front of Lin Shin and said disdainfully, this Chun-chun is so lame. You're really pathetic. Lin Shin looked at her worriedly and muttered, you're full now. You're not going to start causing trouble again, are you? Thanks for the reminder. I'm full, so I'm going to start causing trouble. Huh. Lin Shin's pupils contracted. He leaped to his feet and dashed toward the door. In a flash, Lin Shin propped herself up with her small hands flipped over and reached the door before him. She spread her arms and blocked his way. What are you running for? Running for what? I never said I was going to do anything to you. Seriously, why are you running? He timidly glanced at the fierce Lin Shin before him and said cautiously, how am I supposed to know? When you said you were going to cause trouble, of course I got scared. And just after you woke up, you pounced on me and bit me all over. I'm still hurting. So that's it. Lin Shin stood on tiptoe, swayed her body for a while, and finally managed to place her small hand on his head. Rub your head. No more pain, no more pain. I'm not a dog, you know. Touching my head like that. So embarrassing. He lowered his head and murmured softly. Wait a moment. I'm going to change into a pretty dress. I'm tired of wearing this outfit. Lin Shin dropped her heels, turned around, and dashed upstairs. Finally some peace and quiet. Lin Shin slumped onto the sofa and said helplessly, it's a rare holiday. I thought I could finally rest for a while. Who would have thought that these past few days would be more chaotic than being at school? But a smile curled at the corners of his mouth, forming a gentle expression like a spring breeze. This kind of life isn't so bad either. Even though I'm always being bullied, being with that person feels especially carefree. I don't have to think about anything. Just as he was lost in thought, a flurry of hurried footsteps suddenly reached his ears. Then a familiar figure burst in with a whoosh. Look at my new dress. Does it look good on me? Lin Shin, already petite and delicate, was now even more charming in her pink floral dress, like an elegant elf who had descended into the mortal world. Her fair rosy shoulders were slightly exposed, and her smooth, well-proportioned legs were impossible to look away from. Hey big dummy, say something. Is it pretty? Seeing Lin Shin standing there dumbfounded, she reached out and mercilessly pinched his arm. Pretty. Lin Shin frowned, then quickly snapped out of it and forced a smile, saying, so beautiful it left me speechless. It's the most beautiful and adorable thing in the whole world. What are you talking about? Such a thing. Lin Shin let go of his arm, cupped her face excitedly, and stammered. You must be lying to me. How could it be that pretty? Haha, I'm not lying. But it's not without flaws. Flaws? Tell me. They'll fix them. Do I have to say it? Just say it. Stop being mysterious. Seeing her eagerness, he steeled himself and said solemnly, it's just the flat chest. If there were a little more, it would be perfect. What nonsense. Lin Shin pouted, her face full of displeasure. ITLL grow in the future. If I drink more milk. ITLL definitely grow. Maybe. Realizing he had said the wrong thing, Lin Shin forced an awkward laugh and quickly changed the dangerous topic. But why didn't you wear a dress when we came back to the hometown? Why did you think of it only now? That's... Lin Shin propped her hands on her hips and said smugly, you wouldn't know this. It's the result of my careful consideration. Although a dress is prettier, this is about meeting the grandparents. Compared to a slightly revealing dress, wearing steady sportswear might leave a better impression on grandma and grandpa. Wow, impressive. You actually thought that far. After hearing her words, Lin Shin was stunned into silence and couldn't help giving her a thumbs up. I never thought you'd considered so much. That's amazing. I never thought about any of this. Of course. I'm super smart, you know. But Grandma and Grandpa have always thought we're a couple. How about? No way. Before he could finish, Lin Shin let out a sharp cry and hastily interrupted him. Those two old folks, seeing you a lazybones who stays home all day, suddenly have a cute and caring girlfriend like me. They must be overjoyed. Besides, you're already in college. Grandma and Grandpa have been hoping you'd bring a girlfriend home for ages. If you dare to reveal our real relationship, they'll take Grandma's sewing needles and shove them one by one down your throat. I understand. Lin Shen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said carefully, "It's true that Grandma and Grandpa are old. Now that they finally have something to be happy about, how can we break it to them so soon?" But, he turned his eyes and looked at Lin Shen beside him. "Then what kind of relationship should we use to describe us more accurately?" "I don't know. I don't know." Lin Shen lowered her head in confusion, her eyes filled with countless panic. "Anyway, it's not the boyfriend-girlfriend kind." "Oh, I see." She glanced up and saw his still calm face, then shyly stepped closer and murmured, You don't actually think of me as your girlfriend or something, do you?" "Huh. Even if I had the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard, I wouldn't dare think that way. If I thought that, I'd be afraid that one night I'd fall asleep and wake up to see God." "Tch, what nonsense." Lin Shen pursed her lips, her face full of displeasure. Stupid idiot. I don't care. Think whatever you want. So what exactly are you planning to do with Da Huang?" Lin Shen glanced at the excited Da Huang beside him and asked curiously, "Wouldn't it be better to lock him up at home? If you take him out, he'll bolt and disappear in a flash." Da Huang won't run away. He's a very obedient dog." Lin Shen crouched down, patted Da Huang's big head, and said softly, "Good Da Huang, if I let you out to play, you mustn't run around, okay? There are so many dog thieves these days. If you're not obedient, they'll catch you and make you into dog meat hot pot." "Woof, woof, woof." Hearing this, Da Huang perked up his ears, a glint of unprecedented hostility flashing in his doggy eyes. "Grandma said that the big black dog you fought with last time was stolen by dog traders because he always ran around. So no running around. Stay quietly by my side, got it?" "Woof, woof." "Okay, good Da Huang, they'll take you out to play now." Saying this, Lin Shen crouched down and began to fumble around Da Huang's neck. With her nimble little hands, she quickly managed to untie the leash that had been tightly binding Da Huang. Feeling the rope loosen, Da Huang happily stuck out his tongue, his tail wagging like a flower. The next second, he sprang up with his hind legs and lunged straight into Lin Shen's arms. Good Da Huang, be obedient." Seeing Da Huang pounce at her, Lin Shen immediately opened her arms and hugged him tightly. Fortunately, Da Huang usually paid attention to his fur, often grooming it with his tongue, and being a local country dog, he didn't have a foul smell even without bathing. Otherwise, this hug would definitely have stained Lin Shen with that unpleasant odor. Seeing this, Lin Shen could only shake his head helplessly. He looked at the brand new dress on Lin Shen and frowned deeply. "This is a new dress. Aren't you afraid of getting it dirty? And your hair, it's dragging on the floor, so dirty." "Oh, my hair." Hearing this, Lin Shen froze, then kicked her legs and jumped up. She quickly lifted her waist-length twin tails and looked at them. Sure enough, they were already covered in all sorts of dirty, unknown dust and grime. "Woo, my precious hair, you've suffered. No way, I need to wash my hair. It's as dirty as a mop. So ugly." She immediately strode toward the bathroom. She's always so worrisome. Lin Shen sighed helplessly, then grabbed a small stool and sat down comfortably. He looked around at the empty surroundings and scratched his head. "I feel something's off. It's like something's missing." Just as he was pondering, a sudden shout interrupted his thoughts. "Big idiot. Come save me." "What?" Instantly, Lin Shen sprang to his feet, kicked off hard, and dashed toward the bathroom. "What's wrong?" He pushed open the bathroom door and looked inside anxiously. "Woo, my hair's tangled. Come help me untie it." After a long silence, he gave her a look as if she were an idiot. "Then why did you yell for help?" "You scared me. I thought something had happened." "And who would yell for help over a tangled hair?" But it really hurts." She tilted her head, eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Lin Shen. "Anyway, come help me. Untie this damn knot." All right, my little princess." Lin Shen walked over to her. "Huh, where is it? I can't see it." "It's right here." Lin Shen pointed to the hair tangled like a twisted hemp rope on her head and muttered resentfully, "How was I supposed to know? I can't control my hair, you know." All right, got it." Lin Shen raised his hand and reached for the tangled mess. Under his careful manipulation, the tightly knotted clump of hair was finally perfectly untied. "Okay, done." He clapped his hands and turned to leave. "Wait, don't you dare leave." "Huh, what now, my little princess?" Lin Shen stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at her with a wry smile. You have to wash my hair." Fine, it's not like this is the first time you've bullied me." Lin Shen took down the shower head, gazing at her long waterfall-like hair, and felt utterly at a loss. "Hey, big idiot, why are you standing there dumbfounded?" Lin Shen, who had been keeping her head down, couldn't help but glare at him. "If you don't know how to wash it, just do it like you wash your own hair, bit by bit." "Oh, we'll try." Lin Shen turned on the shower head, tested the temperature, and carefully sprayed it over the long golden hair. "But your hair is ridiculously long. It fills an entire basin. That must be really hot in summer." It's fine. It's just hair. And don't just rinse. Squeeze out some shampoo and wash it." Oh, got it." Lin Shen reached out and squeezed a generous amount of creamy white shampoo into his palm. Then he raised his hand and gently massaged Lin Shen's little head. Feeling the caress of the warm water, Lin Shen couldn't help but close her eyes, savoring the comfort that only a hair wash could bring. Warm and soothing on my head." Soon the basin full of hair was covered in foam. Seeing this, Lin Shen poured out the water and refilled the basin. Gazing at her fair smooth nape, he trembled slightly as he gently rinsed away the remaining foam. After nearly half an hour looking at the sleek, tidy golden hair before him, Lin Chen finally let out a long sigh. He took a towel hanging nearby and carefully wrapped the wet hair inside. Hey, let me be clear. Don't expect me to tie your hair up. Mum, leave that to me. Such long hair. It's so troublesome to wash. I admire you for wearing it long every day. Aren't you tired? Well, it was tiring at first, but after getting used to it, I actually find it quite comfortable. After blow-drying for a long while, once the hair was completely dry, Lin Chen grabbed a small hair tie and began to tie it up. Phew, finally done. She looked at the delicate, adorable face in the mirror and couldn't help exclaiming, as expected of me, "I'm so cute." Yeah, you'd be even cuter if you didn't bully me. Hey, as long as you don't make me angry, I won't be mean to you. She stood up and walked outside. Da Huang, let's go out and play. Da Huang, come out. Let's go play. After a long while there was still no response. Then Lin Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed as he realized. I remember now. The thing that fell off was that Da Huang is gone. What? Da Huang is missing. At these words, a scene flashed through Lin Chen's mind, several burly men suddenly rushing out, knocking poor Da Huang unconscious, tying him up, carrying him to a chopping board, and finally, turning him into a dog meat hot pot served on someone's table. No, if Da Huang is lost, no one will be there to keep Grandpa and Grandma company. She turned her head, anxiously staring at Lin Chen. By the way, Lin Chen, when was the last time you saw Da Huang? It seems. Lin Chen organized his thoughts, carefully recalling the memory from that moment. Suddenly his eyes widened with realization, and he clapped his hands. I remember now. The last time I saw Da Huang was when your hair got dirty. I was so focused on your hair that I completely didn't notice Da Huang. It's over. Instantly Lin Chen felt her legs go weak. She quickly grabbed the door frame to steady herself and keep from falling. Grandma just said yesterday that dog thieves have been rampant lately and told us never to let Da Huang go out alone. What should we do? If Da Huang runs off and ends up encountering dog thieves, he'll surely be in mortal danger. Don't panic, it just happened. It can't be that serious. Lin Chen stepped forward, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. Maybe Da Huang is just bored and went out for a stroll. He'll probably come back when he's tired of playing. Besides, Da Huang is so clever and mischievous. There's no way he'd be stupid enough to let himself be kidnapped by dog thieves. If anything, he'd be the one leading them astray. This is no time for jokes. Lin Chen glared at him, fiercely fuming. Da Huang has been with us for 10 years. If I lose him because of my carelessness, Grandma and Grandpa will be heartbroken. I was just trying to lighten the mood. Besides, just as Lin Chen was about to continue, he suddenly seemed to realize something. His eyes widened in shock, his gaze filled with disbelief. By the way, how did you know that Da Huang has been with Grandma and Grandpa for 10 years? I'm sure I never told you that. I just guessed. And right now Da Huang is the most important thing. Don't go off on a tangent. Alright, fine. Seeing her frantic expression, Lin Chen quickly swallowed the question that was about to slip out. He furrowed his brows and began to ponder. Lin Chen, do you have any leads? Leads? Let me think. Lin Chen closed her eyes, leaning against the doorframe, and started to contemplate. After a moment, she opened her eyes and fixed her gaze on Lin Chen. Well, did you come up with any brilliant idea? Lin Chen said excitedly. No. Lin Chen blurted out almost instantly. How? How can you sound so confident when you know nothing? Never mind, this isn't the time to dwell on that. Lin Chen looked at her righteous expression and let out a helpless sigh. How about you stay home and wait while I go look for Da Huang? That way if he comes back and sees you, he won't run off again. This. Seeing Lin Chen's hesitation, he reached out his big hand and gently pinched her chubby cheek. You jerk. Who said you could pinch me? At the same time, Lin Chen's cherry-like mouth mercilessly chomped down on his wrist with a awu. Bite you. Lin Chen slightly furrowed his brows, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. You're biting way too hard. I don't care. He'll bite you anyway. Seeing that she still wouldn't let go, Lin Chen calmly extended his other hand, gently placed it on her pouting head, and tenderly stroked it. You're so sly. Always using this trick. Sure enough, under Lin Chen's fierce assault of head pats, Lin Chen immediately released her little mouth. Always rubbing my head. It's so unfair. She pouted her pink cheeks and muttered softly. If it weren't for how super comfortable head rubs are, I would definitely bite your hand off. Sayu. If I let you come out looking for Da Huang too, and you're unfamiliar with the place, I'd have to die of guilt if I lost you. So just stay put at home and wait for me to come back. That way I can search for Da Huang with peace of mind. Stare. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and said flatly, "Tch, you idiot, don't think that just because you care about me you can pinch my cheek whenever you want. Head rubs are the limit. Don't push your luck and try to touch other places." Li Tsuyun can pinch your cheek all she wants and you don't even flinch, but when I touch you, you react so strongly. Lin Chen's tone betrayed a hint of strong dissatisfaction. Does all my hard work taking care of you, being as obedient as an ox at your command, mean nothing compared to her? Seeing his dejected look, Lin Chunshin quickly stepped closer, blinking her big watery eyes at him. Well, that girl always pounces on me, and I'm not strong enough to fight back, so I have no choice. But if you want to pinch me, go ahead this time. Just be gentle, okay? With that, she closed her eyes, her little face full of anticipation. Looking at the rosy, slightly chubby face before him, only one thought crossed Lin Chen's mind. That thought was to lean in and devour that tempting apple-like face with his mouth. But this strange notion was quickly dismissed. He forced a smile, then reached out his big hand and gently pinched that irresistibly cute little face. So you stay put at home and wait for my good news, got it? Got it. I'm heading out now. Don't you dare sneak after me or run off anywhere. With that, Lin Chen strode out the door. Fine, no. Lin Chunshin opened her eyes and watched Lin Chen's figure gradually disappear. A faint mischievous smile slowly spread across her lips. At this moment, Lin Chun had already run through every street and alley, even meticulously searching every nook and cranny. Yet despite this, he still hadn't found a single trace of that yellow figure. Seeing that the time for his grandparents' return was drawing closer, he was now burning with anxiety. Damn Da Huang, I've searched the whole village, but haven't seen hide nor hair of him. He couldn't have been caught by dog thieves, could he? Those damn dog thieves, because of these cursed creatures, every household is now afraid to let their dogs out. If I ever catch them, I'll have the whole village skin them alive. I can't go on anymore, I have no strength left, I need to rest. Lin Chen stopped, leaning against something, gasping for air. He never exercised normally, and this time, for the sake of finding Da Huang, he had unexpectedly run all over the village. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. This amount of exercise must be the most I've ever had in my life. No, I have to hurry and find Da Huang. He dragged his weary legs, cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone, and shouted loudly as he walked. Da Huang, where are you? Da Huang, come home for dinner. Strangely enough, along the way he encountered quite a few people who, like him, were searching for their own dogs. Moreover, on the main road where there would normally be a pack of dogs coming out to greet him, now even after Lin Chun had walked back and forth several times, he couldn't find a single dog hair. How strange. Not only is my Da Huang missing, but many other households in the village have also lost their dogs. And I heard they said that those dogs all bit through their ropes and broke free to run out. What the hell, this is the first time I've encountered something like this. As Lin Chun continued pondering, a familiar figure with a single ponytail flashed past in the corner of his eye, abruptly interrupting his thoughts. Huh, Li Tsuyun. Did she lose her dog too? He quickly strode forward towards that figure. Hey Li Tsuyun, what are you looking for here? Lin Chun, why is it you? Seeing that the person before her was Lin Chun, she froze in disbelief and said, Master Lin, I never expected you to come out for a stroll. I thought you'd be staying at home with your little wife for all 7 days. What little wife? What nonsense are you talking about? If it's true, you two are so close every day, even sleeping together. If that's not a little wife, then what is it? Alright, I won't argue with you. I came out this time because of an urgent matter. Lin Chen spread his hands helplessly and said, Today that young lady let Da Huang out, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared. I've searched the entire village, and I haven't even seen a single dog hair. And also in the village today, it seems like there isn't a single dog to be seen. Don't you think it's weird? Hearing this, Li Tsuyun couldn't help but get goosebumps. She moved her lips and said tremblingly, Me too, I haven't seen a single dog, and my Xiaohua is the same. This morning I was binge watching a drama, and then I heard noises outside. When I came out to check, all I saw was a broken dog leash. I was wondering, since when did Xiaohua become so smart that she knew how to bite through her leash and escape? After a moment of silence, Lin Chen furrowed his brows and said in a low voice, Could it be that those wandering spirits have possessed the village dogs and are waiting for revenge or something? Damn, the way you put it is kind of creepy. Otherwise, how would you explain what happened in the village today? True. This kind of thing has never happened in my lifetime. Then Lin Chen shifted his gaze and stared intently at Li Tsuyun with a blank expression. You? What are you doing? Stared at by his cold gaze, Li Qian's legs immediately began to tremble uncontrollably. What if these suddenly missing dogs in the dead of night suddenly appear at our bedside, and then... Shut up. As he spoke, Li Tsuyun suddenly reached out and tightly covered his mouth. Damn, Lin Chen, you know I'm afraid of this stuff, yet you still say it. You are deliberately trying to scare me, aren't you? MMPH. No. His neck turned red as he stammered in defense, I don't know MMPH. Cough cough. I'm dying. Cough cough. Seeing his eyes roll back as if he was about to faint, Li Tsuyun was stunned for a moment and quickly released her hands. You? Cough cough cough. He leaned against the wall, gasping heavily. Seeing his pained expression, Li Tsuyun quickly approached and cautiously said, You? Are you okay? You scared me. You know I'm most afraid of ghosts. But you can't go that far, cough cough cough. Hearing this, Li Tsuyun slowly lowered her head, a blush unconsciously spreading across her little face. You always scared me when we were kids. You always bullied me. You'll remember this grudge for a lifetime. Now you know what it feels like to be bullied, don't you? You? Lin Chen shot her a glare and retorted, At least I knew my limits back then, unlike you who's as ruthless as that shorty. You almost suffocated me. At that moment Li Xian casually glanced behind Lin Shun, and suddenly her pupils contracted, her face turning pale with fright. I suddenly remembered that the clothes I hung out to dry at home haven't dried yet. I'm leaving now. With that she turned around and ran off without looking back. What the? Could she really be? Suddenly Lin Shun felt a chill surge from behind. He shut his mouth, his body stiffened, and he turned his head rigidly. Lin Shun, who are you calling a shorty? Behind him, an enraged Lin Chunshin stood with her hands on her hips, slightly tiptoeing, her big watery eyes swirling in their sockets as she glared fiercely at him. The next second her small hands attacked, fiercely grabbing Lin Chen's ear tightly. And so, have you found Dahuang? Facing the furious Lin Chen hung his head like a child who had committed a grave mistake, not daring to utter a single word. If you haven't found him, that's one thing, but you dared to call me by my nickname behind my back. That's not the worst of it. The most important thing is, what were you doing with that stinky Li Tsuhua? The moment I turned my back, you were all lovey-dovey with her. If I weren't here, would you two have kissed already? No. How could that be? Seeing her anger mounting, Lin Chen's mind went blank, and he was at a complete loss. Tell me now, were you two? Lin Chunshin bit her lip, and tears of grievance began to flow. Boo-hoo. That wicked woman. She'll make you work overtime every day in the future. What's so good about her? I'm your pillow every day. Aren't I better than that stinky woman? Yet you still went behind my back. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. Huh. You. Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock as he quickly lifted his head. Looking at the little kitten crying like a pear blossom in the rain, Lin Chun helplessly reached out his big hand and gently placed it on her aggrieved little head. What are you thinking? We're lifelong buddies. How could we ever kiss? I don't believe you. I saw you two hugging. Lin Chun wiped the corner of her eye with her little hand and bit her lower lip in anger. You must think him flat-chested, short, and can't compare to Li Tsuhua in any way, so you got together with her, and you secretly meet her behind my back. When the time comes, you'll kick me out, and let Li Tsuhua move and want you. I. At the thought of this, the tears she had just held back came pouring out like broken pearls, squeezing out from Lin Chinchin's eyes and falling to the ground with a patter. Boo-hoo. Stinky playboy, you'll die a miserable death. Struck by lightning. Hit by a car. Boo-hoo. You're so mean. Boo-hoo. Sigh. Lin Chun let out a helpless sigh. Looking at her delicate face, now completely tear-streaked, his heart softened. The next second, he reached out with both hands and tightly pulled the sobbing little kitten into his arms. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I ever do something like kicking you out? And kissing someone else? It's only happened with you twice. At that, Lin Chun quickly raised his right hand and swore solemnly. I swear everything I said today is absolutely true. If not, may I be bitten by a dog when I go out, hit by a car when I walk, and struck by lightning when I ride. Will you believe me now? Are you telling the truth? Lin Chunshin stopped her tears, lifted her tear-streaked little face, and her watery eyes swirled with grievance. It's true. I've sworn. How could it be false? Lin Chun raised his hand and gently wiped the remaining tears from the corner of her eye. You know, ever since I met you, you've never really changed. You're like a little klutz, always so impatient. How could I ever feel at ease leaving you? And I'd never dream of kicking you out. Who knows, maybe you'd run into a human trafficker, get sold off, and even be counting the money for them, all blissfully unaware. Hearing this, Lin Chinchin immediately became displeased. She suddenly broke free from Lin Chen's embrace, put her hands on her hips, and pouted discontentedly. How could that be? I'm obviously super smart. Unbelievably smart, okay? And traffickers, I'm not afraid of them. Bring 1'll beat 1. Bring 10'll beat 10. When it comes to the exciting part, she couldn't help but raise her little hand and pat her flat chest. You? Forget it, there's no reasoning with you. Lin Chun crossed his arms and gave her a faint glance. So what does the little puppy who promised to stay home have to say now? If they say liars are puppies, but puppies never lie. So even if I lied, I'm not a puppy. No, not at all. Hearing this baseless rebuttal, Lin Chun froze momentarily at a loss for words. Fine. Arguing with you on this is just asking for humiliation. He patted his forehead and said helplessly, then my invincibly smart little lowly, do you want to come with me to find Dahuang? She nodded, her face full of excitement. And I already have a clue about where Dahuang went. So if I stick with you this time, we'll definitely find Dahuang in no time. Oh, then tell me your clue. Lin Chun glanced at her dismissively, his face written with utter disbelief. Along the way I noticed there wasn't a single dog in any household. And Dahuang disappeared too, so it must be closely related. Plus dogs have been going missing from the village frequently lately. Putting all this together, what I can think of is... Alright, quit beating around the bush. Spit it out. Guess. Lin Chun turned his head away impatiently. Childish, I'm not guessing. And knowing you'll probably come up with something completely off the mark, totally unrelated. TCH, what's this? Can't I have a little fun? Lin Chun lifted her eyes and glared at him hard. I think everything that happened today revolves around Dahuang. Those stupid dogs in the village aren't smart enough to chew through their ropes, run away, and disappear without a trace. So I think it's possible that clever Dahuang organized them. As for its purpose, it's probably the dog traders in the village. Huh. The first part is barely acceptable, but what does the latter have to do with dog traders? That's quite a stretch. Seeing his skeptical expression, Lin Chunchun raised her little hand again and patted her flat chest. You don't get it. Da Huang is the top dog in the village. Seeing its underlings dwindle every day, it must have noticed first. With its intelligence, it would quickly connect the dots. Those damn dog traders are why there are fewer and fewer dogs in the village, even forcing them to stay home all day. Huh. After hearing her speech, Lin Chun was stunned, his eyes wide. Do you think Da Huang is Sherlock Holmes? Solving cases and all. Just as he was about to continue, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a villager rushing frantically ahead. Seeing this, Lin Chen's curiosity was piqued. He stopped a passing villager and asked, "What's going on up ahead? Why are so many people gathered?" The villager glanced at the bewildered Lin Chun and stunned him with the first sentence. "I heard the dog trader has been caught. And it wasn't a person who caught him. It was a pack of dogs." Gazing at the crowd that had formed a sea of people before him, Lin Chun tilted his head slightly and looked inside. At the center of the crowd, a man was tightly bound to a utility pole, his body covered with rotten leaves and stinking eggs. Even from a distance, the pungent odor emanating from him was unmistakable. The villagers around clenched their fists, unable to suppress the torrent of curses pouring from their mouths. "I want to see too. I want to see too." At this moment, Lin Chinchin, unable to contain her curiosity, stood on tiptoe and anxiously peered inside. But due to her pitiful height of 1.55 meters, even standing on tiptoe could not break through the thick human wall. After a futile attempt, she turned her gaze to Lin Chun, who was a full head taller than her, and extended her small hands. "Hey, pick me up. I want to see what's happening inside too." Seeing Lin Chen's lack of response, she pouted in dissatisfaction and said indignantly, "You rotten guy, are your muscles itching for a beating? How dare you ignore me?" "Huh? What's wrong?" Hearing her delicate shout, Lin Chun, who had been utterly absorbed, suddenly snapped back to reality. He lowered his head, looked at the fuming Lin Chunchin before him, and asked in confusion, "What's the matter? Who upset you? Hold me. I want to see what's happening inside too." "Huh. All right." After a brief hesitation, Lin Chen quickly reached out, took her delicate little hands, and gently lifted her up. "Whoa. Indeed, even the air up here is so fresh. Now let me see what fun is happening inside." With a glance, the expectant little face of Lin Chunchin from a moment ago transformed into a fiercely gnashing, ferocious expression. This damned scoundrel finally caught today. If it weren't for the surveillance cameras installed in the village back, then would have had no way to deal with him. "I heard that this guy is a dog thief. Do you know him?" Lin Chen asked curiously upon hearing her words. "No. I'm just making up a story to myself." Lin Chunchin pouted her rosy cheeks and said in confusion, "But why is this guy caught today? That's never happened before." "Huh. Chinchin, are you fully recovered?" At this moment, a vaguely familiar voice interrupted Lin Chinchin's words. "Oh, my surname is Deng. Just call me Uncle Deng, like Lin Chen does. We've met once before. You were a bit dazed then, so you might not remember me. But I remember you quite vividly. After all, you were the first." Just as those words were about to slip out, he suddenly caught himself and quickly stopped. "Ahem, after all, you're Lin Chen's little girlfriend, ahem. Thank you, Uncle Deng. I still remember you." Lin Chinchin nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "I remember you're the most skilled doctor around here. People from the nearby villages all come to you for treatment." Flattered by the praise, Uncle Deng felt a bit embarrassed. He pushed up his glasses and said, "I don't deserve such praise. There's always someone better, and beyond the sky, there's another sky. But it seems you two are not aware of what happened here." "No, we're not. Do you know Uncle Deng?" "To be honest, I saw it when I was coming back from the neighboring village. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a thing in my entire life." He sighed, a strange gleam appearing in his eyes. "I was puzzled at the time. Broad daylight, a big yellow dog lying on the road out of nowhere. Then I saw a furtive man riding a tricycle, pulling out a sack and stuffing the dog inside. I immediately realized it was drugged. Seeing that sneaky look, he was definitely a dog thief. I put down my medical kit right away and ran towards him shouting. But he had a vehicle. How could I outrun him?" Uncle Deng let out a deep sigh, then his eyes suddenly lit up as he spoke gravely. "The tricycle quickly left me far behind. Just as the man was about to leave the village entrance, that big yellow dog stuffed in the sack miraculously moved. It bit through the sack in a few bites and crawled out. Then it lunged at the man riding the tricycle. He was driving and never expected that. He lost his balance, crashed into a utility pole, and the engine died. Seeing this, I immediately sprinted after him. That man was fast too. Even when I reached the village entrance, he was still running like the wind, as if nothing had happened. At the height of his excitement, he glanced at the two dumbfounded listeners and started to tease them. Guess what happened next? Hurry up and tell us." "No teasing." Lin Chunchin pouted in dissatisfaction and complained, "I was really getting into it." "Don't stop." "Haha, all right, I'll continue." Uncle Deng scratched his head and continued with a flourish. Then that big yellow dog gave a command, and dozens, even hundreds of dogs emerged from nowhere on the road. That man had never seen anything like it. As over 100 snarling dogs charged at him, he immediately scrambled up a utility pole beside him. Strangely, those dogs didn't attack me. It was as if they knew he was a dog thief, they only bared their teeth at him. I immediately called the villagers, and we tied that damn dog thief to the utility pole. Then the leading big yellow dog, seeing the man tied up and unable to move, gave a leap and ran away. Strangely, as soon as it ran, all the surrounding dogs followed and scattered. In all my half-century of practicing medicine and traveling through several villages, I've never encountered such a marvel. Wow, amazing. After hearing this thrilling story, Lin Chinchin's eyes sparkled with stars. But Uncle Dang, was that big yellow dog this big? And this long? She gestured with her small hands in the air. Roughly. I think it looks a bit like the one from your home. From my home. Hearing this, she leaped straight down from Lin Chen's arms. Then she sprinted home with long strides. Da Huang, you've done a great deed. You're the hero dog of the village. At this moment, Da Huang was sitting upright in front of the house, its majestic posture resembling a formidable general, inspiring awe. Surrounded by a crowd of villagers, its heroic deeds spread through the small village in just a few whispered words. Even a villager from the neighboring village who happened to pass by could not help but stop and crowd forward to catch a glimpse of this miraculous yellow dog upon hearing its legendary feats. Although Da Huang was surrounded so tightly that not even water could pass through, its canine face betrayed not a trace of panic. It held its head high, standing as straight as a great tree before the door. Make way, make way. At that moment, a tiny figure squeezed through the crowd and dashed toward Da Huang. I knew it. Da Huang must be a good doggy, a super smart and obedient good doggy. Looking at the familiar eyes before her, Da Huang wagged its tail excitedly and plunged into her embrace. This sudden scene immediately drew everyone's attention, and they turned their heads to whisper among themselves. This little girl seems very familiar with this yellow dog. Indeed, look at that big tail wagging like a flower. Haha, what a lucky girl, but I've never seen her before. Haha, I know her. A pot-bellied uncle stepped forward, patting his belly, and said, she's Lin Chong's son, Lin Chen's little wife. She came back for the National Day holiday and is visiting her grandparents. But this girl has a bond with this yellow dog. Every time I pass by here, this dog bares its teeth and stares at me with a terrifying expression. Look at her. She's only been back a few days, yet it's like they've known each other for over 10 years. If that isn't a great destiny, what is? Lu Shirshu saying that is your fault. An old man glanced at him and couldn't help teasing. Look at you, always showing your belly and wandering around for no reason. Maybe that yellow dog thinks you're a dog thief. And look at the little girl. She's not only adorable, but also very polite when she buys things from me. Unlike you, every time you come to my shop, you're always trying to take advantage of an old man. Haha, Grandpa Nyo, you're saying that. We're such good friends, why would I care about a few packs of spicy strips? Lu Shirshu raised his hand, scratched his head, and laughed awkwardly. Besides, when I was young, I was a handsome lad from all around. The matchmakers who came to propose were lined up from the village entrance to the next village. Haha, you sure have a sharp tongue. Grandpa Nyo shook his head with a smile, then clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked out of the crowd. Shirshu, let's go. Don't crowd around their door. At this hour, old Lin is probably coming home for lunch. If he sees so many people crowding around, that stubborn old man will probably get angry again. Haha, you're right. With that, he stepped forward and followed Grandpa Nyo's faltering steps. The villagers who had been gathered around, having seen that the miraculous dog seemed no different from ordinary ones, turned and dispersed, returning to their homes. In an instant, the 3-story flat-roofed house returned to its usual quiet state. Phew. Those people are finally gone. From the alley, Lin Chen cautiously poked his head out. After confirming that no one was watching, he boldly stepped out. Geez, that scared me to death. Luckily, I didn't go out, or I would have been the topic of conversation. He clapped his hands and walked toward the house. Hey, big dummy, why didn't you follow me just now, eh? Lin Chunshin pouted at him, a hint of dissatisfaction on her small face. Well, as he stroked his chin searching for a suitable excuse, Lin Chunshin's delicate, adorable face suddenly leaned in close. You? What are you doing? Hee, I wonder who was just talking about something completely off topic about two different things. Hee, Lin Chen, do you know who that person is? I never thought something that happens only in novels would happen to me in real life. Lin Chen lowered his head, his face flushing deeply. Who would have thought that today's events in the village would be related to Da Huang? I told you long ago, Da Huang is a super smart, super obedient big doggy. Woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. Upon hearing this, Da Huang's eyes lit up and it raised its head excitedly. Aren't you impressed by this little lawless wisdom? My ability to predict everything must have stunned you. She placed her hands on her hips, a look of praise me written all over her delicate face. You? Lin Chen gave a wry smile and said helplessly, Yes, you're so smart. I couldn't have thought of that. As he spoke, he reached out and pinched Lin Chen's slightly puffed baby fat cheeks. What kind of praise is that? So perfunctory. But why have you stopped patting my head lately and started pinching my face instead? Staring into her puzzled eyes, Lin Chen couldn't come up with a reasonable answer for a moment. After thinking for a while, he scratched his hair and said hesitantly, Actually, I don't really know why. If I have to give a reason. Maybe. It's because it feels nice to— What? Such a boring reason. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinshan immediately pouted with dissatisfaction. A girl letting you pinch her face is a super serious and super rare thing, you know. So don't you have anything else to say to me? Let me think. Lin Qinshan pondered for a long time, then suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, I know. There's something I've never told you. What is it? Tell me, Lin Qinshan said excitedly. That sentence is. Thank you. That's it. Lin Qinshan stared with wide watery eyes and said angrily, you hemmed and hawed for so long, and that's all you could come up with. Then, let me think again. After a moment, Lin Qinshan stroked his chin and said with certainty, this time there's absolutely no problem. Thank you for letting me pinch your face. After a long silence, Lin Qinshan's lips trembled into a creepy smile. My teeth say they're itchy, they want to bite someone. So Lin Qinshan, bring your head over here, I need to borrow it to sharpen my teeth. As soon as lunch was finished, Lin Qinshan eagerly threw herself onto the bed. She stretched her limbs, her body slightly arching, half closing her eyes, and letting out a somewhat pleased moan. Today has been super exhausting. However, this kind of life is actually quite interesting. But, I wonder how Xiao Ran is doing. It's been a while since we last contacted. With that thought, she pulled out her phone from under the pillow and opened QQ. Xiao Ran, long time no see, have you missed me? Isn't this a bit too abrupt? Lin Qinshan thought for a moment, then deleted that sentence. Xiao Ran, how have you been lately? This is too serious now. Just as Lin Qinshan was at a loss not knowing what to send, suddenly the phone let out a ding, interrupting her thoughts. It's Xiao Ran. She quickly lit up the screen and opened the message. Qinshan, haven't chatted in a while, have you missed your big sister? Did you go out and have fun during National Day? No. I'm the older sister. Xiao Ran is only 16 years old. She puffed out her cheeks, angrily tapping on the screen. I'm a genuine college student, I'm the older sister. I am. With that, she sent a pouting cute expression sticker. Qinshan is in college. I didn't know that. But since it's college, you need to be careful, don't let someone foolishly trick you out of your feelings and your body. Su Ran, not to be outdone, sent back a hand-covering mouth laughing emoji. I'm so smart, how could I be tricked? Even if it's tricking, it's me tricking others, not others tricking me. So that's how it is, I didn't know Qinshan had that skill. Of course, after all, I am. In the midst of their cheerful conversation, Lin Qinshan's drowsy feeling quickly dissipated. She glanced at the barely remaining battery, hurriedly tapped the screen, and sent another message. My phone is dying, bye, see you next time. With that, she turned over, plugged in her phone, and let out a slow sigh of relief. Can't sleep anymore. We'll go sneak a peek at what Lin Qinshan is doing. She slipped her fair little feet into a pair of dark, ugly pig-kidney shoes, then fastened the straps, and tiptoed downstairs. Following her gaze, she saw Lin Qinshan sitting upright on the sofa, his eyes focused intently on the television. What is this guy watching, so absorbed? Seeing this, Lin Qinshan curiously approached, and also sat down on the sofa. Big dummy, what are you watching? Approaching science. Yeah. Lin Qinshan turned his head, glanced at her, and said in a deep voice, this episode is really eerie, look at this thing caught on the recording. He pointed at the TV where a long stick-like slender unknown object appeared on the screen. This thing at speed is over 200 km/h, I think even UFOs might not be able to. This thing. Yeah, according to the TV, this thing is over 3 meters long and can reach such high speed. If you say it's a species that exists on Earth, I wouldn't believe it. Seeing his serious expression, the next moment Lin Qinshan's body shook, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing. What this thing is, if I tell you the result, it'll definitely make you laugh to death. TCH, little kid, don't meddle. If you can guess, it'll eat this TV. Okay, you said it. Lin Qinshan propped herself up, cleared her throat, and said, actually this is not a white snake, not a dragon, and certainly not a UFO. This thing is just an ordinary little bug. What? Nonsense. Before she finished, Lin Qinshan interrupted her eagerly. How could a little bug look like a stick? Besides, look at this thing, which part of it looks like a bug? Don't be impatient, listen to me continue. She patted her flat chest, a look of certainty written all over her small face. Because the surveillance camera is very old, its shutter speed is only 116 of a second, plus it was nighttime, so any bug captured would look like this glowing flying stick. Moreover, if you adjust the camera's speed to match this shutter speed, any bug you record will look exactly like the one on TV. After hearing her well-reasoned analysis, Lin Qinshan furrowed his brows slightly, but still shook his head. How could it be? If it were that simple, the TV show wouldn't have gone to such lengths, even setting up bird-catching nets. If I knew, you wouldn't believe it. She propped herself up with her small hand, sat down beside Lin Qinshan, and grinned mischievously. If I'm right, you'll have to keep your promise and eat the TV. TCH, you'll eat it? I don't believe you'll actually. At that moment, Lin Qinshan shifted his gaze to the TV. Suddenly his eyes widened, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. The content on the TV was exactly as Lin Qinshan had said. Unexpectedly, the seemingly weird and mysterious glowing flying sticks were actually just ordinary bugs. Having witnessed the final result, Lin Qinshan's mind went blank, his body went limp, and he collapsed onto the sofa. If I guessed right, go eat the TV. Lin Qinshan pushed off with her legs, stood up, and excitedly put her hands on her hips, saying triumphantly, How about it? Didn't this little lowless intelligence completely scare you, you big pumpkin? I. Looking at the unchangeable outcome on the TV, Lin Shen lowered his head and let out a despairing sigh. Then he stood up and slowly walked towards the TV. Just as Lin Shen thought he was really going to eat the TV. Suddenly Lin Shen kicked off with both feet, his body like an arrow released from the bowstring, darting out fiercely. Damn it! How dare you, you bold scoundrel, try to escape before the battle? Lin Shen clenched her fists, stood up swiftly, and chased after him. After running a few steps, suddenly her body trembled, she lost her balance, and her face made intimate contact with the sofa. The next second she frowned tightly, her delicate red lips and slender body trembling uncontrollably. Stomach. My stomach hurts so much. Damn period. Why does it have to come at this time? In my body. Hey, you scoundrel. Are you deliberately trying to trick me? Lin Shen poked his head out from behind the doorframe, casting a wary glance at Lin Shen, who was lying on the sofa. He said cautiously, I just ran out a moment ago, and you're already clutching your stomach and crying out in pain. You're not planning to lure me closer and then make a move on me, are you? Hey, let me tell you, I'm not going to eat the TV. If you're hoping for that, you'd better drop the idea. After a moment of silence, seeing Lin Shen still clutching her stomach with a pained expression, he furrowed his brows and strode forward. You're sweating so much. What's wrong? Seeing the large beads of sweat on Lin Shen's forehead, Lin Shen was startled and quickly reached out to touch her. You're not feverish. What's the matter? Is there somewhere that hurts terribly? Lin Shen clenched her teeth tightly, her delicate red lips trembling along with her frail body. Damn. It might be because of the intense exercise today. Sudden stomach pain. Probably my period. Then. What do we do? Hearing this unexpected news, Lin Shen panicked. His eyes flickered anxiously, darting around. How about I get you a cup of hot water? It might help ease the pain a bit. There's not much else we can do for now. Seeing Lin Shen nod, he quickly grabbed a nearby cup and picked up the thermos. After mixing hot and cold water, he lifted the cup and carefully brought it to Lin Shen's lips. Here, take a sip. It might make you feel better. Okay. Lin Shen slowly turned her head and gently sipped from the rim of the cup. After drinking a cup of water, Lin Shen's tense expression seemed to relax a little. Hey, Lin Shen. What's wrong? Carry me upstairs. I want to lie on the bed. In the living room. If someone comes in and sees me like this, it's too embarrassing. That's true, but... Lin Shen glanced at her trembling body, still shaking from the pain, and said worriedly, You're in this state. Why not just make do here and rest for a while? Besides, it's normal for girls to have this happen. No. Before he could finish, Lin Shen interrupted him with a crisp shout. Are you going to carry me up or not? I'll forget it, have it your way. Lin Shen let out a deep sigh and then crouched down beside her. Can you climb onto my back yourself? Idiot. If I could move, would I need you? Haha, that's true. Lin Shen stood up, awkwardly scratching his hair, and said helplessly then. I'll carry you up in my arms. Hurry up. Okay. Lin Shen crouched slightly, took her hand, and held her tightly in his arms. Now, don't move around, or you might fall. He gently stood up, lifted Lin Shen, and walked straight upstairs. At that moment, the staircase that he could usually bound up several steps at a time seemed to stretch infinitely. Even though he walked with all his might for a while, he had only covered half the distance. Have you gained weight? You're so heavy to carry. He paused to catch his breath, then continued climbing upstairs. Gazing at the closed door, Lin Shen reached out a trembling hand and turned the doorknob. Then with shaking arms, he carefully laid Lin Shen on the bed. After doing all this, Lin Shen's already exhausted legs could no longer support him, and he collapsed onto the bed. Phew, finally done. It nearly killed me. If I haven't gained any weight. You're just too weak. At that moment, Lin Shen pouted and complained discontentedly. It's your own fault for staying home all day and never exercising. Now look. You can't even carry a little girl like me who weighs only 80 pounds. You? Lin Shen turned his head and shot her a look, retorting reluctantly, a bag of cement is only about 100 pounds. I just carried the equivalent of a bag of cement up 3 flights of stairs. That's not the same at all. First, cement is hard and stiff. My body is much softer. Second, cement doesn't cooperate with you, but I do. Third, letting you carry me is a huge reward. How can you compare it to a lousy bag of cement? This. Stunned by her rebuttal, Lin Shen was left speechless. After thinking it over, he finally sighed. Fine, I can't win against you. I surrender. But seeing how much you can talk now, you're feeling better, right? The pain isn't as bad. Lin Shen nodded, a hint of delight appearing on her delicate little face. I didn't expect drinking hot water to actually help. It still hurts a bit, but compared to before, it's much better. Good, that's a relief. Lin Shen let out a deep breath, then grabbed a nearby pillow and propped it under his head. I'm exhausted from today. I need to sleep. My eyelids are fighting each other. With that, he closed his eyes and his consciousness began to blur. Just as he was about to drift off, he suddenly tensed, his eyes snapping open as the last traces of drowsiness vanished completely. Lin Shen was lying on top of him, her little hands propping up her cheeks, staring at him intently. Hey, what are you doing here? If you're going to sleep, then I'm going to sleep too. Fine. Fine. Then his gaze inadvertently swept across her, and he was startled to see through her thin sweatshirt. The faintly pink skin beneath had become clearly visible. The next second his neck flushed red, and the deep blush quickly spread to his ears. You're blushing. Suddenly Lin Qinshin's hand slipped, and she accidentally fell onto him. Huh. Hey. Instantly her face contorted, and even her chubby cheeks trembled. You jerk, I touched something weird again, just like last time. Looks like you still haven't learned your lesson from before, have you? In a flash, Lin Qian suddenly pushed himself up, shaking off the little cat that had clung to him. Then he rolled over, tumbling toward the ground, and as soon as his limbs touched the floor, he scrambled to crawl outside on all fours. Hey, Lin Qian, you. Lin Qinshin abruptly stood up, but after taking a few steps, a sharp, fierce pain surged along her nerves. Instantly, she lost her balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Damn, it hurts. I can't move. She pressed her lips tightly together, her delicate shoulders trembling along with her slender frame. Finally, Lin Shun, who had just stepped out of the room, sensed something amiss and turned around, immediately spotting Lin Qinshin lying on the floor. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes, and he quickly turned around, striding toward her. You? What's wrong? Seeing Lin Qinshin trembling on the ground, he hastily reached out his hands, crouched down, and lifted her into his arms. Then he walked carefully to the bedside, gently placing Lin Qinshin on the soft mattress. You? What's going on with your body? Is there anything uncomfortable? Should I go fetch the village doctor? Bastard. Lin Qian. She opened her tear-misted eyes and glared fiercely at him. It's all your fault. My stomach started hurting again. How was I supposed to know you'd suddenly climb onto me? I was almost asleep. Then couldn't you have gently put me down? Knowing I wasn't feeling well, you took advantage and tried to run away. That's just irresponsible. That fall I just took hurt like crazy. After saying this, Lin Qinshin closed her eyes in pain, and a glance revealed a few tears trickling from the corners of her eyes. You're crying. I'm sorry. Seeing this, Lin Qinshin's eyes grew anxious, darting around in their sockets. Then I'll go get you a cup of hot water. Maybe drinking it will make you feel better. With that, he stood up and headed for the door. No, I don't want water. Then came Lin Qinshin's weak voice from behind. All right, then what should I do? Come here. Lin Qinshin nodded and stepped closer. Give me your hand. My teeth say they want to eat someone. At these words, Lin Qinshin shuddered and quickly said, then be gentle. You've already bitten me once today. It still hurts. He then extended his trembling hand, slowly bringing it close to Lin Qinshin's mouth. In an instant, she opened her cherry-red lips and bit down hard on his wrist. Ugh, it hurts. He frowned tightly, enduring the pain, and said, didn't I tell you to be gentle? Lin Qinshin glanced at him with a gloating look, moving her lips. Hurt you to death. You did it on purpose. Getting back at me. Fortunately, just as he was about to break, Lin Qinshin let go of her mouth first. Thank you, you big idiot. You're satisfied now. But Lin Qinshin looked up at the frightening bite mark on his wrist, muttering aggrievedly, didn't I tell you to be gentle? So it was my fault for using too much force. Of course. If anyone else dared to bite me like that, I'd slap them all the way to the Western Paradise. Then as compensation, I'll let you. Let me do what? Lin Qinshin glanced at her skeptically. You're not going to bite both my hands, are you? I'm not that mean. I'm actually super gentle, you know. Lin Qinshin pouted. Hurry up and give me your other hand. You. What do you want to do? Come on, hurry. Before I change my mind. All right, fine. Lin Qinshin swallowed the saliva that had accumulated from fear, then slowly extended his other hand. That's more like it. Lin Qinshin reached out her small hand and grabbed his wrist. Seeing this, Lin Qinshin quickly closed his eyes, gritting his teeth, bracing for the storm of pain to come. But instead of the intense agony he expected, a soft cotton-like sensation touched his skin. He opened his eyes in confusion, and what met his gaze was his own big hand resting on Lin Qinshin's soft little belly. Rub it for me, consider it as a reward. After saying this, a faint blush involuntarily crept across Lin Qinshin's delicate, cute face. She quickly raised her hands to cover her burning cheeks. Tisk rubbed gently. If it weren't for my good mood today, would be your funeral. Okay. Lin Qinshin nodded, took a deep breath, and began to apply gentle pressure with his hand. Not bad. That's good. He carefully moved his hand, and following his own self-taught massage technique, gently kneaded Lin Qinshin's little belly. By the way, is your body feeling any better than before? Much better. Hearing this, Lin Qinshin let out a sigh of relief. I told you today to stay home obediently, but you insisted on following me around. You're frail to begin with, yet you still act tough. Now you see you were wrong. I don't know, blah, 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 blah. Lin Qinshin stuck out her tongue at him. Just as she was about to continue, she suddenly sniffed, and a sense of foreboding surged in her heart. Hey, Lin Qinshin, do you smell a strong metallic scent? Metallic scent. Lin Qinshin also sniffed, then frowned, saying in a low voice, I smell it too. Did someone slaughter a pig, and the blood smell drifted all the way here? Hearing this, Lin Qinshin's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly sat up. Following her gaze, she saw that the pristine white bedsheet had at some point acquired several faint traces of blood. The next second, she let out a piercing scream. Ah, the world is really going to be destroyed. Are you out of your mind? Why are you shouting for no reason? The sheets. The bed. The sheets. What about the sheets? Lin Shen followed his gaze, and when he saw the mess on the bed a tremor struck his eyes, and he stood frozen in place. What? What did you do to my bed? How should I know? Besides, it's not something I can control. Lin Chunshin pointed a trembling finger, his words incoherent. Anyway. We need to go to the bathroom now. Otherwise the world really will be destroyed. Well, alright. Lin Shen sighed helplessly and rose from the bed. Then he stretched out his arms, scooped up the panicked Lin Shen, and strode briskly toward the restroom. At the bathroom door he glanced at the little cat clinging to him, and said worriedly, "Be careful then. I know nothing about girls' matters like this." With that he slowly released his grip, and gently set Lin Shen down on the floor. Don't go yet. I have something to ask you later. Trembling Lin Shen stepped into the bathroom. After a glance at the renovated interior, she quickly reached out with her small hand, and gently closed the door. She unfastened her skirt, and then slipped off the panties stained crimson. Frowning deeply she stared at the shocking patches of blood, her heart involuntarily clenching. Damn, I didn't stick it on properly. It leaked. So annoying, this damn period. Forget it, it'll just change clothes first. Then a thought struck her, and she quickly realized, oh no. I left in too much of a hurry. I didn't bring clothes, sanitary pads, or a towel. Gazing at the empty bathroom, she now saw Lin Shen outside the door as her only lifeline. Hey you big idiot, go get me some things. Huh, okay, what do you need? Lin Shen's slightly flustered voice came from outside. Sanitary pads, a towel to wipe myself, and a change of clothes. They're all in your backpack. Easy to find. Okay, wait a moment, it'll go right now. Listening to the receding footsteps, Lin Chunshin in the bathroom finally let out a deep sigh of relief. After a while a familiar thumping of footsteps approached the bathroom door. I've got everything. He'll put it in the basin for you. Could you open the door? He'll hand it to you now. The door's unlocked. Just put it in yourself. Lin Chunshin lowered her head shyly, her delicate lips touching as she whispered, don't peek. Or he'll gouge your eyes out. I understand. Lin Shun took a deep breath, then twisted the doorknob, and carefully pushed the filled basin inside. Almost there. Lin Chunshin stretched out her fair arm, straining to reach forward. Finally, after her effort, the basin, full of hope, was successfully delivered into the bathroom. She caught a glimpse of Lin Shen's profile, and on that calm face patches of deep flush were faintly visible. So he's embarrassed after all, she muttered softly, then quickly closed the bathroom door. With the soft click of the door, Lin Chunshin hurriedly grabbed a large bath towel from the basin, dampened it slightly, then clutched it, and carefully wiped herself clean. After thoroughly cleansing her body, she picked up a soft overnight sanitary pad, and pressed it firmly onto her panties. Finally, she took the set of sportswear from the basin, and quickly slipped it on. Phew, done. She clapped her hands, twisted the handle, and walked out. You're finished. Lin Shen's eyes swept over the messy bathroom, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Done. Remember to wash my clothes and sheets, then hang them outside to dry. Huh, but those are your clothes in there. Just do as I say. Lin Chunshin pouted discontented. I'm so weak, and you want me to touch freezing cold water. Do you even know how to care for a girl? Fine, next time I'll wash your clothes for you, okay? Alright, I'll let it slide because of your inconvenience excuse. Lin Shen sighed helplessly and said in a low voice, then you lie still and behave. If you stir up any more trouble, I'll wash my hands of you. If I promise I'll lie quietly in bed this time, won't run around or move, and just play on my phone. So you can rest assured it'll be good. Fine. So my lady, do you need this poor servant to carry you to bed with meticulous care? Of course I do. Lin Chunshin reached out her small hand and closed her eyes in anticipation. Quick, carry me. Alright, whatever you say. Lin Shen bent down slightly, took her hands, and pulled her tightly into his arms. He strode steadily toward the room, then gently laid her on the bed. Because of you the day's almost over, and I haven't had a moment's peace. I told you this morning to stay put at home, but you wouldn't listen and followed me around everywhere. Now look, you've caused another scene. What am I going to do with you? No, I should have listened to you. I'm sorry. She lowered her head and muttered. Who knew there were so many things to worry about when being a girl? Now you know. Next time don't be so troublesome. After saying this, Lin Shen turned and walked out. Watching his receding figure, Lin Chunshin bit her lip, and her chubby face was instantly filled with countless grievances. What's this? Turns out being a girl isn't as smooth sailing as I imagined. This damn period is killing me with pain. If I ever get my hands on it, I'll drag it out and chop it into pieces. As soon as he entered the bathroom, a thick rusty scent rushed fiercely toward Lin Shen. He glanced at the messy bathroom, frowned, and muttered, looks like he'll be busy this afternoon. He picked up the shower head, carefully rinsed every corner of the bathroom, then picked up the basin, filled with laundry, and headed downstairs. Arriving on the first floor, he saw the empty living room, and let out a relieved sigh. He then went to the bathroom on the ground floor, poured some laundry powder onto the dress, and began to scrub it meticulously. After washing it once, he emptied the basin and rinsed off the foam from the dress. After a while looking at the clean dress in the basin and the faintly visible blue and white striped panties that peeked out curiously, Lin Chen clapped his hands in relief and stood up unsteadily. Finally done. Girls' dresses are so troublesome to wash. Now I just need to hang the clothes and wash the sheets. But Grandma and Grandpa already washed the sheets before we came back. If I wash them again and get caught. Thinking of this, he bit his lips and large beads of cold sweat involuntarily formed on his forehead. Damn, if I get caught, my reputation will be ruined forever. No, that absolutely cannot happen. In that case, I'll have to wash them upstairs. Lin Chen grabbed the laundry powder on the floor and looked around cautiously. After confirming no one was there, he tiptoed stealthily upstairs. Passing by the second-floor room, he glanced at the closed door and secretly rejoiced. Luckily, Mom and Dad have the habit of napping. If this were discovered, Mom would be fine. She wouldn't spread rumors, but Dad's big mouth would probably gossip me to death. Now I need to wash the sheets first, and then. Just then the previously closed door creaked open. Yo, what a coincidence, you little rascal. Seeing Lin Chen paused for a moment, then strode over quickly. My precious son, I haven't seen your face all day today. That phone call really did a number on your dad. Dad, I don't know anything. Don't come to me. He looked at Lin Chen, who was gritting his teeth with a furious expression, and his legs gave way, collapsing against the wall. As the saying goes, even a venomous tiger doesn't eat its own cub. After all, we are. Huh, you little brat have the nerve to say that. Before he could finish, Lin Chen interrupted angrily. And you still know I'm your father. Yesterday you sold me out without a second thought. The moment I took a few steps, your mom came storming down and laid into me without a word. If it weren't for your grandparents' sake, I'd have been done for right there. After hearing this, Lin Chen's lips trembled slightly, holding back the words that were about to spill out. He lowered his head and muttered, who knew? Things would turn out like that. And I suffered a lot too. That bowl of tonic you made me run to the bathroom for over half an hour. I nearly shat out my intestines. Ha, that was an accident, just an accident. Seeing his son expose his embarrassment, Lin Chen quickly changed the subject, pointing at the basin on the floor. By the way, son, did the sun rise from the west today? You're actually washing Chen-Chen's clothes on your own initiative. Usually she has to nag you until evening before you move. What's with this sudden diligence in the afternoon? Well, Lin Chen's mind raced. After considering thousands of excuses, he finally picked the one he liked best. Dad, people change. Your son is now this diligent. That's a good thing, right? Haha, that's true. Seeing you change so much warms my heart. He raised his hand and chuckled, scratching his nearly bald head. At that moment, Lin Chang's eyes inadvertently swept to the bag of laundry powder beside him. But son, if you're going to hang the clothes after washing, why are you bringing the laundry powder? This. Lin Chen's eyes darted around frantically, and he stammered, it's just in case it's not clean enough. So. Ha, I see. Then I won't disturb you. I'm off. With that, Lin Chen reached out, patted his shoulder, and turned to go upstairs. Phew. Good thing that nosy dad didn't ask more. Otherwise I'd definitely be. Watching Lin Chang's figure disappear from view, Lin Chen relaxed slightly, then picked up the things on the floor and hurried upstairs. Arriving at the door, he nervously reached out and turned the knob. Fortunately, Lin Chen hadn't broken her promise this time. She was sitting obediently on the bed, staring intently at her phone screen. Seeing this, the huge stone in Lin Chen's heart finally settled. He walked over and looked at Lin Chen, whose eyes were glued to the screen, and asked curiously, what are you watching that's so interesting? Dojin of Rika. What do you want to see it too? Hearing this, Lin Chen's face instantly flushed red. He lowered his head shyly and fumbled to gather the sheets. Aren't you a big fan of Rikadujins? The one I found totally matches my tastes. Want to check it out together? And, no thanks. He lifted his eyes, glanced at Lin Chen's innocent expression, and waved his hands repeatedly in refusal. Okay, they'll save it for you. If you want to see it later, you can browse my phone. Alright, thank you. While Lin Chen was absorbed in the dojin, Lin Chen quickly gathered the sheets into the basin and turned to leave. But in his eagerness to wash the sheets, he completely failed to notice the sound of high-heeled footsteps approaching from downstairs, growing louder and closer. Son, do you have the laundry detergent? A familiar voice rang out. Lin Chen's eyes flickered with shock and his body reacted swiftly. Gazing at the faint traces of blood on the bedsheet, he reached out with lightning speed and flipped it over. After finishing this, he turned his head and looked at Lu Hui at the stairway with panicked eyes. Mom, what's up? Well, the laundry detergent, do you have it? I need to wash clothes, but couldn't find it. Lu Hui extended her jade-like hand to brush aside the strands of messy hair before her crimson lips parting slightly as she said, your dad said he saw you bring the detergent upstairs, so I came up to look. Oh, but I need it. Son, are you planning to? Lu Hui glanced at the bedsheet in the basin, her eyes curving with a smile as she chuckled, washing the sheets. Could it be that you at your age still wet the bed? Wet the bed? Mom, what kind of joke is that? How could it be? Oh, if you didn't wet the bed, then why wash the sheets? Lu Hui raised the corners of her mouth and slowly leaned in toward Lin Chun, smirking mischievously. Could it be that you and Xiao Chunshun did something unspeakable and got the sheets dirty? Huh. Absolutely not. How could it be? Washing the sheets is because. Because of what? Because. At this critical moment Lin Chen's mind spun and he came up with a quick excuse. It's because of Dahuang, yes, because of him. He kept following me today and I couldn't get rid of him. Then before I knew it he jumped onto the bed and made the sheets all dirty and smelly. That's why I'm washing the sheets, not for any other strange reason. Ta. Lu Hui covered her mouth and laughed softly. I see. I thought there might be some strange reason behind it. Huh. How could there be anything like that? Anyway, I need to wash the sheets clean. Dinner will be ready soon. With that, Lin Shun took the basin in his left hand and grabbed the detergent with his right, then walked into the bathroom. He placed the items on the floor and reached for the shower head. At that moment, he inadvertently glanced behind him and was startled to find Lu Hu's eyes gleaming with cold sharpness staring straight at him. Instantly, Lin Chen's pupils contracted and he hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Mom, why are you still here? It's like this mom thought about it. How could I let my precious son wash the sheets? Such a small task is better left to me. I'm quite skilled at this. Huh. This. As Lin Chen's mind went blank, Lu Hui dashed forward like a phantom and suddenly appeared before him. In an instant, Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly extended both hands to block her. In the blink of an eye, Lu Hui ducked with agile grace, evading his crucial move. Then she reached out and grabbed into the basin. This sudden turn of events stunned Lin Chen. By the time he tried to stop her, it was already too late. Lu Hui snatched up the bedsheet and stared at the bright red bloodstain on it. A smile curled at the corner of her lips. I didn't expect Mom's guess to be right. Son, lying is a bad habit. You need to correct it from now on. Faced with the stark truth, Lin Chun swallowed the words that were about to escape his lips. His palms were sweaty and he tightly clutched the hem of his clothes. Even his breathing grew heavy. Any more excuses, little liar? Mom, it's not what you think. Lin Chun gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, you've misunderstood. Although that bedsheet. Indeed. Seeing his incoherent state, Lu Hui stepped closer, gently patted his shoulder, and smiled knowingly. All right. Your thoughts are written all over your face. No need to make excuses. But Xiao Chunshun is truly a good girl. These past few days she's been helping your grandparents with a lot of housework. And she's very devoted to you. You must never let her down. Take good care of her. As for the wedding, once you two graduate from college, your dad and I will make sure to hold a grand ceremony for you, so you'll shine. As for having children, your dad and I have no demands, but if possible a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, would be wonderful. That way your grandparents. Mom. Before Lu Hui could finish, Lin Chun gritted his teeth and hastily interrupted her. Why are you as gossipy as Dad? Lu Hu's eyes curved into crescents, her laughter as clear and melodious as a mountain spring. After raising you for 18 years, you've always been holed up at home. Then one day you suddenly bring back such an adorable girlfriend. In such a situation, how could any parent in the world not be curious? What are you talking about? You're just making things up. After hearing this, Lin Chen's face had already turned red. He collected his thoughts and forced himself to be calm. It's not what you think. Lin Chenshun and I, how could we do something like that? Lu Hui raised her jade-like hand and gently rested it on her chin, deep in thought. If the bloodstain on the bedsheet isn't Xiao Chenshun's, then it couldn't have appeared out of thin air, could it? If you're worried that Mom will tell anyone, rest assured. Everything that happened today, they'll take it to the grave. Saying this, she crouched down, grabbed the sprayer, and began carefully washing the bedsheet. It's hers. But it's not what you think. Lin Chen's lips trembled as he spoke falteringly. Actually, what happened today? It's just that she... All right. Mom understands. Mom knows everything. Lu Hui waved her hand at him, her face a picture of complete understanding. And now Mom is busy. I don't have time to listen to your rambling. So go somewhere cool and stay there obediently. With that, she reached out and shoved Lin Chen out without further ado. Mom. Lin Chen turned around, still wanting to argue further, but Lu Hui gave him no chance. With a bang, she slammed the bathroom door shut. It's over. Realizing that his poor innocence was about to vanish forever, Lin Chen's legs gave out. Unable to support his weary body any longer, he collapsed with a thud to the floor. This mom of mine, she can come up with anything. Lin Chunshin planted her hands on her hips, pouting indignantly. Are you sure you heard all that with your own ears? You're not messing with me, are you? Really? Lin Chun pursed his lips and said aggrievedly. I wanted to explain to her, but she never gave me a chance. I had no choice but to come to you. So if possible, I want you to tell her face to face, otherwise this misunderstanding might never be resolved. After saying this, Lin Chun lowered his head slightly, a faint blush creeping across his cheeks. We must explain it clearly. We definitely must. Lin Chunshin clenched her fists and said angrily, this is about this little Lola's innocence. A super important matter. With that, she got out of bed and quickly slipped on her dark, pig kidney shoes. Then she strode briskly toward the bathroom. Standing before the closed door, Lin Chunshin reached out her small hand and angrily turned the doorknob. Accompanied by a creak, Lu Hui, who was scrubbing the bedsheet, looked at the suddenly appearing Lin Chunshin with obvious surprise written all over her face. Little Chunshin. What? Cough, cough, cough. She smoothed her tangled thoughts, forced a smile, and said, Little Chunshin, you should be lying in bed right now recovering your strength. Why did you come out? This isn't. Mom. Lin Chunshin's delicate shout interrupted her. Lin Chun, and I didn't do what you're imagining. As for the bedsheet, it's just that I got my period and accidentally got it on there. Lu Hu's eyes trembled. Realizing she had misunderstood Lin Chun, she quickly apologized with a smile. So that's how it is. Haha, son, I'm sorry, I was overthinking. She glanced at Lin Chun leaning against the door and forced herself to stay calm, saying, This time, Mom misunderstood. I thought, well, that the bedsheet is already washed. When you have time, remember to hang it outside to dry. With that, she lowered her head, stepped out of the room in a few strides, and headed downstairs without looking back. Sigh, Mom and Dad, when will you ever break this gossipy bad habit? Lin Chun shook his head and sighed helplessly. Then he shifted his gaze to Lin Chunshin beside him. By the way, thank you. Otherwise, no matter how many mouths I had, I wouldn't be able to explain today's situation. Little fish, with me personally handling it, such a trivial matter is easily resolved. Alright, the matter's settled. I'm going back to watch Lu Hua. Remember to hang the bedsheet to dry. With these words, Lin Chunshin turned around and strode briskly toward her room. Wait, that. Lin Chen's voice sounded from behind. Hearing it, Lin Chunshin paused and turned her head curiously. What's wrong, dummy? Want to watch together? No. Not that. Lin Chen clenched his fists and stammered, Is your body feeling better? Is it not as painful now? A mere scratch, nothing to fuss about. She excitedly reached out her small hand, patted her flat chest, and said proudly, I'm now back to full health, you know. Oh, that's good. Then I'll go hang the bedsheet. With that, Lin Chen immediately turned around and hurried toward the bathroom without delay. Strange. Staring at his flushed cheeks in the mirror, he frowned and muttered to himself, What's going on? This feeling of my heart racing. Could it be that I've fallen for her? At this thought, his calm chest began to heave violently. He clutched his pounding heart and said in a trembling voice, Hey, Lin Chen, what strange thoughts are you having? That person who bullies you every day. If she finds out you have feelings for her, she'll definitely expose you and mock you mercilessly until you're left with nothing. No, I must be overthinking. After all, I'm a grown man. How could I have such feelings for someone who bullies me every day? Calm down. Calm down. He closed his eyes, focused his chi, and took a few deep breaths, finally calming his racing heart. Right, the most important task now is to hang the bedsheet. I can't waste time. He reached out, picked up the basin, and walked toward the balcony. After busying himself for a while, he looked at the neatly hung bedsheet and let out a long sigh. In the distant sky, the sun had already set. The abundant sunlight of the day had now almost completely faded. The last faint rays of the setting sun fell upon Lin Chen's somewhat handsome face. He stared intently at the horizon, momentarily captivated by this breathtaking scene. Only when the last glimmer of light vanished and the earth fell into silence did he suddenly snap back to reality. Oh, it's already evening. I've been busy since I woke up this morning, not a moment's rest. Ever since that little lady entered my life, every day has become much more fulfilling. But this isn't so bad either. Just then a fierce sound of footsteps came from the stairwell. Following his gaze, he saw Lin Chong leaning on his knees, panting heavily, staring intently at Lin Chun. Dad, what's up? Is it time for dinner? I. Lin Chong waved his hand, gasping for air. After calming down, he cleared his throat, wiped the exhaustion from his face, and said in a solemn voice, Listen, you and Chunshan, get ready and pack your things. Something's come up at the company. I need to go back now. We'll have to leave tonight. Tonight. Yeah, they'll head downstairs first. You two hurry up. Alright, got it. Lin Chen nodded. Watching Lin Chong's retreating figure, he stiffly turned around and looked at the half-closed door. He moved slowly until he stood before it. He raised his hand to knock, but just as it was about to touch the door, he hesitated and stopped midair. Thus, for several minutes, he remained frozen in that position, his hand still suspended. Sai Shorty really loves her grandparents. If she finds out this news, will she cry? Forget it. This isn't the way to drag things out. After a fierce inner struggle, he gritted his teeth and gently knocked on the door. Pack your things. We have to go back. I understand. To Lin Chen's surprise upon hearing the news that they would return tonight, Lin Chunshin merely paused for a moment before calmly beginning to pack her belongings. Watching her expressionless little face, the heart that had been hanging high in Lin Chen's chest finally settled down in peace. Hey, I've packed everything. Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Chunshin slung her backpack over her shoulders and walked out without looking back. Let's go. Gazing at the small room that held so many memories, Lin Chun felt a pang of reluctance for a moment. After a brief hesitation, he finally reached out and closed the door with a clatter. Good girl, once you're in the city, behave well. Come back to visit Grandma and Grandpa during winter break. As soon as they reached downstairs, Grandma extended her wrinkled hand and gently stroked Lin Chunshin's head. I understand. Grandma, Grandpa, take care of yourselves at home. With that, Lin Chunshin shouldered her backpack and strode out. Watching her leave, a hint of sadness glimmered in Grandma's kind eyes. Grandma, Grandpa, take care. We'll come back to see you during winter break. Hearing Lin Chen's voice, Grandma was slightly startled but quickly recovered. She pulled out a few crumpled 100 yuan notes from her pocket and pressed them into Lin Chen's hand without a word. Grandma's getting old, memories failing. Almost forgot about this. This money is from your grandfather. He insisted you two have it to buy some nice food. Look how thin you've become. When you get to the city, listen to your parents. If you miss Grandma and Grandpa, just give us a call, that's enough. I don't need this money. At that moment, Lin Chen's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of his grandfather's murky, yet resolute eyes. He clenched the money in his palm, and the words about to escape his lips were quickly buried deep in his heart. Then I'll take it. Grandma, Grandpa, take care of yourselves at home. With that, he turned around and walked away, with heavy steps disappearing into the darkness. Just then, a light rain began to fall outside, carried by the chilling autumn wind striking cold against their skin. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly opened an umbrella and held it over both of them. In the boundless night, only two figures huddled together swayed under the dim yellow streetlight. Both under the umbrella remained silent until the quiet was suddenly broken by a rush of footsteps from behind. Huh, Grandpa, why are you? Lin Chen stopped and stared in surprise at the weathered old man before him. Your grandma insisted you didn't have an umbrella, afraid you'd get wet. I told her you brought one, but she wouldn't believe me. I couldn't argue with her, so I chased after you. Well, Grandpa will head back now. I have to get up early for the fields tomorrow. With that, Grandpa turned around, hunched over, and gradually faded into the thick night. All right, let's go. Lin Chunshin turned her head, grabbed the hem of his shirt, and walked forward. After walking for a while, the headlights of a luxurious Mercedes-Benz in the distance quickly reflected in their eyes. Lin Chunshin pulled open the car door, stiffly sat down inside. With a roar of the engine, the pure white Mercedes-Benz vanished into the night. Kids, did you say goodbye properly to Grandma and Grandpa? Lu Hui, sitting in the front, turned around and looked at the silent pair. Dad has an urgent matter at the company, we have to go back. Sorry to drag you two along so late. Tell Mom what you want to eat, and I'll go to the market tomorrow to cook something special for you two to reward you properly. Aye. Lin Chen raised his eyes to look at her, forced a smile, and waved his hand. As for me, anything is fine. Haha, is that so? Lu Hui then shifted her gaze to Lin Chunshin. And what about little Chunshin? What would you like to eat? Me. Lin Chunshin lowered her head and murmured, I'll just have whatever. All right, then tomorrow I'll go to the market and cook up all the good things for you two. Lu Hui's eyes curved into a smile. Don't be so glum. When winter break comes, I promise to bring you both back to see Grandma and Grandpa immediately. Besides, if they saw you two with long faces unhappy, they'd definitely worry and fuss over you. All right, the journey is still several hours long. If you get tired, you can take a nap. Lin Chunshin nodded, then extended her delicate hand and gently propped up her cheek. Outside the window, the night was pitch black, endless, and utterly silent. As she stared, a sudden wave of dizziness surged into her head. Car sickness. My head. So dizzy. She quickly reached out and opened the car window beside her. Immediately, a biting cold wind rushed towards her face. Whoa, such strong wind. Feeling the chill of the gusts, she closed her eyes and enjoyed the sensation with contentment. Hey, could you roll the window up a bit? Lin Chen glanced at her and complained, It's only October, and this damn weather changes so suddenly. I'm freezing to death. It does feel a bit cold. She rolled the window up a little, then turned her gaze to Lin Chen. Hey, come closer. I'm so sleepy. Sure. Lin Chen slowly shifted his body closer to her. She leaned sideways and gently rested against Lin Chen's chest. Then she extended her fair, tender hands and wrapped them tightly around his neck. I'm so sleepy. My head's spinning. Hold me. With that, she quietly closed her eyes, her slender eyelashes like a small fan, casting a faint shadow beneath them. Good night. Lin Chen reached out and gently placed his hands on her little head, then closed his eyes and fell asleep as well. Returning to the small city, it was already past midnight. The pitch-black night had naturally delayed their journey considerably. Glancing at Lu Hui, who was fast asleep beside him, Lin Chen reached out and gently tapped her shoulder. Honey, wake up, we're home. Lu Hui reluctantly opened her eyes, raising her jade-like hand to rub her sleepy gaze. Sigh, I still have to go to the company later. You three go into the house and rest first. He sighed, parked the car steadily in front of their home, then turned his gaze to the two in the back seat. Wake up, we're home. Go sleep inside. Hearing the news of arrival, the two, who had been sound asleep with closed eyes, instantly snapped awake. Lin Chunshin pulled open the car door and the two of them bolted out with lightning speed. As their feet touched the ground, a dizzying sensation rushed into their minds. Their stomachs churned violently, and they both leaned over, retching heavily by the roadside. They vomited for quite a while, until their stomachs were completely emptied of sour fluid. Only then did the dizziness fade from their minds. Seeing the two of them mirroring each other's movements, Lu Hu's eyes curved into a smile, and she couldn't help but chuckle. You two little ones are becoming more and more alike. Take your time to recover. Mom is going in to sleep now. With that, she took out her keys and opened the door. Got it, Mom. Lin Shunshin let out a long breath, wiped her mouth, and glanced at Lin Shun beside her, smirking. Huh. I thought you were asleep, but it turns out you were pretending too. TCH, you're one to talk. I thought you were asleep, didn't dare move the whole way. Lin Shun frowned, complaining. That ride nearly did me in. Good thing we're home, or I might have lost control and thrown up right there. Ugh. Gross. Lin Shunshin pouted, fuming. You big pumpkin, you should be glad you held it in. If you had dared to throw up on me, I'd tear your stinky mouth apart, and then shove toothpicks down your throat. Huh. Is that so? Hearing this, Lin Shin couldn't help but shiver. He raised his hand, scratched his hair, and said cautiously, maybe we should go upstairs. It's cold out here. It's gotten colder today. Lin Shinshin nodded, grabbed his hand, and turned to walk inside. Huh. Feeling the soft touch of her palm, Lin Chun was momentarily stunned, then shyly lowered his head and followed behind her. They crossed a short wooden staircase and reached the end of the corridor. Facing the closed door before them, Lin Shinshin reached out her small hand and gently turned the doorknob. With a click, the door swung open. My little bed, haven't seen you for days, you must have missed me terribly. She spread her limbs and flopped onto the bed, then rolled around, wrapping herself entirely in the quilt like a squirming caterpillar. Oh, you. Lin Shin shrugged helplessly, saying, so time to sleep now. Let me think. Lin Shunshin paused, wriggling her body to turn her gaze toward him. You know I'm bored. Can't sleep. How about we look at some rikidojinshi? They'll let you hold it while we read together. No way. Dream on. Lin Shin gave her a flat glance, but when he saw her staring intently at him, he quickly lowered his head in embarrassment. TCH, then did you finish all the rikidojinshi I recommended last time? Lin Shunshin puffed out her slightly chubby cheeks and pursed her pink little lips, saying, I searched for ages, sifted through all kinds of websites, spent a lot of time and energy to pick out the best ones. Read some. Lin Shin's head sank even lower. Seeing things heading in a strange direction, he had a sudden inspiration and changed the subject. By the way, there's something I've never understood. Just now when we were leaving the old home, you cried so sadly. I thought you'd cry even worse when it was time to go. Well, after thinking for a moment, Lin Shunshin pouted and said without hesitation, I'm already very satisfied that I got to see Grandma and Grandpa again. If they saw me crying my heart out, they'd be worried and hurt. So if I can stop the tears, I'd rather swallow them back. Huh, I see. Hearing this, Lin Shin slowly raised his head, a hint of relief flickering in his eyes. You know, compared to that lawless attitude you had when we first met, you've become much more well-behaved now. So you still act up occasionally, but it's okay. You always know your limits. When it counts, you listen. You've changed a lot. Humph. Lin Shunshin struggled to extend her small hand from the quilt, then gently propped up her cheek, muttering, so, is that a compliment or a complaint? Well, probably. Neither. Hearing this, Lin Shunshin was puzzled. She tilted her head, confused. Then what is it? I don't understand. What I said is just a summary of your personality. Lin Shin curled his lips and smiled softly. This little lady in front of me, who always bullies me. She loves to make a fuss and stir up trouble. But once you know you're wrong, you never repeat the mistake and you apologize sincerely. That's just who you are. You know what's good for you. Since I'm being praised right now and am in a good mood, if you want to rub my head or pinch my cheeks, I won't say no. With that, she closed her eyes, her delicate, adorable little face wearing an expression of eager anticipation. Seeing this, Lin Shin didn't dare to slack off. He reached out his big hand and gently pinched her slightly chubby cheeks. Lin Shin, have you gained some weight? When we first met, there wasn't much flesh on your face. Hearing this, Lin Shin immediately took offense. She opened her eyes, glaring at Lin Shin with indignation. TCH, would you rather hug a stick to sleep or a soft, fluffy pillow? If there's no flesh on the face, it's hard and uncomfortable to pinch. How when you put it that way, it does make sense. At that moment, Lin Shin's hand froze, stopping its motion. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and he said enthusiastically, oh, I just remembered a super awesome movie I've been wanting to watch, but never had time for. Since neither of us can sleep anyway, want to watch it together. They say cherry blossoms fall at a speed of 5 centimeters per second. Takaki, last night, I had a dream. Akari, a dream from long ago. Takaki, in the dream, we were only 13. Akari, it was a vast snow-covered field. Takaki, the lights of the houses were so distant, barely visible. Akari, on the freshly fallen snow, only our footprints remained. Takaki, someday we will watch cherry blossoms together again. Akari, we both believed it without a second thought. As the melodious ending theme played, staring at the unreachable love on the screen, Lin Shin let out a helpless sigh and gently closed his phone. I never thought their relationship would end so hastily. It's truly. Just then his peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Shin, and his eyes widened in shock as he swiftly swallowed the words about to leave his lips. The little face of Lin Shin before him was already drenched in tears, her delicate body trembling in sobs, crying like a fountain. She clenched her fists, her frail shoulders quivering, and her rosy lips were tightly bitten. Damn that train. If I ever catch it, it'll tear it apart piece by piece. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly and said softly, it was unavoidable. The heroine is already married. She's wearing a wedding ring. To avoid disturbing her life, the hero swallowed decades of longing in one gulp. And even if the train hadn't blocked their view, even if they had turned back at that moment, their relationship could never return to what it was. That's true. But, Lin Qinshin's lips trembled as she muttered aggrievedly, but the hero waited for her since middle school, all the way to his working days. Finally meeting her only to find she married someone else. It's just two. As she spoke, tears streamed from her eyes like broken pearls, endlessly squeezing out. Sai, it's just a movie. Do you have to take it so seriously? Looking at Lin Qinshin sobbing loudly, Lin Shun froze momentarily, unsure what to do. Then, do you want a hug? He asked tentatively. After a moment, seeing no response, he gritted his teeth, and without hesitation pulled the pitiful little kitten into his arms. Wah! Woo-woo. After intermittent crying for a while, the faint sobbing in his arms finally ceased. Lin Chen shifted his gaze downward. The little kitten in his arms lay quietly, her pink cheeks still stained with faint traces of tears. Little princess, you've cried for so long. Are you done? He reached out and gently stroked the little head in his arms, whispering, actually, this is reality. A tragic ending between two people is indeed unfortunate, but who knows the true hardships, who understands the pain? But I just can't accept it. Lin Qinshin grabbed his arm, tightly pouting. Two people who clearly love each other can't be together because of various reasons. If I knew that damn author's address, I'd send him a ton of hate mail. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lin Shan winced, enduring the sudden pain, and said with a twitching lip, if you're angry at the author, why take it out on me? If you always pull my hair when you sleep, and I never complain. Alright, I admit my mistake, your highness, the world's smartest and cutest lowly. Lin Shan smiled wryly, his eyes fixed on her chubby cheeks. He couldn't resist reaching out and gently pinching them. Seeing this, Lin Qinshin suddenly let go of his arm, her big pitiful eyes locked onto Lin Shun. Hey big dummy, tell me. Will we end up like the people in 5 centimeters per second, with a tragic ending? That question. Lin Shun frowned, deeply pondering thoughtfully. A moment later, a light bulb went off. You're like a piece of gum stuck to the sole of my shoe. Impossible to shake off. I don't think you'd ever leave the hero like in the movie. The moment he finished, Lin Qinshin's small hands inexplicably appeared on his face. The next second, she tightened her grip and yanked his cheeks. I'm not that kind of sticky gum. You ungrateful jerk. With such a cute me by your side, you get an unconditional hug pillow, and you can even pinch my face, and you still dare to say that. I'm angry. I'm going to tear your face off and throw it in the toilet to wipe. Hearing her words, Lin Shen's heart gave a start, cold sweat breaking out. Fearing for his face, he quickly stammered, well. Let's talk this out. Don't get worked up. Look, you're so cute and pretty. If you get, your skin will get bad. And you won't look good anymore. That does make sense. Lin Qinshin thought for a moment, then let go and threw herself into his arms again. Fine, I won't hit you, but you have to promise me a few things. Sure, name it. As long as you don't hurt me, I'll agree to anything. Seeing the situation ease, Lin Qinshin quickly nodded, not wanting to miss this chance. Well, in that case, let me organize my thoughts. Lin Qinshin paused, then murmured, first, you're not allowed to flirt with other women behind my back. As she spoke, her usually calm little face flushed with a deep blush. She buried her face deeply into Lin Qinshin's chest and continued, and you're not allowed to have a girlfriend, not allowed to get married, and definitely not allowed to move out and leave me alone at home. You can't ignore me. You can't bully me. And you have to hold me when we sleep. You have to go shopping with me. Buy me good food. Cook for me every day. And also, all around silence. The only sound was the faint, intermittent breathing echoing in the room. Gazing at the girl who had fallen asleep in his arms, Lin Qinshin carefully reached out and smoothed the messy hair from her forehead. A bright moon rose, its gentle light filtering through the glass and curtains, softly spilling onto his resolute, slightly handsome face. Shorty, you sure have a lot of demands. Saying so many at once, aren't you afraid I'll forget and secretly break one someday? But a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips, his eyes sparkled with affection as he whispered, but after all the time you've spent with me, I can't bear to refuse your requests. So I accept all of your demands. Now good night, Shorty. Early morning. A faint glimmer of light filtered through the dense leaves, slipping past the thin window and spilling into the room. The two figures in the room were tightly pressed together, the only sound being their steady, deep breaths. Before long, the sudden roar of a car engine shattered this serene scene. Lin Qinshin, still lost in dreams, was jolted awake. She extended her soft, tender hand and gently rubbed her drooping eyelids, reluctantly opening her eyes. Awake. Can't sleep anymore. But this guy, he's sleeping like a log. Gazing at Lin Qinshin's peaceful sleeping face, her slightly chubby cheeks in a daze gradually flushed with a rosy hue. Perhaps sensing the movement in his arms, Lin Qinshin groggily opened his weary eyes. What met his sight was Lin Qinshin's delicate, adorable face magnified countless times. You You're awake. Well, good morning. After saying this, she shyly lowered her head, burying her face deep into Lin Chen's chest. Good morning. Lin Chen's gaze swept across the room, landing on the pale light breaking on the distant horizon. He said softly, are you hungry? Shall I make breakfast? You didn't eat dinner last night after the long ride, so your little stomach must be growling. Hungry. But, I want a hug. You're not allowed to leave the bed. Huh, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. After hesitating for a moment, he reached out and tightly wrapped his arms around the clingy little kitten in his embrace. Outside it was deep autumn and the temperature had plummeted overnight. This made the usually insignificant bed feel unexpectedly inviting, fostering a reluctance to leave. After snuggling for a while, Lin Chen released her grip with satisfaction and poked her head out from under the covers. Phew. It's so cold today. As the cold air hit her, she couldn't help but shiver, quickly grabbing a nearby coat and draping it over herself. The temperature dropped today? It might be because of the light rain last night. Lin Chen sat up from the bed and walked over to the wardrobe. He pulled open the door, glanced at the neatly stacked clothes inside, and casually picked out a dark coat to put on. He'll go downstairs to make breakfast first. If you... Wait. Before he could finish, Lin Chen pursed her lips and interrupted him eagerly. Comb my hair first, or you're not allowed to leave. Huh, comb your hair. I don't know how. Tisk, that's not up to you. Even if you don't know, you'll have to learn. Lin Chen grabbed a wooden comb from beside her and shoved it into his hand without further ado. Then she turned around and said, let me warn you. If you hurt me, you'll start throwing a tantrum. You? Lin Chen glanced at the wooden comb in his hand and shook his head helplessly. Then he leaned in cautiously and asked, so for combing hair, what do I need to do? If you don't even know that. Lin Chen pouted and said discontentedly, grab the roots and comb through the tangled hair neatly. It's that simple. Will give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen picked up the wooden comb and began to comb carefully from the top of her head. After a while, when every strand of hair was neatly arranged, he let out a sigh of relief and said, how's that? All done. Let me see. Lin Chen grabbed a small mirror nearby, admired herself for quite a while, and then nodded with satisfaction, smiling. Not bad. Since I'm really happy this morning, how about I give you a very special gift? A special gift? Lin Chen scratched his head and teased. What kind of special gift? Could it be a doujinshi of Rika? No way. Lin Chen glared at him fiercely, then said mysteriously, now close your eyes properly, and don't peek. Then stretch your hand out in front of me. And don't open your eyes until I say so. Got it. Alright, I understand. Lin Chen closed his eyes and extended his hand toward her. You can open your eyes now. After a cool, refreshing sensation, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was a translucent crystal bracelet shimmering with white light on his wrist, along with a pink elastic hair tie adorned with a cute bear pattern. This bracelet is the one you bought at the commercial street last time, right? You guessed it. Lin Chen raised her head proudly and said triumphantly, this is a bracelet I absolutely love. You have to wear it well and treasure it, okay? You honestly. Lin Chen shifted his gaze to the other elastic hair tie in his hand and asked puzzledly, and this hair tie? This hair tie. Lin Chen planted her hands on her hips and said excitedly, this is a hair tie that came with me from the factory. There are only two in the entire world. One is on my wrist and the other is on yours. How about that? Aren't you super touched? You? Lin Chen gave her a helpless, amused glance and said, yes, super touched. I'm so flattered. And also after breakfast you have to come with me to meet a friend of mine. Your friend? Hearing this, Lin Chen's pupils contracted and his voice trembled as he said, is it a school friend or someone you knew before? Neither. Lin Chen shook her head and continued, it's an online friend I met on the small city forum. Huh, online friend. A flicker of caution flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He frowned and said in a low voice, online friends. 9 out of 10 are unreliable. Are you sure you want it? It's fine. I've already met her once, so even if we meet again, it's just... What? Lin Chen was startled, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. Met? When did you? It was when you went to class last time. I was so bored, so I just... As she spoke, Lin Chen slowly moved closer, her big pitiful eyes wide open, and she murmured, but Xiao Ran is a good person, a very gentle and considerate girl. So you'll forgive me, right? Idiot, hurry up. Why are you so slow and dawdling? Lin Chen put her hands on her hips in dissatisfaction, looking at Lin Chen, who was still bending over slowly tying his shoelaces, and urged, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. What's the rush? Let me finish tying my shoelaces. Lin Chen pulled the two ends of the shoelace, tightened them, and just stood up, when unexpectedly a pair of small hands suddenly lunged and grabbed the corner of his clothes, pulling him briskly towards the outside. Suddenly his body stumbled and instantly lost balance, falling straight towards the ground. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, grasping the doorframe beside him with lightning speed, thus preventing his unbalanced body from making intimate contact with the ground. What's the hurry? He steadied himself, stood up, and glared at Lin Chen. Aren't you afraid of accidentally giving me a concussion? I am sorry. Lin Chunshin hung her head whispering, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to be earlier. When will you ever get rid of this bad habit of being so impatient? Lin Shin approached her, reached out his big hand, and rubbed her aggrieved little head, said softly, Let's go, my little lady, to meet your online friend. HMHM. Hearing this, Lin Chunshin immediately lifted her little face, excitedly took a few steps, and strode out of the door. Wait for me. Don't get lost. Lin Shin quickly closed the door and chased after her figure. Slow down. Hearing the familiar voice behind her, Lin Chunshin realized something was wrong, quickly stopped, and turned around to look back. You ran off again. Lin Shin reached out his big hand and grabbed her wrist. Sorry, I was so happy I didn't notice and forgot. Lin Chunshin raised the corners of her mouth and grinned. Next time I definitely won't run off, really, I super promise. If you're worried, just hold my hand, If you get lost, Dad will skin me alive. Lin Shin glanced at her angrily, then his big hand closed tightly, wrapping around her soft little hand. That's more like it. Lin Chunshin nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly exerted force with her small hand, pulled Lin Shin's arm, and hugged it into her arms. Hey you. This sudden move made Lin Shin's cheeks involuntarily blush. His eyes darted around uneasily, and he said timidly, Holding hands is enough, why do you have to hug my arm? Last night you were so close and didn't blush, but today just hugging your arm makes you shy. Lin Chunshin's eyes curved, a sly gleam flashing in her eyes. Not. Facing her burning gaze, Lin Chun quickly turned his head and looked ahead. The two of them thus nestled together, walking side by side on the quiet path. The weather was deep autumn. Leaves fell from the trees, lifted by the wind, and scattered on the ground. Stepping on the soft layer of leaves, smelling the pleasant faint burnt scent in the air, Lin Chunshin squinted her eyes in contentment, then her nose twitched as she took a deep breath. What are you doing? Lin Chun turned his gaze and looked at her in confusion. If you walk with your eyes closed and fall flat on your face, I won't pity you. Your hand is still in my arms. If I fall, you can't escape either. At that moment, a sudden autumn wind passed straight through between them, lifting Lin Chunshin's twin tails that were swaying behind her head. She opened her eyes, smoothed her messy bangs, and gently tucked them behind her ears. Phew. Hair is messy. Seeing that the wind showed no signs of weakening, she quickly reached out her small hands and gathered the wildly flying hair into her arms. Seeing this, Lin Chun stiffened and stopped walking. Need help? Help me hold this hair that's flying everywhere. If it gets tangled on tree branches, it'll be super troublesome. Okay. Lin Chun reached out, combed the stray hair neatly, and gently held it in his palm. Fortunately, the wind didn't last long. After blowing for a while, it stopped. Has it stopped? Seeing the surroundings return to calm, Lin Chunshin relievedly let go of her small hands and once again hugged Lin Chen's arm. The two walked side by side like a young couple deeply in love. After turning a few corners and crossing a stretch of road, they arrived at the most bustling place in this small city, the pedestrian street. Last time I was here, I couldn't eat any more after just a few skewers of grilled tofu. Thinking of this, Lin Chunshin clenched her fists and turned her angry gaze to Lin Chun beside her. Why are you staring at me? It's scary. Stared at by her creepy gaze, Lin Chun couldn't help shivering. Tell me, why is this body so bad at eating? Every time I taste something delicious, I get full after just a little. How would I know? Sensing the intense killing intent, Lin Chun's body trembled, and he became at a loss. Really giving me a gluttonous personality, but not a bigger stomach. That damn deity is so irresponsible. Now when I encounter good food, I dare not eat freely, afraid that if I'm not careful, my stomach will get full. It's okay. At worst, we can come more often in the future. Seeing that the killing intent was not directed at him, Lin Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Besides, there are still several days of National Day holiday. At worst, we can come more often and let you eat everything. Hearing his words, the worry on Lin Chunshin's face vanished. Great. This way I can eat to my heart's content. Watching her adorable, satisfied expression, Lin Chun couldn't help reaching out and gently pinching her slightly chubby cheeks. Pinching my face again. Lin Chunshin blinked, her big eyes glanced around and whispered, Idiot. Stop pinching. A lot of people around are staring at you. Hearing this, Lin Chun suddenly came to his senses and quickly let go. Perhaps it was because of their flirting, intimate behavior, or perhaps because of Lin Chunshin's angelic cute face. Passers-by all stopped in their tracks and looked this way. Seeing this, Lin Chunshin showed no sign of panic, but instead nonchalantly leaned close to Lin Chun and tightly held his hand. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, she exerted force with her legs, slightly jumped up, and her lips, like a chick pecking at rice, gently touched Lin Chun's face. Then she put her hands on her hips, turned her proud gaze, and looked at the passers-by who were staring at her. I feel like watching this lowly show off her love so much, right? Well, has this sour dog food completely filled your stomachs?